Chapter 1: The Unusual System, Emperor Tian Di Qianfan. The plot demands that the protagonist remain a young man for the first 9 chapters, and attain deity status at 50 and at the 10th chapter. Themmer formidable the father, Themmer arrogant the protagonist. Theathor has deposited the repository of wits. Gentlemen and ladies, please enter. Qianfan has fallen in hard times. As the divine son of Qianplan, Historigerin contains sunlight cold fertibilian spirit stones. No. Hilso Hassasin Hoys waiting tovt. Chen Changing, be quiet, Donkri. Father does and thave milk too. Crying one thelp, father must survive to fin milk for you. Injured Delivers Qianfan escapes with Chen Changin gatha fastest speed, fearing that the enemy will catch up. A this moment, Chen Changin looks utterly confused. What a disastrous beginning. He's not from this world, he originates from a water blue planet, a descendant of Thedragon. Every Onethor is a genius. As for we had reversed worlds. Don task. Thean swearest that a day and truck to the order. Poas mashed and floway. Scattered all over east and west. Up and opening guises, have found himself here. Certainly Natin Hishamaland. This is a bizarre world. He has become ethanof Qianfan thedavines enough tedeclining Qianclan. And then. The Chen clan was annihilated. Only Qianfan survived, fleeing with him. Hua's destined for greatness no seems to be evolving towards Sakaman fate. Ding, the system is loading. The hostess current lie 1,000 years old, the strongest Dark Lord in the world, meeting the requirements for a villain. The fate of the villain system has successfully activated. Wow, a system. Chen Changin Gui's instantly astounded. A system? As a genius from Blue Planet, have Corsic knows about it. A seasoned interneeded dictwa has redone line novels fort years, often stay in Guplatian nearly on Thebring Kof collapse how could not know what a system is. It's definitely Akiat. Hey, wait, something's wrong. Athos Sandy are sold? What? Im still at the agab breast feeding, were ready to 1,000 years come from? Chun Changin just bewildered. Hezen Leon year old. Who was born just last night, how could he be 1,000 years old? Inverse fate analysis initiated. A 20-year-old you traversed worlds to ancient realms longevity domain, becoming Thesanof Qianfan thedavine sanof Qianclan. Your family was annihilated, and you'll begin wandering with Qianfan, evading assassination attempts. A 2 Qianfan turned into Adam and joined demon cult, Makingi Office demon cult's leader, the demon prince. A 3 Qianfan de Gutta supreme bona for you, and Derjakesfula possessedite fulfilling the prophecy. Double pupil Sarian invincible path, multiple bonas mean multiple paths. At 15, Chieoda was betrothed, and Empressian Ru with their engagement for you, making out Hirch Nemesis soft faded sunshine. A 20, Ubeka renowned Figurianth heavenly prodigies list, the demon prince a respected Bialanth demon cult, falling in love with a righteous fairy. At 50, Ubroki Throdo true deity, and the righteous sex campaign to destroy Amons began. Yuan the righteous fairy loved and kill Lediachother. A tone 100, us indebted to saintly realm. The righteous fairy mistaken Libeliva dohad killed her master Anat Diudipli, intending to annihilate demon cult. Your father Didathi Hansofa from the celestial palace, and Doa appears at through he heart beasward, falling into one abyss and obtaining Dark Emperor's inheritance. At 300, you broke Kithro tot supreme realm, leading the billion soft demon cult disciple store avengi against the righteous sect. At 500, you slaughtered tot celestial palace, mistaken believing that the beloved fairy had become celestial palace master, and other man's wife and mother. You colleder in rage. But wily other shave movden, you have not. Y'all of adherent parrot her daughter. At 600, you unexpectedly learned that the beloved fairy had never marry a Donotharan that the daughter was adopted. Yo wished Totoni and gain forgiveness from her daughter. At 800, her daughter, having Gashivadria Troas, suffered revenge against Ia, breaking or cultivation by sacrificing herself. The Dark Emperor's power within you erupted, and Io Brokethro Emperor status. You successfully killed her daughter but went insane. A 10,000 darkness descended, and the dark emperor's inheritance backfired, King youth dark lord. You establisheth dark heavenly court and declared war on celestial realm, questioning heaven's will. The demon cult spathus also a path. Why can't it to immortality? What hell, is this my enter life? Absurd! How could this be possible? Chunchangan finds situter lie unbelievable. How could this but him? Havos. He's not such a person. Ding, Emperor Tian Dichenfan, the fated son, has been detected. Mission humiliate Emperor Tian Dichenfan and behavius evolutioned. Rewards primitive renal constitution, Emperortions, Emperor Tian's bloodline. What, Emperor Tian Dichenfan? Isn't that his father? System, what are you doing? The old manus being chased and near lilasing espans, and the Outelma has the emperor? Chenfan fed divines enough Chenclin in ancient realm, washborn with divina strength hand possessed primitive saintly constitution unparalleled in 10,000 andages, but do atotha times hecud not awaken it and was deemed a waste within Chenclin. At 15, Hueses assassinated Behiskausen and fled Chenclin to starry forest for training. He consumed a holy fruit, awaken Ingi saintly constitution, and encountered Empress and delinching Shua house poisoned with lust, helping Harry cover random barking gonatrium finturni. A 20 here turned to Chenclin, humiliated Iskin, forcefully claim a disposition as the divine essence, and led Chenclan towards rejuvenation. At 70 during Thor between Harichas and Demon sects, had ambiguous relationships with the demonish Jiao, accused of betraying the Tharicha sect. A 100 Danton had a son Chonggang. The Chen clan ways annihilated Bethritus alliance, and hold with Chen Chonggang. A 112 he joined demon cult, being with Jiao and becoming its leader. Wow, what hell, what is the system doing? Chen Chang'an just utterly confused. If what the system's adurly is about him, what does it differ from what his father Chun Fan said later? In his Lefes narrative, Chun Fan was skilled during demon cult's downfall. But here, Chun Fan ultimately becomes emperor. Theta Malinus between Hemda no line. Has the system functioned? Namatur halaudly heshapt in Hishiart, he did not receive a response from the system. The enlightening that appeared on his mental interfaces. Mission humiliate Emperor Tian Dichin Fan and behavius evolutioned. Rewards primitive renal constitution, Emperortions, Emperor Tian's bloodline. Their words are indeed impressive. Granted that the old man is Emperor Tian Dichin Fan, how am I supposed to humiliate him? Chen Chang'an fell into contemplation. He's currently only a baby, capable of nothing more than eating Gondex greeting. So Chen Chang'an moved. And then creed. Son, don't cree, escape in just crucial. Damn it, they'd been chasing us for a day and night. Chang'an must be starving. Initofen da bigsitajit sami milk. Chun Fankar stashel Chen Chonggang. Hiluka dathakriin Chen Chonggang, feeling deeply distressed and helpless, stuck his finger in his mouth for sucking. And then Chen Chang'an spread his legs. Suddenly, a stream of urine showed up, hitting Chen Fan's face. Furinated. All over Chen Fan's face. Ding, the hostess humiliated Emperor Tian Dichin Fan burinaten gun his face and behaving gesavelenschud. Rewards primitive renal constitution, Emperortions, Emperor Tian's bloodline. Primitive renal constitution, an enhanced version of primitive saintly constitution, inheriting Thwilof golden renal warrior, Theflas of te primitive lay constitution, ensuring perpetual vitality. Emperortion Sethat breaks Trualios with a single punk. It is the culmination of Emperor Tian Dichin Fan's reflections in his life, creating an imperial martial art. Chapter 2 The Sorceress, please help me feed him. Chen Fan recede ahead, with his pursuer shot on his trail. Chen Chang'an urinate incessantly, and the system rewarded him continuously. Urinatiten Chentiendi, receiving divine demon physique refining fluid, level 1. This line repeated 3 times. Wow, this function exists too. Gazing at the ever-increasing amount of divine demon physique refining fluid, Chen Chang'an was ecstatic, kicking his legs incessantly. Yet, heckled and tyrannity anymore. Nor could Huaden Hazanasuk things were beyond his control. Itrek were red sensation. Changeng, doyo have a waterfall growing gunder Yorkrich, Vuriu urinating endlessly, exclaimed Chenfan. His ragged robe was salriti damp. All thanks to Chen Changgen's masterpiece. With the Sergiovki, Chenfan's magical power flowed over Iskin and Thichil Shireen suddenly disappeared. His life Isensilsor covered significantly. Chen Changgen gazed at the 26 drops of Divine Demon Physique Refining Fluid. Divine Demon Physique Refining Fluid, the ultimate material for physique refinement. Consuming it strengthens Sin's body. Initial consumption yields the best results. Use. Chen Changgen didn't hesitate to see it immediately. He wanted to see what cultivation was really like. After swallowing Gadrop of Divine Demon Physique Refining Fluid, Chen Changgen's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The surrounding natural ki converged and poured into his body. Guiding ki into the body, refining the physique. He had entered the physique refining realm. Wow! What's happening? Chen Fan was astounded. His divine consciousness probed Chen Changgen's body, focusing on the golden penis. It was dazzling. Themor he looked, Themor it was. Hissen wastral Eugenius. Eanya rolled in physique refining realm, and seemingly not an ordinary on had awakened ancient holy physique. Chen Fan couldn't be happier. His escape speed had increased again. Good grief, has Chen Fan to can drugs, how can he still accelerate, isn't the tired? The ancient holy physique is indeed formidable. Behind Chen Fan, a middle Gedman reading Goai Tiger cursed loudly. Chen Fan, why the ancient holy physique was unexpected lice enduring. After being struck by numerous swords, heckled still flee so swiftly. Chen Changgen continued to use the divine demon physique refining fluid, attempting to push his physique limits further. Beauty twas futile. After using Gal 26 drops, his physique had indeed strengthened, but he hadn't broken through his limits. Was this an insatiable void? Chen Changgen furrowed to wet his brow. During the system's introduction of his father's experiences, it was mentioned that the ancient holy physique had consumed vast resources. Then his enhanced version of ancient holy renal physique would require a substantial amount of divine demon physique refining fluid to achieve brainithros. That explained it. If urinating works, then kicking an old geezer should be no problem. Bang! Chen Changgen decisively kicked out. Yukik Shentiendi, receiving divine demon physique refining fluid, level 2. This line repeated 3 times. The system's voice arranged incessantly, and Chen Changgen kicked why the Venmoreviger, without hesitation. Yun Grascal, let me see what's going in, exclaimed Chen Fan. Holding Chen Changgen, Chen Fan felt the struggle San thought he had encountered an accident. After examining Chen Changgen, finding nothing unusual, Chen Fan flicked at him. Little penis 10,000 critical hits. Chen Changgen immediate liar treated. Ding, you received Chen Tan disaffectionate touch and were awarded with imperial grade technique Heaven and Earth Shift. Heaven and Earth Shift using Jumptiness Semio Medium, borrowed power of Heaven and Earth to perform great shifts. When cultivated to perfection, it allows for instantaneous shifts. System, you are a truly amazing, exclaimed Chen Changgen. God damn it, that's called an affectionate touch. Fortunately, Ivy obtained the third technique. Moreover, it's a body movement technique, and he didn't have any to cultivate Itaitsi but directly loaded into his mind. Liaoyang City. Theska gradually darkened, and night fell. Chen Fan temporarily escaped the pursuit of Trituseliansi and brought Chen Changgen to Liaoyang City. Hefen Danan. Human in. Entering the room, Heppendered Wertofin food for Chen Changgen without being discovered. But just a schweiss about a put Chen Changgen down, Heforodetis bro. Hust here, come out, coldly demanded Chen Fan. A cool evening breezable wind through the window. A figure suddenly appeared before Chen Fan, looking at Chen Changgen in his arms with great interest. Chiao, what ariatoing hair, exclaimed Chen Fan in surprise. This woman is Seltzer. Is this yourson with her? As Chiaoya spoke, she reached out a thug Chen Changgen who had also seen her face. Wow! So big. It felt like a being it beable. Thysicius the thirst lover, that sorceress? His father's taste, truly worthy of a fate's chosen one. Sukanan praledbadi, entangled with Hyman constant lighting king of him. His namais changang namad by his mother, said Chenfan handing Chenchangang to Chiao hold. A this moment Chenchangan semed to return to his mother's embrace. So soft. You should have a listen Tome. It would have been better if I had laported or clanteth the demon realm earlier. Said Chiao, holding Chenchangang with a trace of body hidden behind her charm and just had released an invisible charm. She felt that she had brought trouble to him. It's not your fault. He was the knave thinking the wouldn't lie suppressed Chenclin, underestimating Thermians. And even if I was willing to leave, Michelin wouldn't be. You know they dislike demon cultivators. Besides, with my current cultivation speed, even without this connection, Thewold still attacked Chenclin, merely finding another excuse. Colluding with demon cultists just an accuse for the righteous alliance atodial with and eliminateth Chen family. Said Chenfan with the hidden in his yard surfacing again, filled with self-reproach. Wold heaver see her again? Can I ask you a favor, Chenfan siester ned slide liar dash look dot chiao. Chiao yo furrow de derbrow. Changan gas da10 for day and danite. He must be starving. Can you help me feed him? Chen Fanstone carried him into off pleading. Feed him yourself. I can't do that. Chiaya shook her head slightly. She was still a maiden, how could she do that? I don't of milk. Chen Fan said, staring at Chiao Yashist. His meaning was clear. Then. Heresy of da direct that the head. Do I have Athan? The Chiao snapped, her cheek slightly flushed. Ich know you don't the way too. I went to out lithium bitey and it whiligafin some animal milk. Chun Fan said. Of course, he knew this basic common sense. Bootha had neuther choice. Who was afraid Chun changing gold Makifas? If those pursuing them were attracted, they wouldn't they be an Easonite. Those guys were researching Thesatiuth's moment. Get lost. I'm still a maiden. You can give a him my hour finger tobit. I'll go jetsam me an imel milk for you. It shouldn't be hard. Chiao ya snapped. Can it bebetin casually? What if it gets bed enough? Chiao handed Chenchangan back to Chenfan and disappeared in Tothanite. The Fotherance exchange edge lances. Chenchangan continued to kick his legs, trying to kick Chenfan. Changung be good. It'll be ver soon. Chenfan comforted, putting his finger in Chenchangan's mouth has a teething ring. Yubit Chen Ti. Chapter 3 of The Enemy's Approach. The misfortunate Linglong Immortal Emperor in the Blazing Sun City, Chenchangang was indulging in milk. He felt a bit dizzy from it. Chiao continued to pour it into him relentlessly. Not too much, he can't drink it all. Look, it's spilling from the corners of his mouth, Chenfan remarked, wiping the milk from Chenchanggang's lips. At that moment, a thunderous voice boomed, Chenfan, I, Xiang Heba, have arrived, come out swiftly. I know you are within this city, and with the gates sealed, you have no chance of escape. If you emerge, I shall spare your life. The sound was like thunder, echoing throughout the city of Blazing Sun, causing all its inhabitants to step outside and gaze at the figures hovering in the sky, their hearts filled with trepidation. Saint King. Good heavens, they are all Saint Kings. Who is Chenfan that warrants the attention of so many Saint Kings? He must be quite formidable. The Blazing Sun City is a grand hub for the human race, home to countless practitioners, yet there are no formidable beings who have stepped into the sanctified realm. Now, however, several Saint Kings have descended here solely to hunt one individual. Once again, the Xiang family, that scoundrel Xiang Heba, how could I have once considered him a brother, only to be treated thus? Chenfan clenched his fists, filled with murderous intent. The Chen and Xiang families had once shared a cordial relationship. He had even contemplated a union between their families upon the birth of Chenchangang, yet when the righteous alliance struck against the Chen family, the Xiang family was the first to leap into action. In a one-on-one confrontation, you could indeed stand against him, but you are merely a saint, they are numerous, and should you venture out, it would only lead to your demise. Do not forget, you have a son, Chiao gently reminded Chenfan. She feared he might rush out. His ability to break through to the Saint King realm was aided by me. Without my assistance, he would be nothing. Chen Fan seethed with hatred and anger. The past is the past, it is pointless to dwell on it now. Prepare to leave, I will take you away, Qi Yaoyao declared. A mere formation meant to seal the clouds and block the sun would pose no challenge to her. You can leave? Chen Fan inquired. Of course. My presence here guarantees my departure, Qi Yaoyao affirmed, producing a formation disk. Do not forget, I shall soon assume the role of the sect leader. A mere teleportation formation is trivial for me to manipulate. This teleportation formation leads directly to the holy sect, though it requires some time and must not be interrupted by those outside. As she spoke, Qi Yaoyao formed seals with her hands. Rumbling sounds echoed as the formation disk radiated brilliant light, with a fearsome holy light shooting upwards, piercing the void. In an instant, the consciousness of several saint kings in the heavens locked onto them. A teleportation formation. There are demons aiding him from the devil sect. Join me in attacking and severing the void passage, seal off the heavens. Xiang Heba bellowed. As he raised his hand, lightning danced at his fingertips before swiftly transforming into a thunder dragon, charging towards the formation disk. Boom! Holy light cascaded from the heavens, crashing into the formation disk, causing the void to erupt in a violent explosion. An enormous black hand emerged from the remnants of the void, accurately grasping the thunder dragon and crushing it. Bang! The thunder dragon exploded, morphing into a sea of lightning, while a terrifying demonic energy surged forth, obliterating the laws of thunder. A beam of holy light swept down upon the Tiger Sun, and Chen Fan shot upwards like an arrow, unleashing a powerful punch. A fierce punch of light surged forth, colliding with the holy light to form a terrifying energy field. The entire city of Blazing Sun trembled violently. I must protect Chang'e, I cannot hold back. Chen Fan shouted. As an ancient holy body, he felt no fear even when facing a saint king, but he was still holding Chen Chang'e, apprehensive of the repercussions on him. Bai Shuiyao, how long will you make me wait? Hurry and take the child away. Qi Yaoyao cried out. In an instant, a flash of white light rushed over. Chen Fan was taken aback. It's you! He could hardly believe that the milking white tiger was actually Bai Shuiyao, the grand elder of the White Tiger clan. She had taken action. Our White Tiger clan cannot interfere in the internal strife of the human race, we can only assist you in taking the child away, Bai Shuiyao declared as she approached. Give the child to her. Teleport him to our holy sect. Qi Yaoyao urged. Chen Fan hesitated, casting a glance at the approaching powerful figures before ultimately tossing Chen Chang'e away. Chen Chang'e spun dizzily, his expression shifting dramatically. In his sight, a gigantic white tiger loomed, its mouth wide open as it charged towards him. Goodness, so big! Bai Shuiyao, whose body stretched over several hundred feet, effortlessly swatted away a holy seal and caught Chen Chang'e in her mouth. She swallowed him into her inner world and surged towards the void created by the formation disk. Bai Shuiyao, are you attempting to incite a war between our clans? Xiang Heba roared. He sought to eliminate all opposition, but he could not allow Chen Chang'e to be taken away. That was unacceptable. Your opponent is me, Sunfist. Boom! Chen Fan, unhindered by Chen Chang'e, unleashed his full power, sending a solar orb hurtling towards Xiang Heba. The two clashed in the skies, their sacred blood staining the air. In the realm of white tigers, the surroundings were a blinding white. Chen Chang'e floated in midair, when a small white tiger approached. Why has my mother thrown a human child in here? Is this for my consumption? The little white tiger pondered aloud. Unfortunately, I have yet to grow teeth, so I cannot eat. The little white tiger approached, baring its teeth. Chen Chang'e was astonished. This white tiger possesses an entire world within its belly. Truly, this is the bizarre and wondrous realm of cultivation. Roar! The little white tiger bounded over, yowling. Chen Chang'e furrowed his brow as his body floated, an overwhelming life essence emanating from him, with golden light flowing all around, resembling a small golden figure. Roar! An ancient holy body! The little white tiger exclaimed in surprise. Though only a year old and sealed, it could not yet speak, yet it was nonetheless astonished. This little milk child has awakened at such a young age. Ding! Detected the destined daughter, Linglong Immortal Emperor. Task of the Linglong Immortal Emperor is obstructing your Dark Army's advance. Please capture the Linglong Immortal Emperor as a mount and tame her for a reward of killing god nerves. The system's voice suddenly rang out, leaving Chen Chang'e in shock. This Linglong Immortal Emperor? Still blocking my Dark Army, how audacious! He gazed at Bai Linglong, whose large, round eyes blinked eagerly, waiting for him to approach. Roar, little brat, are you scared? I'm coming. Bai Linglong grinned, resembling a large kitten. Seeing her approach, Chen Chang'e swung a small pink fist towards Bai Linglong's forehead. Roar, you dare, little milk child, you think you can challenge me? My breath alone could blow you away. The small pink fist approached, but Bai Linglong showed no fear. As a reborn immortal emperor, she feared no one, especially not a small child. Then, bang, just as the small pink fist neared her forehead, an overwhelming burst of brilliant golden light erupted, and a terrifying force poured down, sending Bai Linglong flying. The heavenly emperor fist is fearsome indeed. Roar! How is this possible? Bai Linglong cried out, blood streaming from her forehead. She was incredulous. A mere human child, with just one punch, had sent the prodigy of the White Tiger clan flying. Roar! I have forged my path through slaughter, having initially refined my body, yet I am struck by you, a mere human ant. How can this be? Roar! Bai Linglong lost her composure, her body crackling with golden lightning as she charged towards Chen Chang'e at lightning speed. She refused to believe she could be outmatched by a small child. Whoosh, a claw descended, but Chen Chang'e vanished without a trace. Universe shift. In the next moment, he reappeared atop Bai Linglong. Riding a white tiger was a piece of cake for him. Bang! The heavenly emperor fist swung, landing squarely on Bai Linglong's head, causing her to plummet downward. The scene resembled that of Wu Song battling the tiger. Half an hour later, Chen Chang'e sat atop Bai Linglong, his delicate little hands clutching her ears as he began to sway. Let us sway together, sway together. Ding! You have captured the Linglong immortal emperor, tamed her as a mount, and received the reward of killing god nerves. You are now mounted upon the Linglong immortal emperor, and have received the ancient beast taming technique. You have taken the Linglong immortal emperor's first kiss, and been rewarded with the charm aura. You have plucked the Linglong immortal emperor's white fur, and received the blood of the white tiger. You have bitten the Linglong immortal emperor's ear, and earned one white tiger sacred tooth. Chapter 3. The enemy's approach. The misfortunate Linglong immortal emperor in the blazing sun city of Liang, Chen Chang'e, was indulging in milk. Feeling somewhat dazed by it, Qi Yaoyao relentlessly fed him more, despite his protests that he could scarcely keep up, as the milk dribbled from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, a thunderous voice called out, Chen Fan, I, Xiang Heba, have arrived. Come forth at once. I am aware you are within this city, which is now sealed. You have no chance of escape. If you surrender, I shall allow you to keep your life. The voice boomed like thunder, causing the denizens of Liang City to emerge in alarm, their eyes drawn to the figures hovering high above, their hearts filled with trepidation. Saint King! Good heavens, they are all Saint Kings! The identity of Chen Fan, who could provoke such a formidable gathering of Saint Kings, was indeed remarkable. Liang City was a grand city among the human race, teeming with countless cultivators. However, it had never before witnessed such a congregation of saintly power, and now, several Saint Kings had descended solely for the purpose of hunting one individual. Once again, it is the Xiang family. That scoundrel Xiang Heba, whom I once considered a brother, now betrays me in such a manner. Chen Fan clenched his fists, filled with murderous intent. The Chen and Xiang families had once enjoyed a close relationship, and Chen Fan had even envisioned a union between their families with the birth of Chen Chang'e. Yet when the righteous alliance struck at the Chen family, the Xiang family was the first to turn against them. In a one-on-one confrontation, you may hold your own, but you are merely a saint. They are numerous and formidable. Should you step forward, it would only lead to your demise. Do not forget, you have a son. Qi Yaoyao urged, fear etched upon her face, concerned for his reckless charge. Chen Fan's rage simmered, knowing that his past grievances were now futile. Prepare to leave, I shall take you away, Qi Yaoyao declared. The mere formation of a sealing array was no challenge for her. Can you truly escape? Chen Fan inquired. Of course. I would not be here if I could not leave, she replied, producing an array plate. Do not forget, I am to assume the role of sect leader soon. A mere teleportation array is trivial for me. This teleportation array led directly to the holy sect, but it required time and could not be interrupted by their pursuers. As she spoke, she formed hand seals, and the array plate illuminated with a brilliant radiance, a divine light soaring into the heavens, piercing the void. In an instant, the senses of the Saint Kings above locked onto their location. A teleportation array. There are demons from the evil sect aiding him. Strike with me and sever the void. Xiang Heba bellowed, summoning a bolt of lightning that coiled around his fingers, morphing into a dragon of thunder that surged towards the array plate. With a resounding crash, holy light cascaded from the heavens, colliding with the array plate, causing the void to erupt in a spectacular explosion. An immense black hand emerged from the chaos, seizing the thunder dragon in a crushing grip. The dragon exploded, transforming into a tempest of lightning, yet the overwhelming demonic energy extinguished the laws of thunder. As the holy light descended upon the tiger sun and Chen Fan leapt skyward, unleashing a powerful punch. Let me protect Chang'e. I cannot hold back. Chen Fan roared. As an ancient sacred body, even facing a saint king, he remained undaunted. However, he feared for his son in his arms. Bai Shuiyao, how long must you wait? Come now and take the child away. Shi Yaoyao shouted. In that moment, a flash of white light surged forward. Chen Fan was astonished. It is you, he exclaimed incredulously, recognizing the milky white tiger, Bai Shuiyao, the esteemed elder of the White Tiger clan. She has made her move. I, the White Tiger clan, cannot partake in the internal strife of the human race. I can only assist in taking the child away, Bai Shuiyao declared as she approached. Hand the child over to her, teleport him to my holy sect. Shi Yaoyao urged. After much hesitation and seeing the approaching strong figures, Chen Fan ultimately relinquished Chen Changzhen. As Chen Changzhen spun disoriented, his expression shifted dramatically. All he could see was a colossal white tiger barreling towards him. Goodness, so enormous. Bai Shuiyao, stretching several hundred feet long, swiftly extinguished a holy seal and swallowed Chen Changzhen whole, transporting him into her inner world as she surged towards the rift in the array. Bai Shuiyao. Are you attempting to incite a war between our clans? Xiang Heba roared, desperate to eliminate any threats, refusing to allow Chen Changzhen to be taken away, which was simply unacceptable. Your opponent is me. Sun Fist. With Chen Changzhen no longer a liability, Chen Fan unleashed his full power, hurling a fist that manifested a sun, striking towards Xiang Heba. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the skies, their holy blood staining the air. In the realm of the White Tiger, everything was shrouded in white mist, with Chen Changzhen suspended in midair as a little white tiger approached him. Why did mother throw a human child in here? Is this my meal? The little white tiger grinned, revealing its teeth. Unfortunately, I have no teeth yet, so I cannot eat. Chen Changzhen was astonished. This white tiger had an entire world within itself. Truly, this was a wondrous realm of cultivation. Roar! The little white tiger bounded forward, growling. Chen Changzhen furrowed his brow, his body floating as a formidable life essence radiated from him, golden light coursing through him like a little golden idol. Roar, ancient sacred body, the little white tiger exclaimed in astonishment. Though only a year old and sealed, it could not yet speak, but was nonetheless filled with wonder. Ding, detecting the destined daughter, Linglong Immortal Emperor. Task: the Linglong Immortal Emperor is obstructing your dark army's advance. Please capture her as a mount and tame her. Reward: killing goddess Nerve. The system's voice suddenly echoed, leaving Chen Changzhen stunned. This Linglong Immortal Emperor, still obstructing my dark army, how outrageous! He gazed at Bai Linglong, her eyes like dark wheels blinking expectantly as she approached. Roar! Little brat, are you afraid? I am coming. Bai Linglong bared her teeth, resembling a large kitten. As she drew near, Chen Changzhen swung his small pink fist towards her forehead. Roar! Ha, little child, do you wish to strike at me? I could blow you away with a single breath. Bai Linglong was unperturbed. As a reincarnated immortal emperor, she feared no one, least of all a small child. Then, with a resounding thud, as the small pink fist neared her forehead, an explosion of brilliant golden light erupted, a terrifying force cascading downwards, sending Bai Linglong flying. The Heavenly Emperor's fist is terrifying. How is this possible? Bai Linglong shrieked, blood streaming from her forehead. She was incredulous. A mere human child had sent her, a prodigy of the White Tiger clan, hurtling backward with a single punch. Roar! I have forged my path through slaughter and have begun to temper my body. How could I, a mere ant of the human race, be struck by you? This is absurd. Bai Linglong raged, golden lightning swirling around her as she charged towards Chen Changzhen with unparalleled speed. She refused to believe that she could not best a small child. In a flash, her claw descended, but Chen Changzhen vanished. Universe shift. In the next moment, he landed atop Bai Linglong. Riding a white tiger was second nature to him. With a thump, the Heavenly Emperor's fist swung, crashing down onto Bai Linglong's head, causing her to plummet. The scene resembled the legendary tale of Wusong battling the tiger, as Bai Linglong cried out in distress. Half an hour later, Chen Changzhen sat atop Bai Linglong, his tiny hands grasping her ears as he began to sway. Let us sway together. Ding, you have captured the Linglong Immortal Emperor, taming her as a mount. Reward: killing goddess Nerve. You ride upon the Linglong Immortal Emperor. Reward: ancient beast mastery technique. You have claimed the Linglong Immortal Emperor's first kiss. Reward: charm aura. You have plucked a white hair from the Linglong Immortal Emperor. Reward: blood of the White Tiger. You have bitten the Linglong Immortal Emperor's ear. Reward: one White Tiger sacred tooth. Chapter 4 of the Celestial Emperor. A single kick sends you flying. Bai Linglong's world has crumbled. The tiger's offspring bears no hope. She unexpectedly found herself marked as a slave by a mere infant, a dignified celestial emperor, reborn yet to unleash her wrath upon the realms, reclaim her lost dominion, has become a pawn under the control of another, no less, a small child. Being treated as a steed beneath him, is there no response? Has the harvest concluded so swiftly? Chen Shanggang swayed upon by Linglong's back, yet he remained devoid of the system's notification, a wave of disappointment washing over him. It seems that this procurement cannot be a continuous affair. Wait, why can old Deng continue to reap rewards? This damned system, it is a product without specifications, not even a manual. Chen Shanggang cursed silently within, persisting in his swaying. At this moment, outside, within the demon sect boom, the once tranquil firmament erupted, a radiant beam of light piercing the void, forming a portal. In an instant, the powerful entities of the demon sect directed their spiritual senses, locking onto the transmission pathway. How could this be our sect's teleportation array? Has the young master returned? Remain vigilant. If enemies follow the young master, eliminate them immediately. Voices echoed within the demon sect, as formidable auras emerged, converging upon the portal. The array trembled, the brilliance of the portal illuminating the platform buzz, the light shimmered, and an immensely large figure materialized upon the teleportation platform, followed by a proclamation, by Shuao of the White Tiger clan, at your young master's behest, has come to escort the child. Upon hearing Bai Shuao's words, those who had intended to strike were immediately restrained. Bai Shuao, why are you here? Who did Yao Yao instruct you to escort? A voice resonated through the heavens, as Bai Shuao gazed upward to see a woman descending from the sky. She was clad in a flowing red gown, her descent graceful, akin to a tide of crimson waves. She was a stunning beauty, with bare feet, her enchanting eyes exuded an irresistible allure, her voluptuous figure captivating beyond measure. The demon sect's powerful figures dared not meet her gaze, bowing their heads in reverence. To gaze too long would be perilous. This is a being second only to Qi Yao Yao. Her child, whom you have seen, now resides within my inner world, Bai Shuao declared. She opened her mouth, releasing two orbs of light. Indeed, it was Bai Linglong and Chen Shanggang. Why is Linglong asleep? Bai Shuao exclaimed in astonishment, her heart sinking further. How can there be blood, you foolish child? It was merely a confinement. How did you end up injured? Bai Shuao's spiritual sense swept over Bai Linglong, confirming there were no severe issues, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze shifted to Chen Shanggang. At that moment, Chen Shanggang was observing the beautiful woman with his sparkling eyes. Wow, barefoot, this is a significant figure. The beauty embraced him, and he felt as if he had plunged into a bubble, carried away by the wind. The sensation was intoxicating and delightfully soft, even softer than Qi Yao Yao. Who is this? Why are all of old Deng's friends such extraordinary beauties, with immense power and grand backgrounds? Is this the treatment befitting a child of destiny? Indeed, she resembles her mother, and when she grows, she will surely bewitch countless young maidens. The beauty marveled. You have also given birth to a daughter, and her bloodline is remarkably pure. It seems your clan is on the cusp of a transformation, the beauty noted while cradling Chen Shanggang, gazing at Bai Shuao. At this moment, Bai Shuao was tending to Bai Linglong, who slowly awakened, appearing fatigued. Linglong possesses considerable talent. I wish to stay here a while longer to converse with her, Bai Shuao stated. Roar. At this time, Bai Linglong, in a fit of rage, attempted to charge toward Chen Shanggang, but was firmly held back by Bai Shuao's power, immobilized. Look how fond this child is of him. I believe this matter can come to fruition, Bai Shuao remarked. Roar. Bai Linglong roared, wishing to express her displeasure. She was not happy. She was furious. She wanted to strike Chen Shanggang. Chen Shanggang, held in embrace, glanced at Bai Linglong, his expression exuding a sense of triumph, as if to say, not much of an opportunity. You have seen her. You should know she is exceptional. Her child is not someone just anyone deserves, the beauty asserted. Indeed, she obliterated the ancient sword sect with a single strike, which sufficiently proves her origins. Such a powerful figure will naturally give birth to an extraordinary child. I merely wish to test her. My Linglong is no ordinary child. Her bloodline is close to ancestral return, destined for greatness, Bai Shuao chuckled. Bai Linglong, feeling indignant, flailed her small paws but remained ensnared within her mother's protective embrace. Just because you claim she is destined for greatness, does that make it so? The unparalleled great emperor has not graced this world in 100,000 years. The shackles of heaven and earth still persist. Who can guarantee such a thing? Yet her child is different. There is hope for longevity. The beauty scoffed. On this point, Bai Linglong did not retort. Even if this realm is bound by shackles, preventing mortals from attaining the path of the great emperor, Chen Shanggang still seeks longevity, for his mother is truly exceptional. From that place, given time, she will undoubtedly descend and take him away. I see he is also hungry. Allow me to nourish him. My milk holds tremendous benefits for human infants, Bai Shuao declared. Upon hearing this, the beauty displayed a hint of disdain. Do you truly believe that a few feedings will forge a bond? She handed Chen Changgang to Bai Shuiao, who transformed into her human form. Donning an ant's smile, she cradled Chen Changgang and Bai Linglong, heading toward a palace. He has returned. Inform me when he does. Inside the chamber, a massive white tiger lay sprawled beneath her bosom. A child and a small white tiger rested. Hiss, how could this little one bite so hard? Bai Shuiao was taken aback. A mere human infant could inflict pain upon her, even without her saintly power for defense. This should not be possible. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Chen Changgang possessed extraordinary teeth, gleaming brightly. Those were the holy teeth of the white tiger, no different from a saintly weapon. You are competing for resources with the Celestial Emperor Linglong. Comprehension 1. You are competing for resources with the Celestial Emperor Linglong. Comprehension 1. You are competing for resources with the Celestial Emperor Linglong. Comprehension 1. As Chen Changgang suckled, he was astonished this can actually enhance comprehension. He had finally discovered the secret to reaping benefits from this Celestial Emperor. He glanced at Bai Linglong, who was also feeding, and a thought sparked within him, prompting decisive action. Bang! A swift kick sent Bai Linglong flying. Roar! Chen Changgang exerted little effort, yet Bai Linglong soared through the air, utilizing her astonishing leaping ability to charge back. You have kicked the Celestial Emperor Linglong, thwarting her chance for opportunity. Comprehension 100. Oh, this little one possesses such strength. No wonder he is her child, having already reached the body refinement stage. Could it be that Linglong was genuinely struck by him earlier? Bai Shuiao was utterly astonished. As Bai Linglong rushed back, Chen Changgang's delicate foot swiftly kicked out again, sending her flying once more. You have kicked the Celestial Emperor Linglong, thwarting her chance for opportunity. Comprehension 100. Roar! This is infuriating. Bai Linglong roared, fangs bared in fury. She charged once more, only to be met with a resounding thud. Again, she was sent flying. Chen Changgang appeared harmless, yet his speed was terrifyingly swift. Bai Linglong could barely perceive his movements. Roar! Bai Linglong fumed, helplessly glancing toward her mother, that was rightfully hers. This brat has dared to seize it. Enough, little one, cease kicking Linglong. This is ample nourishment. You shall not go hungry. Bai Shuiao could no longer hold her tongue upon her command. Chen Changgang finally settled down. Little one, why do you not speak? Bai Shuiao pondered, puzzled. Clearly, he had not undergone body refinement yet had sprouted teeth and displayed such exceptional talent. How could he possibly not speak? Chen Changgang ignored her, resembling a newborn, continuing to feed. Chapter 5 of The Kiss of the Crimson Emperor, the Supreme Demon Eye, the Demon Sect. The formation platform trembled once more, the array pattern shimmering, as two figures materialized before the crowd. We pay our respects to the young master. The assembly bowed in unison. Shi Yaoyao waved her hand, her complexion somewhat pallid. You may all leave now. Having uttered these words, she turned her gaze towards Chen Fan. Give me a little more time, and I shall sever Xiang Heba's head. Chen Fan declared. He yearned to slay Xiang Heba but was forcibly pulled away by Qi Yaoyao, transported to this location. If you linger any longer, we shall both be left behind. A great saint approaches. Qi Yaoyao warned. Though she was merely a Saint King, possessing formidable combat prowess within her realm, she held no fear for the seasoned Saint Kings. However, should a great saint take action, her confidence would wane considerably. A great saint? From the Celestial Palace? Chen Fan's expression darkened. Although the Celestial Palace did not directly partake in the annihilation of the Chen clan, its shadow undoubtedly loomed behind the scenes. Without its influence, those factions would have found it difficult to unite swiftly to besiege the Chen clan. I cannot say for certain. I merely sensed it, Shi Yaoyao replied, shaking her head slightly. Upon sensing such a presence, she would have fled without a second thought, having no inclination to remain and investigate. Go and see your son. He shall reside here from now on with my protection. No one in the demon sect would dare to harm you, Shi Yaoyao assured. Thank you, Chen Fan murmured in gratitude. At that moment, a figure swept in. Sister, what is happening? It was a beautiful woman. Upon her arrival, she immediately scrutinized Chen Fan. The Chen clan has encountered calamity, only the two of them have survived, Shi Yaoyao stated candidly. What of her? The beautiful woman inquired, her astonishment evident despite her suspicions. The rapidly ascending Chen clan had encountered such treachery so swiftly from those factions. They unleashed all their power, annihilating the ancient sword sect with a single strike, cleaving through the Taiyuan Holy Palace, only to be forcibly expelled by the heavenly Tao. Shi Yaoyao elaborated, her mind involuntarily conjuring the figure of that woman, the most extraordinary woman she had ever encountered. A true celestial, yet, her greatest admiration lay with Chen Fan. To think he has even fathered a child. From now on, you shall remain in the demon sect. Fear not, my sister and I hold sway here. No one shall trouble you. As for cultivation resources, you shall not be deprived, the beautiful woman declared. She had met Chen Fan on several occasions and was aware of the bond shared between him and her sister. Yes, thank you, Chen Fan nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. Your son is in that room, being fed by Bai Shuiyao, the beautiful woman informed him. Chen Fan hurried over upon hearing her words. Before long, the transformed Bai Shuiyao emerged, cradling Chen Chang'e. Your son is quite extraordinary, his teeth are rather special, Bai Shuiyao remarked, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. She had already examined him and discovered that the gleaming little tiger tooth was surrounded by sacred patterns. No wonder it could bite her. Indeed, my son possesses the bearing of an emperor, just like me. He too is an ancient sacred body. Chen Fan acknowledged, revealing no reservations. Though our fates may be intertwined yet unfulfilled, perhaps we could facilitate a union between Linglong and your son. Would you be amenable? Bai Shuiyao inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Chen Fan was taken aback. He glanced back at Bai Linglong, astonished. The purity of this white tiger bloodline, it was unparalleled. She would surely become the holy maiden of the white tiger clan in the future. To think she would take the initiative to propose a union. Roar, I have no interest, a mere ancient sacred body is not worthy of even carrying my shoes. Bai Linglong bellowed, striving to present herself as fearsome. Yet, her petite stature only rendered her endearing in the eyes of those present. Chen Fan approached, gently ruffling her hair. Your bloodline is indeed pure, but alas, it bears a seal. As for the union, I have no objections, however, we must consider your daughter's feelings. Chen Fan smiled, rising, he cradled Chen Chang'e once more. Linglong has no objections either, look at her, she is practically bouncing with joy. That is a sign of consent, Bai Shuiyao remarked with a smile. Roar, mother, I do not consent, how could you do this, I am not pleased at all. Bai Linglong protested vehemently. Roar, Linglong, look at you, so delighted that you are bouncing about. But you cannot approach, Chang'e is still small, and your claws are rather sharp, they could injure him, Bai Shuiyao warned. Bai Linglong? Could I truly harm him, he should be grateful I haven't attacked him. Bai Linglong felt utterly helpless. She gazed at Chen Chang'e, who sat high above, reveling in their stare-off, exuding pride. Roar, Chang'e, just you wait. Bai Linglong howled. Linglong, dear, a union is a good thing, but do not get too excited. Chang'e is still young, and it might frighten him. Surely, you do not wish to leave him with a lasting shadow, Bai Shuiyao said, lifting Bai Linglong with a playful smile. This matter is settled. Here is the white tiger jade talisman of my clan, consider it a token. Should you require assistance in the future, simply inform me, Bai Shuiyao stated, producing a piece of white jade in the shape of a tiger. Chen Fan contemplated for a moment before producing a sword. I possess nothing of value, this sword belonged to the mother of my child, and I shall offer it as exchange. It is not a precious sword, merely a wooden one, but it contains a trace of her sword intent. Chen Fan presented a wooden sword, crafted by Chen Chang'e's mother during her pregnancy. The blade bore the inscription Chang'e. The Chang'e sword is quite commendable, Bai Shuiyao remarked, pleased as she accepted the sword. Although it appeared ordinary, the trace of that person's sword intent rendered it a formidable weapon, far more valuable than the white tiger jade talisman. After exchanging tokens and exchanging pleasantries, Bai Shuiyao departed with Bai Linglong. Chen Fan and his son settled into the demon sect. A day later. Mother, is this my little brother? Chen Chang'e inquired, awakening from his slumber in the rocking cradle, startled by an ethereal voice. He opened his eyes to see a little girl approaching. She appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, though small. She was remarkably beautiful, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her features were exquisitely sculpted, and her fair and rosy skin radiated a luminous sheen, appearing flawless. Chen Chang'e was astonished, this little girl was far from ordinary. Leonor, why are you being so loud? Look, you have awakened Chang'e, the beautiful woman chided as she approached, lifting the now awake Chen Chang'e into her arms. Chen Chang'e was taken aback, this beautiful woman had a daughter, he had thought she was merely another of Lao Deng's fleeting romances. Ding. Detected the antagonist, Crimson Emperor Qilian, sympathy activated, cultivate a friendship with the Crimson Emperor, allowing her to join the Dark Heavenly Court as an ally to sweep through the immortal realm. Reward Evil God Technique, Supreme Demon Eye. What, there is a task? Chen Chang'e was astonished. Could this be an encounter with an ally? This can trigger a task, but how to accomplish it? Should I directly say to her, child, I see great potential in you. Join my Dark Heavenly Court, and you shall be second only to me among thousands? Would that be appropriate? Can she even comprehend such words at her age? Mother, may I hold my little brother? Qilian spoke, her voice sweet and innocent, tugging at the beautiful woman's ample leg. No. You are too small, how could you possibly hold Chang'e? What if you drop him? I just want to see him. Qilian pouted, her little lips puffed up. Such stinginess, you won't even let me hold him. I only wish to hold him for a moment. Mother, I am already at the body refining stage, he is so small, how could I possibly let him fall? Besides, Mother is here watching. With your celestial abilities, there is nothing to fear, please let me hold my brother. Qilian whined, beginning to act coy. Alright, you may hold him, but if you drop Chang'e, I will ensure you regret it today, the beautiful woman relented. Qilian beamed, eagerly taking Chen Chang'e in her arms. Hello, little brother, I am Qilian, Mother says your name is Chen Chang'e, from now on, I shall be your elder sister, understood? So adorable. Moa. You have been kissed by the Crimson Emperor, receiving her affection and becoming family, completing the task, rewarded with the Evil God Technique and the Supreme Demon Eye Evil God Technique. A celestial-grade imperial cultivation method created by the Evil God, comprising 7 levels, each level exponentially increases combat prowess and confers a berserk attribute, Supreme Demon Eye, a naturally supreme, eternally undefeated demonic eye, containing supreme techniques, capable of manifesting divine beings and creating worlds. Chapter 6 of the Red Emperor's Mark, the heart of the Daosao's demons buzz. In an instant, Chen Chang'e's eyes fluttered open, revealing a terrifying black light that emanated from his once clear gaze. A wave of dread aura surged forth from his being, akin to the arrival of an eternal, indomitable deity or demon. Qilian was taken aback. Ah, Mother, my brother's eyes are monstrous. Startled, she nearly dropped Chen Chang'e to the ground. The beautiful woman, Qizhenjin, reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. Gazing into his eyes, her expression turned to one of astonishment. What kind of strange eyes are these? A sense of fear enveloped her. Those are Ying. The realization struck her. Within Chen Chang'e's irises lay shadows that seemed to represent the presence of countless ancient, unyielding deities and demons, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Her body trembled, and with just a glance, a tempest of demonic energy surged within her. The Supreme Demon Eye. Good heavens, this is indeed the fabled Supreme Demon Eye. Qizhenjin recalled the legends, recognizing it as a power rivaling the eternal unyielding eye, perhaps even more terrifying. 3,000 deities dwell within his gaze, manifesting a realm of demons. Such an eye was said to exist solely in myth, yet here it was, a reality that left her in disbelief. Boom! At that moment, the air above the demon sect was thick with chaotic energy, an overwhelming aura descending from the heavens, instilling fear in countless beings. What is that, heaven above, such dense chaotic energy? What is awakening? This is truly a portentous phenomenon. The oppressive force was so profound that even venerable sages felt their hearts tremble. Those are eyes, so many eyes. As the chaos enveloped the sky, a multitude of eyes appeared, densely packed as if gazing down upon the world. Gasps erupted from the crowd, with the weaker souls already kneeling in reverence. Their hearts resonated with the terrifying spectacle, mouths agape in astonishment. There are beings within those eyes. No, they are demons. Panic surged through them. I cannot bear to look any longer. One more glance, and I shall explode. The multitude of eyes connected to the laws of heaven and earth, casting the firmament in a dark purple hue. Within each eye, silhouettes emerged, revealing the ethereal forms of deities and demons. Boom! The great Tao resounded, and all beings bowed their heads. In an instant, the myriad eyes began to move with alarming speed, overlapping in a breathtaking display. Suddenly, an enormous pair of eyes emerged from the chaos, embodying the ultimate essence of supremacy. The Supreme Demon Eye. Good heavens, this is indeed the legendary Supreme Demon Eye. The heavens bless our demon sect, for such a prodigy has arisen. Laughter erupted among the powerful members of the sect. We have birthed the Supreme Demon Eye. At last, we have someone to rival the heavyweights of the immortal palace. Born supreme, the Demon Eye is unparalleled. At that moment, within a palace of the demon sect, an elder suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the sky. The Supreme Demon Eye. The opportunity we have awaited has finally arrived. The elder murmured, vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood before Qizhenjin, looking at the child in her arms. Master, is this truly the legendary Supreme Demon Eye? Indeed. Indeed. The elder's delight grew with each glance, his aged eyes nearly crinkling with joy. He took Chen Chang'e from Qizhenjin's embrace, his hands trembling with excitement. Excellent, excellent, at last, I have awaited this opportunity. Laughter erupted from him. From this day forth, I shall officially step down. Qi Yaoyao is the new sect leader, and Chen Chang'e shall be our young master. To see him is to see the sect leader. A proclamation echoed through the heavens, leaving all members of the demon sect in disbelief. The sect leader has abdicated. It appears that Chen Shanga is indeed the supreme demon eye. The supreme demon eye is an unparalleled prodigy, he is worthy of being our young master, powerful voices called out. Meanwhile, the elder, still cradling Chen Shanga, pointed gently at his forehead, continuing to smile. What a handsome child, reminiscent of my youth. Shi Jinjin teased, Master, you remain as shameless as ever. Shanga, today you officially become the young master of our sect. I have nothing of value to offer you, so I shall head to the Immortal Palace to deal with a few ancient pests to celebrate. Immortal Palace, I am coming. The elder laughed heartily, disappearing from sight. Chen Shanga found himself lifted by an unseen force, floating in midair. Mother, brother is so powerful. Shi Lian exclaimed, beaming as she jumped up to embrace him. That's right, Lianer, from now on, you must look after your brother. Do not let anyone bully him. Shi Jinjin affectionately ruffled Shi Lian's hair. It's good to be close, rest assured, brother, with me around, no one shall dare to harm you. Shi Lian hugged Chen Shanga, her sweet smile illuminating her face as she leaned in to kiss his soft cheek. Ah, you have captured the heart of the Red Emperor, earning the Indomitable Demon Heart. Indomitable Demon Heart. A world-destroying black lotus, containing the power of cataclysm. Ah, mother, brother has wet himself. Shi Lian suddenly shouted. His pants are soaked, will he be cold? She realized her own dress had also become damp from Chen Shanga's accident. You have marked the Red Emperor, affirming your allyship, accepting her wholeheartedly, and granting the heart of the Tao to sow demons. The system's voice echoed as Chen Shanga blinked in surprise. Shi Jinjin cradled him, lost in thought. Wet pants, my child, why do you remain so composed, yet have an accident? What a strange occurrence, she murmured, helping him change. A day passed. Qi Yaoyao and Chen Fan returned, initiating the ceremony for the new sect leader. Chen Shanga also made his debut before the esteemed members of the demon sect, who expressed their admiration. At the banquet, Qi Yaoyao proclaimed, from today forth, I declare Chen Fan as the deputy leader of our sect, holding equal standing with me. Do any of you dissent? Her voice boomed as she surveyed the elders and guests. We bow to the deputy leader. The many powerful figures of the demon sect bowed, none daring to belittle Chen Fan's actions, for within the sect, the leader's word was law. Another day passed, the old sect leader returned. Yaoyao, I have slain 2 great sages of the Immortal Palace, paving the way for you from now on. Focus on your cultivation for a millennium, they shall not dare to mention any extermination of demons. You may issue orders to ensure they refrain from capturing mortals for training. The old leader succinctly conveyed his instructions before falling into slumber. He was too old, slaying 2 great sages had cost him dearly. Listening to the old leader's words, Qi Yaoyao commanded the various demonic factions to cease their wanton slaughter of innocents and their targeting of righteous forces. Thus, a temporary peace enveloped the ancient realm, soothing the discord between the righteous and demonic paths. Chapter 7 truly delves into the essence of the Supreme Bone. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have elapsed since the foundation was laid. Chen Shangzhen has now turned 3 years old. On this particular day, under the radiant sun, Chen Fan suddenly addressed the practicing Chen Shangzhen, saying, Shangzhen, my dear, I have something for you, come, let us step outside for a moment. What is it? Chen Shangzhen furrowed his brow, he couldn't help but recall the system's analysis from 2 years prior. He was merely 3, goodness, the Supreme Bone, could it truly be, would it be the fated encounter? You will find out soon enough, Chen Fan replied, lifting Chen Shangzhen into his arms. Dad, where are you taking me? Chen Shangzhen inquired. You will see shortly, Chen Fan responded enigmatically, carrying him toward a certain palace. Before long, Qi Yaoyao emerged to greet them. It is ready, she announced. Her words seemed to carry an enchanting allure, and as Chen Shangzhen listened, his consciousness began to wane. In his hazy state, he perceived himself being placed upon a high platform. Dad! Dad, Dad, he cried out in desperation. No, this can't be happening, the Supreme Bone. Chen Shangzhen exclaimed, his heart racing. He wished to avoid entanglement with such matters, he feared the 3-year covenant. Could he truly contend with it? Shangzhen, dear, just rest a while, it will be over soon, Qi Yaoyao murmured, preparing to perform the procedure. The demonic eyes are invincible, and the more bones one possesses, the more paths one can tread. Consequently, with his celestial palace's resplendent eyes, how could we possibly lose? Qi Yaoyao whispered to herself. Chen Fan observed quietly. Though the act of extracting the Supreme Bone was somewhat morally questionable, in this world, he felt he had no alternative. Regardless of the myriad consequences, he, as a father, would bear the burden and facilitate the exchange. He possesses an extraordinarily strong physical form. It is quite remarkable that he has not undergone extensive medicinal baths and yet is so formidable, Qi Yaoyao inquired. Do your ancient holy bodies possess a method of body refinement? She had never encountered such a being at this age. It was truly alarming. Not only was his blood golden, but even his bones shimmered with a terrifying luster. He had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, just one step away from establishing a foundation. I wonder whether I should impart to him the heart method for foundation establishment. However, what heart method should I bestow upon Changzhen given his extraordinary talent? Foundation establishment is of utmost importance. The potential he has displayed thus far is truly astonishing. His comprehension of techniques is almost photographic. He masters everything with a single glance, achieving a level of proficiency that is nothing short of exceptional. Such talent should only exist in legends. Let us observe for now, Qi Yaoyao said softly as she commenced the bone exchange. When Chen Changzhen awoke, it was already night. The location of his bone exchange had fully healed. This is the terror of the ancient holy body. Not only is it larger, stronger, and more enduring, but its recovery ability is also unmatched. Of course, this is intricately linked to the divine and demonic body refinement liquids he has been surreptitiously acquiring from Chen Fan over the years. Changzhen, Changzhen? Chen Fan called out as he noticed his son opening his eyes. Dad, what have you done to me? Chen Changzhen sat up, feigning confusion. Nothing much. There was a slight issue with the bones in your body, so I asked Aunt Yao to replace them for you, Chen Fan explained. Moving closer to examine him, there appeared to be no lingering side effects. Dad, it hurts. Hold me, Chen Changzhen suddenly declared. How could that be? Chen Fan pondered, perplexed. The wounds had vanished. How could there still be pain? He lifted Chen Changzhen onto his lap while seated on the bed. His eyes glimmered with golden light, and a multitude of runes intertwined as he focused on the gleaming bone in Chen Changzhen's chest. Is it here that it hurts? Chen Fan inquired, reaching out to touch the radiant bone, the very supreme bone that had been exchanged. As his hand descended, Chen Changzhen's mouth twitched. Ah! Chen Changzhen grimaced in agony, then without hesitation, delivered a swift kick. Youth has no price. He struck his father in the groin. You have dealt a lethal blow to the Heavenly Emperor, rewarded with myriad foundation establishment techniques. The system's voice echoed as Chen Changzhen continued to wail. Feign. You must at least pretend to be in pain. Chen Fan exclaimed in confusion. How could there be pain? He felt no such devastating impact. Given his cultivation, Chen Changzhen's kick was akin to a mere tickle. Dad, I no longer feel pain. How strange, Chen Changzhen said, tumbling off his father's lap. The expression of torment on his face faded, replaced by a gentle smile. Could it be a remnant effect? Changzhen, lie here, I shall return shortly, Chen Fan said in bewilderment, placing Chen Changzhen down before hastening to find Qi Yaoyao. Not long after he departed, a figure entered, resembling a large black rat. It was Qi Lian. She had arrived. Changzhen, why didn't you go to see your sister today? Qi Lian exclaimed, scampering toward Chen Changzhen. I overslept, he replied nonchalantly. After 3 years, he had grown accustomed to this. His sister was exceptionally kind to him, and he relished their moments together, never turning her away. Oh, had I known you were here, I would have come sooner. It's all that foolish Ruo's fault for insisting on dragging me into some bandit game. By the way, Changzhen, if one day I were to be captured by villains and they were to mistreat me, what would you do if you couldn't fight back? Qi Lian asked, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Chen Changzhen. I would gently kiss the villain, he replied. What? Why would you do that? He sa man, she exclaimed in shock. Then he wouldn't be able to kiss you. Chen Changzhen said, his clear eyes radiating innocence. He was quite the actor. E.W. Changzhen, how disgusting, kissing a boy. Qi Lian feigned disgust, yet deep within, she felt a delightful joy that she could not quite comprehend, an inexplicable sense of happiness. You and the Red Emperor have expressed your feelings, further solidifying your bond as inseparable allies. Rewarded with the divine and demonic foundation establishment liquid, the system voice chimed in, leaving Chen Changzhen somewhat astonished. The rewards from this NPC, Qi Lian, surpassed even those from Old Deng. It was either nothing or something exceptional. The divine and demonic foundation establishment liquid was clearly intended for foundation laying. 3 days later, after Chen Fan and Qi Yaoyao had pondered over Chen Changzhen's body without uncovering any issues, they determined that it was best to retain the supreme bone within him. Meanwhile, Chen Changzhen began his own foundation establishment. In search of the most powerful foundation establishment technique from the demonic sect, the heavenly demon scripture, he aimed to solidify his foundation. While ostensibly utilizing the heavenly demon scripture, he was in fact employing the myriad foundation establishment techniques rewarded by the system, supplemented by the Tao Heartseed demon technique. Merging myriad paths into a foundation is the ultimate form of foundation establishment. On the day of his foundation establishment, terrifying phenomena erupted throughout the demonic sect, myriad paths resonated, the heavenly Tao bestowed blessings, and a rain of light descended, and numerous members of the demonic sect basked in this light rain, absorbing the resources of the great Tao, achieving enlightenment, and breaking free from their own shackles. Chapter 8 The Nine-Leaf Sword Ancestor and the Supreme Imperial Weapon. 7 years pass in the blink of an eye. Chen Changzhen has turned 10. Unlike other prodigies, his moment of prominence came at the instant he established his foundation, after which he has remained remarkably low-key. Aside from occasional whispers among disciples of the demonic sect who mention the name of the young master, the outside world has not a whisper about the young master of the demonic sect. On yet another splendid day, bathed in sunshine and gentle breezes, it was the perfect occasion for a leisurely slumber. Chen Changzhen was taking a nap in the courtyard. "Changzhen, aren't you practicing your sword today?" came Chen Fan's voice from outside the courtyard, prompting Chen Changzhen to rise from his reclined position, somewhat surprised. "Father, you've returned so soon? Was there anything of value in the imperial tomb? Did you unearth a 1,000-year-old empress? Did she crawl out of her coffin to be your wife and my stepmother?" Chen Changzhen inquired, recalling that his father had set out a year prior to seek treasures in the imperial tomb, aiming for a breakthrough to become a saint king. According to the narrative of the destined child, his father was expected to have remarkable adventures and return with bountiful rewards. "You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? That is the imperial tomb of the celestial burial. The individual entombed there was a peerless emperor, fraught with peril. I haven't even traversed half of the tomb in this past year. As for 1,000-year-old imperial corpses, to reach the central area would be a stroke of ancestral fortune. It is impossible to encounter such corpses, but indeed, there are genuine opportunities within." Chen Fan chuckled, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something specific. Seeing the proud expression on his father's face, Chen Changzhen realized the truth. His father had made a breakthrough. He had become a saint king, truly worthy of being the destined child, a saint king of over 100 years. He was among the foremost figures in the ancient realm. "Though you are indeed gifted, you are far too indolent," Chen Fan remarked, beginning to dig in a corner of the courtyard, seemingly planting something. "Father, if hard work were truly effective, then what need is there for geniuses? For a talent like mine, cultivating is as effortless as drinking water. Rushing would only hinder progress. Steadiness is key," Chen Changzhen replied with a smile. "Nonsense, talent is merely the foundation for cultivation. It can enhance one's journey, but to go far, one must put in effort, or else one risks being surpassed by others. Do you recall the tale I once told you of the tortoise and the hare? The hare, in its arrogance, was outpaced by the tortoise," Chen Fan expounded. Chen Changzhen chuckled lightly that he was well aware of the fable. His father, hailing from the same blue planet as he, was always eager to instill wisdom and encourage diligence. Thus, dear father, you must strive even harder. Only by putting in the effort can one succeed. This allows me, as your son, to live a leisurely life without worry. The stronger you become, the more secure I feel. I in the future, should I encounter an insurmountable challenge, I can simply declare, my father, Chen Fan, who dares oppose me? Furthermore, if I were to tirelessly cultivate and inadvertently break through to become an emperor, they would be left watching in despair, their hearts shattered, rendered useless," Chen Changzhen continued, laughing. In truth, he had grown somewhat lazy regarding cultivation. However, his progress had not stagnated, rather, he was leagues ahead. At 3 years his senior, Qi Lian was still merely at the spirit sea realm, while he had already reached the celestial being realm. He had surged through the realms, perfecting his cultivation to an unparalleled degree, leaving no rivals in his wake. "Such a lead, nonsense, nonsense. If your father cannot best you in argument, then I must concede. This plant is a treasure. I have planted it here, so do not uproot it," Chen Fan remarked with an exasperated expression, wishing he could tie Chen Changzhen up and force him to cultivate all day. "Alas, with your mother absent, I shall indulge you a little," Chen Fan murmured. What father does not wish for his child to thrive? What father does not desire comfort for his offspring? With Chen Changzhen's realm comparable to that of his contemporaries, there was little more to say. After his father departed, Chen Changzhen approached the newly planted grass. "What treasure? What is this?" Chen Changzhen inquired, observing the newly planted grass. It was a sword grass, its 3,000 verdant leaves swaying like delicate green swords in the breeze. Ding! The chosen artifact, the Nine-Leaf Sword Ancestor, is obstructing your dark army, hindering your advance on the path to immortality. Resolve this quickly to receive the reward of the Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Demon God Sword. What? This is the Nine-Leaf Sword Ancestor? The nine-leaf sword ancestor, the remnant of the guardian of the Qing Emperor's tomb, its essence transformed from the nine-leaf sword grass, rapidly evolving under the influence of the Qing Emperor's imperial body. A millennium later, when the Qing Emperor's tomb was opened, it was taken by Qin Fan and other powerful beings, brought back from the tomb Dai in the first year of his father's acquisition. He planted it in the courtyard, hoping it would continue to evolve. Good heavens! It's actually the nine-leaf sword grass! Chen Changzhen exclaimed, having familiarized himself with the system over the decade. As soon as it refreshes an NPC, he could pose a question in his mind, and the system would automatically elucidate the NPC's history. However, he perceived it as all fabricated. What dark army could he possibly have? The nine-leaf sword grass was an unparalleled treasure, and with his father planting it here, uprooting it outright was not an option. If he did so, he would face dire consequences. Therefore, without hesitation, Chen Changzhen plucked it from the ground. You have captured the nine-leaf sword ancestor, resolving the obstacle to your army's advance, earning the reward. The supreme imperial weapon, the Deluo demon sword. The system's voice rang out, and Chen Changzhen smiled. As expected, this is indeed possible. Thus, after claiming his reward, he replanted the nine-leaf sword grass in another corner. When planting, one must ensure proper nourishment. You insult the nine-leaf sword ancestor, earning the grass character sword technique. Ah, you little rascal, how dare you make me drink urine? I shall slay you. The nine-leaf sword grass trembled violently under the deluge of urine, an overwhelming sword intent enveloping the area, with strands of sword energy slicing towards Chen Changzhen like long blades. The sword energy was indeed formidable, yet it faced Chen Changzhen, with his eyes opening and closing. A flicker of black light emerged. Bang! The torrent of sword energy dissipated, scattered by the wind. You are far too weak. The indifferent words left the nine-leaf sword grass momentarily stunned. Supreme Demon Eye. You possess the Supreme Demon Eye, it exclaimed in astonishment, thrashing wildly. Chen Changzhen, disinterested in further engagement, remarked, You are given nourishment, and yet you act so impatiently, truly ungrateful. With that, he exited the courtyard. You have bribed the nine-leaf sword ancestor, earning the invincible sword intent. The nine-leaf sword ancestor accepted the tribute given, and the invincible sword intent was enhanced by 10. The system's voice echoed, and Chen Changzhen was resolute. From now on, I must ensure a daily contribution. At this moment, the nine-leaf sword grass was utterly astonished. This fellow's physique is extraordinary. Even more terrifying than his father. What on earth is he? This urine contains such vital life essence that it can aid in restoring my remnants. The urine flowed like divine nectar, astonishingly potent. The nine-leaf sword grass exclaimed in awe. Had it not been injured, it would have surely cleaved Chen Changzhen into 100 pieces with a single stroke. Now, however, it had changed its mind. It needed to recover. This is not submission to this detestable fellow, it is merely enduring humiliation for a greater purpose. It murmured, fervently absorbing the precious essence flowing across its surface, replenishing its vitality. Chapter 8 The Nine-Leaf Sword Ancestor, the Supreme Imperial Weapon. 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Changzhen is now 10 years old. Unlike other prodigies, his remarkable moment occurred only at the instant of foundational cultivation. Thereafter, he has maintained a low profile. Apart from the occasional mention of the young master by disciples of the demon sect, the outside world holds no knowledge of the demon sect's heir. On another splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze wafting through, it was a perfect occasion for a leisurely slumber. Chen Changzhen was taking a nap in the courtyard. Changzhen, are you not practicing your sword today? Came Chen Fan's voice from outside the courtyard, prompting Chen Changzhen to sit up from his reclining chair in surprise. Father, you're back so soon? Did you find anything remarkable in the imperial tomb? Did you unearth some eternal, incorruptible empress? Did she rise from her coffin to become your bride and my stepmother? Chen Changzhen inquired. His father had been away for a year, claiming to seek treasures in the imperial tomb in hopes of a breakthrough to become a saint king. According to the narrative of the destined child, it was expected that his father would have significant gains. You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? That was the imperial tomb of the heavenly burial. The individual who once resided there was an unparalleled emperor, fraught with dangers. I barely traversed half of it in a year. As for the eternal imperial corpse, gaining access to the central area would be a stroke of ancestral luck. It is impossible to encounter such a corpse, but there are indeed opportunities within, Chen Fan replied, a broad smile adorning his face. He stepped into the courtyard, glancing around as if searching for something. Upon seeing his father's smug expression, Chen Changzhen realized the truth. His father had attained a breakthrough, he had become a saint king. What a testament to being the destined child. A saint king over 100 years old is a figure of renown throughout the ancient realm. Though you possess remarkable talent, you are rather indolent, Chen Fan remarked. beginning to dig in a corner of the courtyard, seemingly planting something. Father, if effort alone suffices, why even bother with genius? For someone like me, cultivating is as effortless as drinking water, rushing would be counterproductive, steadiness is key, Chen Changzhen replied with a smile. That is sheer sophistry, talent is merely the foundation of cultivation. It may provide an advantage, but to journey far, one must exert effort, otherwise, one may be surpassed by others. Do you recall the story of the tortoise and the hare I once told you? The hare, in its arrogance, was eventually overtaken by the tortoise. Chen Fan continued his lengthy discourse. Chen Changzhen chuckled softly at he was well aware of the fable. His father, like him, hailed from a blue planet, constantly trying to instill motivational wisdom, urging him to strive. Thus, father, you must work even harder. One who strives will succeed, allowing this son of yours to live comfortably without worries. The stronger you become, the more secure I am in future confrontations. Should I face insurmountable odds, I can always declare, my father is Chen Fan. Who dares to challenge me? Moreover, if I were to exert myself in my cultivation and inadvertently break through to the emperor level, those behind me would surely suffer shattered aspirations, becoming mere shadows of their former selves, Chen Changzhen continued, laughing. In truth, he was somewhat lazy about cultivation. However, his progress had not faltered, rather, he was significantly ahead. He was 3 years senior to Qi Lian, who was merely at the spirit sea stage, while he had already reached the celestial realm. He had consistently advanced through the realms, refining his cultivation to an impeccable level, leaving no rivals in his wake. Was this not an undeniable lead? That is sophistry, father cannot argue against you, Chen Fan sighed, exuding an air of exasperation. This plant is a treasure. I have planted it here, do not uproot it. With a look of frustration, Chen Fan lamented. Had it not been for Chen Changzhen exhibiting the same level of prowess as Qi Lian, he would have bound his son and compelled him to cultivate incessantly. Alas, your mother is not present, so I shall indulge you a little, Chen Fan murmured. What father does not wish for his child to succeed? What father does not desire a comfortable life for his offspring? Chen Changzhen's level was on par with that of his contemporaries. There was little more to say. After his father departed, Chen Changzhen approached the newly planted grass. Treasure, what is this? He wondered, examining the newly sown plant. It was a sword grass, its 3,000 verdant leaves resembling slender, dancing swords swaying in the breeze. Ding! The chosen item, the 9-leaf sword ancestor, is obstructing your dark army, hindering their advance on the path to immortality. Expedite its resolution for a reward. The supreme imperial weapon, the demon god sword. What? This is the 9-leaf sword ancestor? Chen Changzhen exclaimed. The 9-leaf sword ancestor, the remnant of the guardian of the Azure Emperor's tomb, its essence transformed under the influence of the Azure Emperor's body. A millennium later, upon the tomb's opening, many powerful individuals, including Chen Fan, acquired it and took it from the Azure Emperor's tomb. Chen Fan had planted it in the courtyard upon his return, hoping it would continue to evolve. Good gracious! It is indeed the 9-leaf sword grass. Chen Changzhen was astonished. Over the course of 10 years, he had grown familiar with the system. It would refresh NPCs, and upon posing a question in his mind, it would automatically unveil the NPC's history. Yet, he regarded it all as mere fabrication. What dark army could he possibly have? The 9-leaf sword grass was a peerless treasure. If he were to uproot it carelessly, he would surely suffer consequences. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Changzhen plucked it from the ground. You have captured the 9-leaf sword ancestor, removing the obstacle for your army's progression. Reward, the supreme imperial weapon, the Deluo demon sword. As the system's voice echoed, Chen Changzhen smiled. Indeed, it is possible. He then relocated the 9-leaf sword grass to another corner. When planting, one must, of course, provide nourishment. You have insulted the 9-leaf sword ancestor. Reward, the grass character sword technique. Ah, you rascal, how dare you make me drink urine? I shall slay you. The 9-leaf sword grass trembled violently under the deluge of urine, a formidable sword intent enveloping the area, with strands of sword energy slashing towards Chen Changzhen. The sword energy was indeed terrifying, yet it faced Chen Changzhen, who opened and closed his eyes, a flicker of black light emerging. Bang! The overwhelming sword energy dissipated, scattering with the wind. You are too weak. The indifferent words left the 9-leaf sword grass momentarily stunned. Supreme Demon Eyes. You actually possess the Supreme Demon Eyes, it exclaimed, quivering in a frenzy. Chen Changzhen couldn't be bothered to spare another glance. You receive nourishment, yet you grow impatient, truly ungrateful, he remarked before stepping outside. You have won over the 9-leaf sword ancestor. Reward, invincible sword intent. The 9-leaf sword ancestor accepts the tribute you offer, invincible sword intent strengthened by 10. As the system's voice resonated, Chen Changzhen made up his mind. From now on, I must indulge in this daily. At that moment, the nine-leaf sword grass was utterly astonished. This individual's constitution was extraordinary, far more terrifying than his father. What could he possibly be? This urine contains such life essence, it could aid in restoring my fragmented form, urine akin to divine nectar, how terrifying indeed. The nine-leaf sword grass marveled. Had it not been injured, it would surely have cleaved Chen Changjian into 100 pieces, yet now, it had changed its mind, it must first mend its body. This is not capitulation. This is enduring humiliation for future gain, it murmured, fervently absorbing the life essence coursing over its surface to restore itself. Chapter 8 The Nine-Leaf Sword Master, the ultimate imperial weapon. 7 years have swiftly passed, like a fleeting dream. Chen Changjiang has turned 10 years old. Unlike other prodigies, his 7 years have been marked by a singular moment of significant upheaval during the establishment of his foundation, after which he has remained notably low-key. Aside from the occasional mention of the young master by disciples within the demonic sect, the outside world possesses no inkling of the young master of the demonic sect. On another splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze wafting through the air, it was an ideal occasion for a leisurely slumber. Chen Changjiang was taking a nap in the courtyard. Changjiang, are you not practicing swordplay today? A voice from outside the courtyard broke the tranquility. It was Chen Fan. Chen Changjiang immediately sat up from the reclining chair, somewhat surprised. Father, you're back so soon? Did you find anything remarkable in the imperial tomb? Did you uncover a timeless empress? Did she rise from her coffin to become your wife, and my stepmother? Chen Changjiang inquired. His father had been away for a year, claiming he had ventured to the imperial tomb in search of treasures and opportunities to break through to the Saint King level. According to the narrative of the destined child, it was expected that his father would have had a fruitful experience. You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? That is the tomb of heavenly burial. The individual who once resided there was a supreme emperor, and it is fraught with peril. I have yet to traverse even half of the tomb in this past year. As for a millennia-old empress's corpse, to reach the central area would be a blessing from our ancestors. It is impossible to encounter such a corpse, however, there are indeed opportunities within, Chen Fan said with a broad smile. He stepped into the courtyard, casting a glance around as if searching for something. Seeing the look of pride on his father's face, Chen Changjiang quickly deduced the situation. His father had achieved a breakthrough, he had become a Saint King, truly deserving of the title of the destined child. A Saint King of over 100 years old is a remarkable figure in the ancient realm. Though you possess great talent, you are far too lazy, Chen Fan remarked while beginning to dig in a corner of the yard, seemingly planting something. Father, if hard work were truly effective, why would we need geniuses? For someone like me, cultivating is as simple as drinking water, rushing it would be counterproductive. One must maintain steadiness, Chen Changjiang replied with a smile. That's absurd. Talent is merely the foundation for cultivation. It may provide an advantage, but to progress far, one must exert effort, otherwise, you will be surpassed by others. Do you remember the story of the tortoise and the hare that I told you? The hare was overly proud and was eventually overtaken by the tortoise, Chen Fan continued with a lengthy discourse. Chen Changjiang chuckled. He was well aware of the tortoise and hare tale. His father, like him, hailed from a blue planet, constantly attempting to instill motivational wisdom in him. Therefore, father, you must strive even harder. Only through effort can one succeed, allowing your son to brazenly live off you. The stronger you become, the more secure I shall be. In the future, should I encounter an unbeatable foe, I can simply declare, my father, Chen Fan, who can stand against me? Moreover, if I were to push myself to cultivate tirelessly and inadvertently break through to the emperor level, they would only watch in despair as their hearts shatter, rendering them useless, Chen Changjiang continued with a light-hearted banter. When it comes to cultivation, he admittedly felt a bit lazy. However, his progress had not faltered, rather, he was far ahead. He outpaced Qi Lian, who was 3 years his senior and was still merely at the spirit sea level, while he had already reached the celestial human realm. He had continuously broken through the extreme limits, refining his realm to an impeccable level, unmatched among his peers. Was this not being far ahead? Nonsense, nonsense, I cannot argue with you, my son. This plant is a treasure, I have planted it here, so do not dare uproot it, Chen Fan admonished, appearing exasperated. Had it not been for Chen Changjiang exhibiting the same level as Qi Lian, he would have tied him up and forced him to cultivate day in and day out. Sigh. With your mother absent, I suppose I shall indulge you a bit, Chen Fan murmured. What father does not wish for their child to succeed? What father does not hope for their child to live comfortably? Seeing that Chen Changjiang's realm was on par with his contemporaries, there was little more to be said. After departing, Chen Changjiang approached the newly planted grass. A treasure, what is this? He mused, observing the newly sown plant. It was a sword grass, albeit with only 3,000 verdant blades resembling delicate green swords dancing in the wind. Ding, detected the chosen item, the Nine-Leaf Sword Master, obstructing your dark army, impeding your advance on the path to immortality. Resolve this promptly for a reward to the ultimate imperial weapon, the Demon God Sword. What, this is the Nine-Leaf Sword Master? Chen Changgang exclaimed, the Nine-Leaf Sword Master, the remnant body of the Guardian of the Green Emperor's tomb, its essence being the Nine-Leaf Sword Grass, rapidly evolving under the influence of the Green Emperor's imperial body. A millennium later, when the Green Emperor's tomb opened, many powerful individuals, including Chen Fan, obtained it and brought it away from the tomb. Upon returning to the demonic sect in the first year, Chen Fan planted it in the courtyard, hoping it would continue to evolve. Good heavens! It is indeed the Nine-Leaf Sword Grass. Chen Changgang was astonished. Over the course of 10 years, he had grown familiar with the system. It merely refreshed NPCs, and upon questioning in his heart, would automatically analyze the NPC's experiences. However, to him, it all seemed fabricated. What dark army could he possibly possess? The Nine-Leaf Sword Grass was a peerless treasure, and if he were to uproot it, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Changgang plucked it. You have captured the Nine-Leaf Sword Master, overcoming the obstacle to your army's advance. Reward the ultimate imperial weapon, the Great Luo Demon Sword. The system's voice resounded, and Chen Changgang smiled. Indeed, it was possible. Consequently, after receiving the reward, he relocated the Nine-Leaf Sword Grass to another corner. When planting, one must certainly apply fertilizer. You have insulted the Nine-Leaf Sword Master. Reward the Grass Character Sword Technique. Ah! You rascal, how dare you make me drink urine? I shall slay you. The Nine-Leaf Sword Grass quivered violently under the onslaught of the liquid, an overwhelming sword intent enveloping the air, as strands of sword chi sliced toward Chen Changgang. The sword chi was fearsome, yet it faced Chen Changgang. His eyes opened and closed, a glimmer of black light materialized. Bang! The multitude of sword chi dissipated, scattering with the wind. You are far too weak. The indifferent words left the Nine-Leaf Sword Grass momentarily stunned. Supreme Demon Eye. You possess the Supreme Demon Eye, it exclaimed, trembling in agitation. Chen Changgang, disinterested in further engagement, thought it foolish to be anxious over food. He then stepped outside. You have won over the Nine-Leaf Sword Master. Reward the Invincible Sword Intent. The Nine-Leaf Sword Master accepted the tribute offered by Chen Changgang, enhancing the Invincible Sword Intent by 10. The system voice echoed, and Chen Changgang At this moment, the Nine-Leaf Sword Grass was astounded. This individual's physique was extraordinary, more terrifying than his father. What could he possibly be? This urine harbored such vital essence, capable of aiding in the restoration of its remnants. Urine as exquisite as nectar, how fearsome indeed, the Nine-Leaf Sword Grass exclaimed in awe. Had it not been injured, it would have undoubtedly transformed and cleaved Chen Changgang into 100 pieces. Yet now, it had altered its mind. It must first restore its health. I am not conceding to this detestable fellow, I am merely enduring humiliation for a greater purpose, it murmured, fervently absorbing the life essence flowing across its surface to replenish its body. Chapter 9 Lu Ruyan, the celestial body of stars. Time flows like water, and the years sing like a melody. Chen Changjian has reached the age of 15. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, today marks the day of my sect's triennial disciple recruitment and grand tournament. I must exert myself to become an inner disciple and forge a bond with Cuihua. Bond with Cuihua, you, came a derisive response. Indeed, Cuihua has promised me that if I become an inner disciple, she will become my partner. Forget it. Your Cuihua has long since chosen another, and you still cling to this foolish hope. I've seen her frequently emerging from Hao Youqian's abode. Impossible, Cuihua loves me, how could she possibly be with Hao Youqian? I refuse to believe it. The young man, upon hearing this, grew anxious and hastily departed the square to seek out Cuihua. Fool, at 30 years of age, you cannot even qualify as an inner disciple, yet you fantasize that Cuihua, with her remarkable allure, would ever look your way. Truly, you are oblivious to your own limitations, another young man muttered. The vast square buzzed with voices, and before a grand stone tablet, a throng had gathered. A middle-aged man surveyed the crowd of youths and bellowed, this generation is truly inferior to the last. You are the most lackluster disciples I have encountered over the years. As his words fell, the crowd lowered their heads. You, and you, he continued, pointing at several individuals, possess commendable talent and appearance. From today forth, you shall serve in the estate of the young master. His gestures, though seemingly random, had been premeditated. As he handpicked 5 female disciples. Instantly, the expressions of the 5 women shifted dramatically. Serve? We are here to cultivate, not to perform menial tasks, one of the women protested fiercely. Elder Dan, I contest this, I am a water god body, I deserve to be a core disciple. Why should I be relegated to the duties of a servant? At this, another woman stepped forward. Shui Bingyue, do you take issue with my decision? Elder Dan's displeasure was palpable. Indeed, as a prodigy of divine physique, I have never been accustomed to serving others, Shui Bingyue retorted boldly. With a swift motion, she was sent flying. Only those who have grown into true prodigies have the right to voice such arrogance. You are fortunate that your father has some connections with me. Otherwise, I would not have allowed you to serve the young master. Depart, you shall be a core disciple. Elder Dan's voice was icy. Unappreciative wretch, lacking in discernment, truly a disappointing specimen. If it were those seasoned disciples, they would have eagerly volunteered to serve the young master, he continued, casting a glance at the remaining 4 women. I have spoken. Do any of you 4 have objections? No, we shall obey the elder's command, the 4 answered in unison. Though they were all endowed with divine bodies and reluctant to serve, the prospect of attending to the young master was a compromise they could accept. They could only hope that he was not a perverse individual with bizarre proclivities for escapades involving locked chambers and other peculiar games. Very well, you shall accompany them. Instruction on your duties will follow. With that, Elder Dan inhaled deeply and turned his attention to another group in the square. Now, let the assessment of those from the affiliated factions commence. If you meet the criteria, you may join the holy sect. First up, Lu family, Lu Ruyan. With a resounding proclamation, a young woman stepped forward to the stone tablet, steadying her breath and placing her hand upon it. Boom! In an instant, the very heavens trembled, and the stone tablet radiated resplendent light, stirring the winds and clouds. The sky darkened, revealing a colossal river of Yin suspended in the cosmos, shimmering brilliantly. A phenomenon. A true phenomenon. You are at the level of divine powers. Elder Dan exclaimed in astonishment. I recognize her. I have heard her name, Lu Ruyan of the Lu family, known for her extraordinary physique. The crowd gasped in awe. It is said that Lu Ruyan possesses a natural phenomenon and is anything but ordinary. They have come to believe it now. This is indeed true. The celestial river flows through the heavens, with myriad worlds adrift within it, as the terrifying power of Yin surges forth. The celestial body of Yin, oh my heavens, this is an unparalleled furnace. The celestial body of Yin. It is said that a woman of such a physique can elevate her cultivation merely by consuming a drop of her essence. Unbelievable. Is this the prodigy the Lu family has kept hidden? Her talent is as fearsome as rumored. The crowd erupted in exclamations, and many elders of the sect arrived to witness the spectacle. Elder Dan was left utterly speechless. The celestial body, at last, the celestial body has appeared. Excellent, excellent, I have high hopes for you. From this day forth, you shall be a true disciple of our sect. As Elder Dan's words echoed, Lu Ruyan felt a pang of disappointment. True disciple? This was not her aspiration. She sought to be a holy maiden. Next, from the Lu family, Lu Shanshur. In contrast to the lively square, the rear mountain of the sect was serene. A young woman paced outside a courtyard, gathering her resolve before finally stepping inside. Within the courtyard, a young man was leisurely sipping wine, clad in white. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, flawless and beyond reproach, reminiscent of a celestial being. The beauty of this young man was unmatched by any in the realm. He was none other than Chen Changzhen. Your beauty surpasses even the most exquisite paintings. Xing Kai has seen the young master. Star Kai lowered her head, too shy to meet Chen Changgen's gaze. He was enchanting, breathtakingly so, having inherited his mother's unparalleled beauty alongside an irresistible charm. It was no wonder he had once been the remedy for countless true disciples' sleepless nights. Xing Kai has arrived. Please, take a seat, Chen Changzhen said with nonchalance. She was the true disciple of the sect, Xing Kai, the possessor of the celestial body of stars, who had previously managed his daily affairs. However, after attaining true disciple status, that role had shifted. Though she often returned to engage Chen Changzhen in discourse, Xing Kai cautiously stood beside him, not taking a seat, instead pouring wine for him. Something seems amiss. Speak your mind, Chen Changzhen urged, sensing her unease. Young master, our sect is to select 3 holy maidens, one of whom must be senior sister Qi. The remaining 2 will compete fiercely. I wish to ask for your assistance in securing my position as a holy maiden, Xing Kai confessed, her voice trailing off. She saw Chen Changgen's influence to facilitate her ascent. Young master, should you assist Xing Kai, I shall repay your kindness abundantly, she added, noting his silence. Desperate to become a holy maiden, she pressed on. Oh, repay, how would you propose to repay me? Chen Changzhen teased, his words momentarily catching her off guard, leaving her at a loss for a response. If the young master helps me, I shall in turn assist you, serving you devotedly once my powers are fully realized. Xing Kai boldly declared, casting aside her reservations. Chen Changjian reached out, grasping her hand and gently placing the wine jug down, then pulling her into his embrace. A mere backdoor is hardly sufficient for my satisfaction. I prefer the grand entrance. As you well know, I can have any woman I desire, but if you wish to become a holy maiden, your offerings must be far more substantial. Chapter 9. Lu Ruyan, the celestial body of stars. Time flows like water, and the years sing like a melody. Chen Chang'an has reached the age of 15. Today marks the triannual disciple recruitment day of our demonic sect, alongside the grand competition among disciples. I must exert myself to become an inner disciple and unite with Cuohua as my Dao partner. With Cuohua, indeed, Cuohua has promised me that if I become an inner disciple, she will be my Dao partner. You might as well give up on that dream. Cuohua has already taken someone else, and yet you still cling to hope. I've seen her frequently leaving the abode of Hao Yuqian. Impossible, Cuohua loves me. How could she be with Hao Yuqian? I refuse to believe it. Upon hearing this, the young man grew anxious. He hastily departed from the square in search of Cuohua. Fool, at your age of 30, you still can't enter the inner sect, yet you dare to think that Cuohua, with her beauty, would notice you? Truly deluded, muttered another young man. The vast square buzzed with voices, crowded before a massive stone monument. A middle-aged man surveyed the throng of youth and exclaimed, truly, this generation is inferior to the last. You are the most lackluster disciples I've seen in years. As his words fell, the crowd lowered their heads. You, and you, he pointed, possess decent talent and pleasing appearances. From today onward, you shall serve in the young master's courtyard. With seemingly random gestures, the middle-aged man had secretly selected 5 female disciples. In an instant, the expressions of those 5 female disciples changed dramatically. Serve, as servants, we have come to cultivate, not to perform menial tasks. Elder Dan, I protest, I am a water god body, deserving of the core disciple status. Why should I do the chores meant for servants? At that moment, a young woman stepped forward. Shui Bingyue, do you take issue with this elder's decision? Elder Dan's displeasure was palpable indeed. As a prodigious figure of divine physique, I have never been accustomed to serving others, nor do I have a penchant for such roles. Bang! With her words, Shui Bingyue was flung away. Only those who have grown into true prodigies have the right to speak. You foolish child, if it weren't for your father's slight acquaintance with me, I wouldn't even consider allowing you to serve the young master. Now, begone, go and act as your core disciple should. What an ungrateful wretch, lacking any sense, truly unremarkable. If those seasoned veterans heard they were to serve the young master, they would have eagerly signed up long ago. He then turned to the other 4 women. I have spoken. Do any of you have objections? No, we shall obey the elder's orders. The 4 women responded in unison. All of them were divine bodies, naturally reluctant to serve, but given that it was the young master, they could reluctantly accept. Now, all that remained was to pray that the young master was not some twisted individual with peculiar tastes for games like escape rooms or candle bondage. Very well, you shall follow them now. They will instruct you on the specifics of your duties. With that, Elder Dan took a deep breath and turned his gaze to another group of individuals in the square. Now, we shall begin the assessment for those from subordinate factions. If you meet the criteria, you may enter the sacred sect. First up, the Lu family, Lu Ruyan. With a loud proclamation, a young girl stepped forward to the stone monument, holding her breath and placing her hand upon it. Boom! In an instant, the entire world trembled, and the monument radiated a dazzling light, stirring the winds and clouds. The heavens changed hue, and a colossal river of the Gradine hung in the starry sky, emitting brilliant luminescence. A portent! There is a portent! You are at the divine powers stage, Elder Dan exclaimed in astonishment. I recognize her. I have heard her name. Lu Ruyan of the Lu family, rumored to possess an extraordinary physique. She truly seems remarkable. Gasps of surprise echoed through the crowd. It was said that Lu Ruyan of the Lu family, affiliated with our demonic sect, was born under extraordinary circumstances, and now they were convinced of its truth. This is real. The celestial river hangs in the sky, vast worlds floating within it, and the terrifying power of the Gradine continues to surge forth, the Gradine's sacred body. My heavens, this is a supreme furnace, the Gradine's sacred body. Legend has it that a woman with such a physique can significantly enhance her cultivation even by merely tasting a drop of her water. Unbelievable, is this the prodigy that the Lu family has kept hidden? Truly, her talent is as formidable as the legends suggest. The crowd gasped, and many elders of the demonic sect gathered to witness. Elder Dan was rendered speechless. A sacred body, at last, a sacred body has appeared. Excellent, excellent, I have high hopes for you. From this day forth, you are a true disciple of our demonic sect. As Elder Dan's words fell, Lu Ruyan felt a tinge of disappointment. True disciple, this was not her desire. She aspired to be a saintess. Next, from the Lu family, Lu Shanshur. Unlike the bustling square, the back mountain of the demonic sect was tranquil. A young woman wandered outside a courtyard, ultimately mustering the resolve to enter. Within the courtyard, a youth was sipping wine, clad in white. He bore a face as handsome as a celestial being, flawless and impeccable, resembling a fallen immortal that no man in the world could compare to him. He was none other than Chen Xiangning, dressed in white as snow, beautiful as a painting. "Young master, Xing Kai has arrived." Xing Kai lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Xiangning's gaze. He was too exquisite, his beauty was breathtaking, perfectly inheriting his mother's unparalleled visage, coupled with an alluring charm, not to mention captivating countless young girls. Even a mere faint smile from him could leave them breathless, unable to resist. Once upon a time, he was the remedy for many true female disciples of the demonic sect during their slumber. "Xing Kai has come, please take a seat," Chen Xiangning spoke with calm indifference. She was a true disciple of the demonic sect, the possessor of the celestial body of stars, previously responsible for his daily affairs. However, after becoming a true disciple, that role had changed, yet she often visited to discuss matters with Chen Xiangning. Xing Kai cautiously stood beside Chen Xiangning, refraining from sitting down, instead pouring wine for him. "Something seems amiss, speak your mind," Chen Xiangning said. Xing Kai's demeanor suggested there was an issue. "Young master, our sect is to select 3 saintesses, one of whom is destined to be senior Sister Qi, but the remaining 2 will need to compete. I implore you to assist me in becoming a saintess." As she spoke, she fell silent, hinting at her desire for Chen Xiangning to use his influence to help her. "Young master, should you aid Xing Kai in her endeavor, I assure you I shall repay your kindness handsomely," Xing Kai added. Noticing Chen Xiangning's silence, she was desperate to become a saintess of the demonic sect. "Oh? Repay, how might you do so?" Chen Xiangning inquired, a teasing glint in his eyes. Her response momentarily stumped her. "I doubt if you help me through the back door, I would ensure to serve you well once my powers are perfected." Chen Xiangning reached out, grasping her hand and setting down the wine jug she held, then pulled her into his embrace. "Simply a back door, I find that unsatisfactory. I prefer to enter through the main gate, you know. I can have any woman I desire. If you wish to be a saintess, you must be ready to pay a much greater price." Chapter 10. Xing Sai her small hands were icy cold. The moment they were touched, it felt as if her sensitive core had recoiled in shock, yet they were still grasped firmly. Chen Xiangning's hand rested upon that delicate little hand, and under the sun's radiant glow, his handsome visage appeared increasingly captivating. "Though I long to serve you wholeheartedly, my young master, you are aware that I cannot falter," she implored. "My cultivation has yet to reach perfection. I cannot afford to lose my primordial yin. I beg your forgiveness, young master." Xing Sai lay in Chen Xiangning's embrace, lifting her gaze to his striking features before lowering her eyes again. She dared not look directly at him, fearing that the sight would further stir her heart. "Is that so? How unfortunate," Chen Xiangning remarked, his tone devoid of anger. He lifted his other hand to gently caress her exquisite face, leaving Xing Sai completely frozen in place. "Kai, do you realize that I am somewhat disappointed?" Chen Xiangning's voice grew increasingly cold. Xing Sai's expression shifted dramatically. Words of absolute zero escaped her lips, a rarity in Chen Xiangning's presence. "Young master, I truly cannot, it would lead to my ruin," she stammered, her heart racing as she struggled to comprehend his intentions. "You were merely a divine. It was I who bestowed upon you the sacred fruit, allowing you to transform into a holy entity. I have given you more than enough. Why do you still covet the position of the saintess? Is the Wanyan sect truly that benevolent? Despite all I have offered, you remain unwilling to betray them." As Chen Xiangning spoke, his hand slid down to Xing Sai's delicate form, which she remained utterly oblivious to. The weight of his words struck her like thunder, shattering her heart. He knew her identity as an undercover agent. How could this be possible? When did you find out?" Xing Sai exclaimed in panic. The large hand wandered over her body, and she belatedly realized her desire to struggle, yet found herself utterly immobilized. "Indeed," Chen Xiangning replied, his demeanor unfazed, as he effortlessly plucked a red plum blossom from the peak of the snowy mountain. This made Xing Sai exceedingly uncomfortable, yet she could not move. "Initially, I considered nurturing your potential. I chose not to kill you because you possess the qualities for joining the Nightshade and hold value for my purposes. But 3 years have passed. I have elevated you from a core disciple to an inner disciple, yet you remain steadfast in your allegiance to the Wanyan sect, yearning for the title of saintess. I am truly disappointed," Chen Xiangning stated matter-of-factly. Xing Sai, lying across his lap, felt immense anguish. Blood began to seep from her chest, cut by an invisible blade of energy. "You know you have been exposed, yet you continue to deceive yourself. You are attached to the days spent by my side, yet fear that your original intentions will be forgotten. Your heart has long wavered, however. In the end, you remain unchanged. Is the Wanyan sect truly so splendid? Xing Xier attempted to speak but found her voice lost. Her blood stained her skirt. Now, consider your punishment. You must provide me with an answer. How will you choose, to be my dog or the dog of the Wanyan sect? Chen Chang'ing said, his bloodied fingers brushing against Xing Xier's crimson lips as if applying lipstick. Young master, Kaya recognizes her mistakes. Kaya recognizes her mistakes. Finally, Xing Xier found her voice, distancing herself from Chen Chang'ing to kneel before him. Agonizing pain surged from her chest, where the tender skin had split open, ravaged by the terrifying energy. Chen Chang'ing carved 2 characters into her chest, female slave. Kaya is willing to serve the young master, to follow him forever. I implore you to grant me this chance, she declared, gritting her teeth in humility. Kneeling, Chen Chang'ing raised his foot to gently lift her chin. Words alone are insufficient. You must demonstrate your commitment through action, he stated. I can reveal many secrets of the Wanyan sect to the young master, Xing Xier replied, contemplating her response, her voice lacking confidence. She was uncertain of what she truly understood about Chen Chang'ing, whose seemingly languid demeanor concealed a depth of awareness. Secrets, only that which others do not know can be deemed a secret. However, I am far more enamored by your tender, fair form. It truly incites a rush of hormones, Chen Chang'ing remarked calmly, his pace unhurried. With his foot still cradling her delicate chin, he swirled a half-filled cup of wine in it. Do you hesitate? Do you truly believe I would trust that losing your primordialine would lead to failure? Chen Chang'ing's words heightened Xing Xier's anxiety. She slowly rose, seemingly resolved. Kaya is willing to serve the young master. Is this what you desire? Here and now, she mustered the courage to inquire. As Chen Chang'ing saw her approach, he pulled her into a tight embrace. I do enjoy a bit of outdoor excitement. It brings about a unique thrill that can elevate one's spirits, he confessed. Xing Xier's face turned ashen as she leaned in, aiming to kiss his handsome face, yet, the sensation was far from pleasant. It felt cold, akin to kissing a block of iron frozen in winter. The difference was, this would not ensnare her. She kissed down his face, her beautiful eyes reflecting a resolute determination. As her throat convulsed, a glimmer of cold light erupted from her mouth, hurtling towards Chen Chang'ing's forehead. Bang! Ah! At the moment Xing Xier attacked, a large hand pierced through her chest. Why, she gasped, blood pouring forth in disbelief. The cold needle she expelled could not penetrate his head, halting just a millimeter from his forehead, ensnared by an overwhelming force. You still refuse to choose me. Am I truly that inadequate? Chen Chang'ing regarded her with indifference. Once a homeless girl, she had been taken in by the elder of the Wanyan sect, nurtured under their care. She could not betray them. Young master, I do like you. If possible, I would wish to follow you, but if I were to betray them, Yang would perish. If there is a next life, I only wish to accompany the young master, she uttered, her alabaster hand falling limp as she breathed her last. Yet, I do not favor you in this manner, Chen Chang'ing declared, discarding Xing Xier's lifeless body to the ground. With a wave of his hand, he seized the cold needle, feeling its chilling aura. This ice-soul silver needle is truly disconcerting. You genuinely wished for us to perish together, he mused, crushing the needle into powder with a firm grip. Bring forth the guards. Xing Xier attempted to assassinate this young master and has been dealt with, he commanded, his voice booming. In response, several guards rushed in, their expressions flustered. The leader hurriedly approached Chen Chang'ing, bowing deeply. We apologize, young master. This is our dereliction of duty. Please, do not be angry. Enough, spare me the empty words to drag her out and display her in Xingtai, for all to see. A spy of the Wanyan sect. The guards, all disciples of the demonic sect, acted out of obligation for task points. They were no match for him. Their claims of protection were mere pretense. His true guardians were the unseen protectors. Should they intervene, he would be in real peril. Upon hearing his orders, the guards swiftly complied, removing Xing Xier's body from the scene. Chapter 11 of the Righteous and Demonic Conference at the Wanyan sect. At the zenith of noon, under a resplendent sun, a young man sat cross-legged atop the sacred mountain, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the tranquil void, and a figure materialized beside him. It was a woman, clutching a shattered soul token in her hand. Xingyan, she spoke, prompting the young man to rise. Has master come for a specific purpose? Xingyang inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. He was deep in his cultivation, and it was unusual for master to ascend this high without pressing matters. Kaya is dead. She was humiliated to death by the young master of the demonic sect, her body displayed on the crucible of the demonic order. The woman's voice quivered as tears welled in her eyes. Her grip on the soul token slackened, revealing the cracked character that once read Kai, now marred to Kai and San. Xingyang's pupils constricted in shock. Sister, no, how could this happen? How could she have been exposed? With trembling hands, he took the fragmented soul token from the woman, tears cascading onto the ground. She did not expose herself. According to insider reports, it was the young master of the demonic sect who, coveting her beauty, attempted to force himself upon her. She resisted, and that led to her tragic fate, the woman stated solemnly. Master, I must go to the demonic sect. Can you take me there? I will slay him and offer his head as a tribute to my sister. I shall avenge her. Xingyang wiped away his tears, his voice hoarse as he pleaded with the woman. She had perished, and he felt compelled to act. That cannot be. The demonic sect is currently on high alert due to this incident. If I were to send you, it would certainly expose you and endanger others. There are ways to confront that young master of the demonic sect, but it ultimately depends on your strength, the woman replied, producing a token. Xingyang looked puzzled. The righteous and demonic token, the emblem of the righteous and demonic conference. Only there will you have the opportunity to confront him, to engage him in battle, but you are too weak. You are in the celestial realm, while the young master is a true king, a prodigy among 10,000, she cautioned, attempting to retract the token. In an instant, Xingyang seized it with determination. Master, please, grant me this chance. I will certainly kill him. What of being a true king? Even if he were a deity, I would slay him. He snatched the token resolutely, driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Alas, Kaire's death pains me deeply as well. Take this, it will allow you to temporarily unleash all your potential, elevating your realm, combined with your solar divine body. It may enable you to contend with him, the woman explained, producing a medicinal pill. Xingyang accepted the pill and immediately knelt in gratitude. Disciple thanks master. No need for such formalities. Kaire was like a daughter to me. Her demise wounds my heart. As an elder, should I take action against that man, it would undoubtedly provoke the might of the demonic sect. Thus, the task of avenging her falls solely upon you, the woman replied, her voice thick with emotion. 3 days later, within the demonic sect, Chen Qiangying continued his training as usual. Shaneng. Shaneng. Suddenly, a voice called out anxiously from outside the courtyard. He quickly halted his practice, rising with a faint smile. Sister, what brings you here? A woman entered, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her beauty striking, her eyes sparkling like gems, fixated on Chen Qiangying. Why have you not sought me out lately? Does seeing me bring you discomfort? Shi Lian inquired, a tinge of reproach in her tone. Ahem, I am engrossed in my training. You have long since broken through to the true king level and are now striving towards the sovereign realm. If I do not exert myself, I will be left far behind, Chen Qiangying replied. Shi Lian, accustomed to this exchange, intertwined her arm with his. Exerting yourself, if your words held any truth, there would be no swindlers in this world. Having grown up together, Shi Lian was well aware of Chen Qiangying's true nature. Ah! Sister does not believe in Qiangying, that truly saddens him. Enough, put away that pitiful expression. I know your tricks, they won't work on me. Chen Qiangying's words were interrupted. As they settled down, Shi Lian continued, did you not say you would keep Xing Kaire around, attempting to sway her and cultivate her as a member of the Knight's Veil to scheme against the Wanyun sect? How did it come to her demise? She attacked me. The Wanyun sect assigned her a mission to either become a saintess or eliminate me, Chen Qiangying explained. Given the current state of the demonic sect, her chances of becoming a saintess are minuscule. She is far too weak. In the celestial realm, there are numerous true kings. She stands no chance. Shi Lian lamented. This was precisely why Xing Kaire sought Chen Qiangying's support. Though the Wanyun sect is formidable, it pales in comparison to the demonic sect, yet it remains a significant power in the ancient realm, with a saint king overseeing it. They are likely targeting me. I am simply too handsome for their liking. They may wish to strike during the righteous and demonic conference, and Xing Kaire is merely a discarded pawn, Chen Qiangying remarked with a hint of vanity. Spare me your self-adoration, Shi Lian rolled her eyes. While you may indeed be handsome, it is certainly not the reason they are acting against you. However, it was inevitable for Xing Kaire to be forsaken. As an undercover agent, falling for a demonic sex demon is a certain path to abandonment. Even if Xing Kaire were to gain my support and triumph in the contest for the saintess title, she would ultimately be cast aside due to her emotional entanglements. Shi Lian whispered. If I am a demonic sect demon, then sister, does that not make you a demonic enchantress? Chen Qiangying exclaimed dramatically. A delicate, pale hand swiftly pinched his ear. Enough chatter, you must come and watch me fight. Shi Lian insisted. Ah, is it my sister's turn? Surely, I need not attend, the outcome is predetermined, you will win, and it is inevitable that you become the saintess. No one can contend with you, Chen Qiangying chuckled, grasping her hand. That was indeed the case before, however. This afternoon, my opponent is Yu Ruo. Ever since she became a true king, her physique has undergone a transformation, and I may not prevail against her. Moreover, even if I were to win, do you not wish to witness it? Do you desire to see me lose? Or perhaps you do not wish to see my glorious ascent as the saintess? Xi Lian retorted, her tone filled with discontent. Chen Xiangyang hastily shook his head. Of course not, sister is the one who cares for me most. If I am to become the saintess, I shall naturally have my dear sister there to support me. Come, let us go and see. Chapter 11 of the Righteous and Demonic Tournament of the Huanyun Sect. At the zenith of midday, bathed in brilliant sunlight, a young man sat cross-legged atop the sacred mountain, absorbing the forces of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a ripple disrupted the tranquil void, and a figure materialized beside him. It was a woman, holding a shattered soul token in her hand. Xingyan, she began, prompting the young man to rise. Has the master come with urgent news? Xingyang inquired, a hint of confusion. He had been immersed in his cultivation, and it was unlike his master to visit without pressing matters. Kair is dead. She was humiliated to death by the demonic sect's young master, and her body now hangs on the demonic sect's execution platform. The woman spoke, her eyes misty with tears. As she slowly loosened her grip on the soul token, the character for Kai etched upon it had cracked, transforming into Kai and San. Xingyang's pupils constricted sharply. Sister, no, how could this happen? How could she have been exposed? With trembling hands, he accepted the fractured soul token from the woman, tears cascading onto the ground. She did not expose herself. According to our intelligence, it was the demonic young master who, entranced by her beauty, attempted to forcibly claim her. She resisted, which led to the revelation of her identity. The woman explained in a solemn tone. Master, I must go to the demonic sect. Will you take me? I want to kill him. I will offer his head as a tribute to my sister. I will avenge her. Xingyang wiped away his tears, his voice hoarse and filled with desperation. She is gone. You must do something. No, the demonic sect is currently on high alert due to this incident. If I send you in, it will undoubtedly expose you and endanger others. While it is not impossible for you to take revenge on that young master, it depends on your own strength, the woman cautioned, producing a token. Xingyang looked perplexed. The righteous and demonic token, the emblem of the righteous and demonic tournament, only there can you hope to confront him and engage in battle. However, you are far too weak. You are at the celestial realm, while your sister's last report indicated that the demonic young master is a true king, a prodigy among 10,000. As she spoke, she prepared to retract the token, but Xingyang immediately reached out and seized it. Master! Give it to me, I will surely kill him. What if he is a true king? Even if he is a god, I shall slay him. He snatched the token with fervor, determined to do whatever it took for revenge. Ah, Kair's death pains me deeply as well. Take this, it will allow you to unleash your full potential for a brief period, elevating you a realm. Combined with your solar divine body, it may enable you to challenge him, the woman said, presenting a medicinal pill. Xingyang accepted the pill and immediately knelt. Disciple thanks the master. No need for thanks. Kair grew up before my eyes, her death wounds my heart, but as her elder, if I were to act against that man, it would surely provoke the demonic sect's strong ones. Thus, this revenge must be yours to undertake. Her voice trembled with emotion, laden with sorrow. Xingyang wiped his tears, choking back his anguish. Master, rest assured, I will avenge my sister. 3 days later, in the demonic sect, Chen Changshang was diligently cultivating as usual. Changshang! Changshang! Suddenly, a voice called out anxiously from outside the courtyard. He hastily halted his training, rising with a faint smile. Sister, what brings you here? A woman entered, clad in a flowing purple dress, her beauty striking, her eyes sparkling like gems as they fixed upon Chen Changshang. Why have you not sought me out lately? Does seeing me bring you unhappiness? Xi Lian asked, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. Cough, I have been cultivating. You broke through to true king long ago and are now striving for the emperor realm. If I do not exert myself, I shall surely be left far behind. Chen Changsheng responded. Xi Lian instinctively linked her arm with his. Exert yourself. If your words were to be believed, there would be no swindlers left in the world. They had grown up together, and she knew him well enough not to take his words at face value. Lazy dog. Cultivating is an exceedingly rare endeavor for you. Sister, do not doubt me. It truly pains me. Enough, put away that pitiful expression. I know you too well, your tricks won't work on me. Chen Changsheng was interrupted before he could finish. As they settled down, Xi Lian continued, Did you not say you would keep Xing Kair around to seduce her, attempting to cultivate her as a member of the Nightfall faction to plot against the Huanyun sect? How is it that she has been killed? She acted against me, receiving a mission from the Wanyun sect to either become a saintess or to kill me, Chen Changsheng replied. Given the current circumstances of the demonic sect, her chances of becoming a saintess are exceedingly slim. She is far too weak. At the celestial realm, there are several true kings among the inner disciples. She stands no chance, Shi Lian sighed. This is precisely why Xing Kaier sought my help. The Wanyun sect's actions are inscrutable, she mused. Though the Wanyun sect could not rival the demonic sect, it was a renowned power in the ancient realm, with a saint king in command. They are targeting me, of course. My charm is simply irresistible. They likely wish to take action against me during the righteous and demonic tournament. Xing Kaier is merely a discarded pawn. Enough of your narcissism. Shi Lian rolled her eyes. Your looks are indeed handsome, but it is certainly not for that reason alone that they would act against you. However, it is inevitable that Xing Kaier would be abandoned. As an undercover agent, falling for a demonic sect prodigy, abandonment is a certainty, she whispered. Even if Xing Kaier were to gain my support and triumph in this contest for the saintess title, she would still be discarded afterward. Because she has become emotionally attached. If I am a demonic prodigy, then does that not make you a demonic enchantress? Chen Changsheng exclaimed dramatically. A delicate, snow-white hand swiftly pinched his ear. Let us not speak of that. You must come watch me fight. Shi Lian insisted. Ah, is it that time already? Surely I need not attend, for the outcome is already yours. You will undoubtedly win. It is inevitable that you become the saintess. No one can rival you. Chen Changsheng chuckled, gripping her hand playfully. Previously, perhaps however, my opponent this afternoon is Yu Ruo, since she became a true king, her physique. Moreover, even if I am assured victory, do you not wish to witness it? Do you wish to see me lose? Do you not want to witness my glorious moment as the newly appointed saintess? Shi Lian's tone was decidedly displeased. Chen Changsheng hastily shook his head. How could that be? You are the best to me, sister. If I am to become the saintess, the young master shall naturally be present to support you. Come, let us go and watch. Chapter 11 of the Righteous and Demonic Conference of the Wanyun sect. At the zenith of noon, under the brilliant sun, a young man sat cross-legged atop the sacred mountain, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a ripple disrupted the serene void, and a figure materialized beside him. It was a woman, clutching a shattered soul token in her hand. Xingyang, she spoke, prompting the young man to rise. Has master come with urgent news? Xingyang inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. He was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, and it was unusual for his master to visit without pressing matters. Kaier is dead. She was humiliated to death by the young master of the demonic sect, her body displayed on the execution platform of the demonic cult, the woman declared, tears glistening in her eyes. As she slowly released her grip on the soul token, the characters inscribed upon it, once vibrant, had now cracked, transforming from Kai to Kai, and San Xingyang's pupils constricted sharply. Sister, no, how could this happen? How could she have been exposed? Trembling, he took the broken soul token from the woman, tears streaming uncontrollably to the ground. She did not betray us. According to insider reports, the young master of the demonic sect coveted her beauty and sought to forcibly possess her. When she resisted, her identity was revealed. The woman spoke solemnly. Master, I must go to the demonic sect. Please, take me there. I will avenge her by taking his head, Xingyang implored, wiping away his tears, his voice raspy with grief. She was gone, and he felt compelled to act. No, the demonic sect is already on high alert due to this incident. If you were to infiltrate, it would surely expose you and endanger others. There are ways to eliminate the young master of the demonic sect, but it depends on your own strength, the woman replied, producing a token. Xingyang looked puzzled at the righteous and demonic token, the emblem of the Righteous and Demonic Conference. Only there will you have the opportunity to confront him directly, but you are too weak. You are but a heavenman realm cultivator, while that young master is a true king, an unparalleled genius amidst thousands, she warned, attempting to retract the token. Without hesitation, Xingyang seized it. Master, give it to me, I will kill him. What does it matter if he is a true king? Even if he were a god, I would slay him, he declared, snatching the token with fervor, resolute in his quest for vengeance. Ah, Kaira's death pains me deeply as well. Take this, it will allow you to temporarily unleash all your potential and elevate your realm. In conjunction with your solar divine body, you may indeed stand a chance against him, she said, handing him a pill. Xingyang accepted the pill and immediately knelt. Disciple, thanks master. No need for thanks. Kaira grew up under my watch. Her death weighs heavily on my heart, but as her elder, I cannot act against that person without provoking the wrath of the demonic sect's stronger members. Thus, the task of revenge falls to you, the woman said, her voice choked with emotion, conveying her sorrow. Rest assured, master, I will avenge my sister, Xingyang vowed, wiping away his tears. 3 days later, within the demonic sect, Chen Chang'e continued his cultivation as usual. Chang'e. Suddenly, a voice called out urgently from outside. He halted his practice, rising with a faint smile. Sister, what brings you here? A woman entered, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her beauty striking, her eyes sparkling like gems as they fixated on Chen Chang'e. Why have you not sought me out lately? Do I bring you discomfort? Qi Lian questioned, a hint of reproach in her tone. Ahem, I have been cultivating. You broke through to true king status early on and are now striving for the royal realm. If I do not exert myself, I shall be left far behind, Chen Chang'e replied. Qi Lian, accustomed to it, looped her arm through his exert yourself. If your words were to be taken at face value, there would be no deceitful individuals in the world. Having grown up together, Qi Lian knew well the truth behind Chen Chang'e's words. Lazy as ever, cultivation is a rare endeavor for you, dear sister. You misunderstand. I am truly dedicated, Chen Chang'e protested, feeling a pang of sorrow at her disbelief. Enough, put away that pitiful expression. I know you too well. Your tricks will not work on me. She interrupted him before he could finish. As they settled down, Qi Lian continued, didn't you say you would keep Xing Kai close, attempting to sway her and cultivate her as a member of the Nightfall faction to scheme against the Wanyun sect? How is it that she has been killed? She attacked me first. The Wanyun sect assigned her a task to either become a saintess or eliminate me, Chen Chang'e explained. Given the current state of the demonic sect, her chances of becoming a saintess are exceedingly slim. She is far too weak, a heaven-man realm cultivator. The true disciples at the true king level are numerous. She stands no chance. Qi Lian lamented. It is precisely why Xing Kai sought my assistance. The actions of the Wanyun sect are inscrutable, she sighed. Though the Wanyun sect may not rival the demonic sect, it remains a significant power in the ancient realm, guarded by sage kings. They are targeting me. After all, my handsomeness must be unbearable for them. They likely wish to strike during the Righteous and Demonic Conference, while Xing Kai was merely a discarded pawn, Chen Chang'e mused. Enough with the self-adoration. Qi Lian rolled her eyes. Your looks may be undeniable, but it is certainly not the reason they are plotting against you. However, it is inevitable that Xing Kai would be forsaken. As an undercover agent who fell for you, a demonic sect prodigy, abandonment was her fate. Even if Xing Kai were supported by me and emerged victorious in the battle for the Saintess title, she would still be cast aside afterward. Because she has allowed her emotions to intertwine, Qi Lian whispered. If I am a demonic prodigy, does that not make you a demonic enchantress, dear sister? Chen Chang'e exclaimed dramatically. A delicate white hand smacked his ear, tugging it playfully. Enough of that, you must come watch me fight, Qi Lian insisted. Is it time for sister's match? You don't need me there, right? After all, the outcome is inevitable. You will win. It is a foregone conclusion that you will become the saintess, as no one can defeat you, Chen Chang'e chuckled. Previously, perhaps, but my opponent this afternoon is Yu Ruo. Since she became a true king, her physique has undergone changes, and I may not be able to overcome her. Besides, even if I were assured victory, do you not wish to witness it? Do you not want to see my glorious moment as the new saintess? Qi Lian voiced her dissatisfaction. Chen Chang'e quickly shook his head. How could that be? You are the one who cares for me most. As for becoming the saintess, this young master shall personally support you. Let us go, now. Chapter 11 of the Righteous and Demonic Conference of the Wanyun sect. At the zenith of noon, the sun shone brilliantly. A young man sat cross-legged atop the sacred mountain, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the tranquil void, and a figure materialized beside him. It was a woman, holding a shattered soul token in her hand. Xingyan, she spoke, prompting the young man to rise. Has master come with matters of urgency? Xingyang inquired. He was deep in meditation, and it was unlikely that his master would ascend to this place without pressing reason. Kair is dead. She was humiliated to death by the young master of the demonic sect, and her body was displayed on the execution platform of the sect. The woman said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The hand that clutched the soul token slowly relaxed, revealing a character inscribed upon it, now fractured, transforming from Kaito Kaian-san. Xingyang's pupils contracted sharply. Sister, no, how could this happen? According to reports from our informants, the young master of the demonic sect coveted her beauty and sought to forcibly possess her. She resisted, which led to her tragic fate, the woman replied solemnly. Master! I must go to the demonic sect, please, take me there, I will avenge her. Xingyang wiped away his tears, desperation etched in his voice. She is gone, and I must act. That is not possible. The demonic sect is already on high alert due to this incident. If you infiltrate, it will surely expose you and endanger others. There are ways to kill that young master, but it depends on your own strength, the woman explained, producing a token. Xingyang was perplexed. The Righteous and Demonic Token, the emblem of the Righteous and Demonic Conference, only there will you have the chance to confront him and engage in battle. However, you are far too weak. You are at the celestial realm, while your sister last reported that the young master is a true king, a peerless genius of extraordinary caliber. she continued, attempting to stow the token away. Without hesitation, Xingyang seized it from her. Master, give it to me, I will surely slay him. What does it matter if he is a true king? Even if he were a god, I would kill him. He grasped the token fiercely. For the sake of vengeance, he would stop at nothing. Ah, the death of Kair pains me deeply as well. Take this. It will allow you to temporarily unleash all your potential and elevate your realm. Combined with your solar divine body, you may yet stand a chance against him, she said, presenting him with a pill. Xingyang received the pill and immediately knelt. Disciple, thanks master. There's no need for that. Kair grew up under my watchful eye, and her death grieves me as well, but as her elder, if I were to confront that man, it would undoubtedly provoke the strong of the demonic sect. Thus, the task of vengeance must fall to you, the woman said, her voice thick with emotion. After 3 days, at the demonic sect, Chen Chang'e continued his training in the courtyard as usual. Chang'e! Chang'e! Suddenly, an anxious voice called out to him from outside. He paused his cultivation, rising with a faint smile. Sister, what brings you here? A woman entered, clad in a flowing purple gown, her beauty striking, eyes sparkling like gems as they fixed on Chen Chang'e. Why have you not sought me out lately? Does seeing your sister displease you? Shi Lian asked, a hint of reproach in her tone. Cough, I have been training. You broke through to true king long ago and are now striving for the imperial realm. If I do not work hard, I will surely be left far behind, Chen Chang'e replied. Shi Lian, accustomed to the intimacy of their bond, linked her arm with his. Working hard, if your words could be trusted, there would be no swindlers in the world. Having grown up together, she was well aware of Chen Chang'e's character. You lazy dog. Training is an exceedingly rare occurrence for you. Ah, you don't believe me, sister, that truly hurts. Chen Chang'e feigned sorrow. Enough, put away that pitiful expression. I know you too well, your tricks do not work on me, she interrupted him. They settled down, and Shi Lian continued, did you not say you would keep Xing Kair close to manipulate her, grooming her to infiltrate the Nightshade faction and scheme against the Wanyun sect? How is it that you allowed her to be killed? She attacked me. The Wanyun sect assigned her a task, either to become a saintess or to kill me, Chen Chang'e explained. Given the current circumstances within the demonic sect, her chances of becoming a saintess are minuscule. She is far too weak, a celestial realm disciple. While there are several true kings among the true disciples, she stands no chance. This is precisely why Xing Kair sought my aid, he added. Shi Lian sighed deeply. Although the Wanyun sect cannot match the power of the demonic sect, it is still a formidable force in the ancient realm, with the Saint King presiding over it. They are targeting me, of course. I am too handsome for their liking. They probably wish to strike against me at the righteous and demonic conference. Xing Kair was merely a discarded pawn, he jested. Enough with the narcissism. Shi Lian rolled her eyes. Your looks may be undeniable, but it is certainly not the reason they have targeted you. Nonetheless, it is inevitable that Xing Kair was abandoned as an infiltrator, developing feelings for a demonic figure like you was bound to lead to her downfall, she murmured. Even if Xing Kair were supported by me and emerged victorious in this contest for saintess, she would eventually be discarded. Because she became emotionally attached. If I am a demonic figure, then does that not make you a demonic enchantress, sister? Chen Chang'e exclaimed dramatically. A delicate white hand landed upon his ear, giving it a sharp tug. Enough of that. You must come watch me fight. Shi Lian insisted. Ah, is it time for you already? Surely, I need not go. The outcome is predetermined. You will win, and it is certain that no one can defeat you, Chen Chang'e chuckled, seizing her hand playfully. That was indeed the case before, however. My opponent this afternoon is Yu Ruo. Since she became a true king, her physique has undergone changes, and I may not be able to defeat her. Moreover, even if victory is assured, do you not wish to witness it? Do you not want to see my glorious ascension as the saintess? Shi Lian's tone reflected her discontent. Chen Chang'e quickly shook his head. That is impossible. You are the best to me, sister. If I am to become the saintess, I must have you there to support me. Let us go see. Chapter 11 of the Righteous and Demonic Conference of the Wanyun sect. At the zenith of noon, with the sun shining brilliantly, a young man sat cross-legged atop the sacred mountain, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the tranquil void, and a figure materialized beside him, a woman, holding a shattered soul token. Xingyan, she spoke, prompting the youth to rise. Has Master come with urgent news? Xingyang inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. He was deep in meditation, and it was unusual for his master to visit without pressing matters. Kair has perished. She was humiliated to death by the demonic sect's young master, her body hangs upon the platform of the demonic sect," the woman said, her eyes brimming with tears. As she spoke, her grip on the soul token relaxed, revealing a crack that marred the character for Kai, transforming it into Kai San. Xingyang's pupils constricted sharply. "Sister, no, how could this happen? How could she have been exposed?" He trembled as he took the broken soul token from the woman, tears cascading to the ground without restraint. She did not expose herself. According to internal reports, it was the demonic sect's young master who coveted her beauty and sought to forcefully possess her. When she refused, it led to her tragic fate, the woman explained somberly. "Master, I must go to the demonic sect, could you take me? I need to avenge her." Xingyang beseeched, wiping away his tears, his voice hoarse with desperation. She was gone, and he felt compelled to act. "That is not possible. The demonic sect is currently under stringent scrutiny due to this incident. If I were to send you in, it would undoubtedly expose you and endanger others as well. There is a way for you to confront the demonic sect's young master, but it hinges upon your own strength," the woman replied, producing a token. Xingyang looked puzzled. "What is this?" "It is the Righteous Demon Order, the token for the Righteous and Demonic Conference. Only there will you have the opportunity to engage him in battle. However, you are far too weak. You are at the Celestial Realm, while your sister's last report indicated that the demonic sect's young master is a true king, an unparalleled prodigy," she stated, preparing to put the token away. Xingyang instantly reached out, seizing it. "Master, please, grant it to me, I will slay him. What does it matter if he is a true king? Even if he were a god, I would bring him down." He snatched the token with fervor, driven by his desire for vengeance. "Alas, Kai's death pains me deeply as well. Take this, it will allow you to temporarily unleash all your potential, elevating you by one realm. Paired with your solar divine body, you may yet stand a chance against him," the woman said, presenting a pill. Xingyang accepted the pill and immediately knelt. "Disciple is grateful to master. There is no need for thanks. Kai grew up under my watchful eye. Her death weighs heavily on my heart. However, as her elder, should I intervene, it would surely provoke the wrath of the demonic sect's stronghold. Thus, the task of avenging her must fall upon you," the woman spoke, her voice thick with emotion, betraying her sorrow. Xingyang wiped away his tears, choking out, "Master, rest assured, I will avenge sister." 3 days later, at the demonic sect, Chen Chang'e was diligently practicing in the courtyard as usual. "Chang'e, Chang'e." Suddenly, a voice called out anxiously from outside. He hastily ceased his training, rising with a faint smile. "Sister, what brings you here?" A woman entered, clad in a flowing violet gown, her beauty striking, eyes sparkling like jewels as they locked onto Chen Chang'e. "Why have you not sought me out recently? Does my presence displease you?" Qilian asked, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Cough, I have been training. You broke through to true king long ago and are now striving for the emperor realm. If I do not exert myself, I will surely be left far behind." Chen Chang'e responded. Qilian instinctively linked her arm with his. "Effort, if your words were to be believed, there would be no swindlers in this world." Having grown up together, Qilian was all too familiar with Chen Chang'e's ways. "You lazy dog. Training is an exceedingly rare endeavor for you." "Ah, sister does not believe in Chang'e, and that truly saddens him," he lamented. "Enough, put away that pitiful expression. I know you too well, your tricks will not work with me." Chen Chang'e's words were cut off as Qilian interrupted. The two took a seat nearby as Qilian continued. "Did you not say you would keep Xing Kai close, attempting to sway her to infiltrate the Knight's Veil and scheme against the Wanyun sect? How is it that she has met her demise?" "She attacked me. The Wanyun sect assigned her a task, either to become a saintess or to eliminate me," Chen Chang'e explained. "Given the current state of the demonic sect, her chances of becoming a saintess are exceedingly slim. She is far too weak, a celestial realm practitioner. There are several true kings among the elite female disciples. She does not stand a chance," Qilian observed, sighing deeply. "Indeed, that is why Xing Kai sought my assistance." "The Wanyun sect's motives are inscrutable," Chen Chang'e replied. "While the Wanyun sect may not match the demonic sect in strength, they are a well-known power in the ancient realm, with a saintly king at their helm. They are targeting me. You see, I am simply too handsome for their liking. They likely aim to strike during the Righteous and Demonic Conference, and Xing Kai was merely a discarded pawn," he mused. "Enough of your narcissism," Qilian rolled her eyes. "While you may be handsome, it is certainly not the reason they have set their sights on you. Moreover, it was inevitable that Xing Kai would be abandoned. As an undercover, falling for a demon of the sect, her abandonment was to be expected. Even if Xing Kai were to receive my backing and triumph in the contest for saintess, she would ultimately be forsaken." Because she has become emotionally attached. If I am a demon of the sect, then sister, you must be a demoness of the sect as well. Chen Shanga exclaimed dramatically. A delicate, snowy hand landed on his ear, giving it a playful tug. No more of that. You must come and witness my battle. Qi Lian insisted. Ah, is it sister's turn now? Surely I need not attend, the outcome is already decided, you will win and become the saintess without doubt, no one can rival you, Chen Shanga chuckled. Perhaps so, but my opponent this afternoon is Yu Ruo. Since she became a true king, her physique has changed, and I may not be able to defeat her even if victory is assured. Do you not wish to attend? Do you want to see me lose? Or perhaps you do not wish to witness my glorious ascension as the saintess? Qi Lian's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Chen Shanga quickly shook his head. How could that be? A sister is the one who cares for me the most. To become the saintess, this young master naturally must be there to support you. Come, let us go and watch. Chapter 12 aligns, as Lu Ruoyan is to break off her engagement with the demon sect. Within the resplendent palace of the heavenly demon palace, a woman gazes around in astonishment, bewildered by her sudden summons to this place. You are Lu Ruoyan? A voice emerges from behind her, causing Lu Ruoyan to startle and swiftly turn around. There, a man and a woman enter, their eyes roving over her delicate form. I pay my respects to the sect master. Lu Ruoyan exclaims. Indeed, you are worthy of being the saint body of the Taiyin, possessing such beauty. To have restrained that extreme power for so long must have been quite arduous, Qi Yaoyao replies, nodding slightly. Chen Fan also casts a few assessing glances. Not bad, though your cultivation leaves much to be desired. Their words leave Lu Ruoyan perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Why do they seem to appraise her as if she were a mere commodity? Lu Ruoyan, you are well aware that your physique is exceedingly suitable for being a furnace cauldron. The Lu family has concealed you for many years, yet they have underestimated their own resources, unable to provide you with much. You must understand that at your current age, being merely in the divine ability realm places you only slightly above those disciples without any background. However, compared to a saint body, you fall significantly short. A 15-year-old saint body should at least be at the true king level. Of course, to develop your physique, you must engage in dual cultivation, as it will allow for rapid growth. Are you willing to become the furnace cauldron for the young master? Upon hearing Qi Yaoyao's words, Lu Ruoyan's expression changes dramatically. To become the furnace cauldron for the young master is naturally the heir of the demon sect, and as the young mistress of the Lu family, she has long heard of his name. Chen Shanggang, rumored to be as pure as snow, akin to an immortal, and a possessor of the supreme demon eyes, such a figure must be a peerless prodigy. He is an existence she looks up to, but if she becomes a furnace cauldron, all her cultivation achievements would belong to another. What meaning would her cultivation hold? Sect Master, do not worry, there are two types of furnace cauldrons. One is subjected to extraction, while the other engages in dual cultivation, mutually beneficial, and you are fortunate to be chosen for the latter. Qi Yaoyao interjects again. Her words, though light, carry an enchanting allure that reverberates in Lu Ruoyan's mind like a seductive melody. The Yin Yang Sacred Classic is exceptionally suited for your Taiyin saint body. If you agree, the Lu family will receive the robust support of the holy sect, and your father's injuries will also be treated. Furthermore, you will not lack for cultivation resources in the future. Within the holy sect, your status will be akin to that of a saintess. Qi Yaoyao continues to entice her. Chen Fan remains silent, merely observing. In terms of appearance, Lu Ruoyan possesses the qualifications to be his son's furnace cauldron, yet, he wishes to investigate her character, though Qi Yaoyao insists there is no time to waste. The esteemed young master of the demon sect, despite his extraordinary talents, is far too languid. They need to find other means to accelerate his cultivation, and the dual cultivation method of the Yin Yang Sacred Classic is quite commendable. With Lu Ruoyan's emergence, it is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Lu Ruoyan is moved by the prospect of the Yin Yang Sacred Classic. Her slow progress in cultivation stems from the Lu family's inability to provide her with potent techniques. If she were to obtain the Yin Yang Sacred Classic and engage in dual cultivation without being extracted, she could indeed grow at a much faster pace. However, Sect Master, I have been betrothed to the eldest son of the Shao family since childhood. This matter of becoming a furnace cauldron, Lu Ruoyan contemplates before speaking truthfully. This is naturally known to me, but do you believe that the Shao family's waste is worthy of you? Are you willing to be bound to a waste for the rest of your life? From the moment Sha Yun was unable to establish his foundation, it was already destined that you belonged to two disparate worlds. Being a companion to such a waste is less favorable than being a furnace cauldron for a stray dog on the street. Upon hearing Qi Yaoyao's words, Lu Ruoyan falls silent again. She has considered breaking off the engagement, yet the betrothal was arranged by her father and the head of the Xiao family. She does not wish to harm feelings over this matter. However, if she does not agree today, she may find it impossible to leave the Heavenly Demon Palace. Returning to the sect master, Lu Ruoyan is willing to become the young master's furnace cauldron, but may I tell my family that I am to be a concubine of the young master? Lu Ruoyan responds thus. She desires to break off the engagement while also not wanting to be labeled as someone who sacrifices for personal gain. She seeks both reputation and fortune. This is up to you. But whether you can become a concubine depends on your own capabilities. I will have Elder Yin return to annul the engagement shortly. Qi Yaoyao declares before turning to leave. Chen Fan furrows his brow. What a predicament. This 3-year agreement cannot fall upon my son. Lin Xiao, the surname Xiao, is indeed the protagonist's surname, and here we are, breaking off an engagement. What a mess. Chen Fan inwardly laments. What troubles you? You have been silent, do you find her lacking? Qi Yaoyao suddenly inquires. Ah, she is too weak. I fear that having her as a furnace cauldron for Chang'an might not be appropriate, Chen Fan responds, somewhat reluctant. He fears the 3-year agreement. The last incident with the Nalan family was infamous. Chang'an is merely at the true king level, while she is at the divine ability realm. With some resources, it should not be a problem. The battle for destiny is imminent, and Chang'an must grow swiftly. If you had previously urged him to cultivate, why would I have to worry so much? Qi Yaoyao remarks, a hint of displeasure in her voice. The supreme demon eyes, along with the ancient sacred body, are 2 formidable gifts residing within one individual. If he were diligent in his cultivation, he would likely have already surpassed the monarch realm, standing as the unrivaled leader of the younger generation. That is not the case. I merely thought that with his mother absent, I should allow him to strive for his own success, making things easier for him. Moreover, I believe breaking off the engagement is not a wise course of action, Chen Fan argues, a sense of concern washing over him that he has lived 2 lives and genuinely fears the emergence of a so-called destined protagonist, a child of fate. Especially now, as the battle for destiny approaches. What is so bad about it? The Xiao family is a mere shadow of its former self. Though they once flourished, they have ultimately declined. Fear not, nothing will come of it. If you are truly concerned, why not just eliminate the Xiao family entirely? No one can touch our holy sect. Qi Yaoyao scoffs derisively. The Xiao family, such a declining clan, truly grows weaker by the year, and before the demon sect, they are not. Trust my words. The Yin-Yang Sacred Classic is the best means for Chang'an's rapid growth. His laziness is a reflection of your upbringing. As a father, you bear considerable responsibility. Qi Yaoyao asserts, leaving Chen Fan with no further argument. Their relationship, forged over more than a decade, has weathered tempests, rendering it remarkably solid. He has no rebuttal, first, unexpectedly uncovering the supreme bone, and now breaking off an engagement. Truly, he has a son of 100 pounds, yet bears only 99 pounds of villainous traits and a single pound of decayed flesh. As a father, he must redouble his efforts, Chen Fan muses to himself. In this moment, he resolves to cultivate with even greater diligence, determined to carve out a promising future for his son. Chapter 13. You could secure the first place, had I not refrained from intervening. The demonic sect. The square was abuzz with voices. Is that not the Grand Senior Sister? She has arrived. Is she about to take the stage? How curious. Who is that handsome man accompanying her? I have never seen him before. Oh no, that is the young master. Bow down to the young master. 99. Someone recognized Chen Chang'e and was taken aback, hastily offering a salute. Chen Chang'e nodded, uttering no words. Clear the way. What are you blocking for? Qilian shouted. As her words fell, the crowd swiftly parted to form a path. Is that truly the young master? He exudes an ethereal aura, resembling an immortal, unlike our demonic cultivators. Damn it, is he a newcomer? Who told you that demonic cultivators must all be rough brutes? The young master has stolen my heart. Master, I wish to bear the young master a child. Would that bother you, Eliang? I've discovered I've fallen for the young master. From this day forth, I no longer know you, and you do not know me. We are through to. I now belong to the young master. Young master, I love you. Do you think I am beautiful? Beautiful, my foot, you with that fat head and big ears? Get lost, I'm sick and just looking at you. A young man retorted to a plump girl. The girl turned around in fury at his words. Ah, how dare you insult this fairy with a fat head and big ears? This fairy will have your life. Falling meteor from Mount Tai, the plump girl, breaking her defenses, unleashed her ultimate move, soaring into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. The crowd erupted into chaos, but Chen Chang'e paid no mind. He was accustomed to it. His perfection garnered attention wherever he went, accompanied by an avalanche of declarations of admiration. Chang'e, why do you always appear so cold and uncommunicative when you step out? Qi Lian inquired softly from the side. The Chen Chang'e at home and the one outside were as different as night and day. What a show-off, I diligently cultivate, and as the young master, if I do not flaunt it when I step out, what is the point of my cultivation? What sort of young master would I be? Chen Chang'e murmured. It's easy to be a show-off, but the feeling of being the center of attention is genuinely exhilarating, all day long, speaking odd phrases and concocting various beverages. Chang'e, you are truly enigmatic. Though Qi Lian did not comprehend what Chen Chang'e meant by showing off, she was unfazed. He often spoke of things she could not grasp. Because I am a genius, I am the world of geniuses, you ordinary folks simply cannot comprehend. Even if I explain, you would not understand. Chen Chang'e chuckled at his smile, akin to sunlight, was utterly captivating, instantly inciting even greater chaos. Ah, the young master smiled. Oh, the young master smiled in my direction. How thrilling, you shouting like that. Who do you think you are? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were sprawled beneath the young master, someone retorted, irritated, but it was to no avail. There were simply too many little fairies enamored with Chen Chang'e. The two ascended the high platform, drawing the gaze of the masses, to the extent that even the battles on the aerial arena attracted little attention. Chen Chang'e settled into his seat, casting a glance at the arena before losing interest and withdrawing his gaze. By your demeanor, it seems you look down upon them. Of course, do you not see who I am? I may be a bit lazy, but I am indeed a true king. Those who cultivate day and night only to achieve true king status now are truly useless, Chen Chang'e scoffed. Qi Lian rolled her eyes beside him. Just keep up the act. Who doesn't know you sleep during the day and secretly cultivate at night? Qi Lian teased. She was merely speaking whimsically, having never truly witnessed Chen Chang'e's nocturnal practice. Honestly, I'm not boasting, they are all rubbish. Chen Chang'e remained disdainful. What he spoke was indeed the truth. In his eyes, the younger generation was truly akin to refuse, too weak, only a true king. Upon realizing that with the elevation of his own realm, the rewards from plucking Qi Lian and old Deng Sul would also increase, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. At this moment, he appeared as a true king, but in reality, his strength had already reached the divine calamity realm. This was unprecedented among the younger generation. The victor of the Holy Sect's Saint Son competition is Qian Shangyue. From this day forth, Qian Shangyue shall be the first Saint Son of our Holy Sect, the second Saint Son shall be Yuan Tianxian, and the third Saint Son shall be Yu Junmo. At this moment, the presiding elder, Qi Zhenjin, proclaimed. As her voice echoed, applause erupted like thunder. On the arena, Qian Shangyue hastily swallowed a medicinal pill, scanning the surroundings before his gaze finally settled on Chen Chang'e. He desires to compete with you, Qi Lian remarked. Something that can be easily handled holds no interest for me, Chen Chang'e replied, then tilted his body, leaning lazily against Qi Lian. Deputy Sect Master, I request a battle with the young master. At this moment, Qian Shangyue spoke up. He clenched his fists, seemingly resolved. On the high platform, Qi Zhenjin, who was preparing for the final battle of the Saint Daughters, was taken aback. To challenge Chen Chang'e, this piqued her interest. That fellow possesses the supreme demon eye. Aside from having defeated Yuan Tianxian 3 years ago, he has not made a move since. Just how powerful is he now? Is he truly only at the true king level, or is he concealing his strength? Chang'e, Shangyue wishes to challenge you, will you accept? Qi Zhenjin inquired. Chen Chang'e, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them once more. He stood up. This was a sign of respect he offered to Qi Zhenjin. Too weak, I have no interest. His nonchalant words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Weak. Qian Shangyue looked at Chen Chang'e's disdainful expression and listened to his dismissive words, his fighting spirit igniting. I have already defeated all the male cultivators of the younger generation within the Holy Sect. I am undoubtedly the best. May I ask the young master, in your eyes, what constitutes the strongest true king? Qian Shangyue inquired. The best, you may claim first place, but that is merely because this young master has not intervened. Chen Chang'e's arrogance was unparalleled, brimming with disdain. Challenges, he held no interest whatsoever. Deng, your subordinate Qian Shangyue has displayed rebellion, feeling dissatisfied and wavering in morale. Please suppress him with absolute strength to quell the turmoil among the troops. Reward Divine Calamity Liquid, Devil Fruit, Divine Calamity Liquid. It has a profound effect on refining the souls and solidifying the bodies of beings of the Divine Calamity realm. Devil Fruit, consuming it may awaken one's physical abilities, leading to a transformation of the physique. The system's voice suddenly resonated, causing Chen Chang'e to raise an eyebrow. What is this? Just as I refused, a task emerges. If you wanted to come, you should have come sooner, but I still wish to battle the young master. I have no regrets in defeat, Qian Shangyue declared, unwilling to yield. He was a rising star. In the past, the strongest disciple of the demonic sect was Yuan Tianxian, who was crushed by Chen Chang'e 3 years ago. He too wished for a challenge. If you wish to battle, go back, swallow some medicinal pills, and rest, then discuss with those two for a joint effort later, Chen Chang'e responded, maintaining his aloof demeanor. His tone and disdain displeased many prodigies, yet no one dared to speak against him. After all, he was the young master, possessing the capital to be arrogant. I may not be the young master's match, but asking the three of us Saint Sons to join forces seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Chen Xiangyue clenched his fists tightly. As fellow prodigies, being looked down upon made him uncomfortable, who hasn't he had their youthful arrogance, his desire to challenge stemmed from wanting to witness the terror of the supreme demon eye and to test his own limits. Beyond that, there were no other intentions. Little did he know, the illustrious moon of demonic shadows was nothing in Chen Xiangyue's eyes. Presumptuous, allowing the three of you to team up is merely to spare you the embarrassment of finding that none of you can withstand even a single strike from this young master. Retreat and recuperate, Chen Xiangyue stated, then sat back down. Qi Lian beside him was taken aback. Has this guy drunk some pride-infused broth today? How can he speak so arrogantly, 1 against 3, are you joking? They are all true kings, Qi Lian questioned. That is only natural. It is time to show them a thing or two, lest old Deng continues to think I cannot fight, Chen Xiangyue responded thus. This was one of his motivations. The primary reason was still the task presented by the system. He had indeed utilized Divine Calamity Liquid, which was exceptionally effective for one at the Divine Calamity level. The newly introduced Devil Fruit piqued his interest, as it could awaken one's abilities. Do you wish to recruit Chen Xiangyue into the Nightshade? Qi Lian seemed to have an inkling and inquired. I do have such thoughts. His physique is suitable for it, and his strength ranks among the younger generation. The Nightshade must have a responsible figure. I prefer to remain hands-off, Chen Xiangyue nodded. This notion was quite reasonable given Chen Xiangyue's current strength and his demonic moon saint body. He was indeed well suited for the Nightshade. Infusing some fresh blood into the Nightshade would be beneficial. You could easily have the sect master bring him into the fold, Qi Lian suggested. No, when facing the young and impetuous, one must conquer them with strength, only then will they willingly submit. Relying on power to suppress them is ultimately not the best approach, Chen Xiangyue chuckled. At this moment, the presiding elder's voice rang out. The next event is the ranking battle among the Saint Daughters. Qi Lian will battle you, Ruo, the two of you. Please ascend the stage promptly. Chapter 13. You may attain first place, but that is only because I have chosen not to intervene. The demonic sect, the square, the atmosphere is alive with fervent voices. Is that not the esteemed senior sister? She has arrived. Is she about to take the stage? How curious. Who is that handsome gentleman accompanying her? I have never seen him before. Oh no, that is the young master. Greetings, young master Chen Xiangyue. Upon recognizing him, some were taken aback and hurriedly paid their respects. Chen Xiangyue nodded, uttering not a word. Make way, what are you crowding around for? Red Lian bellowed. As her voice echoed, the crowd swiftly parted to create a path. Is that truly the young master? He exudes an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being, unlike our demonic practitioners. How absurd, are you new here? Who told you that all demonic cultivators must be rough and uncouth? The young master has captured my heart, dear leader. I wish to bear the young master's child. You wouldn't mind, would you, Liang? I have realized that I am in love with the young master. From this day forth, I no longer know you, and you do not know me. We are broken up, for I now belong to the young master. Young master, I adore you. Do you find me beautiful? Beautiful, you say, you rotund, big-eared oaf, clear off, your very presence sickens me. A youth retorted to a plump girl. The girl, incensed by his words, spun around in fury. Ah, how dare you insult this fairy, calling her big-headed and big-eared? I shall have your head. With a powerful shout, she unleashed her ultimate move, soaring into the sky, causing the ground to tremble. The crowd erupted into chaos, yet Chen Xiangyue remained unfazed. He was accustomed to it. With his perfection, every appearance drew countless gazes and declarations of affection. Xiangyue, why do you always present such a cold demeanor, speaking so little when you are out? Red Lian inquired softly from the side. The Chen Xiangyue at home was a stark contrast to the one who ventured outside. It's all an act. I train diligently, and being the young master, if I do not put on a show when I step out, what was the point of my training? What is the purpose of being the young master? Chen Xiangyue replied quietly. Pretending can attract trouble, but the sensation of being the center of attention is truly exhilarating. You speak of the most peculiar things all day long, and you can even concoct various beverages. Xiangyue, you are indeed a puzzlement, Red Lian remarked, though she did not fully grasp his meaning. Because I am a genius. I am the world of geniuses, you mere mortals cannot comprehend. Even if I explain, you would not understand. Chen Xiangyue chuckled. His smile was as captivating as sunshine, warm and inviting, inciting even greater commotion. Ah, the young master has smiled. Oh, the young master smiled in my direction, how thrilling. Shut your mouth, if one did not know better, they might think you were lying beneath the young master's feet. Some voiced their disdain loudly, but it was of no consequence. The number of admirers for Chen Xiangyue was overwhelming. The two ascended the high platform, drawing the gazes of the crowd, with even the ongoing battles in the sky receiving little attention. Upon taking his seat, Chen Xiangyue glanced at the arena and immediately lost interest, withdrawing his gaze. Your demeanor suggests you look down upon them. Indeed, do they not know who I am? Even if I appear somewhat indolent, I am still a true king. Those who practice day and night, only to reach true king status now, are utterly inept. Chen Qiangying scoffed redly and rolled her eyes beside him. Just keep pretending. Who doesn't know you sleep during the day and secretly train at night? She teased. Her words were mere jest, for she had never truly witnessed Chen Qiangying's nighttime training. Truly, I'm not boasting. They are all worthless. Chen Qiangying maintained his disdainful expression. He spoke truthfully. In his eyes, the younger generation was indeed akin to refuse. So weak, only at the true king level. As he discovered that with his rising cultivation, the rewards for cultivating with Red Lian and Lao Dang also increased, his progress soared like a rocket. Presently he appeared as a true king, yet his actual strength had already reached the divine tribulation realm. This was unparalleled among the younger generation. The final victor of the Holy Sex competition for the Holy Son is Qian Shangyue. From this day forth, Qian Shangyue shall be the first Holy Son of our sect, the second Holy Son shall be Yuan Tianxian, and the third Holy Son shall be Yujun Mo. At this moment, Shi Jinjin's voice boomed from the highest platform. As her words settled, applause erupted like thunder. Qian Shangyue on the arena hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until it finally landed on Chen Qiangying. He wishes to challenge you, Red Lian declared. There is nothing of interest in a mere trifle. Chen Qiangying replied, leaning against Red Lian, exuding an air of languor. Vice Sect Master, I request a duel with the young master. At that moment, Qian Shangyue spoke up, his fists clenched, as if resolved to a certain determination. On the high platform, Shi Jinjin, who was preparing for the final battle of the Holy Maidens, was taken aback. A challenge to Chen Qiangying? This piqued her interest. That fellow possesses the supreme demon eye. Since defeating Yuan Tianxian 3 years ago, he has not fought again. How strong is he now? Is he truly only at the true king level, or is he concealing his power? Qiangying, Shangyue wishes to challenge you. Will you accept? Shi Jinjin inquired. Chen Qiangying, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them once more. He rose to his feet, a gesture of respect towards Shi Jinjin. Too weak, I have no interest. His indifferent words astonished the entire assembly. Weak? Qian Shangyue gazed at him, his disdainful expression igniting his fighting spirit. I have already defeated all the young male cultivators of the Holy Sect. I am undoubtedly the strongest. May I ask, young master, in your eyes, what constitutes the most powerful true king? Qian Shangyue queried. First, you may achieve first place only because I have chosen not to make a move. Chen Qiangying declared, his arrogance unparalleled, entirely dismissive. Challenges held no allure for him. Ding, your subordinate Qian Shangyue has rebelled, feeling discontent, shaking the morale of the army. Please suppress him with absolute strength to quell the unrest. Rewards include divine tribulation liquid and demon fruit. The system's voice suddenly resonated, causing Chen Qiangying to raise an eyebrow. What nonsense is this? I just declined, and now a task appears? If you wish to fight, you ought to have come sooner. But I still wish to duel with the young master. Defeat would hold no regrets, Qian Shangyue replied, unwilling to back down. He was a rising star. Previously, the strongest disciple of the demonic sect was Yuan Tianxian, who had been crushed by Chen Qiangying 3 years ago. He yearned for a challenge. If you wish to fight, return to take some pills, rest, and then discuss it with the two of them. We shall go together at that time, Chen Qiangying responded, remaining true to his demeanor. His tone and disdain displeased many prodigies, yet none dared to voice their grievances, for he was the young master, possessing the capital to be arrogant. I may not be a match for the young master, but suggesting that the 3 of us holy sons take him on seems rather presumptuous? Qian Shangyue clenched his fists tightly. As peers, being looked down upon irked him, who hasn't he been young and impetuous. His desire to challenge stemmed from 2 reasons. The first, to witness the terror of the supreme demon eye, and second, to test his own limits. Beyond that, he harbored no ulterior motives. Little did he expect, the illustrious demon moon sacred body he possessed would be deemed insignificant in Chen Qiangying's eyes. Presumptuous, allowing the 3 of you to face me together is merely a precaution, for I fear that none of you could withstand even a single strike from me. With that, Chen Qiangying took his seat once more. Red Lian beside him was taken aback. Has this fellow consumed some prideful elixir today? Why is he speaking so arrogantly? 1 against 3, are you jesting? They are all true kings. Red Lian questioned in confusion. Naturally, I should demonstrate my capabilities to them, lest Lao Deng continue to think I am incapable of fighting. Chen Qiangying replied. This was one of his objectives. The primary reason was the task presented by the system. He had used the divine tribulation liquid before, it was indeed beneficial for a being at the divine tribulation level. The newly emerged demon fruit, which could awaken divine abilities, piqued his interest greatly. Do you wish to recruit Qian Shuanyue into the Nightshade? Red Lian seemed to have an epiphany and asked. I entertain such thoughts. His physique is suitable for it, and his strength ranks among the younger generation. The Nightshade must have a responsible figure. I still prefer to be hands-off. Chen Qiangying nodded. This reasoning was acceptable. Considering Qian Shuanyue's current strength and his demon moon-sacred body, he was indeed quite fitting for the Nightshade. Injecting some fresh blood into the Nightshade could be beneficial. You could certainly have the sect master bring him into the fold. Red Lian suggested. No. When dealing with the young and impetuous, one must conquer them with strength, only then will they willingly submit. Using power to suppress them is ultimately not the best approach, Chen Qiangying replied with a smile. At that moment, the elder's voice echoed, Next, we shall commence the ranking battle between the holy maidens. Red Lian shall face you Ruo. Please both of you ascend the stage promptly. Chapter 13. You can claim the first position, but that is only because I have yet to intervene. The demonic sect, the square is teeming with voices. Oh, is that not the eldest senior sister? The eldest senior sister has arrived. Is she about to take the stage? How strange. Who is this handsome man accompanying her? I have never seen him before. Oh no, that's the young master. Bow to the young master 99. Someone recognized Chen Qiangying, startled, and hurriedly paid their respects. Chen Qiangying nodded slightly, saying nothing. Clear some space. What are you blocking for? Qilian shouted. As her words fell, the crowd swiftly parted to create a path. Is that really the young master? He exudes an ethereal aura, like a celestial being, unlike our demonic cultivators. You must be joking. Are you new here? Who told you that all demonic cultivators must be rough brutes? The young master has captured my heart and dear leader. I wish to bear a child for the young master. You wouldn't mind, would you? Liang, I have discovered that I have fallen for the young master. Starting today, I no longer know you, and you no longer know me. We have broken up. I am now devoted to the young master. Young master, I love you. Do you think I am beautiful? Beautiful, you say, you rotund fool. Get out of my sight. I am disgusted just looking at you. A young man retorted to a plump girl. The girl turned around immediately, fury blazing in her eyes. Ah, how dare you call this celestial maiden rotund? I shall slay you. The meteor of Taishan descends. The plump girl, breaking her defenses, unleashed her ultimate move, soaring into the sky, shaking the earth in an instant. Chaos erupted in the crowd, but Chen Qiangying paid no mind. He was accustomed to it. His perfection drew attention wherever he went, accompanied by an avalanche of confessions. Qiangying, why do you always appear so cold and aloof when you are out? Qilian inquired softly from the side. The Chen Qiangying at home and the one who steps out are like two entirely different individuals, just showing off. I diligently cultivate and bear the title of young master. If I do not flaunt it when I am out, what is the point of my cultivation? What use is being the young master? Chen Qiangying muttered. Showing off may attract attention, but that feeling of being in the spotlight is genuinely exhilarating. All day long, spouting bizarre phrases and concocting various drinks. Qiangying, you are truly enigmatic. Although Qilian did not understand what Chen Qiangying meant by showing off, she found it quite typical of him. It is simply because I am a genius. I am the realm of genius. You ordinary folk cannot comprehend. Even if I told you, you would not grasp it. Chen Qiangying chuckled at his smile, radiant as sunlight, captivated onlookers, inciting further commotion. Ah, the young master smiled. Oh, the young master smiled at me. What a thrill, you shrieking fool. One might think you were lying beneath the young master. Someone scoffed, loudly reprimanding, but it was of no use. There were simply too many admirers of Chen Qiangying. The duo ascended the high platform, drawing the gazes of the crowd, overshadowing even the battles taking place in the arena above. Chen Qiangying took his seat, glanced at the arena, and immediately lost interest, retracting his gaze. From the looks of it, you seem unimpressed by them. Of course, do you not know who I am? I may be a bit lazy, but I am indeed a true king. These cultivators, who toil day and night, only now becoming true kings, are utterly useless. Chen Qiangying scoffed. Qilian rolled her eyes beside him. Keep pretending. Who doesn't know that you sleep during the day and secretly cultivate at night? Qilian teased. Her words were merely jest, for she had never truly witnessed Chen Qiangying's nighttime cultivation. I am not boasting, they are all trash. Chen Qiangying remained disdainful. In his eyes, the younger generation truly resembled nothing but refuse. So weak, only a true king. Upon realizing that as his realm ascended, the rewards from plundering Qilian and Old Deng would also increase, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. To all appearances, he was a true king, but in truth, his strength had already reached the divine cataclysm realm among the younger generation, that was truly unparalleled. The final victor of the Holy Sect's Holy Sun competition is Qian Shuanyue. From this day forth, Qian Shuanyue shall be the first Holy Son of our sect, the second Holy Son is Yuwen Tianxian, and the third Holy Son is Yujun Mo. At that moment, on the highest platform, Xi Jinjin proclaimed. As her words echoed, applause thundered like a storm. Qian Shuangyue on the arena hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill, casting a glance around before finally locking eyes with Chen Qiangying. He wishes to compete with you, Qi Lian remarked. There is nothing of interest in easily defeated opponents, Chen Qiangying replied, leaning lazily against Qi Lian. Deputy Sect Master, I request to battle the young master. At this moment, Qian Shuangyue spoke up, clenching his fists as if resolved to a certain determination. On the high platform, Xi Jinjin, who was preparing for the final battle among the holy maidens, felt a sense of surprise. A challenge to Chen Qiangying. This piqued Xi Jinjin's interest. That individual possesses the supreme demon eye, and aside from defeating Yuan Tianxian 3 years ago, he has not fought since. Just how strong is he now? Is he truly just a true king, or is he concealing his power? Qiangying, Shuangyue seeks to challenge you, will you accept it? Xi Jinjin inquired. Chen Qiangying, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them once more. He stood up, a gesture of respect towards Xi Jinjin. Too weak, I have no interest. His indifferent words left the entire audience in shock. Weak, Qian Shuangyue, gazing at the disdainful expression and hearing the dismissive words, felt his fighting spirit surge. I have already defeated every young male cultivator of the holy sect. I am undoubtedly the strongest. May I ask, young master, in your eyes, what constitutes the strongest true king? Qian Shuangyue questioned. The strongest, if you can claim the first position, it is merely because I have chosen not to intervene. Chen Qiangying, brimming with arrogance, regarded him with utter disdain. Challenges, he had no interest whatsoever. Ding, your subordinate Qian Shuangyue has shown signs of rebellion, feeling unsatisfied, and shaking the morale of the troops. Please suppress him with absolute strength to quell the unrest. Reward Divine Cataclysm Liquid, Devil Fruit. Divine Cataclysm Liquid. It has tremendous effects in refining the souls of beings in the Divine Cataclysm realm and consolidating divine bodies. Devil Fruit. Upon consumption, it has a chance to awaken a physical divine ability, leading to a transformation of the physique. The system's voice suddenly echoed, causing Chen Qiangying to raise an eyebrow. What is this? Just after refusing, a task appears. If you wanted to come, you should have come sooner, yet I still wish to battle the young master. Defeat would be no regret, Qian Shuangyue said, unwilling to relent. He was a rising star. Previously, the strongest disciple of the demonic sect was Yuan Tianxian, yet 3 years ago, Yuan Tianxian was crushed by Chen Qiangying. He too wished for a chance to challenge. If you wish to fight, go back, swallow some medicinal pills, take a rest, and then discuss with those two. You may come together later. Chen Qiangying responded, still maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. His tone and disdain displeased many prodigies, yet none dared to speak out, for he was the young master, possessing the capital to be proud. I may not be the young master's opponent, but for the young master to suggest we 3 holy sons fight together seems rather overconfident. Qian Shuangyue clenched his fists tightly. Being a fellow prodigy, he felt slighted by the contempt. Who hasn't he been young and impetuous? His desire to challenge stemmed from wanting to witness the terror of the supreme demon eye and to test his own limits. Beyond that, he held no other intentions. Little did he expect that the illustrious figure of the demon moon holy body would be regarded as nothing in Chen Qiangying's eyes. Overconfident, allowing all 3 of you to join forces is merely to spare you the embarrassment of being unable to withstand even a single blow from this young master. Go down and nurse your injuries, Chen Qiangying declared before taking his seat once more. Qi Lian was taken aback. Has this fellow consumed some pride-infused broth today? Why is he speaking so arrogantly? 1 against 3, are you jesting? They are all true kings, Qi Lian questioned with confusion. That is only natural. It is time to reveal some skills, lest old Deng continue to think I am incapable of fighting. Chen Qiangying replied this was one of his purposes. The primary reason was indeed the mission issued by the system. He had previously used the Divine Cataclysm Liquid, which was genuinely effective for someone in the Divine Cataclysm realm. The newly introduced Devil Fruit, which could awaken divine abilities, genuinely piqued his interest. Do you intend to recruit Qian Shuangyue into the Knight's Veil? Qi Lian seemed to have an epiphany and inquired. I have that intention. His physique is suitable, and his strength ranks among the younger generation. The Knight's Veil needs a leader. I prefer to remain hands-off. Chen Qiangying nodded. This notion was indeed plausible. Given Qian Shuangyue's current strength and his demon moon holy body, he was quite suitable for the Knight's Veil. Infusing some fresh blood into the Knight's Veil would also be beneficial. You might as well have the sect master bring him into the fold, Qi Lian suggested. No, when dealing with the young and impetuous, one must conquer them through strength, only then will they willingly submit. Using power to suppress them is ultimately not the best approach. Chen Qiangying smiled. At that moment, the elder presiding over the event spoke. Next, we shall proceed with the ranking battle among the holy maidens. Qi Lian will face Yurua, the 2, please ascend the platform promptly. Chapter 14 The divine body of heavenly sound. It is your destiny to be this way. Qi Lian faces off against Yurua. Please, both of you, ascend the stage swiftly. As the words fell, a figure leaped onto the arena. First it was a woman, dressed in a flowing blue gown. She moved with grace, descending upon the ethereal arena like a blue butterfly. She gazed towards Chen Changgung, a hint of a smile gracing her delicate, oval face, her enticing cherry lips parting slightly to emit a voice like silver bells. Senior Sister Qi, are you not coming up? Surely, you do not intend to relinquish the position of the first holy maiden to Yurua. I would be most grateful. Although Yurua appeared to be addressing Qi Lian, her eyes were subtly fixed on Chen Changgung. Yet, he did not meet her gaze. His thoughts of her were rather indifferent. Were it not for Qi Lian pulling him along in their childhood, they would have remained strangers. That can be arranged, but you must first defeat me, Qi Lian declared, stepping into the void towards the arena. We still have to fight? That sounds rather challenging, senior sister. Why not show some mercy? Yurua replied, her words laced with an enchanting charm that could easily ensnare the mind. An imperceptible divine power enveloped Chen Changgung, shielding him from her bewitching influence. Upon hearing that Yurua's divine body of heavenly sound had undergone a transformation, granting her the ability to compete with the holy body, Qi Lian was eager for the challenge. As she spoke, a terrifying heat radiated from her, igniting the void beneath her long legs into fierce flames. Heavenly fire, holy body! In an instant, the temperature in a radius of thousands of miles surged, yet once Qi Lian entered the arena, the overwhelming heat dissipated like mist. Indeed, senior sister's heavenly fire holy body is formidable. Now, I shall make my move. With a hum, Yurua conjured a zither, embracing it as she hovered above the arena, her fingers deftly plucking the strings. Terrifying musical notes transformed into long swords, slicing through the air. Heavenly fire seal! Boom! Qi Lian formed a massive seal with her hands, a colossal wall of fire stretching across the entire arena, establishing an impenetrable defense. Little Ruarua, while your melodic attacks are indeed elusive, if I close my six senses, you shall find it impossible to disturb my primordial spirit. Qi Lian swiftly altered her hand seals, the firewall advancing relentlessly. Yurua raised an eyebrow, for her notes, transformed into sword-like energies, were extinguished upon touching the wall, the terrifying laws of fire rendering them powerless. Senior sister, I have the honor of performing Dream of 3000. Please, indulge. With a resounding twang, the zither's high notes suddenly softened into a gentle melody, reminiscent of a lullaby sung by a mother. Rockabye, rockabye, to grandma's bridged by the heavens. I dreamt of my great-grandmother. Everyone, seal your six senses. Should you be influenced, you shall sink into a dream from which none can rescue you. A senior elder's voice thundered from the high platform. Instantly, the crowd jolted awake from their fleeting dreams, startled. The very formation surrounding the arena exuded an influence so profound. Indeed, the divine body of heavenly sound was as fearsome as rumored. In the distance, Qian Shangyu, recovering from injuries, glanced intermittently at Chen Changgung, her expression growing ever more intricate. Such a terrifying dream technique could not possibly affect the young master. How strong could he truly be? Qian Shangyu murmured softly beside her. Yuan Tianxian patted her shoulder. Buddy, you've put me in a terrible position, he whispered. I merely wished to test the waters. 3 years ago, when Brother Yuan fought the young master, they battled for over an hour. Now I wish to see for myself the extent of the Supreme Demon Eye. By the way, Brother Yuan, during your battle with the young master 3 years ago, did you manage to force out his divine abilities? How formidable is the Supreme Demon Eye? Qian Shangyu inquired. 3 years ago, he was injured and in seclusion, thus he did not participate and could not witness Yuan Tianxian's duel with Chen Changgung. All he knew was that Yuan Tianxian had fought for an hour on the arena, a topic of much discussion among the crowd. An hour of bloodshed? You overestimate me. Yuan Tianxian exclaimed incredulously. You haven't seen the projected images, have you? The young master has decreed that such tales must not be spread, so it's understandable that you haven't heard. What bloodshed for an hour? I was merely battered for an hour. That terrifying opponent never struck, he just kept dodging until I was knocked down with a single punch, my hair not even ruffled. So, what was it really like? Did Brother Yuan manage to force out the magic eye's abilities? Force out? You must be joking, Qian Shangyu, you're seeking death while dragging me into it. You think too highly of Yuan Tianxian. He just took a punch, that's all. At that moment, a young man approached, exclaiming, just took a punch? How is that possible? Qian Shangyu was taken aback. In the same realm, the demon war body could hardly withstand a single blow. Are you truly not deceiving me? Qian Shangyu remained skeptical, fully aware of Yuan Tianxian's might. Bah! Only fools like you would believe the young master is merely at the true king level. He is likely at the emperor level. Yu Junemo spat dismissively. He never believed Chen Changgung would boast. Such actions indicated a certainty of victory. Let me think quietly, Chen Shangyu murmured, her expression one of incredulity as she scrutinized Chen Shanggung once more. No matter how she looked, he appeared to be a true king. In a secluded courtyard of the demon sect, Bingyu, why do you refuse to become the young master's attendant? A woman inquired, gazing at Shui Bingyu. Grandmother, as a divine body and the eldest daughter of the Shui family, how could I serve as someone as attendant? Even if he is the young master, I have no desire for such servitude. I have no inclination to cater to others. The elder Dan truly is something. He dares to claim a close relationship with my father, risking punishment to grant the young master an additional spot, allowing me the chance to be selected. How could you possibly, you foolish girl, you infuriate me. The elderly woman was exasperated, raising her hand as if to strike Shui Bingyu but restrained herself seeing her grandmother's reaction. Shui Bingyu's eyes reddened. Grandmother, I do not understand. We possess hands and feet, capabilities of our own. Why must we humble ourselves and beg others? Do you think that if I serve him, that lofty figure will elevate our Shui family to greatness? Impossible, such a person would merely toy with us. I, Shui Bingyu, am a naturally gifted divine body. Wherever I go, I shall soar like a phoenix. Shui Bingyu declared her sentiments, exuding a pride that refused to bow to others. She was determined to grow stronger with dignity through her own efforts. You are mistaken, you remain ignorant. Have you ever met the young master? Do you know how exceptional he is, how powerful? The elderly woman questioned. Isn't it just the supreme demon I? Merely a legend, unseen by anyone. Does that automatically make him an unparalleled genius? True strength is earned step by step. Talented prodigies are as numerous as the fish in the river. Not everyone can overshadow the world. Shui Bingyu countered. Though her talents might not match others, she firmly believed that with conviction, she could become a true powerhouse. Foolish, short-sighted, do you truly think the young master is merely the supreme demon I? Forget everything else, just his name alone is one that all contemporary beings can only gaze at from afar. His words can determine the future of the Shui family. The young master possesses the bearing of an emperor. There are even rumors of him achieving an immortal status. Do you know what that implies? And his father, Vice Master Chen, a favored sage king of the master, not yet 200 years old. How many in the ancient realm can match him? He is a being with the potential to become an emperor. In the entire demon sect, the strongest among the Sate realm is undoubtedly Chen Fan, the youngest with the greatest potential and immense power. Such a descendant, others would be clamoring to curry favor with him. Alas, your father leveraged every connection to allow you to indulge your whims, yet you squandered it all. It is your fate to be this way. With a disappointed sigh, the elderly woman turned to leave, not casting another glance at Shui Bingyu. Watching her grandmother's despondent figure depart, Shui Bingyu clenched her fists tightly. You may not be right. Relying on others is ultimately inferior to growing strong on my own. I, Shui Bingyu, will show you that I do not need him to become powerful. One day, the world shall know the name Shui Bingyu. She murmured to herself, striding towards the arena, eager to witness the so-called young master and the brilliance that compelled so many elders to seek his favor. Chapter 14, The Celestial Sound Divine Body, It is Your Destiny. Qi Lian, step forth to face Yu Ruo. Both of you, please ascend the stage swiftly. As the words fell, a figure leaped onto the arena with grace. It was a woman, clad in a flowing blue dress, her form light and airy, akin to a blue butterfly alighting upon the void arena. She cast her gaze towards Chen Shanggung, a delicate smile gracing her exquisite oval face, her alluring cherry lips parting slightly to produce a voice reminiscent of silver bells. Sister Qi, are you not coming up? Surely, you do not intend to relinquish the position of the first saintess to Yu Ruo. I would be most grateful if you did. While Yu Ruo appeared to be addressing Qi Lian, her true intent was to observe Chen Shanggung. He averted his gaze, harboring no particular thoughts towards her. Had it not been for Qi Lian's insistence in their youth, their paths would have never crossed. I might indeed concede, but only if you can defeat me first, Qi Lian declared, stepping lightly towards the arena. Must we truly engage in combat? That seems quite challenging, sister. Why not show some mercy? Yu Ruo suggested, her words imbued with an enchanting power that threatened to ensnare the minds of those who listened. A subtle divine force enveloped Chen Shanggung, effectively shielding him from her enchanting influence. I have heard that junior sister Yu's celestial sound divine body has undergone a transformation, granting her the ability to contend with the saint body. Then let us see how it fares, Qi Lian proclaimed, radiating an aura of formidable heat. The space beneath her long legs ignited with terrifying flames. Heavenly fire saint body. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of several thousand miles surged dramatically, yet as Qi Lian took her place on the arena, the overwhelming heat dissipated into nothingness. Sister's heavenly fire saint body is indeed fearsome. I shall make the first move. With a hum, Urua summoned a zither. She hovered above the arena, continuously plucking its strings, unleashing terrifying notes that transformed into sword-like waves slicing through the air. Heavenly Fire Seal. With a resounding crash, Qilian formed a massive firewall that spanned the entire arena, establishing an absolute defense. Little Ruo, your melodic attacks may be difficult to counter, but as long as I close off my 6 senses, you shall not be able to disturb my primordial spirit. Qilian swiftly altered her hand seals, and the firewall pressed onward. Urua raised an eyebrow, watching as her note-generated sword energy was annihilated upon contact with the formidable laws of fire. Sister Lien, I am fortunate to have learned a peace title Dream of 3000. Allow me to present it. With a melodious pluck, the zither's high notes transformed into soft, gentle tones, reminiscent of a lullaby sung by a mother. Rockabye, rockabye, to grandmother's bridge. Suddenly, the elder atop the platform bellowed, silence. If you are affected, you shall be lost within a dream, and none can save you. Instantly, the crowd awakened from their light slumber, startled by the elder's command. The celestial sound body was indeed formidable, capable of reaching them even from afar. In the distance, the healing Qian Shangyu occasionally glanced at Chen Changgung, her expression growing more intricate. Such a terrifying dream technique could not affect the young master. How powerful could he possibly be? Qian Shangyu pondered. Beside her, Yuan Tianxian clapped her shoulder. You've put me in quite a predicament, my friend, he whispered. I merely wished to test the waters. 3 years ago, Brother Yuan battled the young master for over an hour. I too wish to witness the prowess of the Supreme Demon Eye, he said. By the way, Brother Yuan, during your hour-long duel, did you manage to force out any of his divine abilities? What of the Supreme Demon Eye? Qian Shangyu inquired, having missed the previous battle. An hour of bloodshed, you overestimate me. Yuan Tianxian chuckled. You haven't seen the projection, have you? The young master issued a decree against falsehoods, and no one dared to spread rumors. It's quite normal that you didn't witness it. He shook his head, finding the notion laughable. An hour of bloodshed, I was merely on the receiving end of a brutal lesson. That formidable individual didn't even strike back. He simply evaded until he finally landed a single blow that sent me sprawling, not a hair out of place. So, what truly transpired? Did Brother Yuan succeed in forcing out the power of the Demon Eye? Force out? Are you out of your mind, Chen Shangyu? You're digging your own grave and dragging me down with you. You overestimate Yuan Tianxian. He simply took a hit. At that moment, a young man approached, exclaiming, "What you say is astonishing." His words left Qian Shangyu astounded. Just a single blow? How is that possible? In the same realm, how could the heavenly demon battle body not withstand even one strike? Surely, you jest. Qian Shangyu struggled to believe it, fully aware of Yuan Tianxian's strength. Pa! Only fools like you would believe the young master is merely at the true king realm. He is likely already at the level of a sovereign. Yu Jun Mo spat, never doubting Chen Changgung's capabilities. Just allow me to reflect on this, Qian Shangyu murmured, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized Chen Changgung anew. No matter how she viewed him, he seemed to embody the essence of a true king. Within a small courtyard of the demon sect, Bingyu was questioned by an elderly woman. Why do you refuse to serve as the young master's attendant? Grandmother, as a dignified divine body and the eldest daughter of the Shui family, how could I lower myself to be someone else made? Even if he is a young master, I hold no interest. I have no desire to serve others. Shui Bingyu retorted, growing increasingly agitated, yet the elderly woman's frustration reached a boiling point. Foolish girl! Do you even realize what you are missing? I had to plead and take risks to persuade Elder Dan to grant the young master an additional slot, allowing you the chance to be selected. How could you foolish girl, you infuriate me! The elderly woman, in her fury, raised her hand to strike Shui Bingyu but restrained herself. Seeing this, Shui Bingyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Grandmother, I do not understand. We are capable individuals, why must we grovel for favors? Do you believe that by serving him, he will elevate our Shui family? It is impossible, such a person would only toy with us. I, Shui Bingyu, am a born divine body. Wherever I go, I will soar high. She declared, her pride unwavering. She refused to bow before others, determined to grow stronger with dignity. Foolishness! A frog in a well. Have you ever seen the young master? Do you know how exceptional and powerful he truly is? The elderly woman pressed. Is he not merely the Supreme Demon Eye? That is but a legend, unseen by anyone. Must he be an unparalleled genius? True strength is earned through perseverance. Talented prodigies are as numerous as the stars, yet not all can dominate the world. Shui Bingyu countered, believing that her conviction alone could elevate her to true strength. Foolish! Short-sighted, do you truly believe the young master is merely the supreme demon without mentioning anything else? His very name is beyond the reach of all contemporaries. One word from him could shape the future of the Shui family. The young master possesses the demeanor of an emperor, and it is rumored that he is destined for ascension. Do you comprehend what that signifies? And his father, Deputy Sect Master Chen. He is a revered sage king favored by the sect master, a sage king under 200 years of age. How many in the ancient realm can match him? He is a being with the potential to become an emperor. In the entire demon sect, the strongest at the sage realm is none other than Chen Fan, the youngest with the greatest potential and unparalleled influence. Such a descendant, others would be eager to curry favor with. Alas, your father has exhausted all his connections to afford you this opportunity, and yet you squander it with your temper. It is your fate. With that, the elderly woman sighed in disappointment and turned away, no longer casting a glance at Shui Bingyu. Shui Bingyu watched her retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly. You may not be correct. To rely on others ultimately pales in comparison to becoming strong on one's own. I, Shui Bingyu, shall prove to you that I can become powerful without his aid. One day, the world shall know my name. She murmured, setting her sights towards the arena, eager to witness the astonishing prowess of the so-called young master, who drew so much admiration from her elders. Chapter 14 The Divine Body of Heavenly Sound. It is your fate, Qilian. Prepare to face Yoruo. Kindly ascend the stage promptly, the voice declared. As the words echoed, a figure gracefully leaped onto the arena. It was a woman, clad in a flowing blue dress, her form light and delicate. Descending upon the ethereal platform like an azure butterfly, she cast her gaze in the direction of Chen Changgang, a hint of a smile gracing her exquisite, oval face. Her alluring cherry lips parted slightly, producing a voice as melodious as silver bells. Sister Qilian, are you not coming up? Do you intend to relinquish the position of the first saintess to Yoruo? I would be most grateful for such generosity. While Yoruo appeared to focus on Qilian, her true attention lay upon Chen Changgang. He did not meet her gaze, harboring no particular feelings for her. Had it not been for Qilian's insistence in their youth, their paths would likely have never crossed. Relinquish the position, that is permissible, but you must first defeat me, Qilian proclaimed, stepping forward towards the platform. Must we really fight? That seems rather difficult. Sister, why not show some mercy? Yoruo suggested, her words imbued with an enchanting allure that threatened to ensnare the listener's consciousness. A subtle, imperceptible divine power enveloped Chen Changgang, warding off the enchanting influence. I have heard that junior sister Yoruo's divine body of heavenly sound has undergone a transformation, granting her the ability to contend with the sacred body. Let us see how you fare, Qilian asserted, radiating an aura of formidable heat. The very air beneath her long legs ignited with ferocious flames. Divine fire, sacred body. In an instant, the temperature soared across thousands of miles, only to dissipate as Qilian stepped onto the platform. Indeed, Sister's divine fire sacred body is truly terrifying. I shall make the first move. A deep hum resonated as Yoruo summoned a guqin. She stood aloft above the arena, continuously plucking the strings, unleashing terrifying musical notes that transformed into blades slicing through the air. Divine fire seal. With a rumble, Qilian formed intricate hand seals, conjuring an immense wall of fire that spanned the entire arena, providing absolute defense. Little Yoruo, though your musical attacks are elusive, once I seal my six senses, you shall be unable to disturb my primordial spirit. Qilian swiftly altered her hand seals, the firewall advancing relentlessly. Yoruo's brow arched in intrigue. The sword-like energy birthed from her notes disintegrated upon contact with the formidable fire barrier, a testament to the overwhelming might of the divine fire sacred body. Elder sister, I have been fortunate enough to learn a piece titled Dream of 3000, please, indulge in its beauty. With a flourish, the strings were plucked, and the high-pitched melody transformed into a gentle lullaby, reminiscent of a mother's bedtime song. Rockabye, rockabye, to grandmother's bridge, by the heavens, I dreamt of my great-grandmother. Everyone, seal your six senses. If you succumb to the influence, you shall be lost, and none can save you. An elder on the high platform bellowed. Instantly, the crowd awoke from their shallow slumber, startled. The resonating power of the divine sound body was indeed formidable. From a distance, Qianshanjiu, engaged in healing, occasionally glanced at Chen Changgang, her expression growing increasingly complex. Such a formidable dream technique could not affect the young master. How powerful could he truly be? Qianshanjiu mused. Beside her, Yuan Tianxian patted her shoulder. Brother, you've put me in quite the predicament, he whispered. I merely wished to test the waters. 3 years ago, when Brother Yuan fought the young master, the battle lasted over an hour, and now, I too wish to experience firsthand the might of the supreme demon By the way, Brother Yuan, during your battle 3 years ago, did you manage to force out any of his divine abilities? What of the supreme demon I's powers? Qianshanjiu inquired. 3 years ago, he was injured and in seclusion, thus he did not participate and missed witnessing the duel between Yuan Tianxian and Chen Changgang. All he knew was that Yuan Tianxian had fought for an hour, a topic of much discussion among the onlookers. An hour of bloody combat, you overestimate me, Yuan Tianxian retorted. You haven't seen the projection, have you? The young master issued a directive forbidding any wild tales, so it's no surprise you haven't heard. It is rather amusing. An hour of fierce battle, I was simply toyed with for an hour. The terrifying individual hardly made a move, merely dodging, and with a single punch, he knocked me down without even ruffling a hair, he continued. So, what was the outcome? Did Brother Yuan manage to draw up the powers of the demon eye? Draw out? You're dreaming, Qianshanjiu, you're courting death, and trying to drag me along. You think too highly of Yuan Tianxian. He merely endured a single punch. At that moment, a young man approached, exclaiming, "Is it true, just a single punch? How could that be? Same realm, how could the heavenly demon battle body not withstand even a single blow? Are you truly not deceiving me?" Qianshanjiu remained skeptical, acutely aware of Yuan Tianxian's strength. Only you fools would believe the young master is merely at the true king level. He is likely already at the emperor level. Yu Junmo spat. He had never believed that Chen Shanggang would boast without merit. Such actions indicated assured victory. Let me ponder this, Qianshanjiu murmured, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized Chen Shanggang once more. No matter how she looked at him, he resembled a true king. In a secluded courtyard of the demon sect, Bingyue, why do you refuse to serve as the young master's maid? An elderly woman inquired, gazing at Shui Bingyue. Grandmother, as a divine body and the eldest daughter of the Shui family, how could I become a mere maid, even if he is the young master? I have no desire for such servitude. I have no inclination to serve others. Elder Dan is truly ridiculous. How can he claim to have a close relationship with my father, risking his own punishment, only to suggest I become a maid? Shui Bingyue's discontent grew with every word. However, the elderly woman was now filled with exasperation. Foolish child, do you not realize what you are missing? It took all my persuasion to convince Elder Dan to take the risk of punishment to grant the young master an additional spot, which is how you even had the chance to be selected. And yet how could you? This foolish girl is driving me to madness. The elderly woman, filled with rage, raised her hand as if to strike Shui Bingyue, but ultimately restrained herself. Seeing her grandmother's disappointed figure, Shui Bingyue's eyes turned red. A grandmother, I do not understand. We possess hands and feet, we are capable, why must we grovel before others? Do you think that by serving him, the lofty young master will elevate our Shui family to greatness? That is impossible. Such a person will only toy with us. I, Shui Bingyue, am a naturally born divine body. In any faction, I would be a phoenix rising to prominence. Shui Bingyue declared her convictions, her pride refusing to bow. She resolved to strengthen herself with dignity through her own efforts. Foolish, you are merely gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. Have you ever seen the young master? Do you know how exceptional he is? How powerful? The elderly woman pressed, Isn't it merely the supreme demon eye, that is but a legend? No one has witnessed it. Does that make him a peerless prodigy? True strength is built step by step. Talented prodigies are numerous. Not everyone can overshadow the world, Shui Bingyue countered, asserting her belief that, despite her perhaps lesser innate talent, her unwavering conviction would forge her into a true powerhouse. Foolish, short-sighted, do you truly believe the young master is merely the supreme demon eye, without considering anything else? The mere title of young master places him beyond the reach of all contemporaries. His words could determine the fate of the Shui family. He possesses the bearing of an emperor and is rumored to have the potential to attain immortality. Do you understand what that signifies? And his father, Deputy Sect Master Chen, he is a favored saint king of the sect leader, a saint king under 200 years of age. How many in the ancient realm can compare to him? He is a figure with the potential to become an emperor. In the entirety of the demon sect, among the powerful in the sacred realm, Chen Fan is the youngest and possesses the most potential, wielding considerable power. Such an heir is one whom others would strive to curry favor with. Alas, your father's connections have allowed you to indulge in your whims, leading to this demise. It is your fate, the elderly woman lamented, exhaling a disappointed sigh as she turned to leave, casting one last glance at Shui Bingyue. Shui Bingyue gazed at her grandmother's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly. You may not be correct, relying on others pales in comparison to becoming strong on one's own. I, Shui Bingyue, shall show you all that I can rise to greatness without his aid. One day, the world will remember the name Shui Bingyue, she murmured, setting her sights towards the arena, eager to witness the brilliance of the so-called young master, whose allure captivated so many elders. Chapter 15, Damn it, unleash your full power. The demon sect. Sister Qi shall emerge victorious. Sister Qi shall emerge victorious. Nonsense, Sister Yu shall prevail. The first saintess must be our Sister Yu. The duel between the two grand saintesses is nearing its climax, undisturbed by any ominous melodies, and the crowd is filled with fervor. They chant in support of their respective deities. Chen Shanggang finds the spectacle somewhat dull. He lounges lazily. At this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes scrutinizes him. It appears he is merely somewhat handsome. They speak of the supreme demon eye as if it were so formidable, yet here he stands, no different in cultivation than those saintly bodies. Shui Bingyuan muses inwardly. Chen Shanggung's true king realm is laid bare before her, easily discernible. She regards him with a hint of disdain. A pretty facade is ultimately no match for the ravages of time. The more arrogant one is, the harder it becomes to grow, Shui Bingyuan mutters to herself, then turns her gaze back to the arena. The battle on the stage is reaching its conclusion. The two formidable true kings possess the strength to move mountains and seas, to shatter the void, yet against this modified void arena, it is of little consequence. The terrifying sea of flames churns, and if not for the arena's constraints, the fire phoenix, towering hundreds of feet, could swell to 1,000 or even 10,000 feet. It bursts forth from the inferno, the waves of heat crashing down upon the arena like 100,000 mountains, causing the entire platform to tremble violently. Heaven incinerating, world-destroying seal, Ka. A piercing cry of the phoenix escapes as Qi Lian forms a seal with one hand, sending the fire phoenix hurtling toward Yurua. Yurua's face pales, the demonic zither she clutches emanating a dim, eerie glow, releasing a cascade of musical notes. The Yin soundwave technique, buzz, she suddenly shifts her technique, swiftly plucking the strings, a radiant light shining from her forehead. The heavenly sound divine body's power is unleashed. This is a type of enhancement technique that amplifies the Yin sound 100-fold the moment the strings are plucked. Duan, the strings resonate, and the Yin manifests. Terrifying notes coalesce into a colossal figure, that is the form of the King of Hades. The King of Hades shields Yurua, who treads upon the realm of the underworld, towering 100 feet high, wielding a spear of war. Bang, a thrust pierces forth, colliding with a terrifying seal, the magical energy surging. Vast as the ocean, the fire phoenix spreads its wings, suddenly transforming into a streak of light that crashes into the fiery seal, momentarily amplifying its might. Rumble, a cataclysmic wave of energy cascades down, followed by a deafening roar. The figure of the King of Hades disintegrates, and Yurua is sent flying. Qi Lian stands high in the air, the sea of flames surging beneath her, gasping for breath, her consciousness extending outward. I have been defeated, Yurua cries out, spitting blood, her hair disheveled, her long dress tattered. What was once her snow-white skin is now marred, charred black by the fearsome celestial fire. In the Battle of Saintesses, Qi Lian emerges victorious, while Yurua faces defeat. Half a day later, Qi Lian will face Yin Xuer. The elder referee proclaims loudly the three great Saintesses have been determined, and now they must vie for rankings, which will affect the resources necessary for their future growth. However, just as Qi Lian assists Yurua to her feet, a voice emerges from below. Returning elder, I forfeit to I willingly accept the title of third Saintess. In an instant, the crowd falls silent, captivated by a woman seated in the spectators' area. The audience is incredulous. The elder referee is equally astonished. He glances at Qi Zhenjin and the other high-ranking members, hoping they might reach a consensus. Forfeit? Why would one forfeit? Have you considered that by doing so, the cultivation resources you might obtain in the future will pale in comparison to those of the other two? You are destined to assist the first Saintess, Qi Zhenjin remarks. According to the traditions of the demon sect, the young master is chosen from the first Saintess and the first Saint's son. She is the second Saintess, meant to support her sister Qi Yaoyao, thus forfeiting the position of sect leader. While the position of young master has been determined by the old leader to be Chen Changgang, the resources for cultivating Saintesses are not lacking. To not even contend is indeed surprising. Xuer knows she cannot match her two senior sisters, hence there is no need to compete. Yin Xuer states, since you have spoken thus, let the afternoon contest be dismissed. Henceforth, Qi Lian shall be our holy sect's first Saintess, Yurua the second, and Yin Xuer the third. Do any of you have objections? Qi Zhenjin's words resonate throughout the arena, and after a sweeping glance, none step forward. We bow to the Saintesses, we bow to Her Highness the Saintess, the crowd exclaims. The matter settled. At this moment, Chen Changgang makes his move. He leaps onto the arena. Oh, it is the young master. The young master is taken to the stage. Could it be that he intends to battle the three great saints' sons now? The fight is about to commence. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. This is bound to be intensely fierce. No, I must find Xiao Weihui to witness this. Hurry, for your Xiao Weihui is currently exhausted from her activities in bed. If you delay, she might have fallen asleep. Sha, you speak too freely. Do you dare to provoke me? Why would I not believe you? You nearly had me in a frenzy. I am indeed utterly spent, which is why I am here. Chen Shanggang's sudden appearance on the arena astonishes the crowd. Qi Zhenjin also watches with keen interest. Chen Changgang moves his lips, proclaiming haughtily, come forth, this young master does not wish to waste time. Should you fear, feel free to summon more true disciples. To this young master, you are all mere ants, 1 more or 100 more makes no difference. He stands there, proud and unyielding, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, his white garments fluttering more elegantly than pure snow, exuding an unparalleled, ethereal charm, standing apart from the world. All at once, Qian Shuangyue addresses the two. He leaps into the void arena, the two exchange glances, sharing a wry smile. Although we know we are destined to lose, it is worthwhile to test the young master's strength. They follow suit and land on the void arena. Yuan Tianxian furrows his brow, fixated on Chen Changgang. Tianxian, it has been 3 years. Do you possess the qualifications for me to enjoy a good fight today? Chen Changgang inquires. 3 years ago, he had initiated the confrontation to demonstrate to the old man that his cultivation had not waned. At that time, Yuan Tianxian had been brimming with confidence, facing him with pride. Now, as they meet again, all he can do is offer a bitter smile. Whether or not the young master will find satisfaction remains to be seen. Yuan Tianxian responds, glancing at the other two. His meaning is clear: let us launch a joint assault, we shall face 3 against 1, it would be dishonorable otherwise, so we ask the young master to strike first. Qian Xuanyue suggests. This causes Yuan Tianxian and Yu Junmo's expressions to change drastically. Are you joking? Allow him a strike that is akin to seeking death. The original 1% chance of victory would be obliterated by your suggestion. You two should strike first. I fear you won't even have the opportunity to make a single move. Chen Changgang retorts. Thank you, young master, for granting us this opportunity. The Heavenly Demon Battle Body, activate, Heavenly Demon Blood, unleash, Heavenly Demon Chaos. Just as Chen Changgang's words fall, Yuan Tianxian makes his move, immediately employing his most powerful technique. His aura surges at a terrifying pace. Damn it, unleash your full power, he shouts at the two. And Yu Junmo reacts instantly, soaring into the sky. The Hades Saint Body, activate, the gate of the underworld, descend. Rumble, Chapter 15. Damn it, unleash your full power, the demon sect. Sister Qi will triumph, Sister Qi will prevail. Nonsense, Sister Yu must win, the first saintess must be our Sister Yu. The duel between the two great saintesses is nearing its climax, undisturbed by the terrifying sound of the qin, as the crowd's enthusiasm swells. They chant, rallying behind their divine icons. Chen Changgang finds the spectacle somewhat dull. He sits languidly, when suddenly, a pair of beautiful eyes scrutinizes him. It seems she is merely a touch more aesthetically pleasing. They speak so highly of the supreme demon eye, yet now she possesses a cultivation level no different from those saintly bodies. Shui Bingyue muses to herself. Chen Changgang's true king realm is laid bare before her, easily discerned. She feels a tinge of disdain. A pretty face is but a common sight. In the end, it cannot withstand the ravages of time. The more arrogant and self-important you are, the more difficult it becomes to grow. Shui Bingyue mutters to herself, then shifts her gaze back to the arena. The battle upon the stage is reaching its denouement. The two formidable true kings possess the strength to move mountains and part seas, shattering the void, yet on this modified void arena, it matters little. The terrifying sea of flames churns, and the fire phoenix, towering hundreds of feet, could have reached 1,000 or even 10,000 feet if not for the arena's constraints. It bursts forth from the inferno, the waves of heat akin to 100,000 mountains crashing down, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Heavenly Flame Annihilation Seal, Ka. A piercing cry of the phoenix, as Qi Lian forms a seal with one hand, the fire phoenix beneath her rushing towards Yurua. Yurua's face pales, clutching her demonic qin that emanates a faint dark light, releasing a torrent of musical notes. Netherworld sound wave technique, buzz. She abruptly alters her technique, deftly plucking the strings, a brilliant radiance shining from her brow. The divine body's celestial abilities are unleashed. This is a type of enhancement technique that amplifies the netherworld sound 100-fold the instant the strings are struck. Duan, the strings resonate, and the netherworld manifests. The fearsome notes coalesce into a colossal figure. It is the embodiment of the king of the netherworld. The king of the netherworld shields Yurua, whose figure towers 100 feet high, brandishing a war spear. Bang! A thrust collides with a terrifying seal, magical energy surging forth, vast as an ocean. The fire phoenix spreads its wings, suddenly transforming into a streak of light that crashes against the fiery seal, instantly enhancing its might. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy cascades down, a deafening roar echoes as the king of the netherworld's figure explodes, sending Yurua flying. Qi Lian stands aloft, the sea of flames swirling beneath her, panting heavily, her consciousness extending. I have been defeated, Yurua gasps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her hair disheveled, her gown in tatters. Her once snow-white skin is now marred by the terrifying heavenly fire, charred black. In the Battle of the Saintesses, Qi Lian emerges victorious, while Yurua falls. Half a day later, Qi Lian faces Yin Shuer. The elder referee bellows, the 3 saintesses have been determined. Now, they must establish their ranks, which will significantly impact the resources necessary for their future growth. However, as Qi Lian aids Yurua to her feet, a voice rises from below. Elder Hui, I forfeit. I willingly accept the position of the 3rd saintess. In an instant, the crowd falls silent, captivated by a woman seated in the viewing area. The audience is incredulous, the elder referee is equally astonished. He glances toward Qi Zhenjin and the other high-ranking officials, hoping they might provide guidance. Forfeit? Why would one forfeit? Have you considered that by doing so, the cultivation resources you may obtain in the future will be lesser than those of the other two? And you will inevitably have to assist the 1st saintess. Qi Zhenjin states, according to the demon sect's traditions, the young master is selected from the 1st saintess and the 1st saint. She is the 2nd saintess, destined to support her sister Qi Yaoyao, with no hope of attaining the position of sect leader. Although the position of young master has been designated to Chen Changgang by the old sect leader, the resources for cultivating the saintesses remain plentiful. To not even compete for them is indeed surprising. Schwer, aware that she cannot rival her two senior sisters, thus sees no necessity to compete. Schwer remarks. Since you say so, then let today's contest be dismissed. From this day forth, Shilian shall be our sect's first saintess, Yurua the second, and Schwer the third. Do any of you have objections? Shi Jinjin's words resonate throughout the arena, and after surveying the crowd, no one steps forward. We pay our respects to the saintesses. Long live the saintesses! The crowd exclaims, and the matter is settled. At this moment, Chen Changgang stirs. He leaps onto the arena. Oh, it is the young master. The young master has ascended the stage. Could it be that he is about to compete against the three great saint sons? The excitement is palpable. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow for the battle to commence. This is bound to be intense. I must find Xiao Huihui to witness the fight. Hurry, your Xiao Huihui is currently exhausted from wrestling with someone in bed. If you delay, she might just fall asleep. Bah! Watch your mouth. Do you dare to cross me? What, you don't believe me? I nearly lost my temper. Right now, I am genuinely fatigued, which is why I even bothered to come here. As Chen Changgang suddenly ascends the arena, the crowd gasps in astonishment. Shi Jinjin regards him with keen interest. Chen Changgang moves his lips slightly, proclaiming with arrogance, "Come forth, this young master does not wish to waste time. If you are afraid, you may call forth more true disciples. To this young master, you are all mere ants, 1 more or 100 more makes no difference." He stands there, exuding an indomitable spirit, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, his white robes billowing more elegantly than purest snow, an embodiment of otherworldly grace, standing apart from the world. All together. Xian Shan-Yue addresses the two others. He leaps and lands on the void arena. The two exchange glances, sharing a wry smile. Although they know defeat is inevitable, it is still worthwhile to test the young master's strength. They follow suit, landing on the void arena. Yuan Tianxian furrows his brow, fixating intently on Chen Changgang. Tianxian, it has been 3 years. Do you believe you are worthy of allowing me to unleash my full might upon you today? Chen Changgang inquires. 3 years ago, he had taken the initiative, wanting to demonstrate to the old sect leader that his cultivation had not waned. At that time, Yuan Tianxian had been imperious, filled with pride in the face of him. Now, facing him again, he can only smile wryly. Whether I can satisfy the young master will be revealed through experience. Yuan Tianxian responds, glancing at the other two. His intention is clear: surround and overwhelm. We will 3 against 1. To win otherwise would be unjust, so young master, please strike first. Xian Shan-Yue suggests. This causes Yuan Tianxian and Yu Junmo to change color. What are you joking about, allowing him a single strike? Is that not courting death? The original 10% chance of victory will be nullified by your suggestion. You go first. I fear you won't even get a chance to strike thrice. Chen Changgang retorts. Thank you, young master, for granting us this opportunity. Demon God Battle Body, activate. Demon Blood, activate. Demon Chaos. Just as Chen Changgang's words fall, Yuan Tianxian makes his move, unleashing his strongest attack right from the start. His aura surges at an alarming speed. Damn it! Unleash your full power. He bellows to the two, and Yu Junmo comes to his senses, soaring into the sky. King of the Netherworld, activate. Gate of the Netherworld, descend. Rumble, Chapter 16 of the Defense is unbreakable. How can I feel thrilled? The ethereal figure of the heavenly demon, it is the manifestation of the divine ability of the heavenly demon battle body, and Brother Yuan has grown even more formidable. Brother Yu is no slouch either. The gate of the underworld has evolved, giving rise to the wall of the underworld. They are unleashing their divine abilities right from the start, employing their most formidable techniques. What audacity they possess! Could it be that they aim to slap the young master's face? The young master has truly taken a great risk, to challenge the 3 great holy sons simultaneously. The odds of victory appear slim. Here they come, the betting has begun. Buy for the holy sons to win over here, sell for the young master to win over there. Ah, I am a follower of the young master. Betting on his victory grants an additional 300 spirit stones. The 2 holy sons immediately unleashed their full power, astonishing everyone in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. The aura they exuded was terrifying. The colossal figure of the heavenly demon compressed the very fabric of the universe, dominating the void. The wall of the underworld swiftly emerged, confining Chen Changgang's movements, and then the gate of the underworld opened, revealing an incomprehensibly enormous black hand reaching out from within. Boom! The heavenly demon struck first, brandishing a war spear with ferocity. The gigantic ghostly hand followed closely, grasping with overwhelming might, Chen Changgang merely cast a calm glance. Bang! The two lethal blows descended as if striking an indomitable mountain, failing to shake Chen Changgang in the slightest. Why aren't you making a move? Unleash your power! Yuan Tianxian bellowed. Chen Shuangyue watched in sheer astonishment. The two devastating techniques had failed to budge the steadfast Chen Changgang. Just how powerful is he? Buzz. Chen Shuangyue realized the gravity of the situation, refraining from underestimating it further, and immediately exerted all his strength. His figure levitated, and an immense, boundless sea of black magic materialized behind him. The rolling black sea resembled a newly formed world, descending with infinite pressure. Blood moons began to rise from the sea of magic, akin to the sun rising from the eastern mountains, unyielding. 12 blood moons, each more potent than the last. At Chen Shuangyue's level, he could condense 7 blood-red moons. With each moon, his power would double. What is the young master doing? He remains utterly indifferent. This divine ability of Brother Qian is the innate divine power of the blood moon holy body, renowned among the various holy bodies. Why has the young master not retaliated? Could it be that he is contemplating a strategy to counterattack? Heavens, even a single divine ability is beyond my capacity to endure. How can I fathom withstanding 3 divine abilities simultaneously? How curious, these 3 divine abilities are so fearsome, yet why have they failed to unsettle the young master? Could it be that the 3 holy sons are holding back, fearing they might harm him? Perhaps it is simply the nature of human relationships. Indeed, this world is inextricably tied to human sentiments. If they are merely feigning strength, intentionally yielding to the young master, it would be quite reasonable. The crowd murmured in speculation. Chen Shuangyue unleashed wave after wave of blood moons, yet Chen Changgang remained unmoved. How could this be? The 3 were incredulous, unable to believe their eyes. Chen Shuangyue's expression was more ghastly than if he had ingested a billion tons of excrement. He had pushed his abilities to the utmost, the essence of the blood moon holy body burning fiercely, yet still found himself unable to shake Chen Changgang. What manner of technique does the young master possess, so feeble? At that moment, Chen Changgang spoke. He moved his left hand, which had been resting behind him, suddenly clenched into a fist, and immeasurable golden light erupted like a radiant sun. The Heavenly Emperor's fist. Chen Changgang had made his move. He formed a fist seal, suppressing his divine power as much as possible, before delivering a single, thunderous punch. Boom! The fist shattered myriad laws, extinguishing divine abilities. The terrifying brilliance of his punch surged through the void, fracturing it continuously. In an instant, the 3 were hurled away by the overwhelming force, crashing into the array of the void arena. Bang! The void arena quaked violently. Chen Changgang had already turned, making his way toward the observation seats. Crack! At that moment, fissures suddenly appeared in the grand formation of the void arena. Is it over? Has it ended? What transpired? Wasn't the young master just besieged? Why has he suddenly changed so drastically? What power is this? Heavens! What kind of boxing technique does the young master possess that I have never witnessed before? Such terrifying power, that blazing fist light is akin to supreme divine strength, obliterating all. A single punch shatters the laws, an absolutely tyrannical force. The might that engulfs mountains and rivers, dominating the heavens and earth, is so fearsome that we fall short. The disciples of the demon sect buzzed with chatter, some unable to comprehend the events unfolding. Even the elders were rendered speechless. Qi Zhenjian's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. What a remarkable young man! He has indeed concealed his cultivation. Today, he has revealed his true strength. This righteous and demonic assembly will be led by him, showcasing our sect's might. Quite commendable, Qi Yaoyao exclaimed in awe. Among those present, she was the strongest, aware of the terror contained within that punch. As Chen Changgang departed from the arena, he turned to the 3 and stated, "If you cannot even breach my defense, what grounds do you have to elicit pleasure from me? So weak, boring indeed. Heaven did not bear me, Chen Changgang. The path of boxing spans eons like the long night." As he spoke, all fell silent. The 3 who had collapsed on the arena floor were now coughing up blood. "You scoundrel! You've doomed me!" Yuan Tianxian spat, blood spilling from his mouth, cursing vehemently. His chest was a mangled mess, ribs shattered, and most of his meridians cracked. What a dire state he was in. "Brother Yuan, I finally believe you were not exaggerating that day. The young master is terrifyingly powerful," Chen Shuangyue remarked. "At merely a decade of age, I am profoundly ashamed," he added. "I have brought you all to this misfortune. Ha, I'm unscathed, just some flesh wounds. I'll recover in due time." "It's a pity I couldn't witness the might of the supreme demon eye," Chen Shuangyue said. He feared neither failure nor being bested by himself, he only feared being defeated by an enemy. Today self-defeat would only drive him to train harder. Today served as a revelation for me, understanding why Brother Yuan had gone mad with training after his loss. I've witnessed it firsthand. From this day forth, I shall also regard the young master as my target for cultivation. Striving diligently, Chen Shuangyue coughed blood and staggered to his feet. At this moment, the entire observation plaza was in disarray. Some were wailing, others were weeping, and some had been stripped down to their undergarments. They lost everything. Those who bet on Chen Shanggang's defeat had lost it all. Changgang, when did you break through to the Emperor realm? Qilian inquired from outside the plaza. In her eyes, such immense power could only belong to someone of the Emperor realm without a doubt. Just now, when I saw them coming at me with such ferocity, the pressure surged, and then I broke through, Chen Shangang replied with a faint smile. His words left Qilian displeased. I wondered why you hadn't sought me out these past few days. It turns out you were secretly breaking through. By the way, why have I never witnessed you undergoing a tribulation? Qilian pondered, filled with confusion. Indeed. Young master, why have we never seen you face a tribulation? Isn't it said that those below the celestial human realm must endure a heavenly tribulation? Yu Ruo, who followed closely behind, questioned. This was the source of their confusion. That's for ordinary folk. For someone like me, an extraordinary prodigy, heavenly tribulations are simply non-existent, Chen Shangang replied, causing both women to doubt. Could it be that extraordinary prodigies are exempt from such trials? They were puzzled, and Chen Shangang found no desire to explain. After all, they would not comprehend that he was, after all, a man with advantages. As for heavenly tribulations, they were certainly assisted by the system. Chapter 17 The Sword Array of Extermination. I understand human affairs. You have triumphed over Qianshanjiyu, quelling the turmoil within the ranks, and have been rewarded with the Divine Calamity Liquid and the Devil Fruit, which have finally arrived. Buzz, Chen Shangang murmured as a vial and a fruit materialized in his hand. The vial, entirely luminous and white, resembled a stout, short container filled with Divine Calamity Liquid. This liquid primarily targets the primordial spirit and physical body of cultivators at the Divine Calamity realm, facilitating their metamorphosis. When he broke through to the Divine Calamity realm, he had already extracted a considerable amount from Lao Dang and Qi Lian. This vial no longer piqued his interest. Is this all there is to the Devil Fruit? Chen Shangang pondered, gazing at the fruit in his hand. It appeared akin to a pumpkin the size of a fist, yet it was of a deep black hue. Adorning its top were two leaf-like appendages, which from a distance resembled the wings of a demon. Qianshanjiyu had surrendered, and he could now be repurposed, earning the reward of the Sword Array of Extermination. What on earth? The system's voice echoed once more, leaving Chen Shangang astonished. Not only was there the reward for the task, but also the Qianshanjiyu actually had a task system. Is this the Sword Array of Extermination from the Primordial Era? Chen Shangang inquired. If this were indeed the Sword Array from the Primordial Era, he would be invincible, no doubt about it. Anyone who comes would perish. Unfortunately, the system remained as unresponsive as ever, lacking in intelligence, and did not respond to his query. Damn it, what utter foolishness! The inconsistency in the introduction of reward items perplexed him greatly. For instance, the Extreme Path Emperor weapon, the Deluo Demon Sword, which he had previously obtained from the Nine-Leaf Sword ancestor. He had drawn it out before, finding it no different from a chunk of iron, and excessively heavy at that. As for its origins, there was no introduction whatsoever. Forget it, let him come and take a look. You, summon Qianshanjiyu here, Chen Shangang commanded the void. As you wish, young master. A chilling voice reverberated through the air, heard but unseen. This was Chen Shanggang's protector. Not long after he returned to the courtyard, a figure materialized. Young master, I have brought the person. A shadow emerged, and Qianshanjiyu landed, looking somewhat bewildered. He had no idea how he had been brought here. You may go now. Chen Shangang waved his hand, and the shadow dissipated. It was only then that Qianshanjiyu realized what had transpired. I pay my respects to the young master. He hurriedly clasped his hands in salute. How did you find the battle? Chen Shangang inquired. It was quite acceptable. Engaging with the young master was immensely rewarding. I am deeply grateful for your mercy, young master, Qianshanjiyu replied, flattering him. He felt somewhat anxious, utterly unable to fathom Chen Shanggang's intentions or why he had brought him here. What is the purpose of your cultivation? Chen Shangang suddenly asked. Qianshanjiyu lowered his head, lost in contemplation. What is the purpose of cultivation? Of course, it is to grow stronger, to gain glory for my family. Qianshanjiyu hailed from the Qian family, an affiliated power of the demon sect, and was a genuine scion of a prestigious lineage. His entry into the demon sect was not solely for personal strength. He also sought to establish a foothold within the sect to protect the Qian family once he had grown strong. Is that all? Strength is relative. I am formidable, yet to my father, I am but an insignificant ant. One must always have a goal. Have you heard of the Nightfall? Chen Shangang stated, his countenance calm, his tone indifferent, contrasting sharply with the arrogance he had displayed in the square. This tone left Qianshanjiyu utterly astonished. I know a little about Nightfall. Among the many disciples, it is rumored that those extraordinary individuals who vanish without a trace have all gone to Nightfall. Qianshanjiyu reflected for a moment before responding. He had been in the demon sect for several more years than Chen Shangang, and had heard of Nightfall a few years prior. No one knew precisely what kind of organization it was. Would you wish to join Nightfall? Chen Changgang asked. Join Nightfall? I would. Qianshan Jiyu answered without a moment's hesitation. Oh, you do not ask why, you are not curious about what Nightfall does, you simply agree, Chen Changgang chuckled. It was predetermined by the young master's summons, I have no other choice, Qianshan Jiyu replied with a wry smile. The moment he entered this courtyard, he had no options left, only obedience. You are not foolish, you are worth nurturing, Haikmu, Chen Changgang spoke, and a shadow suddenly materialized, appearing like a specter beside him. Qianshan Jiyu was taken aback. This was a powerful individual adept in the laws of space. Inform him of what is required to join Nightfall, Chen Changgang instructed nonchalantly. The shadow nodded, stating that joining Nightfall required but one thing, absolute obedience. Louder, obey, obey, whatever the young master says is right. Haikmu bellowed. This was a slogan they frequently shouted. Have you understood? Chen Changgang gazed at Qianshan Jiyu. Yes, young master. Qianshan Jiyu nodded. Take this and follow Haikmu to a designated location. Chen Changgang tossed a vial. Upon seeing the vial, Haikmu's eyes glinted, as if he were salivating. The contents within were something he yearned for. This item can mend your injuries, enabling rapid recovery while simultaneously allowing you to break through in your realm, Chen Changgang explained. It is the heavenly silkworm bean, produced by the system. After suffering severe injuries, consuming it not only facilitates swift recovery but also significantly enhances your strength, making it an essential item for those in Nightfall. This is merely an initial reward. Thank you, young master, Qianshan Jiyu exclaimed with delight. He knew not what it was, but if it could evoke such a reaction from a powerhouse like Haikmu, it must surely be a valuable item. Haikmu, take him away. After the assessment, he will remain by your side as a team leader. If he fails, the heavenly silkworm beans go to you. Upon hearing Chen Changgang's words, Haikmu was filled with joy. Yes, young master, follow me. Haikmu bowed respectfully and led Qianshan Jiyu away. The two exited the courtyard, their figures melding into the void, and moments later, departed from the demon sect. Before long, they found themselves in an underground palace. My lord, this is a token of respect from me to you. Suddenly, Qianshan Jiyu spoke, producing two heavenly silkworm beans. I understand human affairs, he thought. Haikmu halted, though he was tempted to accept, he could not. There were rules. What the young master provides is to be accepted, what he does not is to be dismissed without question. Haikmu refrained from reaching for the two heavenly silkworm beans. He did not dare. Rest assured, I shall not make things difficult for you. Once you enter here, you will undergo specialized training. Everything will depend on your own heart. Whether you can pass the assessment in 3 months will rely on your own abilities, Haikmu added. His attitude left Qianshan Jiyu utterly astonished, such knowledge of human affairs, yet he refused to accept. Chapter 18 The Celestial King descends upon the 9 heavens. Is the annulment of the engagement truly imminent? You have subdued Qianshan Jiyu, repurposing her effectively, and skillfully harnessing the hearts of men, thereby rewarding yourself with the fragmented Excalibur array. The incomplete version of the Excalibur array consists of 4 fragmented celestial swords, governing the supreme art of slaughter. Though currently imperfect, it possesses the capability to slay any formidable being beneath the celestial rank. Remarkable, Chen Changgang raised his thumb in approval. Despite its imperfections, the current might of this array, capable of vanquishing those below the celestial rank, leaves little room for argument. The Excalibur array is excessively powerful, the host cannot accommodate it. Please select a location for the array. What the heck, this contraption cannot be used with a single command. The system's voice suddenly resonated, prompting a startled exclamation from Chen Changgang. Please select a location for the array. Damn it, what a waste. If it cannot be carried, won't that impose significant limitations? Could it be arranged upon my person? Inserting 4 celestial swords into my being isn't entirely out of the question. Chen Changgang murmured. He cast a glance around the expansive courtyard. Just setting it up here seems a bit insufficient. Perhaps I should arrange it within the demon sect, encircling the entire sect. Clang! In an instant, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The celestial swords sang a haunting melody, startling all living beings. Boom! The earth shook as 4 resplendent celestial swords tore through the clouds, suddenly descending upon the location of the demon sect. 4 beams of light surged upward, rending the sky, as myriad stars emitted dazzling brilliance, swiftly spiraling together like a galactic formation. The entire demon sect was shrouded in a fearsome aura, as numerous powerful beings emerged into the sky. What is this, Deputy Sect Master? Could it be an enemy assault? Quickly, hurry to the Ancestral Hall and summon the Ancestor. Inform the other 2 Sect Masters to return. An elder bellowed. Shizhenjin's beautiful eyes darted, her expression grave. The protective formation of the demon sect activated, forming a barrier to safeguard the various demon mountains. Strange, I sense no killing intent. From whence do these swords originate? The runes within them elude my comprehension. Shizhenjin murmured. She gazed at the 4 celestial swords. Merely a glance caused her head to throb painfully, and she hastily averted her gaze. Terrifying, just one look, and the emanating sword chi nearly extinguished her primordial spirit. Buzz, just as the ancestor of the demon sect emerged, the 4 celestial swords vanished without a trace. In that moment, everyone was left bewildered. The entire realm fell silent once more, the swirling stars fading from sight. Where have they gone? Could it be that a legacy has manifested within our sect? Qi Zhenjin furrowed her brow. She extended her divine sense to its utmost limits, yet it remained ineffective. At this moment, the mastermind behind this commotion, Chen Shanggang, was reclining in a small courtyard, munching on a fruit that was the devil fruit. He was treating the devil fruit as if it were mere fruit. Delightful, this sensation resembled a current surging from his soul to his brain, electrifying Chen Shanggang's thoughts. Radiant golden light emanated from his chest, and an enormous golden lotus materialized before him. The ancient kidney body was awakening once more. Boom! Chen Shanggang levitated, immediately sitting cross-legged in midair. His entire being shimmered with a terrifying golden light, as a magnificent life force was released from within him. That formidable vitality surged forth like a volcanic eruption, transforming into great dragons that soared into the sky. Of the heavens rolled, chaotic energy surged forth, and the fundamental laws of nature resonated, creating a fearsome disturbance. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire demon sect, akin to the first ray of light since the dawn of creation, eternal and indestructible. The entire demon sect stirred once again. What is this? Damn it, is it not enough to allow me to cultivate in peace? Just as I entered the zone, this disruption occurs. I swear, I was on the brink of a breakthrough, and now you've obliterated my tribulation. Is this amusing? Creating such a commotion daily, one might think the heavenly Tao is being harassed. Boom, a youth shouted, cursing the heavens, as a bolt of lightning descended, suddenly enveloping his form. Ah, the heavenly Tao does not wail, but he does. Damn it, just as I sealed my coffin, you dare strike again. I shall see which blind fool dares to provoke my holy sect. In the ancestral hall of the demon sect, a golden coffin creaked open, and an elder emerged, brandishing an ancient banner, his fury palpable. He was truly incensed. The recent uproar had compelled him to break free from his confinement, only to find that nothing had transpired. How long has it been since then? And here we are again. Damn it, it turns out to be your awakening. Well, no matter, I shall wash up and return to my slumber. The elder glanced at the heavens, and his previously enraged demeanor instantly softened upon seeing Chen Shanggang meditating in midair, promptly retreating back into his coffin. Boom, the heavens shimmered with golden light, intertwining with the terrifying chaotic energy, shrouding the entire sky. The beings of the demon realm were stirred. They looked up at the heavens, their hearts racing. A figure emerged, high above, seated atop the 9 heavens. He radiated with golden light, celestial brilliance, and was enveloped by the fearsome chaotic primordial energy, resembling a celestial king who gazes down upon the myriad worlds. His transcendent aura compelled all who beheld him to instinctively bow in reverence. He was so exalted that no living being dared to gaze upon him. A manifestation of the sacred body. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. When materialized, it becomes a divine power, that is the young master. The young master has awakened once again, another divine power, the young master's unmatched presence, none can rival, destined to elevate the prestige of our sect. The crowd exclaimed in awe, the weak-hearted bowing in worship. Meanwhile, Chen Shanggang remained seated, contemplating the evolution of his divine powers. 3 Divine powers, indeed, splendid. This awakening's divine powers are becoming increasingly ostentatious. Chen Shanggang muttered to himself, for his ancient kidney body is an enhanced version of the ancient sacred body, possessing identical divine powers. This celestial king descending upon the 9 heavens is among them. However, he had previously awakened 2 others, the spirit sea seedling of the blue lotus and the yin-yang life and death diagram. Counting it all, that makes 3, if only the supreme demon I could awaken as well. Chen Shanggang mused, having consumed the devil fruit, he truly wished to awaken the supreme demon I. Currently, the supreme demon I could only be considered in its preliminary awakening stage, merely capable of shooting lasers upon opening. It does not qualify as a life-bound divine power. Buzz. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared. It was a beautiful woman. You brat, why haven't you reigned in your divine powers yet? The beautiful woman chided. Upon hearing her, Chen Shanggang immediately restrained his aura. Anshin, what brings you here? Qi Zhenjin feigned anger, her expression stern. Not if I hadn't come, the holy sect would be on the verge of collapse due to your antics. You, too, are incorrigible. You create such disturbances at the slightest provocation, making the outside world believe we have acquired a heavenly treasure. As Qi Zhenjin spoke, Chen Shanggang had already descended. A faint smile graced his face. I simply couldn't contain myself. I was merely enjoying a drink when the awakening occurred. Once this sensation struck, it was truly unstoppable. There's no helping it, being a genius is quite the burden. Qi Zhenjin rolled her eyes at his words. So, according to you, being awakened is a cause for discontent? You little rascal, enough of that. I came here on your father's orders to inform you of something, so prepare yourself. Well, your father and Aunt Yao Yao have selected a Taiyin sacred body as a furnace for you, so be ready to cultivate the yin-yang sacred canon. The furnace's name is Lu Ruyan, Qi Zhenjin pondered before speaking. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanggang could no longer contain himself. Lu Ruyan, they wouldn't dare to annul the engagement, would they? He exclaimed. Well, it's not an annulment, but how did you know? Has the Night Watch's intelligence network grown so formidable that it even knows about this? Qi Zhenjin responded, astonished. Aside from those three involved, only she was privy to this matter within the entire demon sect. No, I merely guessed. Allow me a moment, Chen Shanggang mused, his mind swirling with thoughts. Heaven did not give birth to Lu Ruyan. The scum of the Tao has endured through the ages. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. One day, I, Xiao Yun, shall rise. The system's analysis echoed in his mind. It aligns, damn it. Chen Shanggang muttered to himself. What are you muttering about? What aligns? Qi Zhenjin inquired. It's nothing. Ancient, I need to step out for a moment. I wish to visit the Lu family. By the way, I need to bring along some powerful allies. With that, Chen Shanggang dashed out the door. Chapter 19. The annulment of engagement in the conference hall of the Xiao family. Xiao Hu rang with a hint of astonishment as he addressed the matter at hand. Xiao brother, we have come to discuss the marriage between Ruoyan and your son. Seated at the head of the table, Xiao Huang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Your son is already 15, and my daughter is of the same age. It is only natural for young men to marry and young women to wed. It is high time we reached a conclusion regarding this matter. Lu Qingshan spoke slowly. In the past, your father and mine shared a bond of gratitude. As per our agreement, Ruoyan was to marry into the Xiao family. Xiao Huang turned his gaze to the young woman beside him. Lu Ruoyan, it had been a decade since he last saw her, and the girl had blossomed into a captivating beauty, already possessing impressive spiritual prowess. Though there was a prior agreement, you must acknowledge the current circumstances of your son, Lu Qingshan continued. As the saying goes, water flows downward while people strive upward. Ruoyan has become a true disciple of the holy sect, while your son has yet to successfully establish his foundation or open his spiritual channels. I believe it is best to annul this engagement. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words, the smile that had graced Xiao Huang's face vanished, replaced by a darkened expression. Is this truly a withdrawal of the engagement? I had thought the Lu family had come to discuss the marriage, hence my warm reception. I did not expect. Lu brother, how can you act in such a manner? Xiao Huang exclaimed, slamming his hand down on the table. Lu brother, I find myself powerless in this situation, Lu Qingshan replied. With Ruoyan now a true disciple of the holy sect, the Xiao family is no longer what it once was. Forcing a union that no longer seems appropriate is futile. It would be wiser to dissolve the engagement now. With the air of cordiality dissipating, Lu Qingshan adopted a more assertive tone. Should Xiao Huang fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, he would have to invite the elders behind him to intervene, and then there would be no room for pleasantries. As a gesture of compensation for our prior breach of promise, we can offer your son a few elixirs that extend life, Lu Qingshan added, producing a white jade vial from his storage ring, which contained longevity elixirs. You, Lu brother, you are well aware of the Xiao family's current plight. To retract the engagement at this juncture is akin to pushing us into an abyss. Could we not delay this annulment? Xiao Huang, initially intent on standing firm, found himself softening, his voice tinged with desperation as he considered the precarious state of the Xiao family and his son, Xiao Yun. Lu Qingshan sighed. Xiao brother, we understand the Xiao family's current situation, but our sympathy can no longer continue. You have consistently refused to join us in the holy sect while simultaneously seeking our protection. Such an arrangement is simply untenable. If it were not for the Lu family, the Xiao family would have struggled to survive over the past decade. We have fulfilled our obligations. There is no need to prolong this any further. Once upon a time, the Lu family was inferior to the Xiao family, but Lu Qingshan's father had made a pivotal decision to align with the demon sect, ultimately leading to their gradual ascent. They had extended invitations to the Xiao family, only to be met with rejection. At that moment, an elderly man beside Lu Qingshan cleared his throat. Xiao Huang furrowed his brow, unable to discern the man's true strength, as his energy was too subtle and concealed, indicating he was an immensely powerful being. This is Elder Wang from the Holy Sect, Lu Qingshan introduced. He has come today regarding Ruoyan. As a true disciple of the Holy Sect, she is no longer suitable to be the fiancée of someone who has yet to even establish their foundation. I implore you, Xiao brother, to annul this engagement. Elder Wang emanated a terrifying aura that caused the faces of the Xiao family members to pale. Are you attempting to pressure me? Xiao Huang retorted. While he may have been weak, he refused to appear meek. Indeed, I am, Elder Wang replied coldly. The sect leader has decreed that your son is unworthy of Ruoyan. It is best for both your family and the Lu family to dissolve this engagement. His words radiated a chilling intent, almost inciting an urge to unleash violence, but he restrained himself. Though the Shao family had fallen from grace, they still possessed a god-transcending expert among their ranks and a populace of tens of thousands. Slaughtering them would only jeopardize the delicate balance between the righteous and demonic factions, making a peaceful resolution preferable. What a splendid demon sect! What a remarkable Lu family! Just then, a voice echoed from outside, and a young man strode in. He surveyed Lu Qingshan and the others with a fierce glare that seemed to burn with intensity. "You ner!" Shao Huang exclaimed in shock. The newcomer was none other than his son, Shao Yun, once regarded as a prodigy but now labeled as a waste. "Father, since they are unwilling to honor the agreement, let us annul it. Our Shao family is not grand enough to host such a formidable figure," Shao Yun stated. His words sent ripples of shock through the Shao family. Should they sever ties with the Lu family now, their precarious position would become even more perilous. "Are you Lu Ruoyan?" Shao Yun inquired, casting a surprised glance at her. "You have grown rather beautiful." Though only 15, she had already blossomed into a stunning young woman. "You are far too weak. We inhabit different realms now, keeping this engagement would serve no purpose," Lu Ruoyan replied calmly. This decision had been on her mind for several days, and she concluded that annulling the engagement would be for the best. "Rest assured, this matter is on us, and I will offer you compensation. This longevity elixir can extend your life by at least 30 years, she added, taking the white jade vial from Lu Qingshan and slowly unveiling it. Inside lay 3 gleaming elixirs that exuded a potent vitality and fragrant aroma. Top-tier longevity elixirs. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 3 such elixirs could conservatively add 30 years to one's life. For someone like Shao Yun, who had at least reached the body refinement stage, the elixirs could yield even greater benefits. This compensation was nothing short of extraordinary. "Compensation, is that all you can offer? Do I truly need your meager compensation?" With a resounding crash, Shao Yun swatted the vial from Lu Ruoyan's grasp, sending it flying. His voice dripped with mockery as he fixed his gaze on her. "After 10 years, you've certainly made a name for yourself, transforming into a phoenix. How splendid!" Her brow arched in irritation. "This transformation does not equate to becoming a phoenix. However, we are no longer of the same world, and there is no need for us to be entangled any further. Annulment is in the best interest of both parties." Suppressing her anger, she reiterated her stance. "Perhaps you have simply latched onto a wealthy patron. I have heard you awakened the Supreme Sacred Body, according to texts, that is the pinnacle of alchemical vessels, TSK. To become an alchemical vessel for another, you would forsake our previous agreement, displaying ingratitude. My grandfather was truly blind to have rescued a pack of ingrates." Shao Yun continued his derisive tirade. Lu Qingshan and Lu Ruoyan's expressions shifted dramatically as they realized he had unraveled their secrets. Rumor had it that despite being labeled a waste, Shao Yun possessed remarkable intelligence and insight, a fact that proved true in this instance. "What's wrong? Does the esteemed Miss Lu have nothing to say? After all, the notion of being an alchemical vessel is rather repugnant. How could you possibly admit to it?" Shao Yun pressed on. "So what? I will embrace my role as an alchemical vessel. It is far better than being the wife of a waste like you." Lu Ruoyan suddenly shouted. Her outburst even caught Elder Wang off guard. "Your grandfather saved my grandfather. Our Lu family has protected your Shao family for 20 years, safeguarding several mines in recent years. This has already repaid the debt of gratitude, yet now you seek to hold this over us, as if the Lu family owes you endlessly. I will not withdraw from this engagement today. Sign it, otherwise, the Shao family will face repercussions far beyond the Lu family's pressure." Lu Ruoyan's chest rose and fell with anger as she presented the original engagement contract and the token from their betrothal before Shao Yun. "Ha! So typical of the esteemed Miss Lu, speak a few truths and she crumbles. Frankly, I find someone like you, who thrives on power and relies on men for support, beneath my notice. Today, it is not you who withdraws from the engagement, but I, Shao Yun, who breaks it off with you." As he spoke, he produced paper and ink, drafting a divorce decree right there. At that moment, words echoed in his mind. "By mocking Lu Ruoyan and reversing the engagement, I fulfill the system's task and begin binding. Considering our family's former friendship, I, Shao Yun, offer you these words. The wheel of fortune turns. Today, no one supports my aspirations. One day, I will stride forth to the mountainous peak, and I, Shao Yun, shall become an existence you cannot hope to reach." As Shao Yun bound himself to the system, his confidence surged, and his words rang with an unyielding spirit, causing Lu Ruoyan to tremble in outrage. She glared at the divorce decree lying before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, her expression icy. "Very well, this is the true son of the Shao family." Shao Huang clapped his hands in approval, elated that his son had not disappointed him. "You dare to annul our engagement?" Just as Lu Ruoyan was about to explode with fury, a terrifying aura erupted. Elder Wang slammed his hand on the table, originally intending to resolve this peacefully, but seeing them bully Lu Ruoyan, he could not help but raise his voice. Do you truly believe the holy sect is without power? With a thundering crash, Xiao Huang and the others were sent sprawling. Elder Wang turned to Lu Ruoyan, demanding the marriage contract be torn up, or chaos would ensue. Blood splattered as the Xiao family members coughed violently. Xiao Yun knelt on one knee, his hands clutching the ground as he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. This elder was formidable, the Xiao family had no one who could contend with him. What, are you dissatisfied? Elder Wang's gaze fell upon Xiao Yun, his pressure intensifying like a mountain, forcing Xiao Yun to cough up blood. Yet he refused to kneel. My lord, this is the marriage contract, this is the marriage contract. At that moment, Xiao Huang produced the contract, fearing for Xiao Yun's safety. Lu girl, tear it up, Elder Wang instructed with a glance. As his words fell, Lu Ruoyan took a look, channeling her energy, and the two marriage contracts disintegrated into powder. She returned the token from their betrothal, declaring, "You are a waste now, and will remain so in the future. I, Lu Ruoyan, will await you in the holy sect, for I wish to see if there truly exists a fish that can turn over in this world. Elder Wang, let us depart." With that, she strode towards the door. Elder Wang lifted Xiao Yun effortlessly, patting his shoulder with a chuckle. You have a strong will. With a swift motion, he sent Xiao Yun flying across the room. Yun'er. Xiao Huang rushed over, flipping Xiao Yun onto his back, his countenance draining of color. His meridians were shattered, he was left with but a single breath. Chapter 19 The annulment of engagement in the conference hall of the Xiao family. Xiao Yun stood before the assembly, a system at his disposal. Brother Xiao, Lu Qingshan began, clasping his hands together, we have come to discuss the marriage between Ruoyan and your son. Seated in the main position, Xiao Huan looked somewhat taken aback. Your son is already 15, and so is my daughter. As the saying goes, a man should marry and a woman should wed, it is high time for a resolution. Lu Qingshan spoke slowly. Years ago, your father and mine shared a bond, and per our agreement, Ruoyan was to marry into the Xiao family. Xiao Huang turned to gaze at the young girl beside him, Lu Ruoyan. The girl, who he had not seen in a decade, had blossomed into a radiant beauty and had already reached the realm of divine power. This astonished him. Brother Xiao, while there may be a prior agreement, you can see the current situation of your son. As the saying goes, water flows downward while people seek higher ground. Ruoyan has become a true disciple of the holy sect, whereas your son has yet to establish his foundation or enter the spirit-opening realm. I suggest we dissolve this engagement. As Lu Qingshan spoke, the smile on Xiao Huang's face immediately darkened. Is this a withdrawal of the engagement? I had thought the Lu family came to negotiate the marriage, which is why I welcomed you with open arms. I did not anticipate, Brother Lu, how can you act in such a manner? Xiao Huang exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table. Brother Xiao, I am powerless in this matter. Ruoyan is now a true disciple of the holy sect, and your family is no longer what it once was. Forcing them together serves no purpose, it is better to annul this engagement altogether, Lu Qingshan replied, his tone now more forthright. With the matter laid bare, he decided to take a firmer stance. Should Xiao Huang remain obstinate, he would have to let the elders behind him speak on the matter, and at that point, courtesy would no longer apply. Our Lu family acknowledges our prior breach of promise. As compensation, we can provide your son with several longevity elixirs, Lu Qingshan added, raising his hand to reveal a white jade bottle containing the life-extending pills. You, Brother Lu, you are well aware of the Xiao family's current plight. By withdrawing the engagement at this time, are you not pushing us into the abyss? Could we not delay the annulment? Xiao Huang initially intended to stand firm, but, considering the Xiao family's condition and his son Xiao Yun's predicament, he lowered his tone to one of pleading. Lu Qingshan sighed, Brother Xiao, we understand the Xiao family's situation, but we can no longer extend our sympathy. You have consistently refused to ally with us in the holy sect while seeking our protection. There are no such favors in this world. If it were not for the Lu family, your Xiao family would have faltered long ago. We have fulfilled our obligations, there is no need to prolong this any further. Originally, the Lu family was not as esteemed as the Xiao family, but Lu Qingshan's father made a decisive choice to align with the demon sect, thereby securing their fortunes. They had previously invited the Xiao family to join them, but the Xiao family had declined. At that moment, an elderly man beside Lu Qingshan cleared his throat. Xiao Huang's brow furrowed as he regarded the cloaked elder, whose aura was inscrutable, suggesting he was a formidable presence. Is this the strength of that place? The Lu family has truly allied with a powerful force. This is Elder Wang from the holy sect, he has come today regarding Ruoyan, Lu Qingshan explained hastily. Given that Ruoyan is a true disciple of the holy sect, she is no longer suited to be the fiancée of someone who has yet to establish a foundation. I must ask Brother Shao to dissolve the engagement. Elder Wang emanated a terrifying aura, causing several members of the Shao family to turn pale. Are you attempting to pressure me? Xiao Huang retorted, refusing to appear weak. Indeed, I am pressing you. What can you do about it? The sect leader has decreed that your son is unworthy of Ruoyan. It would be best to dissolve this engagement for both your sake and the Lu family's, Elder Wang stated coldly, his presence infused with a menacing intent that nearly compelled him to act violently. Though the Shao family had fallen, they still possessed a divine calamity realm expert in tens of thousands of people. A massacre would jeopardize the relationship between the righteous and demonic paths, thus a peaceful resolution was preferable. Truly a remarkable demon sect. Truly a remarkable Lu family. At that moment, a voice interrupted from outside the door as a young man strode in, his fiery gaze sweeping over Lu Qingshan and the others. You ner! Xiao Huang exclaimed in shock. The newcomer was none other than his son Xiao Yun, once lauded as a genius of the Shao family, now branded as a waste. Father, since they are unwilling to honor the previous agreement, let us annul it. Our Shao family is too humble to afford such a mighty Buddha, Xiao Yun declared, his words causing the expressions of the Shao family to shift drastically. If they were to annul the engagement with the Lu family now, the Shao family's circumstances would become perilous. Are you Lu Ruoyan? Xiao Yun inquired, his surprise evident. You are rather good-looking. Despite being merely 15, she had already developed into a beauty, her figure hinting at future allure. You are too weak. We do not belong to the same realm. There is no point in maintaining this engagement, Lu Ruoyan replied calmly. She had deliberated this decision for several days, concluding that annulling the engagement would indeed be for the best. Rest assured, this matter is our Lu family's fault. I will make amends. This longevity elixir can at least extend your life by 30 years. Furthermore, the Lu family can assist your Shao family in promoting a divine calamity realm expert to help you resolve issues with the mines, Lu Ruoyan offered, retrieving the white jade bottle from Lu Qingshan and slowly opening it. Inside lay 3 glimmering elixirs, exuding a powerful vitality and fragrance. Top-tier longevity elixirs. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 3 of these elixirs could conservatively extend a lifespan by 30 years. For an ordinary person, this was significant, but Xiao Yun, being at the body refinement stage, could absorb even more potency, extending his life further. Such compensation was simply extraordinary. Compensation, is that all you can offer? I, Xiao Yun, do not require your meager compensation. With a powerful motion, Xiao Yun struck Lu Ruoyan's hand, sending the bottle of elixirs flying. He smirked, fixing a scornful gaze upon Lu Ruoyan. After 10 years, you have indeed made something of yourself, transforming into a phoenix. How splendid! His words dripped with derision. Lu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow. I cannot claim to have transformed into a phoenix, but we are no longer of the same world. There is no need for further entanglement. Dissolving the engagement would be beneficial for both of us. Suppressing her anger, she reiterated her stance. Perhaps you are merely tying yourself to a wealthy patron. I have heard you awaken some Taiyin sacred body, according to texts, that is a supreme furnace, TSK. To become a furnace for someone, you would forsake our previous agreement and display such ingratitude. My grandfather was blind to save a pack of ingrates. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, both Lu Qingshan and Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted dramatically. How had he deduced this? Rumor had it that despite being deemed a waste incapable of establishing a foundation, Xiao Yun possessed remarkable intelligence and insight. What? Miss Lu has nothing to say now. Indeed, the idea of being a furnace is repulsive. How could one have the audacity to speak of it? Xiao Yun continued his mockery. So what, if I become a furnace, what of it? Being a furnace is far better than being the wife of a waste like you. Lu Ruoyan suddenly shouted, her fierce reaction surprising even Elder Wang. Your grandfather saved my grandfather. Our Lu family has protected your Shao family for 20 years, and in recent years, we have safeguarded several of your mines. That has already repaid the debt of gratitude. Do you now wish to hold this over our heads, as if the Lu family is perpetually indebted to the Shao family? I will not proceed with this marriage. Lu Ruoyan's chest heaved with emotion as she presented the original engagement contract and the token of their promise before Xiao Yun. Ha! As expected of Miss Lu, you crumble when faced with a few home truths. To be honest, I, Xiao Yun, would never look down upon someone like you, who relies on connections and men to rise. Today, it is not you, Lu Ruoyan, who withdraws from the engagement, it is I, Xiao Yun, who terminates it. As Xiao Yun spoke, he produced paper and ink, composing a divorce decree right there. In his mind, he recalled the words, you have mocked Lu Ruoyan, the reverse annulment completes the system task, binding the system. Considering the past goodwill between our families, I, Xiao Yun, offer you these words. The wheel of fortune turns. Today, no one supports my lofty ambitions. One day, I will ascend the snowy peaks alone. Xiao Yun shall ultimately become an existence you can never hope to reach. With the system now bound to him, Xiao Yun's confidence surged, his words ringing with defiance, causing Lu Ruoyan's delicate form to tremble with rage. She gazed at the divorce decree thrown before her, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, her eyes icy. Very well, this is the spirit of the Xiao family. Xiao Huang applauded, elated that his son had not disappointed him. You dare to annul our engagement? Lu Ruoyan exploded, her anger boiling over. At that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth. Elder Wang slammed his hand on the table, having intended for a peaceful resolution. Have you truly underestimated the Lu girl? Do you think the holy sect is without power? With that, Xiao Huang and the others were sent flying. Elder Wang turned to Lu Ruoyan, demanding the marriage contract be handed over to be torn apart, or else chaos would ensue. The Xiao family members coughed up blood, and Xiao Yun knelt on one knee, gripping the floor as he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. This elder was formidable. The Xiao family had no one capable of contending with him. What, are you dissatisfied? Elder Wang glared at Xiao Yun, his oppressive aura crashing down like a mountain, forcing Xiao Yun to spit blood. Yet, he refused to kneel. My lord, this is the marriage contract, this is the marriage contract. At that moment, Xiao Huang produced the marriage contract, fearing Elder Wang might harm Xiao Yun. Lu girl, tear it up, Elder Wang instructed with a glance. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan took a look, her magical energy swirling as the two marriage contracts disintegrated into dust. Returning the token of their promise, she declared, you are a waste now, and you will remain one in the future. I, Lu Ruoyan, shall await you in the holy sect. I want to see if there truly exists a fish that can turn the tides. Elder Wang, let us depart. With that, she strode toward the exit. Elder Wang lifted Xiao Yun, patting him on the shoulder. Ah, a true hard-headed spirit. With that, he sent Xiao Yun hurtling away. Yuner. Xiao Huang rushed forward, flipping Xiao Yun over to inspect his body, his face turning pale. His meridians are severed. He is barely clinging to life. Chapter 19 of the Cancellation of Engagement, the Xia family's council hall. Xia brother, we have come this time to discuss the marriage between Ruoyan and your son, Liao Qingshan said, clasping his hands together. Xia Huang, seated at the main position, looked somewhat astonished. Your son is already 15, and my daughter is of the same age. As the saying goes, a man should marry, and a woman should wed. It is high time this matter reached a conclusion. Liao Qingshan slowly began. In the past, your father and mine shared a bond. As per our agreement, Ruoyan was to marry into the Xia family. Xia Huang turned his gaze towards the young girl beside him, none other than Liao Ruoyan. Setting aside other matters, it had been 10 years since he last saw her, and she had blossomed into a refined beauty, already possessing extraordinary prowess. Xia brother, while there is indeed a prior agreement, you can see the state of your son. As the saying goes, water flows downwards, and people ascend. Ruoyan has become a true disciple of the sacred sect, while your son has yet to successfully establish his foundation and enter the spiritual realm. I believe it would be best to annul this engagement. As Liao Qingshan's words fell, the smile on Xia Huang's face darkened immediately. Is this a cancellation of the engagement? I had thought the Liao family was here to negotiate the marriage, hence my warm welcome. How can you be so resolute, Liao brother? Xia Huang exclaimed, rising abruptly. Liao brother, I am powerless in this matter. Ruoyan has become a true disciple of the sacred sect, and your family is no longer what it used to be. It would be futile to force an unsuitable match. It is better to dissolve the engagement now. Liao Qingshan spoke without courtesy. Now that the words had been laid bare, he had to be firm. Should Xia Huang remain obstinate, he would have to let the elders behind him take action, and then the negotiations would not be so amiable. Our Liao family acknowledges our prior commitments, and as compensation, we can provide your son with a few longevity elixirs, Liao Qingshan added, raising his hand to draw forth a white jade vial containing the life-extending elixirs. You! Liao brother, you are aware of the plight of the Xia family. To call off the engagement at this moment would indeed plunge us into despair. Could we not postpone this decision? Xia Huang's initial resolve wavered as he considered the Xia family's situation and his son Xia Yun's predicament, adopting a tone of entreaty. Liao Qingshan sighed. Xia brother, we understand the current state of your family, but we can no longer extend our sympathy. You have consistently declined to join us in the sacred sect while still seeking our protection. Such things do not coexist harmoniously. Had it not been for the Liao family, your Xia family would not have endured these past 10 years. Ultimately, we have fulfilled our obligations, and there is no need to prolong this any further. In truth, the Liao family had once been inferior to the Xia family, but Lao Qingshan's father had made a decisive choice to ally with the demon sect, which had led to their gradual rise. They had previously invited the Xia family to join them, but they were met with refusal. At that moment, an elderly man beside Liao Qingshan cleared his throat lightly. Xiao Huang frowned as he glanced over. The man in the black robe was inscrutable, his aura exceedingly profound, indicating he was an exceptionally powerful individual. This is Elder Wang from the Sacred Sect, here today regarding Ruoyan's matter. As a true disciple of the Sacred Sect, she is no longer suitable to be the fiancée of someone who has yet to establish their foundation. I must implore you, Xia brother, to dissolve this engagement. Liao Qingshan hastily interjected. At that moment, Elder Wang exuded a terrifying aura, causing the expressions of the Xia family members to shift dramatically. Are you attempting to pressure me? Xia Huang challenged. Indeed, I am, Elder Wang replied coldly. The sect master has decreed that your son is unworthy of Ruoyan. It would be best for both your family and the Liao family to annul this engagement. The chilling intent emanating from him bore a hint of murderous intent, almost compelling him to unleash devastation, yet he stifled it. Though the Xia family had fallen, they still possessed a formidable being of the divine tribulation realm and had tens of thousands of people. To slaughter them would risk the sect master's displeasure, as it might spoil the delicate balance between the righteous and demonic paths. Such a demon sect. Such a Liao family. At that moment, the door swung open, and a young man strode in. He scanned Liao Qingshan and the others with an intense gaze, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fire. You nur! Xia Huang exclaimed in shock. The newcomer was none other than his son, Xia Yun, once regarded as the Xia family's prodigy, now labeled a waste. Father, since they are unwilling to uphold their past agreement, let us dissolve it. Our Xia family is too small to cater to such a grand figure, Xia Yun declared. His words sent shockwaves through the Xia family members. If they were to annul the engagement with the Liao family now, their family's situation would become perilous. Are you Liao Ruoyan? Xia Yun gazed at Liao Ruoyan, somewhat astonished. You are rather attractive. Though merely 15, she had already blossomed into a beauty, her features beginning to take shape. You are too weak. We do not belong to the same world. This engagement serves no purpose, Liao Ruoyan replied calmly. This decision had taken her several days to arrive at. Dissolving the engagement was indeed the better course. Rest assured, this matter is a fault of our Liao family, and I shall provide compensation. She took the vial of longevity elixirs from Liao Qingshan and slowly opened it. Inside lay 3 translucent elixirs, radiating a powerful vitality and fragrance. Premium longevity elixirs. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 3 premium elixirs could conservatively extend one's life by 30 years, for an ordinary person, this was remarkable. Xia Yun, being in the body refinement realm, could refine even more potency, potentially extending his lifespan significantly. The compensation was simply extraordinary. Compensation, is that all you can offer? Xia Yun retorted. Do I truly lack your meager compensation? With a forceful motion, Xia Yun struck Liao Ruoyan's hand, sending the vial of elixirs flying. A cold smile crept across his face as he fixed his gaze on Liao Ruoyan. After 10 years, you have indeed flourished, transforming into a phoenix from a mere branch. How delightful! His words dripped with sarcasm. Liao Ruoyan's brow furrowed slightly. I cannot claim to have transformed into a phoenix, but we are ultimately no longer of the same world, and there is no need to continue entangling ourselves. Dissolving the engagement is beneficial for both of us. Suppressing her anger, she reiterated. Perhaps you have simply attached yourself to a wealthy patron. I have heard you awakened the Taiyin sacred body. According to the texts, that is a supreme furnace. Xia Yun sneered. To become a furnace for others, you would forsake a previous agreement and show such ingratitude. My grandfather was indeed blind to save a pack of ingrates. Upon hearing his words, both Liao Qingshan and Liao Ruoyan's expression shifted dramatically. He had actually deduced this. Rumor had it that although Xia Yun was deemed a waste incapable of establishing a foundation, he was exceptionally intelligent and possessed an alarming level of insight. What's the matter? Has Lady Liao lost her tongue? It is not surprising, after all, the notion of being a furnace is repulsive. How could one have the audacity to speak of it? Xia Yun continued to mock. What's wrong with being a furnace? It is far superior to being your waste of a wife. Liao Ruoyan suddenly shouted in anger. Her outburst even caught Elder Wang off guard. Years ago, your grandfather saved mine, and our Liao family has protected the Xia family for 20 years, recently safeguarding several mines for you. This has already repaid the kindness of old, yet you dare to bring this matter up now, as if our Liao family is forever indebted to the Xia family. I declare this engagement void. Sign it, otherwise, the Xia family will face pressures beyond the Liao family. Liao Ruoyan's chest heaved with anger as she presented the original engagement document along with their token of affection before Xia Yun. Ah! Truly the esteemed Lady Liao, a few truthful words and you crumble. To be honest, someone like you who clings to power and relies on men for support is not someone I, Xia Yun, would ever desire. Today is not you dissolving the engagement, it is I, Xia Yun, who is casting off Liao Ruoyan. As Xia Yun spoke, he produced paper and ink, writing the annulment of their engagement right there. At that moment, words echoed in his mind: you have mocked Liao Ruoyan, reversed the engagement, and completed the system task. The system is now binding. In light of the past goodwill between our families, I, Xia Yun, offer you these words. Fortunes change. Today, no one will support my aspirations, but one day, I shall ascend the snowy peaks alone. I, Xia Yun, shall ultimately become an existence you cannot fathom. With the system now bound to him, Xia Yun's confidence surged, and his words rang with an unyielding spirit, causing Liao Ruoyan to tremble with indignation. She gazed at the annulment document tossed before her, feeling an overwhelming humiliation, her expression icy. Very well, this is indeed the son of the Xia family. Xia Huang clapped in approval. He felt a surge of pride, knowing his son had not disappointed him. You dare to annul our engagement? Just as Liao Ruoyan was about to explode with rage, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Elder Wang slammed his hand on the table and stood up, initially intending to resolve the matter peacefully, but seeing the treatment of Liao Ruoyan, he could no longer remain silent. Do you truly think the sacred sect has no one? With a thunderous crash, Xia Huang and the others were sent sprawling. Elder Wang turned to Liao Ruoyan, demanding the engagement document to be torn up, or chaos would ensue. With a sickening sound, members of the Xia family spat blood, and Xia Yun fell to one knee, gripping the floor in an overwhelming sense of humiliation. This elder was formidable, the Xia family had no one to rival him. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied? Elder Wang's gaze fell upon Xia Yun, and his oppressive aura intensified, bearing down like a mountain, causing Xia Yun to cough up blood. Yet he still refused to kneel. Sir, this is the engagement document, this is the engagement document. At that moment, Xia Huang produced the document, fearing Elder Wang might harm Xia Yun. Liao girl, tear it up, Elder Wang instructed with a glance. Upon hearing his words, Liao Ruoyan swept her gaze over, channeling her power to reduce both engagement documents to dust. She returned the token of affection and declared, right now, you are a waste, and in the future, you will continue to be a waste. I, Liao Ruoyan, shall await you in the sacred sect, and I shall see if there truly exists a fish that can turn itself around. Elder Wang, let us depart. With that, she turned and strode toward the door. Elder Wang, lifting Xia Yun, patted him on the shoulder, chuckling, you've got quite the backbone. With a resounding thud, Xia Yun was flung away. You ner. Xia Huang rushed over, flipping Xia Yun over to check his condition, his face turning pale. His meridians are shattered. He is left with but a breath. Chapter 20 of the arrival of the Lu family. Young Miss Lu, the marriage has been annulled. Once you attend to the remaining matters, you may return to the holy sect, Elder Wang addressed Lu Ruoyan. Given his status, he ordinarily would not need to extend courtesies to a junior, yet the current Lu Ruoyan was different. She was the furnace of the young master. In the future, she would be able to whisper sweet nothings to him, making it necessary to win her favor. Elder Wang, what of Xiao Yun? Lu Ruoyan hesitated. She wished to inquire whether Elder Wang's earlier action of flinging someone away had resulted in their death. What, are you concerned for him, Miss Lu? Do not forget that you are about to become the young master's furnace. Even as a furnace, you must not harbor any other thoughts, Elder Wang reminded her. It is not that, I merely recall our past companionship and do not wish for him to encounter any misfortune. As for feelings, we have not seen each other for a decade. Aside from the marriage contract, there are no ties left, Lu Ruoyan hurriedly explained. If any ill words were to reach the ears of that one, the Lu family may well be in peril, Elder Wang cautioned. Rest assured, it is merely a lesson for him. He will not die. You may focus on your training alongside the young master, Elder Wang affirmed. Without the command of the leader, he does not possess the intent to kill. However, the current Xiao Yun is as good as dead. He will never have the opportunity to cultivate again. And my father, what of his condition? Lu Ruoyan inquired. Her father, Lu Qingshan, had an old injury that had been flaring up. Elder Wang, being an alchemist, was here not only to support her in annulling the marriage but also to treat her father. The cold dragon poison has been expelled. Now, it only requires some time with the fire elemental pill for recuperation, and there will be no further issues, Elder Wang replied. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Miss Lu, can you honestly tell me how your father came to be afflicted with the cold dragon poison? This is not a result of any cold attribute techniques. Have you encountered a true cold attribute dragon? His words made Lu Ruoyan uneasy. Indeed, as an alchemist, he had discerned the crux of the problem. Elder Wang, the cold dragon poison my father suffers from was indeed caused by a cold attribute dragon. However, whether it was a true dragon is uncertain. My father merely caught a glimpse and was rendered to his current state. That place has become a forbidden zone. No one dares to approach, Lu Ruoyan recounted. A dragon is not necessarily a true dragon. It could also be a hybrid with dragon blood. A forbidden zone, where might that be? Elder Wang inquired with curiosity. If it were a true dragon, he would certainly wish to investigate. The cold pool of Tianshan. That mountain range is now shrouded in ice and snow, and the deeper one ventures, the more terrifying the cold becomes, even capable of overwhelming magical powers, Lu Ruoyan explained candidly. Ordinary cold does not frighten cultivators. They can withstand it with magical barriers, but the cold of Tianshan is exceedingly treacherous. The cold pool of Tianshan sounds intriguing. Boom, just as Elder Wang contemplated whether to visit the cold pool of Tianshan before returning to the demon sect, a terrifying commotion erupted outside. In an instant, the entire Lu family was enveloped in a dread-inducing aura, rendering everyone unable to move under the immense pressure. Elder Wang dashed out of the house, gazing skyward, his expression one of astonishment. The heavens had shattered, a colossal void had erupted. Boom, the immense opening continued to expand, and a terrifying demonic energy surged forth. Has the sky fallen? Gasped the members of the Lu family, with Lu Qingshan's expression growing grave. An incomprehensibly fearsome pressure emanated from the void, rapidly spreading as the entire Lu family trembled. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar resonated from within, startling everyone, who then beheld a horrifying sight. The creature was dark, enormous, furry, terrifying. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted violently as he stared in disbelief, his rigid posture involuntarily bending. Tao Tai, the nine-headed beast Tao Tai. He finally discerned that it was a nine-headed Tao Tai, each head spanning hundreds of feet, dragging a palanquin as it pierced the void and forcefully descended. Beneath the terrifying pressure, silence fell across millions of miles surrounding the Lu family. All living beings prostrated themselves. An absolute powerhouse. What manner of individual possesses such a conveyance? Lu Qingshan could scarcely fathom. The Tao Tai pulling the palanquin exuded but a sliver of its aura, rendering even him, a god tribulation realm cultivator, unable to stand. The holy carriage has arrived. Why do you not greet the young master? Elder Wang proclaimed. Upon his words, Lu Ruoyan froze momentarily, then was struck with astonishment. The holy carriage, the young master, had the esteemed figure from the holy sect truly arrived here? How could this be possible? Roar! The dark, aberrant Tao Tai bellowed, dragging the palanquin down from the heavens, locking its gaze upon the Lu family. Welcome, young master! Elder Wang bellowed with utmost reverence. Welcome, young master, the others echoed fervently. Lu Ruoyan cast her gaze downward, then cautiously lifted her head, stealing a glance. The nine-headed Tao Tai rapidly diminished in size, its descent slowing as it approached the ground. Beside the palanquin, several figures moved in tandem, guarding the carriage. As the Tao Tai came to a halt, and the palanquin stabilized, those guarding it swiftly parted ways. The array surrounding the palanquin closed, and a figure emerged into Lu Ruoyan's anxious sight. Dressed in snow-white garments, he resembled an ethereal celestial being. This was the immediate impression of Lu Ruoyan and the others. He was so otherworldly. Was this truly the young master of the holy sect? The man who would one day enter her life. He was extraordinarily handsome. This was a far cry from Xiao Yun. Welcome, young master! Elder Wang called out once more. Welcome, young master! The crowd followed suit, raising their voices in unison. Chen Qiangying, clad in white, descended from the palanquin, walking gracefully through the air as a line of guards swiftly dispersed. The elders of the demon sect extended their consciousness to the utmost, surveying their surroundings thoroughly. Is this the Lu family? Chen Qiangying inquired casually after a brief glance. Yes, young master, this is the Lu family. The elderly gentleman down there, who is in the sage realm, is our sect's alchemist, Wang Canlan. An elder beside Chen Qiangying replied. Chen Qiangying nodded and stepped forward, suddenly landing on the ground before Elder Wang. Elder Wang, how has the matter been handled? He asked indifferently. It has been taken care of. You may return to the holy sect shortly. Did the young master come to see Miss Lu? Elder Wang inquired cautiously. By rights, this individual should not have appeared here. Even a top-tier furnace should not warrant his personal visit. Handled? You must be Lu Ruoyan? Chen Qiangying inquired, his brow furrowing slightly upon hearing her name. The subtle change in expression seemed to shatter Wang Canlan's world. He frowned. Could it be that the young master was dissatisfied? Miss Lu, it is an honor to meet you, Lu Ruoyan thought, her heart racing with trepidation, as if countless fawns were attempting to break through her mental barriers. He is so handsome, how nerve-wracking. Although he was exquisitely handsome, his strength seemed somewhat lacking. As Chen Qiangying spoke, he proceeded toward the main hall of the Lu family. Chapter 20 of the arrival of the Lu family. Lu girl, the marriage has been annulled. Take care of the remaining matters, and you may return to the holy sect, Elder Wang remarked to Lu Ruoyan. Given his stature, he need not extend courtesy to a junior, yet the current Lu Ruoyan was different. She was the furnace for the young master. In the days to come, she would be the one whispering sweet nothings into his ear, and it was indeed essential to curry favor with her. Elder Wang, regarding Xiao Yun. Lu Ruoyan hesitated. She wished to inquire whether Elder Wang had truly killed him when he had hurled him away moments ago. What, are you feeling distressed for the girl? Elder Wang teased. Do not forget, you are soon to become the young master's furnace. Even as a furnace, you must not harbor other thoughts. Elder Wang's words prompted him to remind her. It is not that, I merely hold concern for an old companion, not wishing for him to come to harm. As for feelings, after 10 years of separation, aside from a marriage contract, there are no ties remaining between us. Lu Ruoyan hastily clarified. If any ill words were to reach that particular individual's ears, the Lu family would surely be in peril. Rest assured, it was merely a lesson for him. He will not die if from now on, you may focus on your cultivation beside the young master, Elder Wang assured her. Without the command of the sect leader, he would not dare to kill. However, Xiao Yun is now as good as dead, he will never have the chance to cultivate again. What of my father, how is his condition? Lu Ruoyan inquired. Her father, Lu Qingshan, had an old injury that had been acting up. Elder Wang was a pharmacist, and his visits served both to support her in the annulment and to treat her father. The cold dragon poison has been expelled, and now, with the fire elemental elixir for a period of recuperation, he will face no further issues, Elder Wang explained. He pondered a moment longer before asking, Lu girl, if I may be so bold, how did your father come to be afflicted by the cold dragon poison? This is not the result of a cold attribute cultivation technique. Did you encounter a true cold attribute dragon? His words caused Lu Ruoyan to feel a foreboding sense of trouble. Indeed, as a pharmacist, he had discerned the crux of the issue. Elder Wang, my father's cold dragon poison was indeed caused by a dragon of the cold attribute, although we cannot ascertain whether it was a true dragon. He merely caught a glimpse and was rendered in this state. The area has since become a forbidden zone, and no one dares to venture there. Lu Ruoyan explained. A dragon need not be a true dragon. It could also be a hybrid with draconic blood. A forbidden zone, what place might that be? Elder Wang inquired, intrigued. If it were a true dragon, he would truly wish to explore. The Tianshan Cold Pool. That range is now covered in ice and snow. The deeper one goes, the more terrifying the cold becomes, to the point where even magical power cannot withstand it, Lu Ruoyan recounted truthfully. Ordinary cold will not deter a cultivator, as one can simply rely on magical protection, but the cold of Tianshan is exceedingly sinister. The Tianshan Cold Pool sounds fascinating. Boom! Just as Elder Wang contemplated whether to visit the Tianshan Cold Pool before returning to the demon sect, a terrifying commotion erupted outside. In an instant, the entire Lu family was enveloped in a dreadful aura, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure that made movement arduous. Elder Wang burst from the house, looking up at the sky, his expression one of astonishment. The heavens had fractured, a colossal hole had erupted into existence. Boom! The gaping maw continued to expand, and a terrifying demonic energy surged forth. Has the sky collapsed? The Lu family cried out, and Lu Qingshan's countenance turned grave. An incomprehensibly fearsome pressure emanated from within, rapidly spreading, causing the entire Lu family to tremble, roar. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from within, startling everyone, and they beheld a terrifying entity. It was dark, massive, and hairy. Fearsome. Lu Qingshan's pupils dilated, his body instinctively bending as he stared in shock. Tianhu. The nine-headed beast, Tianhu. He finally discerned that it was a colossal Tianhu, stretching hundreds of feet long, forcefully descending while dragging a palanquin through the void. Under the oppressive force, silence blanketed the surroundings of the Lu family for millions of miles, with all living beings prostrating in submission. An absolute powerhouse, what sort of individual possessed such a chariot? Lu Qingshan could hardly fathom. The Tianhu pulling the palanquin exuded just a trace of its aura, rendering him, a being of divine tribulation, unable to stand. The holy chariot descends, why do you not welcome the young master? Elder Wang exclaimed. His words caused Lu Ruoyan to momentarily freeze in astonishment. The Holy Chariot, the young master, has that esteemed individual from the Holy Sect arrived here? How is this possible? Roar, the black aberration Tian Hu bellowed, descending from the heavens while locking onto the Lu family. Welcome, young master. Elder Wang shouted with utmost solemnity and reverence. Welcome, young master, the crowd echoed fervently. Lu Ruoyan lowered her head, then cautiously lifted it, casting a furtive glance. The nine-headed Tian Hu diminished in size, its descent slowing as it approached the ground. Beside the palanquin, several figures moved in tandem, guarding it closely. As the Tian Hu came to a halt, the palanquin stabilized, and those guarding it swiftly parted. The formation around the palanquin closed, revealing a figure that stepped into Lu Ruoyan's anxious gaze. Draped in white as snow, he resembled a celestial being. This was the immediate impression of Lu Ruoyan and the others. So ethereal, this was the young master of the Holy Sect, the man who was destined to enter her life? He was exceedingly handsome, far superior to that Xiao Yun. Welcome, young master. Elder Wang called out once more. Welcome, young master, the crowd shouted in unison. Chen Qiangying, clad in white, descended from the palanquin, walking gracefully through the air as a line of guards swiftly spread out. The elders of the demon sect extended their senses to the utmost, surveying the surroundings with precision. Is this the Lu family? Chen Qiangying surveyed the area and asked indifferently. Yes, young master, this is indeed the Lu family. The elderly gentleman down there, a sage, is our sex pharmacist, Wang Canlan. An elder beside Chen Qiangying responded. Chen Qiangying nodded and stepped forward, suddenly landing on the ground, approaching Wang Canlan. Wang Canlan, how did the task fare? He inquired calmly. It has been completed, and you may return to the Holy Sect shortly. Does the young master wish to meet Miss Lu? Wang Canlan asked cautiously. Logically, this individual should not have appeared here. Even a top-tier furnace would not warrant such a personal visit. Completed, you must be Lu Ruoyan? Upon hearing this, Chen Qiangying's brow furrowed slightly. This was merely a subtle change in expression, yet to Wang Canlan, it felt as if the sky had fallen. He frowned. Could it be that the young master is dissatisfied? Ruoyan greets the young master. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced, her nerves frayed, as if countless little deer were attempting to break through her mental defenses. He is so handsome, how nerve-wracking. Although he is exquisitely handsome, his power seems lacking. As he spoke, Chen Qiangying made his way toward the Grand Hall of the Lu family. Chapter 21, Conceptual Martial Arts, the light of the righteous path. He is so handsome. Is this the esteemed elder of the Holy Sect? I am utterly captivated, my dear sisters. I have fallen for her. Get lost. How dare you, you fickle one, fall for every pretty face? Do you really think the elder would take notice of you? Every gesture exudes an air of aloofness, igniting a fervor within the hearts of all of the Lu family. Was in a frenzy, with every young lady harboring secret affections. Yet, Lu Ruoyan felt a sense of unease. She had just overheard him express disdain for her weakness. Lu girl, hurry and follow him. At that moment, Wang Canlan offered his reminder. With an increasingly anxious heart, Lu Ruoyan complied and entered. Ahem! Elder Su, this is the blissful joy pill. It not only enhances size and strength but also alters duration. It is a humble offering for you. Wang Canlan presented a box to the elder. The elder, known as Suing or Su III, was a revered figure among the Holy Ones, one of the most formidable members of the demonic sect. He accepted the box, shaking his head slightly. The item is commendable, yet I truly know not what your young master intends with his arrival. Let us proceed inside. You arrived early and are more familiar with this place. Answer whatever questions the young master may have, Su III suggested as they made their way toward the Grand Hall. Wang Canlan's expression darkened, his heart aching tremendously. Not only had his painstakingly crafted elixir vanished, but he had also failed to extract any valuable information inside the Lu family's assembly hall. Chen Qiangying occupied the main seat, with Lu Ruoyan standing beside him, while the Lu family members and several elders from the demonic sect were gathered below. Ding! Detected the activation of the villainous Emperor Ruoyan in the Serpent Rat Alliance. Recruit Emperor Ruoyan as a maid and reward the conceptual martial art, the light of the righteous path. What is this nonsense? Are you insinuating that I, along with this scoundrel Lu Ruoyan, am part of the Serpent Rat Alliance? Is this truly the kind of person I am? Believe it or not, I could accuse you of slander. Chen Qiangying cursed inwardly. How could Lu Ruoyan not exist? The scoundrel's path is as eternal as the long night. Such a statement holds water, after all, but this has nothing to do with me. I did not initiate the annulment. Ruoyan, how is the Xiao family? How was the marriage annulled? Is it truly over? Chen Qiangying inquired. Replying to the young master, the Xiao family has fallen into decline. Elder Wang and I pressured them into forcibly annulling the marriage. Lu Ruoyan recounted the situation. The listeners below exchanged puzzled glances. Well, if the marriage is annulled, then it is annulled. Could it be that you feared Ruoyan might entangle with that Xiao Yun, tarnishing her reputation? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang'an wore an expression of realization. It was precisely as he suspected. He would have to pay a visit to the Xiao family to resolve this lingering issue. Otherwise, he would unwittingly acquire another formidable rival. Elder Wang, your method of handling this matter is somewhat inappropriate, Chen Xiang'an remarked, directing his gaze at Wang Canlan. Wang Canlan was taken aback. Inappropriate? Was he being blamed for causing harm? The young master, in his view, was overstepping. How could a mere scion of a fallen family dare to provoke a true disciple of our sect? Thus, he struck him with a palm. I acknowledge my error, I admit my fault. Wang Canlan was nearly on his knees. In the demonic sect, one was punished for mistakes, and some penalties could be fatal. He was uncertain where he had erred, merely speculating that he might have injured Xiao Yun, which led to his questioning. After all, the sect leader had proclaimed, peacefully dissolve the engagement. His behavior was simply a reflection of his accustomed life within the demonic sect. If the higher-ups criticized you, one must merely admit to wrongdoing, regardless of the truth, just admit it. Admitting fault, then why don't you articulate where you erred? Chen Xiang'an pressed further. His words rendered Wang Canlan's expression more wretched than if he had consumed excrement, his panic escalating. I should not have struck Xiao Yun, nor should I have defied the sect leader's command to pressure the Xiao family, Wang Canlan replied. No. You ought to have struck him down, you ought to have incapacitated him. It would have been better not to strike him at all, Chen Xiang'an countered. He understood Qi Jinjin's intentions, peaceful resolution. This was essential for the upcoming righteous and demonic conference. Wang Canlan was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Chen Xiang'an turned to Lu Ruoyan and declared, from this moment forth, stay by my side as a maid. Yes, young master. Lu Ruoyan nodded eagerly upon hearing this. Let us visit the Xiao family. I am curious as to what qualifications a mere scion of a fallen family possesses to engage in a union with a saint body of the Taiyin. Chen Xiang'an stated as he slowly rose. You have recruited Emperor Ruoyan as a maid. Reward: conceptual martial art, the light of the righteous path. The light of the righteous path, a conceptual martial art that, when executed, causes those weaker than the host to turn to ash under its illumination, while those stronger emit a green glow, and all family members are rendered unfaithful. How intriguing! It is indeed a little trinket. Chen Xiang'an was taken aback. He had expected something akin to a perfect defense against blades. However, this could serve well to vex others. At the Xiao family, Xiao Yun lay unconscious upon his bed. Sai, patriarch of the Xiao family, I am powerless. It would be prudent to prepare for the worst, an elder remarked as he rose to depart. Zhang Laozu, I implore you to save Yuner. If you can awaken him, I will grant you anything. Xiao Huang fell to his knees, grasping the elder's leg. This elder, known as Zhang Banzian, was the only divine alchemist in their region. If even he could not save Xiao Yun, then the young man was effectively sentenced to death. It is not that I do not wish to help, but there is simply no remedy. His internal organs are shattered, his meridians destroyed, and a potent force roams within him. His survival hinges solely on the thread of breath held by another. Your Xiao family possesses great audacity, daring to offend such a formidable figure. Zhang shook his head, prying Xiao Huang's hands away. I cannot save him. There is truly nothing I can do. Scoundrel, cursed Lu family, how could they unleash such cruelty, despite our father having once rescued theirs? A man, witnessing Zhang Banqian's departure, furiously pounded the nearby table. Xiao Huang was heartbroken. Everyone, please leave, let Yuna rest in peace. I shall seek alternative solutions. If all else fails, I will have to turn to her. Xiao Huang murmured, urging the others to depart. Shortly after their exit, Xiao Yun's body began to radiate light. System loading complete. Opening beginner's gift package. Ding, beginner's gift package successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, the ancient dominating body, the sacred war blade, heavenly blade of dominance, and 3 drops of divine creation liquid. Buzz, Xiao Yun's body levitated, surging with immense vitality. His meridians rapidly reconstructed, his internal organs refined, and began to align, turning a pale gold. System, sign in. Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Ding, sign in successful. First sign in at the ancestral ground of the Xiao family, rewarded with the battle Saint Law. Good. I, Xiao Yun, have finally become formidable. Lu Ruoyan, I shall see whether you, wretched harlot, will come to regret this annulment. As Xiao Yun recalled his previous tribulations, murderous intent surged within him that he had returned as a king. The end of Lu Ruoyan was nigh. Chapter 21, Conceptual Techniques, the radiance of the righteous path. He is so handsome. Is this the esteemed figure of the holy sect? I am utterly captivated, my dear friends, I have fallen for her. Get lost, you're just infatuated with every pretty face you see. Who do you think you are for the esteemed one to notice you? Every gesture of his exudes an air of aloofness that stirs the hearts of many. The Lu family was in an uproar, with every maiden caught in the throes of youthful infatuation. Yet Lu Ruyen was troubled. She had overheard his disdain for her frailty. Lu girl, wouldn't you hurry and follow him in? At that moment, Wang Canlan interjected. With a heart increasingly laden with anxiety, Lu Ruyen followed him inside. Ahem! Elder Su, this is the supreme joy pill. Not only does it enhance one's physical prowess, but it can also alter one's frequency. It is a humble offering from me to you. Wang Canlan presented a box to the elder. The elder, known as Suing, or Su III, was a figure of great repute in the holy sect, belonging to the elite ranks of the demonic cult. He accepted the box, shaking his head slightly. The item is commendable, yet I truly know not its purpose. Let us proceed inside together. You arrived early and are more familiar with this place. Answer whatever inquiries the young master may pose. Su III stated as he strode towards the grand hall. Wang Canlan's expression darkened, his heart heavy with distress. Not only had his painstakingly concocted elixir vanished, but he also failed to extract any useful intelligence. Inside the Lu family's conference hall, Chen Qiangying sat at the head of the table, flanked by Lu Ruyen, with the family members and several elders from the demonic cult gathered below. Ding, detection of the antagonist, Lu Ruyen, has activated the serpent and rat nest feature, allowing the recruitment of Lu Ruyen as a maid, rewarding the conceptual technique, the radiance of the righteous path. What is this? A mere trifle. You equate me with this shameless Lu Ruyen. Am I truly such a person? Chen Qiangying cursed inwardly at the saying. Heaven did not give birth to Lu Ruyen. This shameless path is eternal like a long night, might hold some truth, given his extensive reading of novels. However, it had nothing to do with him. He had not even called off the engagement. Ruyen, what of the Shao family? How was this engagement annulled? Has it truly been dissolved? Chen Qiangying inquired. Young master, the Shao family has fallen into decline. Elder Wang and I exerted pressure on them to forcefully annul the engagement. Lu Ruyen recounted the situation. The listeners below exchanged puzzled glances. If the engagement is annulled, then so be it. Can one truly deceive you? Are you concerned that Ruyen might be entangled with that Xiao Yun, tarnishing her reputation? Indeed, upon hearing this, Chen Qiangying appeared to have confirmed his suspicions. He would indeed have to pay a visit to the Shao family to eradicate this potential trouble, otherwise, he would unwittingly acquire an additional rival. Elder Wang, your approach to handling matters seems somewhat inappropriate, Chen Qiangying remarked, turning his gaze towards Wang Canlan. Wang Canlan was taken aback. Inappropriate? Was he being blamed for causing harm? The young master felt that the other party had grown too arrogant. A mere scion of a declining family dared to provoke a true disciple of the cult, hence, he had struck him once. I acknowledge my mistake. I know I was wrong. Wang Canlan pleaded, nearly bowing in supplication. I and the demonic cult, mistakes warranted punishment, and some penalties could be fatal. He was uncertain where he had erred but suspected he may have harmed Xiao Yun, thus facing reproach. After all, the sect leader had stated, dissolve the engagement peacefully. His behavior was merely a result of being accustomed to the cult's ways. When the higher-ups criticize you, you simply admit fault, regardless of whether you are truly in the wrong. Just admit your guilt. Admit your mistake, then pray tell, where did you err? Chen Qiangying pressed further. His inquiry rendered Wang Canlan's expression more wretched than a man tasting excrement, his panic intensifying. I should not have struck Xiao Yun. I should not have defied the sect leader's orders by pressuring the Shao family, Wang Canlan admitted. No, you should have struck him harder, incapacitating him. It would have been better not to strike him at all, Chen Qiangying countered. He understood Xi Jinjin's intention. A peaceful resolution. This was for the upcoming righteous and demonic assembly. Wang Canlan, momentarily at a loss for words, failed to comprehend the situation. Chen Qiangying then turned to Lu Ruyen, saying, from now on, stay by my side as a maid. Yes, young master. Lu Ruyen promptly nodded in agreement. Let us visit the Shao family. I am curious as to what qualifications a mere scion of a fallen family possesses to be engaged to a supreme sacred body. Chen Qiangying declared, slowly rising. You have recruited Lu Ruyen as a maid, rewarding the conceptual technique, the radiance of the righteous path, the radiance of the righteous path. A conceptual technique that, once invoked, causes those weaker than the host to be reduced to ashes, while those stronger glow green, and all family members are revealed to be unfaithful. How intriguing! It is indeed a delightful little trinket, Chen Qiangying mused. He had initially thought it was a technique for empty-handed combat. However, it could serve well for vexing others. At the Shao family estate, Xiao Yun lay unconscious upon his bed. Alas, Xiao family head, I am powerless. It would be prudent to prepare for the worst, an elder stated, preparing to depart. Zhang, I beseech you, save my Yuner, I would agree to anything if you can awaken him. Xiao Huang implored, kneeling and grasping the elder's leg. This elder, known as Zhang Banxian, was the sole divine alchemist in their vicinity, yet if even he could not save Xiao Yun, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. It is not that I do not wish to help, but truly, there is no remedy. His internal organs are shattered, his meridians are entirely ruined, and a potent force roams within him. He survives solely by the grace of that force sustaining his breath, the elder lamented. You, Xiao family, are quite audacious to have offended such a formidable figure. Zhang shook his head, attempting to free himself from Xiao Huang's grasp. I cannot save him. Truly, I cannot assist in the slightest. Scoundrel, cursed Lu family, how could they resort to such cruelty, despite our father having once saved theirs? A man, witnessing Zhang Banxian's departure, raged as he struck the nearby table. Xiao Huang was engulfed in sorrow. Everyone, please leave, let Yuna rest in peace, I will contemplate other means, if all else fails, I shall have no choice but to seek her aid. Xiao Huang murmured, urging those present to depart. Not long after they left, Xiao Yun's body began to emit a radiant glow. System loading complete. Opening beginner's gift pack. Ding, beginner's gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, the ancient Overlord body, the sacred grade battle blade, the Overlord sacred blade, and 3 drops of creation divine liquid. Buzz, Xiao Yun's body levitated, a surge of vitality coursing through him, his meridians rapidly reformed, his organs underwent refinement, aligning into a pale golden hue. System, sign in. Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes and declared. Ding, sign in successful, first sign in at the Xiao family's ancestral grounds completed, rewarding the battle sync technique. Excellent, 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 I, Xiao Yun, have finally regained my strength, Lu Ruyan, I shall see if you, wretched woman, will regret this decision to annul our engagement. Xiao Yun thought back to his recent experiences, a tide of murderous intent surging within him. He was the returning sovereign, the doom of Lu Ruyan was imminent. Chapter 21 Conceptual Martial Arts, the light of the righteous path. He is so handsome, is this the esteemed figure of the holy sect? My heart flutters, dear sisters, I have fallen for her, get lost, you, how can you fall for every handsome face you see, do you really think the esteemed one would take notice of you? Every movement exudes an air of aloofness, igniting a fervor within the hearts of onlookers. The Lu family was in a frenzy, with every young girl consumed by infatuation, yet, Lu Ruoyan felt a growing unease. She had just overheard him express disdain for her weakness. Lu girl, hurry and follow him inside. At that moment, Wang Canlan interjected with a reminder. With an increasingly anxious heart, Lu Ruoyan stepped inside. Ahem. Elder Su, this is the joyous bliss pill. Not only does it enhance size and strength, but it also alters duration. This is a small gift for you. Wang Canlan presented a box to the elder. The elder, known as Su Ying or Su Laosan, was a revered figure in the holy sect, one of the most formidable masters of the demonic path. He accepted the box, shaking his head slightly. The item is indeed excellent, yet I truly know not its purpose. Let us enter together. You are familiar with this place and can answer whatever queries the young master may have. Su Laosan declared as he made his way towards the main hall. Wang Canlan's expression darkened, his heart aching profoundly. Not only had his hard-earned elixir vanished, but he also failed to extract any useful information inside the Lu family's conference hall. Chen Qinying occupied the main seat, with Lu Ruoyan standing beside him, while the family members and several elders of the demonic sect filled the room. Ding, detection of the antagonist, Emperor Ruoyan, activating the serpent and rat nest feature, recruiting Emperor Ruoyan as a maidservant, rewarding the conceptual martial arts technique, the light of the righteous path. What is this? You dare associate me with the despicable Lu Ruoyan? Is this truly the kind of person I am? Believe me, I will accuse you of defamation. Chen Qinying cursed inwardly. How can Lu Ruoyan not exist? The despicable path is as eternal as the long night, he mused, having read too many novels. Yet, this had nothing to do with him. He had not called off the engagement. Ruoyan, what of the Xiao family? How was the engagement annulled? Has it truly been dissolved? Chen Qinying inquired. In response to the young master, the Xiao family has fallen into decline. Elder Wang and I exerted pressure on them and forcibly annulled the engagement. Lu Ruoyan recounted the general circumstances. The audience listened, puzzled. If the engagement is annulled, then what is there to deceive? Could it be that they fear Ruoyan's entanglement with that Xiao Yun would tarnish their reputation? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiang'an appeared enlightened. It seemed he must pay a visit to the Xiao family to resolve this lingering issue, otherwise, he would unwittingly acquire more formidable adversaries. Elder Wang, your handling of the situation leaves much to be desired, Chen Xiang'an remarked, directing his gaze at Wang Canlan. Wang Canlan was taken aback. Leave much to be desired? Are you blaming me for causing harm? This young master feels he has grown too arrogant. How dare a mere scion of a fallen family provoke a true disciple of our sect? Thus, I dealt him a blow. Wang Canlan defended, nearly kneeling. I in the demonic sect, errors warranted punishment, and some penalties could be fatal. He was unsure of his misstep, merely speculating he might have harmed Xiao Yun, resulting in his inquiry. After all, the sect leader had commanded a peaceful dissolution of the engagement. His mindset was merely a result of his time in the demonic sect. If the higher-ups criticized you, you simply acknowledged your fault, regardless of the truth. Recognized your error? Then enlighten me as to where you faltered. Chen Xiang'an pressed further. His words rendered Wang Canlan's face more pained than if he had consumed excrement, growing increasingly flustered. I should not have struck Xiao Yun, nor defied the sect leader's orders by pressuring the Xiao family, Wang Canlan admitted. No. You should have shattered him with that blow, leaving him crippled. It would have been better to never strike him at all. Chen Xiang'an asserted. He understood Qi Jinjin's intentions, peaceful resolution. This was for the forthcoming righteous and demonic assembly. Wang Canlan momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Chen Xiang'an turned to Lu Ruoyan and said, from now on, remain by my side as a maidservant. Yes, young master. Lu Ruoyan quickly nodded. Let us go to the Xiao family. I am curious as to what qualifications this wasteful heir of a fallen family possesses to be engaged to a sacred body of the Taiyin. As Chen Xiang'an spoke, he slowly rose. You recruit Emperor Ruoyan as a maidservant, rewarding the conceptual martial arts technique, the light of the righteous path. The light of the righteous path. Conceptual martial arts technique, once unleashed, under the illumination of the righteous light, those weaker than the host will be reduced to ashes, and those stronger will be enveloped in green light, while family members will be cast into betrayal. Interesting, it even serves as a little plaything, Chen Xiang'an mused, surprised. He had expected something akin to an unarmed confrontation. However, it could serve well for vexing others. At the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yun lay unconscious on his bed. Alas, master of the Xiao family, I am powerless. It would be wise to prepare for the worst, an elderly man declared as he prepared to leave. Master Zhang, I implore you, save my son. If you can awaken him, I will grant you anything. Xiao Huang pleaded, kneeling and clutching the old man's leg. This Master Zhang, known as Zhang Banzian, was the only divine alchemist in their vicinity. Yet if even he could not save Xiao Yun, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. It is not that I do not wish to save him, but there is no way. His internal organs are utterly shattered, his meridians destroyed, and a powerful force roams within him. His life hangs by a thread, sustained only by a fragile breath. The old man shook his head, prying Xiao Huang's hands away. You Xiao family have truly overstepped, daring to offend such a powerful figure. Zhang Banzian lamented, I cannot save him. Truly, not even a shred of hope remains. Curse it, the vile Lu family, how could they act so ruthlessly when our father once saved theirs? A man, enraged by Zhang Banqian's departure, began to pound the nearby table. Xiao Huang was filled with sorrow. Everyone, leave Balao Yun some peace. I will consider other remedies. That if all else fails, I will have to seek her, he murmured, urging the others to depart. Not long after they left, Xiao Yun's body began to emit a radiant glow. System loading complete. Opening beginner's gift pack. Ding, beginner's gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, the ancient Overlord body, the Holy Grade Battle Blade, the Overlord Sacred Blade, and 3 drops of divine liquid. Buzz, Xiao Yun's body levitated, surging with immense vitality. His meridians rapidly reshaped, and his internal organs underwent refinement, aligning into a faint golden hue. System, sign in. Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Ding, sign-in successful. A first successful sign-in at the ancestral grounds of the Xiao family, rewarded with the Battle Saint technique. Good, 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 I, Xiao Yun, have finally risen, he exclaimed. Lu Ruoyan, I shall see if you will regret this annulment. As memories of his prior experiences surged within him, a wave of murderous intent flooded over him. He had returned as a king. The end of Lu Ruoyan was nigh. Chapter 22 of The Confident Xiao Yun arrives at the Xiao family. Master of the house, young master has awakened. Just after Xiao Huan left the room, a young servant rushed up to him with breathless urgency. What did you say? Xiao Huang and the others could hardly believe their ears. The young master, he has awakened. He has really come to, he can even get out of bed. The servant gasped for air. Xiao Huang grasped the servant's shoulders, demanding, "Are you jesting with the head of this family?" He could scarcely believe it. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, Xiao Yun lay in a deep coma, his meridians shattered. How could he suddenly awaken and even rise? "Master, you need only to see for yourself." Whoosh! Before the servant could finish, Xiao Huang and the others transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at Xiao Yun's chamber, they beheld him tidying his robes, a sight that left them incredulous. "Yuner, you," Xiao Huang stammered in astonishment, utterly speechless. His son, Xiao Yun, had truly come back to life. "Father, are you all right?" Xiao Yun rushed over, expressing his concern that he had not forgotten that previously, Wang Canlon. "I'm fine, Yuner," Xiao Huang exclaimed. "What is this?" "I cannot say for certain. In days, I felt a surge of immense vitality flood into my body, and then my injuries healed rapidly. Shortly thereafter, I awakened." "Father! What on earth did you give me?" Xiao Yun feigned curiosity. At his words, Xiao Huang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Such a surge of vitality, could it be from Master Zhang? He did mention that the divine pill might have an effect, a man spoke up. "Indeed, it must be Master Zhang, he surely provided that divine pill." "Yuner, you owe your recovery to Master Zhang. Had he not fortuitously passed through our Xiao family city, you would have undoubtedly met with disaster," Xiao Huang said, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. What he had feared most was the loss of a son to the ravages of fate. Now, it seemed they had weathered the storm. "How extraordinary!" Xiao Yun murmured, secretly disdainful. "That so-called Master Zhang is nothing. It was the system that revived me, a reward from the system that ensured my survival." "Yes, Master Zhang is a renowned master alchemist, traversing the 100 cities. You have indeed snatched victory from the jaws of death this time. Do not act recklessly again. If the marriage is to be called off, so be it. Such a woman is not worth your trouble," Xiao Huang consoled. "Now that we have survived this ordeal, you shall surely rise to prominence. As for your cultivation, father, worry not. With the reconstruction of my meridians, I can now draw energy into my body, establish my foundation, and open my spiritual orifices," Xiao Yun interrupted, summoning a surge of celestial energy with a mere gesture. The others looked on in astonishment. "Excellent, excellent, Yuner, you have truly turned misfortune into fortune." Xiao Huang applauded enthusiastically. With this, he need not fret over Xiao Yun's cultivation any longer, thus sparing the Xiao family from unnecessary turmoil. "Ha ha ha! You young rascal have turned misfortune into fortune. The old wretch of the demonic sect must be dreaming," chuckled Xiao Yun's uncle. "Indeed, rest assured, my esteemed uncles, I can now cultivate. One day, I shall seek retribution from the demonic sect," Xiao Yun declared with unwavering confidence. He had already reached the realm of sovereign, surpassing Lu Ruyan, and with the system's assistance, he would undoubtedly elevate the Xiao family. When that day came, he would certainly demand an explanation from the demonic sect, making that woman aware of her short-sightedness. Boom! Just as the others reveled in Xiao Yun's miraculous recovery, a terrifying sound reverberated through the heavens, akin to thunderclaps. The entire expanse of the world trembled. "Master, master, the sky is falling, the sky is falling," shouted several servants as they rushed in from outside. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Xiao family members turned grave. "What do you mean the sky is falling? What kind of panic is this?" "The sky is truly collapsing, an enormous chasm has appeared and is rapidly expanding, accompanied by deafening roars." The group gasped in alarm. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. "The sky is falling, should we expect Nuwa to mend it?" They dashed outside, looking up at the heavens, only to find the light dimming ominously. "Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation?" Xiao Huang inquired tentatively, scanning the skies. But there was no reply. Only the nine-headed Taodai emerged, its colossal form obscuring the sun and moon. The entire Xiao family trembled violently as a tempest raged. A terrifying pressure spread forth, and figures began to materialize in the sky, descending slowly. The members of the Xiao family were taken aback. Who are these powerful beings? What is the meaning of this grand spectacle? Are they friend or foe? Third brother, go, take the younger generation to the underground palace and prepare for a swift escape. Yuner, you must also leave. Xiao Huang commanded. His elder brother, frowning deeply, added, heed your second brother's advice, hurry, this aura is too malevolent, the visitors do not come with good intentions. Upon hearing this, the third brother made to pull Xiao Yun away. Though the Xiao family had fallen from grace, they had long ago constructed a teleportation array in the underground palace. In times of crisis, the younger generation could be swiftly evacuated. Xiao Yun frowned but did not hesitate, quickly departing. Seal the void. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the carriage of the demonic sex elders exchanged astonished glances. Seal the void, what does the young master intend to do? Daring not to inquire further, they promptly complied, launching dozens of array flags into the air. To whatever esteemed elder has graced us with their presence, Xiao Huang of the Xiao family offers a belated welcome. Xiao Huang bellowed. He saw several elders from the demonic sect but could not discern who occupied the carriage. He knew all too well that the true powerhouse resided within, but the next moment, Xiao Huang's face turned ashen, fear flooding his expression. It's that Elder Wang. They are indeed from the demonic sect. He recognized Wang Canlon, and the other elders of the Xiao family did as well. Buzz, the array of the carriage opened, and a figure suddenly emerged, casting its gaze over the entire Xiao family. It was Lu Ruyan, appearing like a maid standing beside the carriage, awaiting the arrival of the great figure within. The onlookers held their breath, too fearful to exhale. Who is that? Such a noble status. Suddenly, a young man emerged from within, clad in garments as white as snow, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. As he stepped forth, he appeared as if a divine immortal had graced the mortal realm. His breathtaking visage left the world in a daze. The women of the Xiao family lost themselves at the mere sight of him. The young master's esteemed presence has arrived, why do you not kneel in welcome? Boom! The words of Elder Su echoed like thunder, crashing into the ears of the audience, compelling them to kneel in terror, some losing control entirely, fainting from fright. Xiao Huang felt as though a dagger had pierced his back, trembling as he knelt. Indeed, it was that man. He had also come here. What could his purpose be? He could not fathom it but suspected it was likely related to the betrothal between his son Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. Which of you is Xiao Yun? Chen Xiangyang asked as he strode through the air, his tone indifferent. As his succinct question fell, silence enveloped the Xiao family, each member trembling on the ground. Are your ears deaf? Which of you is Xiao Yun? Boom! Elder Su's thunderous shout unleashed a terrifying black light upon the Xiao family, causing a catastrophic explosion that obliterated hundreds of miles in an instant. Chapter 22 of the confident Xiao Yun's arrival at the Xiao family. Master, the young master, he has awakened. Just moments after Xiao Huang exited his chamber, a young servant rushed toward him to deliver the news. What did you say? Xiao Huang and the others could hardly believe their ears. The young master. He has awakened, indeed, he can even rise to his feet. The servant gasped for breath, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Huang seized the young man's shoulders, demanding, Are you jesting with the master of this house? He found it hard to accept. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, the young master lay in a deep coma, his meridians shattered. How could he suddenly awaken and stand? Master, you must see for yourself. Whoosh! Before the servant could finish, Xiao Huang and the others transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at Xiao Yun's room, they beheld the sight of Xiao Yun straightening his robe, disbelief etched across their faces. Yuner, you, Xiao Huang stammered, utterly astonished, unable to articulate his excitement. His son, Xiao Yun, had truly come back to life. Father, are you all right? Xiao Yun rushed over, his concern palpable. He had not forgotten that prior to his own ordeal, Wang Canlon had not only attacked him but also his elderly father and several uncles. I'm fine. Xiao Huang reassured him. Yuner, what is this? I cannot explain it, Xiao Yun replied, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. In a haze, I felt a tremendous vitality surge into my body, and then my injuries healed rapidly. After that, I simply awakened. Father, what on earth did you give me to eat? He feigned curiosity. Xiao Huang and the others were momentarily taken aback by his words. Could it be that immense vitality was from Mr. Zhang? He mentioned that the divine pill might have effects, a sturdy man suggested. Indeed, it must be Mr. Zhang. He brought forth a divine pill. It is undoubtedly the cause. Yuner, you owe your recovery to Mr. Zhang. Had he not fortuitously passed through our Xiao family town, you might have faced dire consequences, Xiao Huang said, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He had initially feared becoming a white-haired man mourning a black-haired son, but it seemed they had weathered this calamity. How extraordinary, Xiao Yun murmured, inwardly dismissive. That so-called Mr. Zhang, he is not the reason I have risen, it is the system's rewards that restored my life. Yes, Mr. Zhang is renowned as a master alchemist, traversing the 100 cities. You have indeed snatched back a life. In the future, do not act recklessly. If you withdraw from that marriage, so be it, such a woman is not worth your trouble, Xiao Huang consoled. Now that we have survived this tribulation, you shall surely soar to great heights. As for your cultivation, father, rest assured, with the reconstruction of my meridians, I can now draw in energy, lay the foundation for my path, and open my spiritual orifices," Xiao Yun interjected, raising his hand to summon a surge of heavenly energy. The others looked on in astonishment. "Excellent, excellent, Yuner, you have truly turned misfortune into fortune." Xiao Huang clapped in praise. This meant he need not worry about Xiao Yun's cultivation. The Xiao family would face far fewer troubles. "Ha ha ha. You, my boy, have turned misfortune into fortune. That old fiend from the demon sect must be dreaming of this." Xiao Yun's uncle chuckled. "Indeed, rest easy, uncles. Now that I can cultivate, I will certainly seek justice from the demon sect in the future," Xiao Yun declared, brimming with confidence. He had already reached the imperial sovereign realm, surpassing Lu Ruoyan, and with the System-S assistance, he would undoubtedly elevate the Xiao family. When that time came, he would confront the demon sect to demonstrate to that woman what it means to be short-sighted. Boom! Just as the group reveled in Xiao Yun's situation, a terrifying sound reverberated through the heavens, akin to thunder crashing. The entire world trembled. "Master, master, the sky is falling, the sky is falling." Several servants rushed in from outside. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Xiao family turned grave. "What do you mean the sky is falling? Why this panic?" "The sky is indeed collapsing, a colossal hole has appeared, and it continues to expand, emitting deafening roars," the servants exclaimed. Xiao Yun frowned, perplexed. "The sky is falling, are we to summon Nuwa to mend it?" They dashed outside, gazing upward, only to find the sky darkening ominously. "Which fellow Daoist is undergoing tribulation?" Xiao Huang inquired, peering into the heavens, but received no reply. Only the sight of a nine-headed Taodai emerged, its immense body blotting out the sun and moon. The Xiao family quaked as the ground shook violently, fierce winds howled. An overwhelming pressure spread forth, and shadowy figures appeared in the sky, slowly descending. The members of the Xiao family were struck with terror. Who are these formidable beings? What is the purpose of such a grand display? Are they friend or foe? Third brother, take the younger generation to the underground palace and prepare for a quick escape. Yuner, you must go as well. Xiao Huang commanded. His elder brother, frowning deeply, added, "Heed your second brother's words. Hurry, this aura is too sinister. The visitors may not come with good intentions." Upon hearing this, the third brother moved to escort Xiao Yun away. Although the Xiao family had fallen from grace, they had long ago constructed a teleportation array in their underground palace, ready to evacuate the younger generation in times of crisis. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow but did not lag behind. He departed swiftly. "Seal the void." A voice suddenly emanated from the carriage. The elders of the demon sect were taken aback. "Seal the void? What is the young master planning?" They dared not question further and promptly obeyed, releasing dozens of array flags that soared into the air. "To whichever esteemed elder has graced us with their presence, Xiao Huang of the Xiao family extends a belated welcome." Xiao Huang bellowed. He had seen several elders of the demon sect but could not discern who occupied the carriage. He understood that the true influential figure was within, but in the next moment, Xiao Huang's face drained of color, fear flooding his expression. "It is Elder Wang." They had indeed come from the demon sect. He recognized Wang Canlan, and the other elders of the Xiao family shared his realization. Buzz, the array of the carriage opened, and a figure emerged, surveying the entirety of the Xiao family. It was none other than Lu Ruoyan. At this moment, she stood like a handmaiden beside the carriage, awaiting the emergence of the prominent figure within. The onlookers held their breath, paralyzed by apprehension. Who is that? Such a noble status. Then, a young man stepped forth from within, clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an ethereal presence. His arrival was akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, captivating all with his extraordinary beauty, leaving the women of the Xiao family in a trance. "The young master has arrived. You all should kneel in greeting." Boom! The words of Su San reverberated like thunder, echoing in the ears of the crowd, compelling them to kneel, overwhelmed with terror, some even losing control of their bladders, fainting from fear. Xiao Huang felt a shiver run down his spine as he knelt, trembling. Indeed, that man had also come here. What was his purpose, he could not fathom, but it was undoubtedly related to the engagement between his son Xiao Yun and Lu Ruoyan. "Which one is Xiao Yun?" Chen Qiangyang floated forward, inquiring indifferently. As these brief words fell, silence enveloped the Xiao family, each individual trembling upon the ground. "Are you deaf? Which one is Xiao Yun?" Boom! Susanna's voice thundered once more, and a terrifying black light descended upon the Xiao family, causing a catastrophic explosion that obliterated a region spanning hundreds of miles into dust. Chapter 22 of The Confident Xiao Yun arrives at the Xiao family. "Master, master, the young master has awakened." A young servant rushed in to report to Xiao Huang shortly after he had left the room. "What did you say?" Xiao Huang and the others could scarcely believe their ears. The young master has awakened. He really has, and he can even get out of bed. The servant gasped for breath. Xiao Huang seized his shoulder, questioning, "Are you jesting with the master of the house?" He found it hard to believe. How could this be? Just moments ago, Xiao Yun had been in a deep coma, his meridian severed. How could he suddenly awaken and even rise? "Master, you must come and see." Whoosh! Before the servant could finish, Xiao Huang and the others transformed into a whirlwind, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at Xiao Yun's room, they beheld him adjusting his robes, and disbelief washed over them. "Yun'er, you," Xiao Huang exclaimed in utter astonishment, at a loss for words. His son, Xiao Yun, had truly come back to life. "Father, are you all right?" Xiao Yun rushed over, concern etched on his face. He had not forgotten that prior to his own awakening, Wang Canlon had attacked not just him, but also his elderly father and several uncles. "I'm fine. I'm fine," Xiao Huang reassured him. "Yun'er, what is this?" "I don't know why, but in a haze, I felt a tremendous vitality surge into my body, and then my injuries healed rapidly. And then I woke up," Xiao Yun replied. "Father, what exactly did you give me?" He feigned curiosity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang and the others were momentarily taken aback. A sudden surge of vitality? Could it be Mr. Zhang? He mentioned that the divine elixir might have effects, one of the men suggested. "Indeed, it must be Mr. Zhang. He provided a divine elixir, and that is surely the reason." "Yun'er, you owe your recovery to Mr. Zhang. If he had not fortuitously passed through Xiao Family City, you might have faced a dire fate," Xiao Huang said, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He had initially feared he would bury his son before his time, but now it seemed they had weathered this calamity. "Remarkable," Xiao Yun murmured, though internally he scoffed. "That's so-called Mr. Zhang. I owe my revival to the system. It was the system's reward that saved my life. Mr. Zhang is renowned as a legendary alchemist, traversing the 100 cities. You have indeed escaped with your life this time. Do not act recklessly again. If the marriage is to be annulled, so be it. Such a woman is not worth your trouble," Xiao Huang consoled. "Now that we have passed through this trial, you shall surely rise to greatness. As for your cultivation, father, worry not. With my meridians reforged, I can now draw in energy, establish a foundation, and open my spiritual orifices." Xiao Yun interrupted, summoning a surge of heavenly energy with a wave of his hand. The others were taken aback. "Excellent, excellent, Yun'er, you have indeed turned misfortune into fortune." Xiao Huang clapped in praise. Thus, he need not fret over Xiao Yun's cultivation, and the Xiao family could avoid much turmoil. "Ha ha ha. You lad have turned misfortune into fortune. The old fiend of the demonic sect probably never imagined this." Xiao Yun's uncle laughed. "Indeed, rest assured, uncles, now that I can cultivate, I will certainly seek retribution from the demonic sect in the future," Xiao Yun declared with unwavering confidence. He had already reached the Emperor realm, surpassing Lu Ruyan. With the system's assistance, he was destined to elevate the Xiao family. When that time came, he would demand an explanation from the demonic sect, ensuring that woman learned the meaning of short-sightedness. Boom! Just as they reveled in Xiao Yun's miraculous recovery, a terrifying sound reverberated through the heavens, akin to a thunderous explosion. The entire realm trembled. "Master, master, the sky is falling, the sky is falling." Several servants rushed in from outside. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Xiao family members turned grave. "What do you mean the sky is falling? What a disarray!" "The sky has truly collapsed, a colossal hole has appeared, and it is expanding rapidly, with a deafening roar emanating from within," they exclaimed in alarm. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. "The sky is falling, are we to summon Nuwa to mend it?" They dashed outside, looking up at the sky, and were met with an ominous darkness. "Which fellow cultivator is transcending their tribulation?" Xiao Huang inquired cautiously. But there was no response, only the sight of a 9-headed Tiao Tiao emerged, its immense form obscuring the sun and moon. The entire Xiao family shook violently, winds howled. A terrifying pressure spread forth as figures materialized in the sky, slowly descending. The Xiao family members were struck with fear. What kind of powerful beings are these? What is the purpose of such grandeur? Are they friend or foe? Third brother, take the younger generation to the underground palace and prepare for a swift escape. Yun'er, you must leave as well, commanded Xiao Huang. His elder brother, frowning deeply, added, listen to your second brother, hurry, this aura is too malevolent, the visitors do not come with good intentions. Upon hearing this, the third uncle attempted to pull Xiao Yun away. Although the Xiao family had fallen from grace, they had long since built a teleportation array in the underground palace, ready to send the younger generation away at a moment's notice. Xiao Yun frowned but did not delay, hastening his departure. Seal the void. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the carriage. Several elders of the demonic sect exchanged glances of astonishment. Seal the void? What does the young master intend to do? They dared not inquire further and immediately complied, dozens of formation flags soaring into the air. To whichever esteemed elder has graced us with their presence, Xiao Huang of the Xiao family extends a belated welcome. Xiao Huang shouted. He spotted several elders of the demonic sect but could not discern who was inside the carriage. He knew well that the true dignitary resided within, but the next moment, Xiao Huang's face turned ashen, fear dawning upon him. It is that elder Wang. These are indeed individuals from the demonic sect. He recognized the last figure to emerge as Wang Canlan, and the other elders of the Xiao family did as well. Buzz, the formation of the carriage opened, and a figure stepped forth, surveying the entire Xiao family. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan stood like a handmaiden beside the carriage, awaiting the emergence of the significant figure within. The onlookers held their breath in awe, too terrified to exhale. Who is that? Their status is exceedingly noble. Suddenly, a young man slowly emerged from within, clad in pristine white. He appeared as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. His breathtaking visage left the mundane world spellbound. The women of the Xiao family gazed upon him, utterly entranced. The young master's arrival is upon us. Why do you not kneel in welcome? Boom! Su San's declaration resounded like thunder, crashing into the ears of the assembly. They could not help but bow, trembling in fear, some even losing control of their bodily functions, fainting from fright. Xiao Huang felt as though he were under scrutiny, kneeling and trembling. Indeed, it is that man. He has come here as well. What could be his purpose? He pondered, unable to comprehend, yet certain it was related to the engagement between his son Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan. Which among you is Xiao Yun? Chen Chang'eng floated through the air, calmly inquiring. As those simple words fell, the entire Xiao family fell into a hushed silence, all trembling in place. Are you deaf? Which of you is Xiao Yun? Boom! Su San's commanding shout unleashed a terrifying black light upon the Xiao family, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. Chapter 23. An accord for the weak. A single strike fell, claiming countless lives. Xiao Huang's body trembled as he clutched a pendant tightly in his hand, sweat soaking its surface. You have violated the accord of righteousness and darkness, he exclaimed, terror gripping his voice. Though paralyzed by fear, he felt compelled to stand firm. The recent massacre had taken the lives of his kin. As the head of the family, he had no choice but to confront the situation. The accord of righteousness and darkness? That is a pact for the feeble, Chen Changzhen declared, his figure flashing before Xiao Huang with astonishing speed. You must be his father. You should be stalling for time while he makes his escape. The Xiao family must possess a teleportation array. Chen Chang'en's words, though light, sent shivers down Xiao Huang's spine, igniting a sense of dread. He knew everything. You have half a quarter of an hour to summon him. Otherwise, the slaughter will commence. Chen Chang'en's tone was casual yet left no room for doubt. Lu Ruyan soared through the air, finally catching up. She did not spare a glance at the Xiao family. The moment Xiaoyun penned her divorce letter, her disdain for these people had reached its peak. A peaceful resolution was within reach, yet they had chosen to complicate matters. Now, with this individual present, she was powerless to intervene. My son is dead. That old wretch killed him with a single blow. Xiao Huang shouted, pointing at Wang Canlan. Oh, dead, you say? Chen Changzhen replied, his demeanor unfazed. With a swift motion, he drew two members of the Xiao family toward him with a terrifying force, lifting them off the ground. Tell me, has Xiao Yun perished? Yes, they gasped, clutching their throats as if an invisible hand was poised to crush them, barely managing to respond. Bang! Lying is not the trait of a good child. With a swift grasp, the two true king elders of the Xiao clan exploded in an instant. Such strength from the young master. Lu Ruyan was taken aback, astonished that he could crush two true kings with his bare hands, as easily as one would squash an ant, with no resistance whatsoever. Ah! Family head, save me! Another two true kings were seized, their fates sealed. Tell me, has Xiao Yun perished? Chen Changzhen inquired once more, his expression mocking as if toying with his prey. Bang! The two struggled but could barely last 3 breaths before their bodies erupted. Chen Changzhen turned his gaze to Xiao Huang. Time is running out. We, the Xiao family, have never wronged you. You dare to commit such indiscriminate slaughter. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Xiao Huang bellowed. The loss of 4 true kings in an instant was a devastating blow to the Xiao family. Bang! Oh, divine retribution, what nonsense is that? Chen Changzhen raised his hand and flicked his fingers, causing 2 true kings to explode without even a moment's notice. I have never believed in divine retribution. It is merely a consolation for the weak. When the Chen family was slaughtered by the righteous, those righteous individuals have lived well for the past 15 years. Where is this so-called divine retribution? It is all utter rubbish. In the underground palace of the Xiao family, Xiao family's third elder urged, Yuner, we must leave, we cannot stay here. I will not leave. Xiao Yun shook his head defiantly, pushing away his uncle's hand. You take them away. I must find my father. This calamity arose because of me. I cannot abandon my family. He was not foolish. The demonic energy could only be traced back to the demonic sect. This had to be a consequence of him humiliating Lu Ruyan, provoking the forces behind her. The tremendous explosion just moments ago surely indicated something grave had occurred. He had to venture out and assess the situation. If we escape today, we will have a tomorrow. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Xiao family's third elder insisted. You are the last hope of the Xiao family. You must leave now, the formation is about to activate. He hurriedly fed spirit stones into the formation platform. Once the teleportation array activated, they could escape, yet, even if they fled the Xiao family, they could not evade the clutches of the demonic sect. Tomorrow's matters are for tomorrow's people to resolve. If today is to end in death, I shall go forth valiantly. Xiao Yun shook his head, unwilling to board the teleportation array abuzz. The teleportation array was activated, and the younger generation of the Xiao family ascended the platform, some weeping, others enraged, some silent, and many casting glances at Xiao Yun. Leave. What good will it do you to stay? Xiao family's third elder grasped Xiao Yun, attempting to drag him onto the array, but at that moment, crack, the sound of shattering echoed from the array platform, the runes fracturing. His expression changed drastically. The once brilliant array now fell silent, its glow dimming. The void is sealed, it is over. Xiao family's third elder's heart sank like lead. The void had indeed been sealed. Furthermore, the power ceiling had far surpassed that of their family's divine array. Their teleportation array could not breach the void passage, and they were caught in a counter-array, leading to the fracturing of the runes. I must go out. Xiao Yun declared, striding toward the palace exit. Yuner. Xiao family's third elder cried out in alarm. He then realized that Xiao Yun's speed was frighteningly fast, even swifter than his own royal realm. How is this possible? Stay hidden here. The ancient array provides protection, shielding you from prying eyes. No one can discover you. Xiao family's third elder instructed hurriedly, quickly following Dai and the plaza of the Xiao family. Corpses littered the ground, and the air was filled with wails of despair. Xiao Huang lay crushed beneath Chen Changgen's foot, utter silence enveloping him as he glared at Chen Changgen, wishing to swallow him whole. Such stubbornness, Chen Changgen sneered. Young master, why not let me extract their souls entirely and refine them within the soul banner, allowing them to reunite as a family? At that moment, Su family's third elder suggested. As a practitioner of demonic arts, he showed no mercy. No, spare me, I will tell you, Xiao Yun, he is in the underground palace, preparing to use the teleportation array to escape. A man crawled forward, pleading desperately. Xiao Yi. Do you know what you are saying? Xiao Huang's expression shifted to one of panic. According to the timeline, Xiao Yun should be in the midst of teleportation, yet Xiao Yi chose to betray the family out of fear. Bah! You selfish wretch, you think yourself so grand, you were so noble, for your son, you would let everyone perish, you are truly a fine family head. Xiao Yi shouted angrily. He approached Chen Changgen, kneeling as he drew closer. My lord! My lord, the underground palace of the Xiao family is protected by an ancient great formation. Even a sage cannot probe it. I can lead the way. I beseech you to spare my family's lives. Xiao Yi pleaded, fear etched on his face. His daughter lacked sufficient talent and was not chosen as a seed contestant, hence she did not enter the underground palace. Thus, he chose betrayal. He sought to secure a path for his daughter and wife, even at the cost of his ancestors' scorn. Scoundrel! Xiao Yi, you traitor, may you meet a wretched end, someone shouted in fury. Let us investigate further. The Xiao clan was once a prominent family. It is only natural for them to possess some depth. We must not let our guard down, Chen Changgen remarked, turning to Su family's third elder. Su family's third elder was astonished. To send the strongest Sage King present was perhaps too generous of the young master towards the Xiao family. No need. I shall go. Just then, a voice filled with intimidating murderous intent echoed from afar. A young man charged forward. It was none other than Xiao Yun, Chapter 24 of the Divine Maiden of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingwan, and the Xiao family. Release my father. This matter has nothing to do with him. Xiao Yun exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. Asa son, Witnessing his father being trampled like a dog filled his heart with anguish akin to being shredded by blades. Bang! Chen Changge withdrew his foot, sending Xiao Huan flying across the room. Father! Xiao Yun cried out, darting forward to catch him, hastily assessing his injuries. Fortunately, it was merely superficial wounds, yet his expression was one of profound distress. His father was at the sovereign realm, yet before Chen Changge, he had no means of resistance. This man is formidable. You are the strongest here, yet you remain silent. Are you afraid of death? Chen Changge directed his gaze towards the eldest of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuan. He was the sole figure of the godly tribulation realm in the Xiao family, yet he had remained mute throughout. He simply observed quietly, which piqued Chen Changge's curiosity. Strength is but a matter of fate, Xiao Yuan replied, casting his eyes towards the heavens as if he could glimpse the future. I shall ascend. I only hope the remaining descendants of the Xiao family can flee far away. Lu Ruyan, this was a matter between us. You wished to break our engagement, and we obliged. Why then must you allow him to humiliate my Xiao family? Xiao Yun bellowed, supporting Xiao Huang. Lu Ruyan regarded him with a frigid countenance. I have heard you sent her a letter of divorce. I must admit, you are quite courageous. In a flash, Chen Changge materialized before the father and son. So what if I did? It was your Lu family that broke the promise first. It is unreasonable to expect my Xiao family to suffer the disgrace of a broken engagement. Xiao Yun met Chen Changge's gaze, his words firm yet respectful. Unreasonable? Merely that the Xiao family shall face annihilation, Chen Changge replied indifferently. Internally, he felt a surge of frustration. Why hadn't the system issued a mission yet? With Xiao Yun's emergence, logically, there should have been a task presented at this moment. A character in such a narrative should undoubtedly be the destined protagonist, deserving of grand missions and rewards. To think my Xiao family would face extinction over such a trivial matter. This is what the demonic sect is all about. Are you not afraid of the accord of righteous and demonic? Xiao Huang interjected, rising, and seemingly resolved. Though our Xiao family is small, we are not without allies. The accord of righteous and demonic? What is that? Chen Changge scoffed. He would not concern himself with such matters if he dared to act. He awaited the system's mission, yet it remained elusive, testing his patience. As a powerful individual, you disregard reason and indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. You are unworthy of being called human, no different from beasts, Xiao Yun added. He glared at Chen Changge, declaring, this matter arose because of me. How about a duel between us of the same realm? If you win, I shall submit to your disposal. If I win, you and yours shall leave the Xiao family, and I will apologize to Lu Ruyan. Dare you accept? Since the conflict stemmed from him, he felt obliged to resolve it, and this was the only path available. Are you afraid? Is it that you, a man of supposed stature, fear losing to one you deem insignificant? Xiao Yun pressed on, determined to provoke Chen Changge into a wager, as it was the Xiao family's sole glimmer of hope. Reason? Why do you lowly insects cling to reason? If I were to dwell on reason, what need would there be for me to cultivate immortality? I would simply engage in discourse with every passerby. Chen Changge jested, his disdain evident. Detection. The destined child, the Cloud Emperor Xiao Yun, is obstructing your ambition to unify the immortal realm, seeking to reason with you and challenge you. Defeat the Cloud Emperor Xiao Yun, and receive a reward of 10,000 points of divine fire, the ghostly inferno. Finally, the mission arrived, and a smile graced Chen Changge's eyes. You do not dare to wager. You are afraid, you fear that your esteemed identity will falter against someone deemed inconsequential, and you dread the prospect of defeat. Xiao Yun continued to shout. In his grasp, the pendant shimmered brightly. He silently recited, Qingwan, Yunar is in peril, I must utilize the pendant. I implore you to come swiftly. The pendant glimmered but offered no response. At that moment, Chen Changge moved. The Empyrean fist of the Great Shift was unleashed alongside his assault. He abruptly appeared before Xiao Yun, striking him squarely on the forehead. Bang! The speed was so swift that Xiao Yun could barely react. He raised his hand to block, only to be sent flying. Yunar! Xiao Huang shouted. How dare you ambush me? Despicable! Xiao Yun spat blood, his right hand mangled. He staggered to his feet, his body aglow with a multitude of battle runes, his fighting spirit surging. The fact that he could still stand was intriguing to Chen Changge. A sudden ascendant to the sovereign realm could withstand his strike. This fellow harbors a secret. Is it the old man within the ring? However, upon inspection, he found no ring on Xiao Yun. Battle Saint technique, activate. Ancient dominance body, activate. Buzz, Xiao Yun's aura erupted, and a war blade appeared in his hand. It was the Dominator's blade, a sacred weapon. Young master, be cautious, that is a sacred weapon. Su Lao San shouted, hastily alerting the others, astonished. This lad could actually wield a sacred weapon. The members of the Shao family were equally incredulous at this spectacle. How is this possible, young master? Heavens above, his aura is terrifying. It turns out he can cultivate. They had thought the preceding strike bore no weight. No wonder young master could withstand that fellow's blow. He had been biding his time. Go, young master, a member of the Shao family cheered enthusiastically. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Huang were equally astonished. How could Yun'er be at the sovereign realm? Where did he acquire a sacred weapon? Xiao Huang was bewildered, a theory forming in his mind. It must be that Qingwan secretly aided him. He thought of one person in Jiang Qingwan, the divine maiden of the Jiang family, for only she could procure such a sacred weapon for Xiao Yun. He is not a waste after all. Lu Ruyan, too, was taken aback. She had sensed something amiss earlier. Xiao Yun had managed to endure against Xiao Huang and withstand that fellow's strike. To think he was at the sovereign realm. Humph, you've pretended to be a waste for over a decade. You deserved the broken engagement. How dare you deceive me for so long? What if you are at the sovereign realm? You are certainly no match for the young master, she scoffed. Though Xiao Yun possessed a sacred weapon, she did not believe he could triumph over Chen Changde. Behold, this is the Dominator's blade. The 13 blades of misfortune, slash. Xiao Yun swung the blade, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The 13 blades of misfortune. This was the Shao family's most formidable technique, created by the great Misfortune Emperor during their zenith. Xiao Yun had comprehended it. The members of the Shao family were astounded, their admiration for Xiao Yun intensifying. They watched as each strike of the blade arced through the air, their blood boiling with excitement. It truly is the 13 blades of misfortune. Go, young master, they shouted in unison. Chen Changde remained unmoved, his eyes glowing with dark light as he raised his hand to intercept. Bang, the blade's shadow collided with his grip. He remained steadfast, precisely pinching the golden glinted blade. The terrifying blade aura surged yet could not harm him in the slightest. How is this possible? What realm are you at? Xiao Yun grasped the hilt, attempting to withdraw the blade, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge it. His disbelief was palpable. This youth's power was astonishing. Merely a tedious spectacle. Hiss, with a flick of his dark eyes, a beam of black light shot forth, accompanied by a cascade of primitive annihilation runes. This was the might of the supreme demon eye. It surged forth with terrifying speed, and Xiao Yun's head was pierced cleanly through. Yun'er, young master. Under the gaze of all, Xiao Yun plummeted towards the ground. Chen Changde released his grip, and the Dominator's blade flew out, impaling him through the abdomen. No, Yun'er. Xiao Huang raced forward, moving at breakneck speed, desperate to catch Xiao Yun roar. I refuse to accept this. I will survive. At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly roared, his entire being radiating a terrifying golden light. A brilliant glow erupted from his forehead, and a divine image soared from his mind. It was this divine image that shielded Xiao Yun's primordial spirit, preventing him from being extinguished by the gaze of the supreme demon eye. Upon that image stood a woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a celestial being. Even as a painting, she appeared as if she had come to life. Qingwan. Xiao Huang gasped, astonished. It was Jiang Qingwan, the divine maiden of the Jiang family. Chapter 24 of the divine maiden of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingwan, and the Shao family. Release my father. This matter has nothing to do with him. Xiao Yun exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. Son, witnessing his father being trampled upon like a mere dog filled his heart with anguish akin to being shredded by blades. Bang! Chen Changde withdrew his foot, sending Xiao Huang hurtling through the air. Father, Xiao Yun cried out, swiftly darting forward to catch him, hastily assessing his injuries. Thankfully, it appeared to be nothing but superficial wounds. Yet, his countenance was profoundly grim. His father was at the emperor level, yet in the presence of Chen Changde, he had no opportunity to resist. This man is formidable. You are the strongest here, yet you have remained silent. Do you fear death? Chen Changde directed his gaze towards the eldest of the Shao family, Xiao Yuan. He was the sole figure of the godly tribulation realm in the Shao household, yet he had not uttered a word throughout the ordeal. He merely observed quietly, which piqued Chen Changde's curiosity. Strength is destiny, Xiao Yuan replied, casting his gaze towards the heavens as if he could foresee the future. I am destined to ascend. I only hope the remaining descendants of the Shao family can escape far away. Lu Ruyan, this was supposed to be a matter between us. You wished to annul the engagement, and we acquiesced. Why then do you allow him to humiliate the Shao family? Xiao Yun thundered as he supported Xiao Huang. Lu Ruyan regarded him with a frosty expression. I heard you wrote a letter to break off the engagement? I must admit, you possess quite the courage. In an instant, Chen Changde materialized before the father and son duo. And what of it? It was the Lu family who broke their promise first. Should the Xiao family simply endure the humiliation of a broken engagement? Xiao Yun met Chen Changing's gaze, speaking with unwavering resolve. It is not as simple as that. If the Xiao family is to be annihilated, I will not let it go unchallenged. Annihilation of the Xiao family? Such a trivial matter, Chen Changing replied nonchalantly. Internally, he felt an urge to curse. Why had the system not issued any tasks yet? With Xiao Yun's appearance, it was only logical that a mission should have materialized at this moment. A character woven into such a narrative should surely be the destined protagonist, deserving of grand missions and magnificent rewards, yet, the Xiao family was to be destroyed over a mere trifle. Such was the nature of the demonic sect. Do you not fear the agreement between the righteous and the demonic? Xiao Huang interjected, rising to his feet, as if having made a resolute decision. Though the Xiao family may be small, we are not without allies. The agreement between the righteous and the demonic? What is that? Chen Changing scoffed. If he were to strike, he would not be deterred by such trivialities. What he awaited was merely the system's mission, yet, the task had yet to appear, gradually exhausting his patience. As a powerful being, to disregard reason and indiscriminately slay the innocent, are you not akin to a beast? Xiao Yun added, glaring at Chen Changing. This matter originated with me. How about a duel of our realms? If you win, I will submit to your will. If I win, you and your companions must depart from the Xiao family, and I shall apologize to Lu Ruyan. Do you dare? It was imperative that he resolve the situation himself, and this was the only path available at present. You dare not? Xiao Yun pressed on. Are you, a man devoid of reason, afraid of losing to me, Xiao Yun, and thus losing face? Why do you insist on reasoning? Chen Chang'eng chuckled derisively. If I were to reason, I would not cultivate immortality. I would merely engage in discourse with every passerby. Detection of the fated child, Cloud Emperor Xiao Yun, is obstructing your quest to unify the immortal realm, seeking to reason and challenge you. Defeat Cloud Emperor Xiao Yun to receive the reward of 10,000 points of divine fire, the ghostly flames of the netherworld. Finally, the mission arrived. A smile flickered in Chen Changing's eyes. You dare not gamble, which signifies your fear. You fear that your esteemed identity may falter against a mere insignificant figure, and you dread the prospect of defeat. Xiao Yun continued to shout. The pendant in Xiao Huang's grasp shimmered with brilliance as he silently chanted, Qingwan, Yuner is in peril. I must utilize the pendant, please, come swiftly. The pendant glimmered brightly, yet offered no response. At this moment, Chen Changing made his move. With the might of the great shift of heaven and earth, he appeared abruptly before Xiao Yun, delivering a punch directly to his forehead. Bang! The speed was overwhelming. Xiao Yun barely registered the attack before he was sent flying. Upon raising his hand in defense, Yun Xiao Huang shouted. How could you resort to a sneak attack? Despicable. Xiao Yun spat blood, his right hand a mangled mess. He staggered to his feet, his body radiating a myriad of combat runes, his fighting spirit surging. Impressive that you can still rise. This is intriguing, Chen Changing remarked, somewhat taken aback. A sudden ascendant to the Emperor realm could withstand his strike. This individual harbored secrets. Was it the grandfather within the ring? Yet, upon inspection, he noted that Xiao Yun bore no ring. Open the sacred combat art. Activate the ancient overlord body. Buzz, Xiao Yun's aura surged violently as a battle blade manifested in his hand. It was the overlord blade, a sacred weapon. Young master, be careful, that is a sacred weapon. Su Laosan bellowed, rushing to caution, utterly astonished. This lad could wield a sacred weapon. The members of the Xiao family were equally incredulous at this sight. How is this possible, young master? His aura is terrifying. He can cultivate. I thought that earlier strike held no power. No wonder young master could withstand that man's punch. He has been biding his time. Go, young master, a member of the Xiao family cheered, rallying support for Xiao Yun. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Huang were left in disbelief. How could Yuner be at the emperor level? Where did he acquire a sacred weapon? Xiao Huang pondered, a conjecture forming in his mind. It must have been Jiang Qingwan who secretly aided him. He thought of one person in Jiang Qingwan, the divine maiden of the Jiang clan, as only she could have procured such a sacred weapon for Xiao Yun. He was not a waste after all. Lu Ruyan was equally astonished. She had sensed something amiss earlier. Xiao Yun had managed to withstand Xiao Huang and even absorbed that man's punch. She had never anticipated he was an emperor. Humph. You have feigned being a waste for over a decade. It is no wonder you deserved the broken engagement. You have deceived me for so long. She scoffed. What does it matter if you are at the emperor level? You are still no match for the young master. Though Xiao Yun now wielded a sacred weapon, she did not believe he could triumph over Chen Changing. Behold, this is the Overlord Blade. The unfathomable 13 blades, slash. Xiao Yun swung the blade, unleashing a torrent of strikes. The unfathomable 13 blades, the most powerful technique of the Xiao clan, was crafted by the unfathomable emperor during their golden age. Xiao Yun had actually comprehended it. The Xiao family members were left utterly shaken, their admiration for Xiao Yun intensifying. They watched the trajectories of the successive attacks, their blood boiling with excitement. It truly is the unfathomable 13 blades. Go, young master, they shouted in unison. Chen Qiangying remained stationary, his eyes gleaming with a dark light as he raised a hand to intercept. Bang, blade shadows collided heavily. He remained unmoved, effortlessly catching the golden-bladed edge with precision. The terrifying blade aura surged, yet it could not harm him in the slightest. How is this possible? What realm are you at? Xiao Yun gripped the hilt, straining to withdraw his blade, yet despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge it. He was in disbelief. This youth possessed such terrifying might. Merely a tiresome trick. With a flick of his eyes, a beam of black light erupted, accompanied by a cascade of primitive destruction runes. It was the might of the Supreme Demon Eye. It shot forth with terrifying speed, piercing through Xiao Yun's head. Yun young master. Before the watchful eyes of all, Xiao Yun plummeted towards the ground. Chen Qiangying released his grip, causing the overlord blade to fly out and pierce through Xiao Yun's abdomen, impaling him completely. No, Yun Xiao Huang dashed forward at breakneck speed, desperate to catch Xiao Yun. Roar! I will not accept this, I refuse to perish. At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly roared, his entire being radiating a formidable golden light. A brilliant glow erupted from his brow, and an ethereal image soared from his mind. It was this divine image that shielded Xiao Yun's essence, preventing him from being obliterated by the gaze of the Supreme Demon Eye. Upon the image was a woman. She was incredibly beautiful, resembling a celestial being. Even in painted form, she seemed to come alive. Qingwan. Xiao Huang was taken aback. It was Jiang Qingwan, the divine maiden of the Jiang clan, chapter 24. The divine maiden of the Jiang family, Jiang Qinwan, and the Xiao family. Release my father. This matter has nothing to do with him. Xiao Yun's fists were clenched tightly, a surge of murderous intent boiling within him. As a son, witnessing his father being trampled like a mere dog tore at his heart as if it were being sliced by a knife. Bang! Chen Qiangying withdrew his foot, sending Xiao Huang flying through the air. Father! Xiao Yun cried out in alarm, swiftly darting forward to catch him, anxiously examining his injuries. Thankfully, it was merely superficial wounds. Yet, his countenance was grim. His father was at the emperor's level, but before Chen Qiangying, he had no room to resist. This man is formidable. You are the strongest here, and yet you remain silent. Are you afraid of death? Chen Qiangying directed his gaze towards the eldest of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuan. He was the only one in the Xiao family to possess the godly tribulation realm, yet he had not spoken a word throughout. He simply observed quietly, which piqued Chen Qiangying's curiosity. When one's strength is weak, fate dictates all, Xiao Yuan replied, casting his eyes towards the heavens as if envisioning the future. I shall ascend. I only hope the remaining descendants of the Xiao family can escape far away. Lu Ruyan, this was a matter between us. You wished to break off the engagement, and we complied. Why must you let him come and humiliate the Xiao family? Xiao Yun shouted angrily while supporting Xiao Huang. Lu Ruyan turned to him, her expression icy. I hear you have sent her a letter of divorce. I must say, you are quite bold. In an instant, Chen Qiangying appeared before the father and son. And if I did? It was the Lu family who broke their promise first. Must I allow the Xiao family to suffer the humiliation of a broken engagement for no reason? Xiao Yun met Chen Qiangying's gaze, his words neither servile nor arrogant. And what of it? The Xiao family will be exterminated, that is all. Chen Qiangying replied nonchalantly. Internally, he felt the urge to curse. Where was the system that had yet to issue a mission? With Xiao Yun's appearance, logically, he should have received a task at this moment. Such a plot should belong to a destined protagonist, deserving of grand missions and rewards. Just because of a trivial matter, the Xiao family faces extermination. Is this the sinister machinations of the demonic sect? Are you not afraid of the accord between the righteous and the demonic? Xiao Huang interjected. He stood up, as if resolved to a certain decision. The accord, what is that? Chen Qiangying scoffed. If he were to strike, he would not be concerned about such things. He awaited the system's task, yet it had yet to appear, gradually wearing down his patience. As a powerful being, to speak not of reason but to wantonly slaughter the innocent, you are unworthy of being human. You are no different from beasts. Xiaoyun added. He glared at Chen Xianging, declaring, "This matter arose because of me. How about we duel? If you win, I will submit to your will. If I win, you shall leave the Xiao family, and I will apologize to Lu Ruyan." Do you dare? It was his responsibility to resolve the issue he had caused, and this was the only path available. Are you afraid? Is it that a man as unreasonable as you fears losing to me, Xiaoyun, and feels ashamed? Xiaoyun continued, aiming to provoke Chen Xianging into a wager, as this was the sole chance for the Xiao family to survive. Speak of reason? Why do you insignificant ants always cling to reason? If I were to speak of reason, what need would I have for cultivation? I would simply argue with everyone I encounter. Chen Xiangong chuckled derisively. Detecting the destined child, the Cloud Emperor Xiaoyun, obstructing your unification of the immortal realm, seeking to reason with you and challenging you. Defeat the Cloud Emperor Xiaoyun, and receive the reward of 10,000 points of divine fire, the otherworldly ghost fire. At last, it had arrived. A smile gleamed in Chen Xianging's eyes. You do not dare to wager. You are afraid, you fear that your noble status will lose to someone as inconsequential as myself, you are terrified of defeat. Xiaoyun bellowed. In his hand, the pendant glimmered. He was murmuring, Qianwan, Yunar is in peril. I must use the pendant, I beseech you to come swiftly. The pendant sparkled brightly but offered no response. At that moment, Chen Xianging made his move. The great shift of the universe and the Heavenly Emperor's fist were unleashed simultaneously. He abruptly appeared before Xiaoyun, delivering a punch straight to his forehead. Bang! The speed was too great. Xiaoyun barely reacted before he was sent sprawling through the air after attempting to block with his hand. Yunar! Xiao Huang shouted. How despicable! You attacked without warning. Xiaoyun spat blood, his right hand a gruesome mess. He staggered to his feet, his entire body radiating with dense battle runes, his fighting spirit soaring. The fact that he could still stand is intriguing. Chen Xianging was somewhat taken aback. A sudden ascendant to the Emperor's realm could withstand his strike. This man harbors secrets. Is it the old man within the ring? But upon inspection, he saw that Xiaoyun bore no ring. Open, Battle Saint Law. Open, Ancient Overlord Body. Buzz, Xiaoyun's aura surged violently, and a battle blade appeared in his hand. It was the Overlord Battle Blade, a sacred weapon. Young master, be careful, that is a sacred weapon. Su Laosen shouted, hastily warning, utterly astonished. This brat can actually wield a sacred weapon. The members of the Xiao family were equally incredulous at this scene. How can this be, young master, truly? Heavens, young master Yun's aura is terrifying, he can indeed cultivate. I thought that first strike had no power. No wonder young master Yun could withstand that man's punch, he has been holding back all along. Young master Yun, give it your all, a member of the Xiao family cheered. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Huang were both in disbelief. How could Yunar possibly be at the Emperor's realm? Where did he acquire a sacred weapon? Xiao Huang was filled with confusion, suddenly struck by a conjecture. It must have been Qianwan who secretly met with him. He thought of one person, Jiang Qianwan, the divine maiden of the Jiang family. Only she could possibly procure a sacred weapon for Xiaoyun. He is not a waste after all. Lu Ruyan was also astonished. She had sensed something amiss earlier. Xiaoyun could withstand Xiao Huang and even endure that man's punch. She never anticipated he was at the Emperor's realm. Humph. You have pretended to be a waste for over a decade. It is no wonder you were cast aside. You deserved it. You have deceived me for all these years. And what if you are at the Emperor's realm? You are surely no match for the young master, she scoffed. Despite Xiaoyun wielding a sacred weapon, she did not believe he could triumph over Chen Xianging. Behold, this is the Overlord Battle Blade. Unfathomable 13 blades, slash. Xiaoyun swung the blade, unleashing a torrent of strikes. The unfathomable 13 blades, the mightiest technique of the Xiao family, created by the great Emperor Wuong during their peak. Xiaoyun has actually comprehended it. The members of the Xiao family were utterly shocked, their admiration for Xiaoyun intensifying. They watched the trajectory of each blade attack, their blood boiling in excitement. It truly is the unfathomable 13 blades. Young Master Yun, give it your all, they cried out. Chen Xianging remained unmoving, his eyes radiating with a dark light as he raised his hand to clamp down. Bang, the blade shadows collided heavily, yet he stood still, accurately pinching the golden blade's edge. The terrifying blade energy surged forth, yet it could not harm him in the slightest. How is this possible? What realm are you in? Xiaoyun grasped the hilt, attempting to withdraw the blade, but with all his might, he found himself unable to budge it. He was incredulous. This youth's strength is truly terrifying. A dull trick, Chen Xianging remarked dismissively. With a flick of his dark eyes, a beam of black light shot forth, accompanied by a cascade of black primal destruction runes. That was the might of the supreme demon eye. It shot out suddenly, at a speed so terrifying it was beyond comprehension. Xiaoyun's head was directly pierced through. Yunar, young Master Yun. In full view of all, Xiao Yun plummeted to the ground. Chen Chang'ing released his grip, and the Overlord battle blade shot out, impaling Xiao Yun's abdomen, piercing through him. No, Yuner! Xiao Huang dashed forward at lightning speed, seeking to catch Xiao Yun. Roar! I will not accept this, I want to live! At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly howled, his entire body radiating a terrifying golden light. A brilliant glow erupted from his brow, and a divine image flew forth from his mind. It was this divine image that shielded Xiao Yun's primordial spirit, preventing him from being obliterated by the gaze of the supreme demon eye. The image depicted a woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial being. Even in portrait form, she seemed to come alive. Qianwan! Xiao Huang exclaimed in shock. That was Zhang Qianwan, the divine maiden of the Zhang family. Chapter 25 of the death of Xiao Yun and the fall of the Xiao family. In the recesses of Xiao Huang's mind, ancient memories surfaced. During his youth, he had traversed the ancient realm and encountered Zhang Qingwan by chance, with whom he had shared life and death experiences. They roamed the ancient world for nearly a century, ultimately pledging their love in secrecy, resulting in the birth of Xiao Yun. They had envisioned a peaceful life together, but fate took a cruel turn when the head of the Zhang family arrived and forcibly took Zhang Qingwan away. The image of the divine maiden Qingwan danced, radiating divine light. It cradled Xiao Yun's form, unleashing a terrifying beam of divine light that surged into the heavens. A thunderous roar echoed, the heavens and earth trembled, and the void erupted. The previously sealed void was violently torn apart. A void wormhole appeared, powerful beings descended. Su Laosan furrowed his brow, but he raised his hand to form seals, intending to utilize the formation to reseal the torn void. However, Chen Chang'ing raised his hand. Let them descend. I may encounter old foes, he declared. He gazed at the void wormhole, sensing a formidable aura emanating from within, followed by several figures emerging from it. 5 women, they were clad in identical light purple gowns, each adorned with a totem featuring the character for Jiang. The ancient Zhang clan, for celestial beings and one divine king. Chen Chang'ing recognized their realms with a mere glance. Do you know what it signifies that you have used the pendant? The leading woman cast a haughty glance at Xiao Huang and inquired. I do. Yuner has awakened, he is now at the Emperor's realm, he is entitled to return to the Zhang family and claim his identity. Xiao Huang asserted. The 5 women turned their gazes toward Xiao Yun. Is it truly him? How can a 15-year-old be at the Emperor's realm? One woman gasped in disbelief. Such talent at 15, he would be regarded as a divine son within our Zhang family. I have met a divine son. The leading woman was the first to bow. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, who was recuperating, was taken aback as he scrutinized the newcomers. Do I actually have a background? He recalled what Xiao Huang had said in his childhood. Your mother is not dead. She has merely returned to her family. Good heavens, so I am from a noble family, he exclaimed inwardly. I always thought that traversers had such tragic fates, either orphaned or the offspring of monarchs. Stunned, he paused his cultivation and gazed fervently at the 5 women. What did you call me? He stammered. Divine son, the 5 women echoed in unison. The woman of the divine king realm continued. The mother of the divine son was our clan's previous divine maiden. Before departing, she foretold that if the divine son could rise, he should return to the Zhang family and become our divine son. At merely 15 years old, Xiao Yun, at the Emperor's realm, could look down upon all his peers in the Zhang family. This was even more terrifying than a holy body. He undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to become a divine son. Good. I never expected to turn my fortunes around. Xiao Yun laughed heartily, suddenly pivoting to point at Chen Chang'ing, bellowing, this scoundrel wants to kill me. You must eliminate him. The 5 women could not possibly have overlooked Chen Chang'ing, yet they ignored him entirely, indicating their strength, or perhaps the Zhang family behind them was immensely powerful, allowing them to act with such impunity. To which faction do you belong, demon cultivators? Point us in the right direction, the leading woman of the divine king realm demanded, exuding an air of arrogance. Su Laosan, kill 4, leave 1 alive, Chen Chang'ing instructed. Buzz. Su Laosan appeared like a ghostly shadow. This is bad. It's a sage. Senior, cease, we are of the Zhang family. The 5 women were suddenly alarmed. Su Laosan and the others concealed their auras on the ground, leading the women to underestimate their strength, believing them to be less formidable than they truly were. Unexpectedly, Su Laosan manifested in the sky with a speed so swift that even the divine kings could scarcely perceive it. Boom, in an instant, 4 celestial beings exploded, obliterated by a mere thought. The brilliant blood of the divine gushed forth, causing the void to tremble, yet it did not lose its vitality, continuously surging. However, it quickly transformed into a rain of light. They are dead, 4 celestial beings have fallen. How dare you? We are scions of the Jiang family. Do you not fear our family's retribution for such brazen acts? The leading woman of the Divine King realm trembled. She clutched a purple gold token inscribed with the ancient character for Jiang. I shall spare you, but return and inform your family head that the debts from 15 years ago should first be collected from the Shao family, Chen Qiangying stated nonchalantly. 15 years prior, on the night of the Chen family's annihilation, the Jiang family had also participated, with the Sage King intervening. He had investigated over the years and discovered that many of the Chen family's minds had fallen into the Jiang family's hands. Since they were aware of Xiao Yun's connection to the Jiang family, today none would be spared. Boom, as the woman brandished the token, ready to infuse it with her power, she was struck by a terrifying force that thrust her into the void wormhole. Boom, a wisp of pitch-black demonic energy followed, transforming into a black spear that pierced through her abdomen, carrying her across the boundless void. The Jiang family, this is a land of purity. The ancient clan has stood firm in this realm for millennia, remaining immortal, and it still shines brightly. Boom, in an instant, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility of the Jiang family. Countless miles of void erupted, stars shattered, and a wisp of black light severed the river of stars, penetrating the sea of stars and entering the world where the Jiang family resided. Boom, the pitch-black spear landed before the gates of the Jiang family, impaling a woman and rendering her immobile. The entire Jiang family quaked. Divine senses scanned the surroundings, swiftly locking onto the woman. Xiao Tao. How could it be her? Gasped someone as several figures materialized. Greetings, family head. A middle-aged man appeared, his expression dark as he looked at the bloodied Xiao Tao. It is the decree of the Sage King. This aura, transformed from demonic energy, is from demon cultivators. The individuals beside the Jiang family head instantly discerned the issue, exchanging glances. The Sage King has acted against a Divine King. Who has dared to provoke our Jiang family? Family head, Xiao Tao. Before she could finish her words, she breathed her last. She was dead. Even a wisp of the Sage King's decree was beyond what a mere Divine King could endure. Xiao. The Xiao family, this is bad, little sister. The Jiang family head was taken aback, suddenly realizing something, and vanished from sight. At this moment, within the Xiao family, Chen Qiangying stood with 1 foot atop Xiao Yun's head, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Even a fish cannot turn its fortunes around. He looked down with disdain, his eyes betraying a hint of disgust. I initially only intended to take you, however, since you are linked to the Jiang family, none shall be spared. Boom! Chen Qiangying unleashed his full divine power, stepping down with force akin to a Qilin's foot, shattering Xiao Yun's head. This was the secret technique of the Qilin. 3 years prior, he had acquired it from old Deng. At that time, he had just broken through to the true king realm. Just as his foot descended, a wisp of blue light surged from Xiao Yun's remnants, merging with Chen Qiangying's form. What is this? Did he drop equipment? Chen Qiangying wondered, inspecting his entire body but finding nothing amiss. No, Yun'er. Xiao Huang howled, and a blade of energy cleaved through him, splitting him in two. You have defeated the Emperor of Yun, Xiao Yun, and are rewarded with 10,000 points of divine fire, a unique ghostly flame. The system's voice resonated. Chen Qiangying's thoughts stirred, and a wisp of black flame danced at his fingertips, resembling a specter performing a dance. Ghostly flame, excellent. Chen Qiangying beamed as he gazed at the increasingly eerie blue flame, casting it upon Xiao Yun's lifeless body. Xiao Yun died with his eyes wide open. His resentment and bitterness were consumed by the ghostly flame, reducing him to nothingness. Of the entire Xiao family wailed, and terrifying soul banners fluttered, extracting their souls. Some begged for mercy, while others resisted, yet all met with death. My lord, I am willing to be your dog. Do not kill me, I will take you to the underground palace of the Xiao family. Xiao Yi pleaded, only to have his soul extracted, memories plundered, and his body exploded. Chen Qiangying had no need for such a slave. He was far too weak, not even qualified to be his carriage servant. Chapter 26 The Yin Yang Dao Classic. Anomaly in Tianshan. Beneath the ethereal ghostly flames, the Xiao family lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Young master, the underground palace has been breached. Inside, there were 56 younger generations, all annihilated. The vast subterranean chamber is now empty, save for a few ordinary spirit stones and elixirs, reported Su Laosan. He had personally scoured the palace but found nothing of value. Not a single discovery? Chen Qiangying inquired. The Xiao clan is an ancient lineage, once home to an emperor. Are you certain there is nothing extraordinary? Have you searched meticulously? If we are to speak of the unusual, there is this jade pendant, Su Laosan replied, producing an ancient jade piece. It was palm-sized, a deep verdant hue, inscribed with the character Xiao. Chen Qiangying examined it closely, his consciousness probing it repeatedly, yet he could not penetrate its depths. There is something within it, perhaps a sealed inner space, he murmured. Even your consciousness cannot breach it, he asked Su Laosan, who shook his head in response. Chen Shanga felt a sense of astonishment. A space that even the Sage King could not infiltrate must indeed be special. It may serve as a vessel for some sort of cultivation method, he mused, stowing the ancient jade away. Take this blade. There is no need to submit it to the repository, Chen Shanga said, tossing Xiaoyun's Dominator blade to Su Laosan's. Sacred weapons are exclusive to the sacred realm and hold significant value in the 3,000 domains of the ancient world. Su Laosan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, accepting the weapon. Young master, the slaughter of the Xiao family may have dire repercussions, the sect leader, he began tentatively. Fear not, since I have arrived, the sect leader must have foreseen this, Chen Shanga reassured him. He had brought a substantial number of people. Shi Jinjin would undoubtedly guess his intentions. The so-called agreement between the righteous and the demonic was merely a formality established by the former sect leader upon his ascension to the Immortal Palace. After 15 years of peace, it was time to disrupt the status quo. The Xiao family was merely the beginning. Inform Haimo, the Ji family may now act, Chen Shanga commanded, leaving Su Laosan astonished. Is the Nightshade finally to make a move? At the Lu family estate, a place steeped in antiquity, Chen Shanga beckoned to Lu Ruyan, come here. Lu Ruyan, flustered, stammered, young master, my status is humble, come sit, he stated indifferently. Lu Ruyan, taken aback, promptly complied, settling on Chen Shanga's lap. He embraced her waist, teasingly pinching the soft flesh there. Are you afraid of me, or is it because I have slain your former fiancé that you feel discontent? Lu Ruyan fidgeted, unsure of how to respond, her petite form stiffening in his embrace. Am I to fear him? Certainly, with a mere command, the entire Xiao family was turned to ash, with not a soul left alive. How could I not be terrified, should I find myself beside such a man? A single misstep could lead to the Lu family becoming the next Xiao family. I dare not, Lu Ruyan quavered in response. You have embraced the Emperor Ruyan, and thus, you are rewarded with the 9-turn Yin-Yang elixir. The 9-turn Yin-Yang elixir. Imbued with the principles of Yin and Yang, consuming it enhances dual cultivation, yielding double the efficacy and pleasure. Chen Shanga was taken aback. Finally, an opportunity for gain has presented itself. Yet he was surprised that this ancient and unyielding empress required such intimacy to reap rewards. It was more challenging than reaping from Qi Lian. Old Deng was preferable, one could merely ride atop him for rewards, but alas, he seldom stays home, always off on adventures. You have profited from Emperor Ruyan, duration 1. What is this? Chen Shanga, scaling the heights of his ambitions, was shocked. The system's voice seemed off. Duration 1, this can still yield rewards, unbelievable, although I do not lack, who would refuse more? Chen Shanga feverishly continued. You have profited from Emperor Ruyan, duration 1. As Lu Ruyan's complexion flushed and she began to feel an odd sensation, it soon morphed into pain. Young master, please be gentle. My chest aches, she whispered, her voice like a mosquito's buzz. Coughing, Chen Shanga relented, halting his fervent endeavors. He understood that such intensity could be unbearable, especially for someone so young. Up close, you have grown even more beautiful, Chen Shanga murmured, lowering his head as Lu Ruyan quickly shut her eyes. He leaned in and kissed her. You have claimed Emperor Ruyan's first kiss, rewarded the Yin-Yang Dao Classic. The Yin-Yang Dao Classic, the unity of Yin and Yang, the path without limits, the complete version of the Yin-Yang Sacred Classic, an unparalleled dual cultivation secret. Chen Shanga noted the reward, a 6. You may go now. Holding you is somewhat uncomfortable. After a moment, he added, I shall not trouble you further. His words left Lu Ruyan in a daze. Before he whispered something in her ear, instantly, her face turned crimson. Is that truly possible? Your current cultivation is too weak. You must grow stronger. You reward me, and I will reward you, would you object? Chen Shanga stated. Ruyan is but the young master's maid. I am willing, Lu Ruyan replied, her head bowed. With rewards at stake, she was willing to offer herself, for she had already resolved to align herself with this young man. He was undeniably handsome, with a formidable background, making him an excellent choice for her. Half a day later, Chen Shanga released Lu Ruyan's hair, feeling a pang of regret for not having reaped more rewards. It has taken too long. I cannot yield even a little. He felt on the brink of madness. Enough, I shall not make it difficult for you. This is a sacred fruit. Consuming it holds the probability of transforming your physique or enhancing your divine abilities. The outcome lies in your hands. He produced a fist-sized green fruit, and an enticing aroma enveloped Lu Ruyan's senses. She swallowed, the numbness in her mouth dissipating entirely. A marvelous treasure. After her efforts, she finally had something to show for it. Before consuming the sacred fruit, take this divine liquid. Chen Shanga stood and tossed her a shimmering vial, which landed delicately in her hands. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, young master," she exclaimed, clutching the items. Such serendipity, truly, a fortunate turn of events, as expected of the young master of the holy sect. His generosity is boundless. All for the sake of pleasing him, he bestows such opportunities. Her father was right, one must strive for greater heights. She silently vowed that her choice to align with Lu Ruyan would not be in vain. "Strange, do you not feel a sudden chill in the air?" Chen Shanga, having suppressed his desires, sensed an unusual drop in temperature. It was unsettling that he, a being of divine tribulation, could feel cold. Something was amiss. "It is indeed colder, but this is normal. Young master may not know, but this region experiences a chill at this time each year," Lu Ruyan explained. "Something is not right. Su Laosan," Chen Shanga declared, sensing the urgency. "Su Laosan has arrived." He appeared like a shadow, bowing respectfully. "What is the situation around us? Are there any heavenly treasures?" Chen Shanga inquired. "Uncertain, the source of this chill emanates from a mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles away. Nearby towns have been engulfed in terrifying cold, resulting in numerous casualties. Wang Canlon and his companions have ventured forth. They suspect the presence of a cold attribute true dragon," Su Laosan reported. If not for Chen Shanga's safety, he would have embarked on the quest himself, for such anomalies often heralded the arrival of opportunities. "Prepare yourselves, we shall investigate," Chen Shanga commanded. A true dragon? His interest was piqued. Chapter 27 of the Icecloud Sacred Palace, the frigid Tianshan Mountains. The Icecloud Sacred Palace is a vast expanse of snowy terrain. Here, day and night are indistinguishable, shrouded in perpetual light, with an unsettling chill that penetrates to the bone. Within a palace blanketed in snow, the palace master remarked, "The commotion from the Tianshan Mountains is growing increasingly pronounced. The situation there is nearing a climax. We should make haste to stand guard." "Indeed, Palace Master, the disturbances in Tianshan are escalating and will inevitably draw the attention of the formidable powers," responded several women to a beautiful matron. "Quite so. That location is closest to the demonic realm, where the evil sect resides. If those fiends venture forth, they may very well uncover the secrets hidden deep within Tianshan," the matron acknowledged with a nod. Raising her hand, she conjured a decree. "Let it be known that this palace summons all disciples participating in the righteous and demonic conference, as well as the esteemed elders of the sacred realm, to proceed to Tianshan." "We shall obey the palace master's command," the women replied, swiftly departing. Before long, a colossal ice phoenix soared from the Icecloud Sacred Palace, heading towards Tianshan. Tianshan, the landscape, blanketed in pristine snow, exuded a radiant brilliance, appearing enigmatic from afar. And occasionally, figures braving the biting winds wielded artifacts, delving deeper into the mountains in search of rare treasures. "It's freezing. What could possibly be hidden here? The chill is unbearable. I have only heard rumors of individuals discovering divine-grade snow lotuses, yet no sacred-grade treasures have emerged. Damn it, as a practitioner of the divine fire realm, I can still feel the cold even on the periphery. This is utterly abnormal. Is a divine fire practitioner truly considered powerful? Are you aware that a true deity recently entered and perished within? Even a true deity must tread carefully. Is a true deity regarded as strong? What audacity you possess! What do I, a celestial god practitioner, have to say? Begone, a mere true deity should not pretend to be grand. I am a god king. All of you, vacate immediately. If you fear for your lives, leave at once. This opportunity is not meant for you worthless beings." At the exterior of Tianshan, numerous beings congregated on a mountain that was only partially frozen. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of this sacred mountain, young master, Wang Canlon and the others have lost contact with us. Should we continue our exploration? Su Laosan inquired as he approached Chen Shangeng. "What? Are you afraid of dying?" Chen Shangeng reclined on Lu Ruyan's lap, thoroughly enjoying himself, with a pelt from a fire serpent beneath them to ward off the cold. "The interior is perilous. For the sake of the young master's safety, perhaps we should venture in to investigate," Su Laosan suggested, undeterred by his own fear but concerned for Chen Shangeng's well-being. After all, this was their sect's young master. Should anything happen, they would be unable to summon help in time. "There's no need. You shall forge ahead. Just venture a short distance to see if there is any response from the communication talismans," Chen Shangeng instructed. "Then shall I escort the young master to the nearby grand city for refuge before we explore?" Su Laosan pondered, feeling uneasy about Chen Shangeng remaining there. Chen Shangeng instantly frowned. "Su Laosan, What are we, demonic cultivators? Why are you hesitating? As demonic practitioners, if we do not engage in slaughter and arson, must we also fear others doing so? At your age, have you lived to become a coward? Chen Changying admonished coldly. Young master is right, I shall attend to it immediately. Su Laosan promptly retreated, entering Tianshan. Young master, they have all departed. Is your safety truly assured? Lu Rian inquired, cradling Chen Changying's head. As the young master, she genuinely feared for his safety with all the guards venturing into Tianshan. Your bosom may not be ample, but where is your wit? As the young master, do I rely solely on my guards? Chen Changying replied, nudging his head against the softness of Lu Ruyan's chest, the visible guards are merely at his beck and call. The true protectors are those who remain unseen should peril arise. These guardians will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Furthermore, he possesses the protective measures bestowed by old Dangbi. He truly fears no one. Chapter 27. The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. The frigid Tianshan. The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace unfolds within a vast expanse of glistening snow. Here, day and night blend seamlessly, devoid of the shadows of darkness, as a chilling breeze penetrates to the bone. Within a palace blanketed in pristine snow, the palace master speaks. The disturbances from the Tianshan mountains are growing increasingly pronounced. It appears that something significant is unfolding there. We should hasten to secure our position. Indeed, palace master, responds a group of women. The escalating activity in the Tianshan surely cannot escape the notice of those formidable powers. Quite so. That region lies in closest proximity to the demonic realm where the cult resides. Should those fiends venture forth, they may unearth the secrets hidden deep within the Tianshan. The beautiful matron nods in agreement. With a graceful gesture, she conjures an edict. Let it be known, assemble the disciples preparing for the righteous and demonic gathering, along with the esteemed elders of the sacred realm, and proceed to the Tianshan. Adhering to your command, Palace Master, the women respond, swiftly departing. Before long, an immense ice phoenix ascends from the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, soaring towards the Tianshan. The Tianshan, adorned with a blanket of snow, radiates a dazzling brilliance, exuding an air of mystery from afar. Occasionally, figures brave the biting winds, wielding artifacts as they delve deeper into the mountains in search of rare treasures. How frigid it is, what could possibly lie ahead, one exclaims. It is indeed chilling. Thus far, I have only heard whispers of some divine-grade snow lotus being discovered, yet no sacred treasures have graced our world. Damn it, as a formidable being of the divine fire realm, I can feel this cold even at the periphery. This is utterly abnormal. Is one of the divine fire realm truly a strong contender? Are you aware that a true deity recently entered and perished within? Another retorts. Even I, a true deity, must tread with utmost caution. Are you truly bold enough to claim the title of strong contender? What audacity! I am a celestial being, what have you to say? Begone, a mere true deity acting as if they are invincible. I am of the divine king realm. Depart at once. If you fear death, scurry away. Such opportunities are not meant for you worthless beings. Outside the Tianshan, numerous creatures gather upon a mountain where the ice is not yet overly severe. On the opposite side of this sacred mountain, Su Laosan approaches Chen Changying. Young master, Wang Canlan and the others have severed communication with us. Should we continue our exploration? What's this? Are you afraid of death? Chen Changying lounges comfortably upon Lu Ruyan's lap, reveling in the indulgence, with a hide stripped from a fire serpent beneath them, providing warmth against the cold. The interior is fraught with peril. For the safety of the young master, perhaps we should venture in to ascertain the situation, Su Laosan suggests, his concern for Chen Changying outweighing his own fear. After all, the young master is of paramount importance to their cult, and any misfortune could summon dire consequences. No need. You shall be the scout to venture forth just a little, and see if the communication talismans yield any response, Chen Changying instructs. Then I shall escort the young master to the nearby grand city to take refuge before continuing my exploration, Su Laosan proposes, but Chen Changying's displeasure is palpable. Su Laosan, what are we? Demonic cultivators, why dally here? As demonic cultivators, if we do not slay and plunder, must we fear others doing so? At your age, have you lived long enough to be akin to a cowardly dog? Chen Changying scolds. Young master, your reprimand is just. I shall attend to it at once, Su Laosan concedes, hastily retreating to enter the Tianshan. Young master, they have all departed, is your safety truly assured? Lu Ruyan inquires, cradling Chen Changying's head with concern. As the young master, with all his protectors entering the Tianshan, her apprehension is palpable. Your bosom may not be ample, yet your wits seem lacking. Am I not the young master, surrounded solely by protectors? Chen Changying replies, nudging against Lu Ruyan's softness. The visible guardians are merely at my command. The true protectors remain unseen. Should danger arise, they will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Moreover, I possess the safeguarding measures bestowed by old Dengbi. I fear no one. Chapter 27 of the Icecloud Sacred Palace, the Frigid Peaks of Tian Shan. The Icecloud Sacred Palace is a vast expanse of pristine snow. Here, day and night blend seamlessly, devoid of darkness, with a chilling aura that penetrates to the bone. Within a palace blanketed in snow, the palace lord remarks, the disturbances from Tian Shan are growing ever more pronounced. It would be prudent for us to proceed thither and stand guard. Indeed, my lord, replies one of the maidens, the escalating commotion in Tian Shan will surely attract the attention of those formidable forces. Precisely. That region is in closest proximity to the demon realm of the demon sect, and should those fiends venture forth, they may well uncover the secrets hidden deep within Tian Shan. Several maidens converse with a beautiful matron. The matron nods in acknowledgement. With a graceful gesture, she conjures a decree. Let it be known and summon all disciples participating in the righteous and demonic conference, along with numerous esteemed elders of the sacred realm, to Tian Shan. We shall obey the palace lord's command. The maidens respond, swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, an enormous ice phoenix ascends from the Icecloud Sacred Palace, soaring towards Tian Shan. Tian Shan, the landscape is enshrouded in a blanket of snow, the peaks radiating a dazzling brilliance, appearing utterly enigmatic from afar. Occasionally, silhouettes brave the ferocious cold, wielding artifacts as they delve deeper into the mountains in search of celestial treasures. How frigid, what could possibly lie within? It is indeed cold. Thus far, I've only heard of individuals discovering divine-grade snow lotuses, but no sacred-grade treasures have yet manifested. Damn it! As a formidable being of the divine fire realm, I can feel the chill even at this periphery. This is most unnatural. Do you consider yourself a strong being in the divine fire realm? Are you aware that recently, a true deity ventured inside and met their demise? Even a true deity must tread carefully within. Is a true deity truly a strong being? What audacity do you possess? What have I, a celestial being, to say? Begone, a mere true deity dares to act so grandiose. I am of the divine king realm. Depart at once. If you fear death, hasten to exit. This opportunity is not meant for the likes of you worthless fools. Outside Tian Shan, numerous creatures gather atop a mountain, where the ice is not yet severe. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of this divine mountain, Su Laosan approaches Chun Changge. Young master, Wang Canlon and the others have lost contact with us. Should we continue our exploration? Why, are you afraid of death? Chen Changge reclines upon Lu Ruyan's lap, reveling in the comfort, with a hide from a fire dragon beneath them to ward off the cold. The interior is perilous. For the safety of the young master, it may be wise for us to venture in and investigate. Su Laosan, unafraid of death but concerned for Chun Changge's safety, suggests, after all, this is their sect's young master. Should any misfortune befall him, they would be unable to summon aid in time. No need, you shall forge ahead, venture a short distance inside and see if the communication talismans yield any response, Chen Changge instructs. Then allow me to escort the young master to the nearby grand city for refuge before I proceed to explore? Su Laosan contemplates, deeming it inappropriate to keep Chen Changge here. Chen Changge's displeasure is evident. Su Laosan, what are we, demonic cultivators? Why do you linger here? As demonic cultivators, if we do not slay or set fires, must we also worry about others doing so? At your age, have you become akin to a dog? You speak true, young master. I shall attend to it immediately, Su Laosan replies, hastily retreating to enter Tian Shan. Young master, they have all departed. Is your safety truly secure? Lu Ruyan inquires, cradling Chen Changge's head. As the young master, with all his protectors entering Tian Shan, she genuinely fears for his well-being. Your bosom is not particularly ample. Why then lack wisdom? If I am the young master, do I rely solely on protectors? Chen Changge retorts, nudging his head against Lu Ruyan's softness. The visible guards are merely at his behest. The true protectors remain unseen, and should he encounter danger, they will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Moreover, he possesses the protective measures bestowed by old Deng. He truly fears no one. Chapter 28 of the Divine Mountain Sect. Yet your life is short, the Tian Shan Mountains. The biting cold wind howled, with a vast expanse of white snow before my eyes. Su Laosan had ventured into the outskirts of the Tian Shan Mountains for half a day without reappearing, seemingly losing all contact. This only heightened Chen Changge's curiosity about what lay within. Fellow cultivator, pray tell, what hide do you sit upon? I can sense the warmth from afar, inquired two young men as they approached. Their eyes fixated on the fire dragon hide upon which Chen Changge sat, a hint of greed flickering beneath their well-concealed facade, yet it could not elude the gaze of Chen Changge's supreme demonic eye. Ah, the fire dragon hide, a fortunate acquisition. Should you gentlemen not mind, you may take a seat beside me and enjoy a modicum of warmth, spared from the harsh chill, Chen Changzhen offered, intending to dismiss them, yet, upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Was the young master, usually so reticent, truly this accommodating? Thank you, esteemed cultivator. I am Ji Buduan, and this is my younger brother, Ji Buxiao. May I ask how to address you? Ji Buduan inquired, his demeanor exuding politeness, reminiscent of a young scion from a distinguished family. Lu family, Lu Jiang. This is my childhood betrothed, Lu Ruyan, Chen Changzhen replied, rising with warmth and amiability. You too, Ji brothers, possess commendable strength. Might I inquire if you hail from a sect? Have you ventured within? We are disciples of the Divine Mountain sect. The Lu family you speak of, is it the one situated several 100,000 miles away? Ji Buxiao queried. Chen Changzhen nodded, his smile unwavering. Ah, so you are disciples of the Divine Mountain sect. I have long admired your esteemed sect, though fate has yet to grant me the opportunity to join. In truth, he had never even heard of the Divine Mountain sect. Nevertheless, recognizing the duo's celestial realm prowess and their youthful age indicated that their sect bore some notoriety in the vicinity. Indeed, our Divine Mountain sect is under the aegis of a divine monarch, possessing a myriad of divine mountains and countless disciples. To join our ranks, one must not only have exceptional talent but also meet stringent criteria. The two elaborated. After exchanging pleasantries, they rose to depart, casting a glance at Chen Changzhen and his companion, their lips curling slightly. Esteemed cultivator, we have matters to attend to. Farewell. They clasped their hands in farewell and swiftly retreated along the same path. Chen Changzhen's smile gradually faded. Young master, those two are clearly up to no good. Why do you still entertain them? Lu Ruyan questioned, perplexed. He is usually not this amiable. Fishing for bigger prey, Chen Changzhen replied nonchalantly. The disturbances emanating from the Tian Shan are too peculiar. We require more subordinates to assist us in our exploration. With that, he reclined once more, using Lu Ruyan's thigh as a pillow, awaiting the catch of the day. Meanwhile, the Ji brothers meandered to the rear of a snow-capped mountain, grinning as they reported to a young man. Young master, we have gathered intelligence. The two we passed earlier are from the Lu family, affiliated with the demonic sect. He claims to be a scion of the Lu family, and that rather delicate-looking individual is his childhood betrothed, hardly a significant force, easily subdued. As they relayed their findings, the young man appeared intrigued. The Lu family? That young beauty possesses strength at the divine manifestation stage, and if she is indeed his betrothed, he must be of similar caliber. However, he likely conceals treasures or practices some esoteric techniques, he mused. In light of this, they could act. You have done well, he commended the brothers. He is nothing but a fool, completely defenseless, probably just a fledgling out on his first trial, one Ji brother remarked. Indeed, with minimal effort, we uncovered his foundation, the other added. Very good. Once we succeed, I shall claim that little lady's first time, and reward you both handsomely, the young man proclaimed, his words eliciting astonishment from the brothers. Young master, you won tea keep her for yourself? No need. The likes of Lu Jiang will suffice. He is far more entertaining. I wonder how thrilling it would be to conquer such a handsome fellow. He chuckled wickedly. The two elder men accompanying him furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. What are you afraid of? There are only two divine monarchs here, and we share some rapport. Why are you two celestial beings so timid? Fear not, just act, if necessary. That little lady's behind can be left for you too. Let us proceed. I, Ji Buchang, am eager to see if this handsome lad is as enjoyable as he appears, Ji Buchang declared, leading nearly 100 members of the Divine Mountain sect towards Chen Changzhen's location. As Chen Changzhen lay still, Lu Ruyan noticed the throng approaching and leaned in to whisper, Young master, they are coming. Chen Changzhen remained reclined, not bothering to rise. Esteemed cultivators, do you still remember us? Ji Buduan grinned lewdly, his previous courteous demeanor entirely vanquished. Their gaze fixated on Lu Ruyan, their eyes growing increasingly brazen. Ji Buchang's arrival only amplified his admiration for the lounging Chen Changzhen. Esteemed cultivators, I am Ji Buchang, son of Ji Delu. My young master has no desire to engage with you. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly, Lu Ruyan declared with evident disdain. The lecherous gazes of the Divine Mountain sect members made her exceedingly uncomfortable, and she longed to pierce them with her sword. That fire dragon hide bears a striking resemblance to one I discarded earlier. Rise, I wish to ascertain whether this is indeed the fire dragon hide belonging to our Divine Mountain sect, Ji Buchang demanded with a laugh, his gaze never straying from Chen Changzhen. Is this truly your sect's fire dragon hide? Chen Changzhen queried, and at that moment, a figure materialized. It was Su Laosan, emerging from the Tianshan. Oh? Is this your protector, just this, an old man? Can he truly fight? Old man, my father is Ji Delu, the divine monarch Ji Delu. Will you not have your young master rise so I may inspect this hide properly? Ji Buchang mocked. Chen Changzhen frowned. This was clearly directed at Lu Ruyan. This perverse individual was targeting him. Old man, I thought you were formidable. Why not make a move? Are you afraid? Ji Buchang taunted, slapping Su Laosan's face, who remained calm, awaiting Chen Changgen's words. The two elder men flanking Ji Buchang grew increasingly solemn, sensing that something was amiss. This old man is too peculiar. We cannot discern his true strength. Lu Jiang, your protector is lacking. I expected more prowess. If you had accompanied me, I would have ensured your protection, Ji Buchang sneered. Su Laosan, eliminate him. Boom, a cold, indifferent voice echoed as Ji Buchang's body exploded. In that instant, not only did the members of the Divine Mountain sect fail to react, but so did the bystanders. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying pressure descended, causing the snow-capped mountain to tremble, and cold sweat broke out on everyone's brows as their expressions changed drastically. A powerful being, only the two elder celestial beings understood the true horror of Su Laosan's might. Chen Changzhen rose, casting not a glance at the bloodied snow. Ji Buchang, your days are numbered. Gather everyone, we shall forge a path into the Tianshan, Chen Changzhen commanded. As his words fell, Su Laosan's massive hand swept out, capturing the members of the Divine Mountain sect. World within the palm. A sage-level powerhouse. Nope, senior, spare us. The two celestial beings, caught in his grip, instantly panicked, yet no one would heed their pleas. The terrifying laws of the sage enveloped them, trapping them within Su Laosan's grasp. Do you understand why he struck you? Chen Changzhen inquired of Su Laosan. My subordinate failed to act promptly, Su Laosan replied, lowering his head. Having been gone for too long, the master was displeased. Now you know. I trust there will not be a next time, Chen Changzhen declared, before stepping into the void, heading towards the Tianshan. Chapter 29. The arrival at the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace and the great formation on Tianshan Mountain. The others gazed at the figure of Chen Changgen, holding their breath in fear. A formidable presence from the sacred realm, thunderous roars echoed as, in their astonishment, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura suddenly surged forth. A colossal figure materialized before them, that of a nine-headed beast, the Taotai, which drew a magnificent carriage. It appeared abruptly, a sight to behold. As Chen Changgen and Lu Ruyan entered the carriage, they departed with an air of unparalleled arrogance. Heavens, what kind of influential scion emerges from such a terrifying power, requiring protection from a sacred realm expert? The perverse sect master of the Sacred Mountain sect has met his demise. Good riddance, his death brings me great satisfaction. How dare you toy with my partner, you wretched beast, you've received your just deserts. You've finally bitten off more than you can chew. Once Chen Changgen's carriage gradually vanished from the direction of Tianshan, whispers arose among the onlookers, some spitting on the bloodstains left behind. Master, the outskirts of Tianshan are merely home to a few snow demons, with the strongest being at the sovereign level. There's little danger. However, a terrifying aura envelopes the depths, likely severing our connection with Wang Canlan, Su Laosan reported, recounting the situation meticulously. He dared not dwell on the slap he had received from Ji Buchang earlier. Before this esteemed figure, he could only smile. Still no contact, Chen Changgen inquired. None, but my subordinates have discovered the signals they left behind, and we can follow them. Given their passage, there should be minimal danger, ensuring the young master's safety, Su Laosan replied slowly. Tianshan, though referred to as a mountain range, is, in essence, a modestly sized world of ice and snow. Its depths are shrouded in a terrifying aura, creating a natural barrier that isolates it from the outside world. More than a day passed, Chen Changgen pressed onward, arriving at the natural barrier isolating the deeper recesses of Tianshan. With a mighty grasp, the nine-headed Taotai quickly shrank, landing in his palm. This was the Taotai sacred steed, originally the sacred mount of the demonic sect leader. It was a treasured artifact, capable of expanding and contracting at will. Now, it had become Chen Changgen's vehicle. He stood atop the snow-capped peak, gazing at the swirling mists before him, his divine power coursing to its utmost limit. The cold was bone-chilling. Master, take the extreme fire pill. The accumulation of cold energy within you is excessive and detrimental to your meridians, Su Laosan suggested. Upon reaching this place, even he felt the cold, and consuming the extreme fire pill could temporarily stave off the cold energy from invading his body. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had already taken hers. She, being merely of the divine ability realm, found the coldness overwhelming despite her consumption of the pill, needing to wrap her delicate form in the skin of a fire serpent. No matter, this cold energy possesses the power to temper the physique, Chen Changgen asserted. Su Laosan, have you crossed this barrier before? He inquired. The formation of this natural barrier may be closely related to the terrifying chill emanating from Tian Shan, Su Laosan replied, shaking his head slightly. I have not. According to the markers left by Wang Canlon and his companions, the interior is perilous. I did not dare to venture further and hastily sought you after finding their signals. I had already spent enough time here. Fearing further delay, send a few individuals forth, let them fly in and take a look, Chen Changing commanded. Buzz. Su Laosan spread his palm, radiant holy light illuminating the space as 5 young men of the celestial realm were released. Protected by Su Laosan's holy light, they would not be frozen into ice statues for a short while. My lord, spare us, we were unaware of your presence and have offended you. We beseech you to show mercy. It was all that scoundrel Ji Buozhang's idea, we were forced into this. They pleaded desperately as they emerged from the poem world, seeking to preserve their lives. Su Laosan bellowed, if you wish to survive, then you must cautiously cross this barrier and fly to that snow peak within. My lord, that is impossible, our strength is meager, we likely cannot reach there. Perhaps you could allow 2 elders to fly over instead? They suggested. Yes, we are weak, we fear we cannot accomplish your task. The heavenly elder possesses immense power. Bang. As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies exploded. Either die or pave the way, Chen Changding remarked, his expression impassive. With a mere flick of his finger, a strand of divine power descended upon them, causing their immediate annihilation. The remaining 3 turned pale, hastily flying forth. To remain outside with spell death. Entering, they might survive under the protection of the holy light. Why are you not hurrying? Do you wish to die? Su Laosan shouted as he observed their sluggishness. With no other choice, the 3 closed their eyes as if resigning themselves to fate. Crossing the white barrier. An incomprehensibly terrifying force of law descended upon them, causing them to plummet instantly. Chen Changding frowned, glancing at the unfathomable abyss below, where the 3 had vanished from view. Master, it's the law of gravity, Su Laosan remarked, observing the emergent runes with a slight furrow of his brow, sensing trouble. Shall we continue urging the sacred carriage onward? He asked. With him at the helm, forcing their way in should pose no issue. At that moment, a phoenix cry resonated from the heavens. Chen Changding looked up to see an enormous ice phoenix soaring towards them, with numerous figures upon its back. Hey, senior sister, there are indeed people below. Indeed, it's astonishing that others can enter Tian Shan. TCH, another group of oblivious aristocrats, without help, they'll surely find themselves trapped here, they whispered among themselves, when suddenly a veiled woman amongst them reprimanded. Silence. The woman cast a glance and then returned her gaze. Master, there are powerful beings. It appears disciples from a major force are attempting to breach our sacred palace as Xuanji formation, she informed a beautiful matron clad in palace attire. The matron, sitting gracefully atop the ice phoenix, opened her beautiful eyes. Indeed, powerful individuals have arrived. It seems the Jiang family has also come to this vicinity. It appears our endeavors may not proceed smoothly, she murmured. Friends above, establishing a formation here is unwise. Su Laosan's voice reached the women's ears. The matroness brow furrowed immediately. A Saint King, the old man down there can undoubtedly hear our conversation, she realized. Friends, this is the sacred ground of our Ice Cloud sacred palace, thus, it is only natural to have protective formations in place, she retorted coldly. As the ice phoenix arrived before the Xuanji formation, it radiated an exceptionally brilliant cold light, terrifying runes cascading forth, causing the entire Tian Shan to tremble. It is indeed the Ice Cloud sacred palace. It seems the commotion within is closely related to them. Should we interrogate them? Su Laosan inquired. How formidable are their powers? Chen Changding asked. The aura of the ice phoenix was overwhelmingly fearsome, and he, as a mere divine calamity realm practitioner, dared not pry too deeply. There are 2 Saint Kings and 3 saints, counting this ice phoenix, that makes 4 saints in total. It seems the Ice Cloud sacred palace has mobilized its entire force, Chen Changding expressed in astonishment. He was aware that the Ice Cloud sacred palace was a significant power within the righteous path, known for only accepting female disciples, and was publicly guarded by 2 Saint Kings. The fact that 2 of them had come here indicated that even the palace master had arrived, which surprised him greatly. What could compel the Ice Cloud sacred palace to mobilize such forces to Tian Shan? Esteemed seniors, I am Lu Jiang. May I ride upon your esteemed palace as Ice Phoenix to behold the scenery of Tian Shan? Chapter 30 of the Ripe and Cold Bingyun, the Void Insect Sovereign. The young disciples of the demonic sect should refrain from jesting. You, with your grand family and expansive enterprise, have no need to utilize the chariots of our sacred palace. The beautiful matron spoke, her words a direct refusal. Her declaration astonished the veiled woman beside her. The demonic sect? So, these individuals hail from the demonic sect. They have even ventured into the Tian Mountain. Master, are you certain they are from the demonic sect? The woman inquired. Binger, your discernment still requires honing. Do not be deceived by that youth's ethereal appearance, it is merely a fade. The demons of the sect are most adept at deception, though he may exude an aura akin to that of the holy progeny of celestial palaces. A glimmer of malevolence lurks within his gaze, betraying the countless lives he has undoubtedly claimed. The matron instructed in hushed tones, Bai Ningbing is one of the saints of our Bingyun sacred palace, her cherished disciple, imbued with great expectations for her future. She is meant to be cultivated as a successor. The words of my master shall be etched in my heart, Bai Ningbing replied with a nod, yet she could not resist casting a glance at the striking youth standing upon the snowy peak below. Such beauty is a rarity in this world. Could he truly be a mere mortal youth and not a celestial being descending from the heavens? Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the grand formation quaked, and the ice phoenix opened a portal, ready to plunge within. Buzz! Chen Shanga raised his hand, and the Taodai Saint drove rapidly expanded, unleashing a terrifying aura roar. The Taodai bellowed, overwhelming the heavens and the earth. The women of the Bingyun sacred palace were taken aback by this sudden upheaval, turning their gazes to witness an enormous Taodai materializing beside them. They were startled, and in an instant, summoned their magical artifacts. The matron, too, was astonished. The chariot of the demonic sect's leader. How could this be possible? She exclaimed, raising her hand as divine light illuminated the scene, calming the disciples of the Bingyun sacred palace. Chen Shanga and his companion slowly ascended, alighting upon the chariot. Elder, I wish to enter and behold the splendor of the Tian mountain. May I be granted permission? Chen Shanga addressed the matron, his countenance composed. This astonished the matron. Such a youth exists in this world, who could approach her with such calmness? Of course, you may. However, I am somewhat curious. Whom do you serve? The matron inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. I am the son of Chen Fan, came the polite response. Chen Fan? The matron furrowed her brow. I have not heard of such a name. Is he a reclusive master? That should not be the case. Has the demonic sect perhaps appointed a new leader during my prolonged seclusion? Master, he must be the young lord of the demonic sect, Bai Ningbing conveyed telepathically to the matron. The matron was taken aback. The demonic sect has indeed appointed a young lord. This implies a change in leadership. Chen Fan is a recently ascended Saint King, known as the Bloodhand Butcher, and serves as the deputy leader of the demonic sect, Bai Ningbing continued. This revelation astonished the matron. A Saint King risen in a century, truly a prodigy, one whom even she must regard with caution. Let us depart, the matron commanded coldly, as the ice phoenix entered the grand formation. Chen Shanga stood upon the back of the Taodai, addressing Lu Ruyan, go inside, you are too weak, and you may perish from the cold. He uttered nonchalantly. Lu Ruyan hurriedly entered the chariot, followed closely by the nine-headed Taotai as it pulled the carriage, trailing the ice phoenix. Su Laosan, is this beautiful matron the leader of the Bingyun sacred palace? Lung Bingyun, Chen Shanga inquired softly. The matron was strikingly beautiful, ripe with allure. Indeed, young lord, this woman is formidable. She has been in seclusion for over 2 centuries and is likely at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, capable of traversing the ancient world. Su Laosan affirmed, she is a relic of the ancient era, a figure who has lived for millennia, and I am well acquainted with her. Does she possess a Dao companion? Chen Shanga asked abruptly. Su Laosan was momentarily taken aback. A Dao companion? Why the sudden inquiry? Young lord, you cannot mean. It is said that over 5 millennia ago, Leng Bingyun, during her time as a saintess of the Bingyun sacred palace, was pursued by the celestial palace's prodigy. As for the outcome, it remains unknown. It is likely that it did not come to fruition, for if it had, according to the customs of the Bingyun sacred palace, she could not serve as palace leader. The women of the Bingyun sacred palace have an unusual stipulation: they must remain pure and untainted. Su Laosan explained in a low voice, this is an ancient tale. Those who knew of it have either become great figures or turned to dust. So, she is merely ripe, untouched by hands. What a waste of such potential, Chen Shanga remarked with a smile. His gaze lingered on the receding ice phoenix, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if harboring ulterior motives. Su Laosan, witnessing this, was filled with astonishment. Young lord, could it be that you intend to? That would be ill-advised. That woman practices the Bingyun sacred heart sutra, transforming herself into a being of ice, devoid of emotion. It is impossible for her to develop feelings. If you wish to indulge, you might consider the woman beside her, Bai Ningbing, who is likely to become the leader of the Bingyun sacred palace in due time. Her mastery of the Bingyun sacred heart sutra is still incomplete, rendering her most susceptible to disruption at this juncture, Su Laosan suggested. Chen Shanga shook his head. You fail to comprehend. Given sufficient warmth, even ice will melt. He murmured, then turned to enter the chariot. Half a day later, the interference of the formation rendered them lost. Young lord, we have lost their trail. Su Laosan, who was driving the carriage atop the Taodai, frowned. They had followed closely, only to become disoriented, losing sight of the ice phoenix. Su Laosan, do you know what happens when smoke is inhaled and then exhaled? Ha! The indifferent words emerged from the chariot, leaving Su Laosan puzzled. What is exhaled after inhalation of smoke? Lung fog. Chen Shanga emerged from the chariot, standing upon the back of the Taotai, his sharp rebuke rendering Su Laosan's face crimson. He had not anticipated that the ice phoenix could be so cunning, ensnaring them in a formation within a formation. He had breached the outer circle, yet remained ensnared within another grand array of buzz. Chen Shanga raised his hand, and an insect materialized, shimmering with strands of black light. The instant it appeared, the void trembled, rippling like waves on water. Su Laosan, upon seeing the insect, was filled with astonishment. It was a black beetle, the size of a thumb, its head fan-shaped, adorned with scales resembling fish skin, the void insect sovereign. Su Laosan exclaimed, "This is indeed a void insect sovereign, dung beetle, consume the nearby void formations," Chen Chang'e commanded. As the dung beetle took flight, this insect had been a gift from Old Deng during his childhood, a source of amusement. The name was also bestowed by Old Deng. Though it resembled a dung beetle, it did not consume excrement. Instead, it feasted on the crystallized laws of the void, subsisting on the void itself, making it a professional in breaking formations, especially those etched in the emptiness. Devour them all, Chen Chang'e could not help but marvel. Old Deng is indeed the child of destiny. Even a casual find like this insect is a rare treasure, the void insect sovereign. Chapter 31 The Transformation of the Cold Pool and the Pureblood Ice Dragon in the Tian Shan Mountains. Within the chilling depths of the cold pool, the palace master remarked, "All have perished in their entrapment. Those sorcerers of the demonic sect have been completely ensnared within the outer formation, unable to breach our defenses, even the few saints among them," she scoffed. "What foolishness, how dare they invade the imperial formation of our sacred palace? Even a flawed formation is beyond their capacity to breach," a Binghuang snorted coldly, her expertise in formations allowing her to ensnare foes within their confines. "We must not be careless. If we can delve into the cold pool and retrieve its treasures, everything will fall into place," said Lung Bingyun. She turned to her companions. "Ruo Shuang, you shall accompany me below. Suxan, you and the others will remain nearby, standing guard should any formidable beings approach, relay the message promptly, and do your utmost to keep our presence concealed. Binger, lead the junior sisters in a nearby exploration for snow lotuses, but exercise caution against the snow demons." With that, Lung Bingyun set forth alongside Leng Ruo Shuang towards the cold pool of Tianshan. They summoned a radiant orb, which emanated brilliant light, forming a protective barrier around them, shielding them from the frigid air of the cold pool. As half a day passed, outside Tianshan, a multitude of silhouettes tore through the sky. A vast number of flying carriages descended. Is that the Jiang family? By the heavens, the ancient Jiang family has truly arrived at Tianshan, the crowd gasped in astonishment, some even bowing in reverence. In the high skies, upon an ancient bronze war chariot, stood a young man clad in golden battle attire, his black hair billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of formidable vitality. Even from a distance, his presence was enough to instill dread. He was undoubtedly a prodigy of the current age. Young master, could the aura of Tianshan truly be linked to that entity? Should we acquire it, we would undoubtedly achieve great merit, a woman beside him suggested. Xianyi, if it is indeed that entity, it may provoke the intervention of immensely powerful beings. We might not stand a chance, the young man replied. They have brought too few people. Even if we obtain it, we may not be able to protect it. Why not send word back? Although we have yet to ascertain whether the matters concerning the Shao family were indeed the work of the demonic sect, we can express suspicion, claiming they have gained it, especially since there are remnants of demonic energy there. In the eyes of the world, the demonic sect represents all demonic cultivators. Reporting this to the family head would suffice as an explanation, Zhang Xian suggested. The young man fell into contemplation. The affair concerning the Shao family had been entrusted to him by his father as a test. However, if he reported hastily, would that truly be without consequence? Do not concern yourself with the Shao family's troubles. If the Tianshan indeed harbors that entity, acquiring it would elevate your prestige within the family above that of the other young masters, Zhang Xian continued to persuade. The young man nodded. Very well, let it be as you say. We shall claim suspicion of a great medicinal transformation within. Let us refrain from asserting certainty and delay our report for a few days. We must first enter and gather relevant information before notifying them. He was not foolish. Reporting prematurely would yield merely the credit of a mere messenger. However, if he could gather sufficient intelligence or even secure the treasure, the merits would be vastly different. Increase our pace, send someone below to inquire about the powerful factions that have arrived, he commanded. The snow-capped peaks below were the periphery of Tianshan, where many beings congregated. Those who arrived early would surely be aware of any significant forces entering. Outside the cold pool of Tianshan, the void continuously shattered, resembling a collapsing mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was a creature gnawing at the void, constructing an incredibly stable spatial passage. A 9-headed Taodai trailed closely behind the black insect, traversing the formidable mountains. Bai Ningbing, previously engaged in gathering snow lotuses, looked up, her expression shifting to one of alarm. The demonic sect. That celestial-like youth has arrived. He had managed to emerge from the incomplete imperial formation of their sacred palace in merely half a day. Boom! Just as Bai Ningbing contemplated retreating to send word, a terrifying sound echoed from the cold pool. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. The fearsome icy waters surged upwards, cascading down upon the summit of Tianshan like a vast ocean. At that moment, a figure erupted from the cold pool. Elder, the elders of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace were taken aback. Emerging was their esteemed elder, Lang Ruoshuang, her appearance a ghastly sight, drenched in blood. Withdraw, Binghuang, retreat, take them away, Lang Ruoshuang urged hastily. In an instant, she was out of the cold pool, traversing hundreds of snow peaks. The disciples of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace immediately followed her, some abandoning the snow lotuses they had been gathering. Elder, what of our master? Bai Ningbing inquired anxiously. Fallen, there is a great terror within. Upon hearing Lang Ruoshuang's words, Bai Ningbing froze momentarily, unable to comprehend the implications. Impossible, was her immediate thought. Binghuang, we must leave, Lang Ruoshuang insisted. No, master, it cannot be, she is a saintly figure, how could she not have emerged? Bai Ningbing refused to accept this and dashed towards the cold pool. Ningbing, come back, Lang Ruoshuang bellowed. The others echoed her. Saintess, return, Binghuang, go, urged Lang Ruoshuang, yet the saintess hesitated, unable to believe that such a powerful figure could remain trapped within the cold pool. Hurry, there is a true dragon within, if we do not leave now, we will all perish. Roar. As Lang Ruoshuang's words fell, another terrifying dragon's roar resounded, shaking the heavens. The waters of the cold pool surged violently, no longer retaining their previous tranquility. Binghuang, in a state of panic, rushed towards the exterior of Tianshan. Bai Ningbing attempted to approach the cold pool but was thrown back by an overwhelming pressure, crashing onto a snow peak. Master! She cried towards the cold pool, but the only response was the deafening roar of the dragon, echoing through the heavens. Roar. A chilling light erupted from the cold pool as an immense ice dragon surged forth. Its body resembled intricately carved ice, shimmering ominously under the sun. Of the dragon, nearly 1,000 feet long, struck the surface of the cold pool, sending forth terrifying splashes of water that transformed into ice shards, shooting out like lethal projectiles. Roar, the ice dragon bellowed, and the icy winds raged, causing the very earth to tremble. Chen Qiangying steadied himself atop the Taodai, observing the scene with great curiosity. Young master, this is a pureblood true dragon. What lies beneath the cold pool may indeed be its guardian, Su Laosan remarked. It must be that the people of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace disturbed something within, inciting the fury of this ice dragon. It seems unable to leave the cold pool, Chen Qiangying deduced. The ice dragon continued to swim within the cold pool, thrashing its tail against the water's surface, venting its rage, yet it remained within the confines of the cold pool. Su Laosan, do we stand a chance against it? Chen Qiangying inquired. It may prove challenging. It is also a saintly figure, albeit wounded, likely by Lang Bingyun's hand, Su Laosan replied. The aura of the ice dragon was that of a saint, yet confined to the cold pool and of true dragon bloodline. Its combat prowess rivaled that of a saintly king. What concerned him was the possibility of other such entities residing within. To venture forth would be tantamount to seeking death. After all, Lang Bingyun had not yet emerged. Chapter 31, The Transformation of the Cold Pool and the Pureblood Ice Dragon. Tianshan, Cold Pool. Master, they have all been trapped to death, Ice Phoenix remarked with a cold snort. Those demons from the evil sect are entirely ensnared in the outer formation and cannot breach our sacred palace's imperial array. Even the few saints among them are helpless. Humph, they are utterly foolish to dare invade our holy palace's formation. Even if it is flawed, it remains impenetrable for these fiends. Well versed in formations, Ice Phoenix knew how to ensnare intruders within. We must not be careless. If we can enter the cold pool and retrieve its contents, everything will fall into place, Cold Ice Cloud stated decisively. She turned to her companions. Ruoshuang, you and I shall descend. Su Xian and the rest will remain nearby to stand guard. Should any formidable beings approach, relay a message immediately and avoid detection. Binger, lead your junior sisters to scout the vicinity and gather some snow lotuses, but beware of the snow demons. With these instructions, Cold Ice Cloud and Ruoshuang made their way towards the cold pool of Tianshan. They summoned a shimmering orb that radiated brilliant light, forming a protective barrier around them to shield against the chilling atmosphere of the cold pool. Meanwhile, outside Tianshan, a multitude of figures pierced the sky. They were an abundance of flying chariots. Is that the Jiang family? My heavens, the ancient Jiang clan has truly arrived here at Tianshan. The gathering of numerous domains descending upon Tianshan was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that Tianshan harbors great opportunities? The onlookers gazed in awe at the densely packed figures in the heavens, some even prostrating in reverence. High above, upon an ancient bronze war chariot stood a young man, clad in a golden battle robe, his black hair billowing in the wind. The aura emanating from him was formidable, and even from a distance, his presence was suffocating. He was undoubtedly a prodigious figure of this generation. Young master, the aura of Tianshan may indeed correspond to that extraordinary entity. If we procure it, we shall achieve great merit, a woman beside him remarked. Xianyi, should it truly be that entity, it would likely attract immensely powerful beings. We may not stand a chance against them, the young man replied, contemplating the implications. Their numbers are far too few. Even if we succeed, we may not be able to safeguard it. Why not send word back? Although we have yet to ascertain whether the Shao family's matter was orchestrated by the evil sect, it is worth mentioning that they might be responsible, especially since there are remnants of demonic energy present, Jiang Xian suggested. In the eyes of the world, the evil sect represents all demonic cultivators. Reporting this to the family head would suffice as an explanation. The young man fell into deep thought. The task of resolving the Shao family incident had been entrusted to him by his father as a test. However, if he reported recklessly, would it truly be without consequence? Young master, do not concern yourself with the Shao family's trivial matters. If indeed that extraordinary entity resides within Tianshan, acquiring it would elevate your prestige within the family above that of your peers, Jiang Xian continued to persuade. The young man nodded. Very well, we shall claim suspicion of a great medicinal transformation within. We must avoid definitive statements for now. We will report back in a few days after we have gathered pertinent information. He was astute. Reporting too soon would yield him merely the credit for a tip-off. However, if he could obtain ample intelligence or even the entity itself, the accolades would be far greater. Increase our speed. Dispatch someone below to investigate what formidable forces are approaching. The young man commanded. The snow peaks below constituted the periphery of Tianshan, where many beings had congregated. Those who had arrived early would undoubtedly be aware of any impending powerful forces. Outside the cold pool of Tianshan, the void continued to fracture, resembling a collapsing mountain. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a colossal insect was gnawing at the fabric of space, constructing an exceedingly stable spatial passage. Nine-headed Taotai closely trailed behind the black insect, traversing through the formidable mountains. Suddenly, white condensation ice, who had been gathering snow lotuses, was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. The evil sect. That celestial youth has arrived. She was astonished that he had managed to escape from their incomplete imperial array in half a day. Boom! Just as white condensation ice contemplated retreating to relay the news, a terrifying roar erupted from the cold pool of Tianshan. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, and a torrent of icy water surged upward, reminiscent of an ocean crashing down upon the summit of Tianshan. Run! In that moment, a figure surged forth from the cold pool. Elder! The elders of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace were taken aback. Emerging from the depths was their esteemed elder, Ruo Shuang, in a state of disarray that left them incredulous. The once mighty Saint King was now drenched in blood. Retreat, Ice Phoenix, withdraw, take them away. Ruo Shuang urged frantically. In an instant, she had crossed hundreds of snow peaks, her speed astonishing. The disciples of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace hastily made their way towards Ice Phoenix, some abandoning the snow lotuses they had gathered mid-harvest. Elder, where is our master? White condensation ice inquired, her voice trembling with dread. Fallen. There is an unimaginable horror within. Ruo Shuang's words struck white condensation ice like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. This cannot be happening. Her first thought was denial, an instinctive refusal to accept the grim reality. Ice Phoenix, we must leave now. Ruo Shuang urged again. No. Master, it cannot be, she is a Saint King, how could she not have emerged? White condensation ice exclaimed, charging back towards the cold pool. Condensation, come back. Ruo Shuang bellowed, the others echoed, Saintess, return. Ice Phoenix, we must go. Ruo Shuang pressed on, desperation creeping into her voice. But the Saintess, Ice Phoenix hesitated, struggling with her own doubts about the strength of their leader remaining trapped within the cold pool. Hurry! There is a true dragon within, if we do not flee, we shall all perish. With Ruo Shuang's urgent words, the terrifying dragon's roar resonated once more, shaking the very heavens. The waters of the cold pool surged violently, no longer tranquil. Ice Phoenix, alarmed, dashed towards the outer reaches of Tianshan. White condensation ice attempted to approach the cold pool but was repelled by an overwhelming pressure, crashing onto a snow peak. Master, she cried out, but the only response was the resounding dragon's roar that reverberated through the skies, deafening her. Roar, a chilling brilliance erupted from the cold pool as an immense ice dragon surged forth. Its body appeared to be sculpted from ice, radiating a terrifying luminescence under the sun's rays. The colossal dragon, nearly 1,000 feet long, crashed onto the water's surface, creating a monumental splash. The splashes transformed into shards of ice, resembling lethal icicles that shot out in all directions. Roar, the ice dragon roared in fury, and the frigid winds howled, shaking the very fabric of reality. Chen Chang'ing, seated upon the back of the Taotai, remained remarkably steady amidst the chaos. He observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. Young master, that is a pure-blood true dragon, the entity beneath the cold pool is likely its guardian. Su Lao San remarked. It must be that the people of Ice Cloud's sacred palace disturbed the treasures within, provoking the wrath of this ice dragon. It appears unable to leave the cold pool, Chen Chang'ing deduced. The ice dragon thrashed within the cold pool, repeatedly striking the water's surface with its tail, venting its fury, yet it remained bound to the depths. Su Lao San, do you believe we can defeat it? Chen Chang'eng inquired. It may be difficult. It is also a Saint King, albeit injured, likely by cold ice cloud, Su Lao San responded. The presence of the ice dragon exuded the aura of a saint, yet being confined within the cold pool and possessing true dragon blood, its combat prowess rivaled that of a Saint King. Chen Chang'ing feared that if other such entities lurked within, venturing forth would be tantamount to seeking death, especially since cold ice cloud had not yet re-emerged. Chapter 32 The defeated by Ningbing and the Emperor's medicine beneath the cold pool roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens, and the terrifying pressure made the entire Tianshan tremble. An increasing number of figures were making their way toward the cold pool of Tianshan. At this moment, Bai Ningbing, the one closest to the cold pool, summoned an ice mirror to struggle against this overwhelming force. Although she had ascended to the status of a celestial being, she found herself utterly immobilized under this dreadful pressure. It was utterly horrifying. Were it not for the ice mirror, her demise would have been inevitable. Young master, shall we save her? Su Lao San inquired. If he were to intervene and extract Bai Ningbing, it would not pose a challenge. It merely depended on whether Chen Changzhen desired to do so. What is your identity? Chen Changzhen retorted. I am but a guardian of the holy sect, a practitioner of demonic arts, Su Lao San replied after a moment's thought. Then that settles it. We are demons of the demonic sect. The act of saving lives and healing is not our concern, that is the duty of righteous gentlemen, Chen Changzhen proclaimed. He could have commanded Su Lao San to rescue Bai Ningbing, sparing her from this ordeal. However, he was disinclined to do so, as it bore no relevance to their demonic sect. No matter how beautiful Bai Ningbing was, he would not extend a helping hand. After a considerable time had passed, the ice dragon submerged into the cold pool, and the tremors of Tianshan ceased. Chen Changzhen flew over, landing beside Bai Ningbing with a hint of surprise. To his astonishment, she had not perished. The young master seems quite at ease, Bai Ningbing scoffed, her complexion pale and a trickle of crimson blood at the corner of her mouth. Paths of righteousness and evil diverge. I truly dare not approach the lady, Chen Changzhen remarked. Ha, and what brings you down here? Bai Ningbing retorted with a series of cold laughs. Had Chen Changzhen been willing to lend assistance earlier, she might have regarded him favorably, even if he were a practitioner of demonic arts. However, her impression of him had soured entirely. I came to see if you had perished, but to my surprise, you were still able to move, Chen Changzhen stated candidly. He lacked the need for women and saw no reason to appease one for mere physical desires, akin to a sycophant. In this life, it was only women who would fawn over him. No woman was worthy of his devotion. You! Bai Ningbing's fury ignited at his words, her foot stomping in righteous indignation. Indeed. Not a single good soul among the demons, my master was right. As she pondered this, she swallowed a healing elixir. Young lady, what lies beneath the cold pool? Chen Changzhen inquired. I do not know. If you wish to find out, then dive down yourself. Bai Ningbing snapped. Having witnessed his indifference to her peril earlier, she was resolute in not revealing the secrets of the cold pool, even if he rescued her. After all, it was a closely guarded secret of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace. Su Lao San, let this young lady experience what it means to be a woman, Chen Changzhen declared. With the other members of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace having departed on the Ice Phoenix, he had no choice but to exert pressure on Bai Ningbing. You dare! Bai Ningbing retorted, her voice dripping with disdain. As the saintess representing the entire Ice Cloud Holy Palace, should I lose even a single hair, you will face the wrath of the entire palace. Do not think I speak idly. She coldly admonished, stepping backward. Even uninjured, she could do little against Su Lao San. Young master, is this truly wise? Su Lao San approached, visibly troubled. The coldness of the atmosphere and the expansive visibility posed a risk. What if outsiders intruded? How you choose to ravage is entirely up to you. I only seek results, Chen Changzhen stated, stepping forward to the edge of the cold pool. He bent down to pluck a snow lotus from the ground. Unfortunately, it was too young. The snow lotus was a rare spiritual herb, imbued with pure, frigid energy. Had it been of a higher grade, he might have been intrigued. However, this specimen, merely over a decade old, was of no interest to him. Speak, girl. I have no desire to delve into your soul, Su Lao San stated. He had little interest in trifling with women, especially not one so young. Although Bai Ningbing was over 200 years old, in comparison to his several millennia, she was merely a child. Senior. This concerns the secrets of my Ice Cloud Holy Palace, Bai Ningbing was reluctant to divulge. The secrets of your Ice Cloud Holy Palace are of no concern to me. If you refuse to speak, I will be forced to employ harsh methods and forcibly delve into your soul. You are well aware of the consequences, Su Laosan warned, raising his hand, the laws of the sacred path swirling around him, radiating brilliant light. Bai Ningbing's expression darkened. Should he proceed with a forced soul search, she would not perish, but she would be left in a state of madness. If I tell you, will you take me down to search for my master? The Ice Cloud Holy Palace will undoubtedly reward you handsomely, she cried out to Chen Changzhen, taking to the air and landing at the edge of the cold pool. Speak, Chen Changzhen commanded, his words succinct. Beneath lies the Emperor's medicine. Over 2,000 years ago, my master discovered it during its transformation, and it has now matured. I implore you, young master, assist me. By the way, I am Bai Ningbing, she introduced herself. With no other recourse, she had to seek Chen Changzhen's help. Initially, she had hoped to delay until the Ice Cloud Holy Palace's members returned to discuss matters, but it seemed they had departed Tianshan. Your people must have taken the items away, Chen Changzhen remarked. The members of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace had hastily left, likely taking everything with them. It was too late to realize this now, they could not intercept them. The strength of the Ice Dragon is formidable. My master may be trapped below. As long as you are willing to assist, Ningbing will repay you tenfold, she hastily added. She was uncertain whether the elder, Lang Rushuan, had succeeded, and thus could only resort to such words. Such a statement might fool a child, but not him. What sort of reward can you offer, your frail form? Do you intend to offer yourself? I would not marry you even if you begged. Absurd, if those 2 mounds of yours were elixirs of immortality, perhaps I would be curious enough to take a bite, Chen Changzhen scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. His words ignited anger in Bai Ningbing. Lecher, she cursed inwardly. Young master, should I take a look below? There is a lingering fragrance of medicine, perhaps the items truly remain beneath, Su Laosan suggested. The allure of the Emperor's medicine was immense, even the slightest chance compelled him to investigate. Can you defeat the Ice Dragon? Chen Changzhen queried. Alone, I cannot vanquish it, but I can delay it long enough for her to inspect, Su Laosan replied earnestly. You truly are a fool, Chen Changzhen remarked, displeased. Their plan to distract the Ice Dragon while allowing Bai Ningbing to investigate was utterly untrustworthy. What if that beautiful woman, Lang Bingyun, had not perished? Wouldn't any benefits accrue to them? Young master! Young master, it is my fault, it is my fault. At that moment, voices echoed from afar. 2 figures rushed toward the cold pool of Tianshan, landing before Chen Changzhen, 2 elders from the demonic sect. Wang Canlan and a woman. Where have you been? Chen Changzhen scanned the disheveled pair. Reporting to the young master, I and Elder Hua Bushi lost our way and fell into a residual formation, which is how we managed to escape, one of them explained. Indeed, young master, we encountered a sacred snow lotus and intended to pluck it for you, but instead fell into a terrifying residual formation. They spoke in haste, presenting dozens of snow lotuses they had gathered. In total, there were 17:15 of divine grade, 1 half-saint grade, and 1 sacred grade. A bountiful harvest, indeed. Chen Changzhen glanced at them, then with a swift motion, he seized the sacred snow lotus. Put away the rest. Where are the others? He inquired. He had brought more than just the 2 of them, there were over a dozen more, all either saints or divine kings. Reporting to the young master, we got separated. This accursed place is not only rife with formations but also teeming with powerful snow demons. The mist here obstructs even divine senses. Wang Canlan trembled. They had failed in their reconnaissance mission and had now become separated. He truly feared the repercussions, for the punishments of the demonic sect were severe. You are an alchemist, what can you tell me about this? Chen Changzhen asked, unusually devoid of his usual cold sarcasm. Reporting to the young master, I detect a faint medicinal fragrance. There is indeed a great herb here, likely of sacred grade or higher, but the scent is very subtle. It may be within the icy waters of the cold pool. Chapter 32. The humbling of Bai Ningbing and the imperial medicine beneath the cold pool roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, and the terrifying pressure caused the entire Tianshan to tremble. An increasing number of figures surged towards the cold pool of Tianshan. At this moment, Bai Ningbing, the closest to the cold pool, summoned an ice mirror in a desperate attempt to withstand this overwhelming force. Despite having attained divine status, she found herself utterly immobilized beneath such immense pressure. It was dreadfully overwhelming. Had it not been for the ice mirror, her demise would have been inevitable. Shall we rescue her, young master? Su Laosan inquired. It would not be difficult for him to intervene and extract Bai Ningbing, but it ultimately depended on Chen Changzhen's desire to do so. What is your status? Chen Changzhen retorted. I am but a subordinate, a guardian of the holy sect.
I am a demonic cultivator, Su Laosan replied after a moment's contemplation.
Then it is of no concern to us. We are but demons of the dark sect. The act of saving lives is not our calling. That is the responsibility of righteous individuals, Chen Changzhen declared. Although he could allow Su Laosan to rescue Bai Ningbing to spare her from suffering, he was disinclined to do so. This matter held no relevance to their demonic sect. No matter how beautiful Bai Ningbing was, he had no intention of intervening. After a prolonged moment, the ice dragon submerged into the cold pool, and the tremors of the Tianshan ceased. Chen Changzhen flew over and landed beside Bai Ningbing, somewhat surprised that she had not perished. The young master seems quite at ease, Bai Ningbing scoffed, her complexion pale and a trickle of crimson staining her lips.
The paths of righteousness and evil are indeed disparate.
I dare not approach you, young lady, Chen Changzhen remarked.
Humph, then what brings you here?
Bai Ningbing retorted coldly. Had Chen Changzhen been willing to lend her aid earlier, even as a demonic cultivator, she would have regarded him with respect. As it stood, her impression of him was far from favorable.
I came to see if you were dead,
but it seems you still have some life in you, Chen Changzhen stated plainly. He had no need for women and certainly did not wish to curry favor with one merely for physical desires. In this lifetime, he was the one being pursued, not the one pursuing.
You. Bai Ningbing was incensed by his words, stamping her foot. Indeed.
Not a single one of your demonic sect is worth a damn. My master was right. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she swallowed a healing pill.
Young lady, what lies beneath the cold pool?
Chen Changzhen queried.
I do not know. If you wish to find out, descend and investigate for yourself.
Bai Ningbing snapped. Having witnessed his indifference to her plight, she would not divulge the secrets of the cold pool without due consideration.
After all, it was a closely guarded secret of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Su Laosan, why not let this young lady experience the essence of womanhood?
Chen Changzhen suggested. With the other members of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace having departed on the Ice Phoenix, he had no choice but to focus on Bai Ningbing.
You dare!
As the Holy Maiden, I represent the entire Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Should you harm a single hair on my head, the entire palace shall pursue you relentlessly. Do not think I speak idly, she exclaimed, retreating step by step. Even if she were uninjured, she could do nothing against Su Laosan.
Young master, are you here?
Su Laosan approached, looking somewhat troubled. The coldness of the place, coupled with the expansive view, made it a veritable open field.
What would happen if outsiders intruded?
How to ravage is entirely up to you. I only desire results, Chen Changzhen stated, stepping forward to the edge of the cold pool. He bent down and plucked a snow lotus from the ground.
Alas, its age is too young.
The snow lotus was a rare spiritual herb, containing pure, extreme cold energy. Had it been a holy great specimen, he would have taken an interest, but this mere decade-old flower was of no interest to him whatsoever. Child, speak up. I have no desire to probe your soul. As for playing with you, I have little interest, particularly with one so young. Though Bai Ningbing may be over 200 years old, compared to my several thousand years, she is still but a child, Su Laosan remarked.
Senior. This concerns the secrets of my Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Bai Ningbing was reluctant to share.
I have no interest in the secrets of your Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. If you refuse to speak, I shall be compelled to employ forceful soul probing.
You are well aware of the consequences, Su Laosan warned,
raising his hand as sacred laws enveloped him in radiant light. Bai Ningbing's expression darkened. If he were to forcibly probe her soul, she would either perish or be rendered insane.
If I tell you, will you take me down to seek my master?
The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace will surely reward you handsomely. Bai Ningbing called out to Chen Changzhen. She soared through the air and landed at the edge of the cold pool. Speak, Chen Changzhen commanded, his words terse. There lies the imperial medicine beneath.
Over 2,000 years ago, my master discovered it in the midst of its transformation, and it has now entered its mature phase. I implore you to assist me. By the way, I am Bai Ningbing, she introduced herself.
With no other options left, she was compelled to seek Chen Changzhen's aid. Originally, she had hoped to stall for time until the members of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace returned to discuss matters, but it seemed they had already departed Tianshan. Your people must have taken the items with them, Chen Changzhen stated. The members of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace had left in haste, likely carrying away whatever they could.
Now that I know, it is too late.
We cannot intercept them. The members of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace will not return.
Bai Ningbing lamented. It is possible they did not succeed.
The might of the Ice Dragon is well known. My master may very well be trapped below. But if you are willing to assist, Ningbing shall repay you generously. She spoke hastily, uncertain if the Grand Elder Lang Ruxiang had indeed succeeded,
resorting to such words as a plea.
What do you mean by generous repayment?
Are you offering yourself? Ridiculous. If those 2 mounds on your chest were the elixir of immortality, perhaps I would be tempted to take a bite. Chen Changzhen scoffed, his dismissive words ignited a flush of anger on Bai Ningbing's face.
Licentious scoundrel, she cursed inwardly. Young master, shall I descend to take a look?
There is a faint aroma of medicinal herbs lingering here. Perhaps the item truly remains below, Su Laosen suggested. The allure of the imperial medicine was immense, even the slightest possibility compelled him to investigate.
Can you defeat the ice dragon? Chen Changzhen inquired.
One man alone cannot vanquish it, but I can hold it at bay. Allowing her to investigate, Su Laosan replied earnestly. You truly are a fool, Chen Changzhen remarked, visibly displeased.
It was utterly untrustworthy to allow Bai Ningbing to investigate while they held off the ice dragon. What if that beautiful woman, Leng Bingyun, had not perished? Wouldn't that simply benefit them? Young master!
Young master, I am at fault, I am at fault. Suddenly, voices echoed from a distance. 2 figures rushed towards the cold pool of Tianshan, landing before Chen Changzhen, 2 elders of the demonic sect.
Wang Canlon and a woman. Where have you been? Chen Changzhen cast a glance at the disheveled duo.
Reporting to the young master, Elder Hua Bushi and I became lost and fell into a treacherous formation, which delayed our return, one explained.
Indeed, young master.
We encountered a holy grade snow lotus and intended to present it to you, only to find ourselves ensnared in a dreadful formation, the other added, hastily presenting the dozens of snow lotuses they had gathered, 17 in total. 15 of divine grade, 1 of semi-holy grade, and 1 of holy grade. It was a bountiful harvest. Chen Changzhen glanced at them, then reached out to grasp the holy grade snow lotus.
Put away the rest.
Where are the others? He inquired, aware that he had brought more than just these 2. There were over a dozen, either saints or divine kings.
Reporting to the young master, we got separated.
This wretched place is rife with formations and powerful snow spirits. The dense fog obstructs divine senses. Wang Canlon trembled, fearing punishment for their failure. The repercussions from the demonic sect were indeed formidable.
You are an alchemist. What do you make of this? Chen Changzhen asked, unusually devoid of sarcasm.
Reporting to the young master, I detected a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. There is a great medicine here, likely of holy grade or higher, but the scent is exceedingly faint.
It may very well be submerged beneath the icy waters of the cold pool. Chapter 32 Bai Ningbing's setback, the imperial medicine beneath the cold pool roar. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, its terrifying pressure causing the entire Tianshan mountain to tremble.
An increasing number of figures moved towards the cold pool of Tianshan. At this moment, Bai Ningbing, who was closest to the cold pool, struggled to counter this overwhelming pressure with an ice mirror. Though she had ascended to the realm of a celestial being, she found herself utterly immobilized by this formidable force. It was utterly terrifying. Were it not for the ice mirror, her demise would be certain.
Shall we save her, young master?
Su Laosan inquired. It would not be difficult for him to rescue Bai Ningbing, but it depended on whether Chen Chang'an wished to do so. What is your status?
Chen Chang'an retorted.
I am a guardian of the holy sect, a practitioner of demonic cultivation, Su Laosan replied after a moment's reflection.
Then that settles it.
We are but demons of the demonic sect. Acts of saving lives are not our concern. Such deeds are the province of the virtuous, Chen Chang'an declared. He acknowledged that while he could intervene to spare Bai Ningbing from reply, he chose not to. This was of no concern to their demonic sect. Regardless of Bai Ningbing's beauty, he had no inclination to involve himself further. After a while, the ice dragon submerged into the cold pool, and the trembling of Tianshan ceased. Chen Chang'an soared over, landing beside Bai Ningbing, somewhat surprised to find her still alive. You seem to be in quite a comfortable position, Bai Ningbing scoffed, her complexion pale and a trickle of crimson staining her lips.
Indeed, the paths of righteousness and evil diverge.
I dare not approach you, miss, Chen Chang'an remarked.
Humph, then what brings you down here?
Bai Ningbing retorted coldly, her disdain evident. Had Chen Chang'an offered assistance earlier, she would have regarded him differently, but now she held no favorable impression of him. I came to see if you had perished. I did not expect you could still move, Chen Chang'an stated plainly. He lacked any need for women and saw no reason to appease one for mere physical desires, rejecting the notion of being a so-called simp. In this lifetime, only women would seek his favor, not the other way around.
You! Bai Ningbing seethed with anger, stamping her foot. Indeed.
Not a single one of the demonic sect is worth a damn. My master was right, she thought to herself, swallowing a healing pill.
Miss, what lies beneath the cold pool? Chen Chang'an inquired. I do not know. If you wish to find out, you must descend and investigate.
Bai Ningbing snapped, having witnessed his prior indifference to her plight. She would not entertain his curiosity now. Even if she were saved, she would contemplate whether to divulge the secrets of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, which she held dear. Su Lao San, let this young lady experience what it means to be a woman, Chen Xiangying instructed. With the other members of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace having departed on the Ice Phoenix, he had no recourse but to target Bai Ningbing.
You dare!
Bai Ningbing exclaimed, her voice a mixture of indignation and authority.
I represent the entire Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Should a single hair be harmed, you will face the wrath of our entire sect. Do not think I speak idly. She retreated step by step, recognizing that even without her injuries, she was powerless against Su Lao San. Young master, is this truly wise?
Su Lao San approached, clearly troubled.
It is cold here, and the visibility is wide. What if someone intrudes?
How you ravage her is your own affair. I only care for the outcome, Chen Xiangying replied, stepping forward to the edge of the cold pool. He bent down and uprooted a snow lotus, only to find it lacking in age. Snow lotuses are rare spiritual herbs, imbued with the essence of extreme cold. Had it been a sacred specimen, he would have been intrigued. However, this one, merely over a decade old, was of no interest to him. Speak, girl. I do not wish to delve into your soul, Su Lao San said. As for playing with you, I have little interest, especially given your tender years. While you may be over 200 years old, you are but a child compared to my millennia of existence.
Senior. This concerns the secrets of my Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Bai Ningbing hesitated to divulge.
The secrets of your Ice Cloud Sacred Palace hold no intrigue for me. If you remain silent, I will be forced to take drastic measures and invade your mind.
You are surely aware of the consequences, Su Lao San warned, his hand raised, the sacred rules swirling around him, a brilliant light emanating. Bai Ningbing's expression darkened. To have her mind invaded would leave her either dead or in a state of madness. If I tell you, will you assist me in searching for my master?
The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace will offer a substantial reward. Bai Ningbing shouted to Chen Xiangying, her desperation palpable. She stepped into the air, landing beside the cold pool. Speak, Chen Xiangying commanded tersely.
There lies imperial medicine below.
Over 2,000 years ago, my master discovered it during its metamorphosis, and it has now reached maturity. I implore you to assist me. By the way, I am Bai Ningbing. She introduced herself, realizing her predicament left her no choice but to seek Chen Xiangying's help. She had initially hoped to delay until the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace members returned, but it was evident they had departed Tianshan. Your people must have taken the items with them, Chen Xiangying remarked. The urgency of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace members suggested they had indeed carried away whatever treasures remained. It was too late to intervene. They would not return.
It is possible they did not succeed. You are aware of the might of the Ice Dragon. My master may be trapped beneath. If you are willing to help, I, Ningbing, will offer a great reward, Bai Ningbing hastily asserted, unsure if the elder, Lang Ruxiang, had achieved their goal.
She could only resort to such pleading. What reward could you possibly offer, with that frail body of yours? To offer yourself, ridiculous, were your bosom a divine elixir, perhaps I would consider sampling it, Chen Xiangying scoffed, his disdain evident, provoking a flash of anger across Bai Ningbing's face.
You lecher, she cursed inwardly. Young master, should I venture down to investigate?
There is still a faint scent of medicinal herbs, perhaps the item truly remains below, Su Lao San suggested, the allure of the imperial medicine too potent to resist.
Can you contend with the Ice Dragon? Chen Xiangying queried.
One alone cannot defeat it, but I could hold it at bay, allowing her to investigate, Su Lao San proposed, his resolve evident. You are indeed a fool, Chen Xiangying replied, his displeasure palpable.
The thought of relying on them to keep the Ice Dragon occupied while Bai Ningbing explored was utterly untrustworthy. What if the enchanting Ling Bingyun had survived? Any benefits would undoubtedly fall into their hands. Young master! Young master, I am guilty, I am guilty!
At that moment, voices echoed from afar. Two figures darted rapidly towards the cold pool of Tianshan, landing before Chen Xiangying, two elders of the demonic sect, Wang Canlon and a woman.
Where have you been?
Chen Xiangying scrutinized the disheveled duo. Reporting to the young master, Elder Hua Bushi and I lost our way and fell into a residual formation before managing to escape, one of them hurriedly explained. Indeed, young master, we encountered a sacred snow lotus and intended to pluck it as an offering for you, only to find ourselves ensnared in a terrifying formation, they recounted, quickly presenting the dozens of snow lotuses they had gathered, 17 in total, comprised of 15 divine specimens, 1 semi-sacred, and 1 sacred. Chen Xiangying inspected them briefly, then with a sweeping motion, gathered the sacred snow lotus into his grasp.
Put the rest away, where are the others? He inquired,
knowing he had brought more than just these two. There were over a dozen more, either saints or divine kings. Reporting to the young master, we became separated. This accursed place is fraught with formations and formidable snow spirits, and the white mist obscured our divine senses. Wang Canlan trembled, fearing the repercussions of their failure.
You are an alchemist. Tell me, what do you perceive here? Chen Chang'an asked, surprisingly devoid of his usual sarcasm.
Reporting to the young master, I detect a faint medicinal aroma, indicating the presence of a major medicine, likely of sacred grade or higher.
However, the scent is faint. It may indeed be below in the cold pool.
Chapter 32 The defeated by Ningbing and the Imperial Medicine. Beneath the cold pool roar, the dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, instilling a terrifying pressure that caused the entire Tianshan mountain to tremble. An increasing number of figures made their way toward the cold pool of Tianshan. At that moment, Bai Ningbing, positioned closest to the cold pool, summoned an ice mirror to withstand this overwhelming force. Despite her status as a celestial being, she found herself utterly immobilized by the oppressive energy. It was utterly horrifying. Were it not for the ice mirror, her demise would have been inevitable.
Young master, shall we save her? Su Laosan inquired.
It would not be difficult for him to rescue Bai Ningbing. It simply depended on Chen Chang'an's willingness.
What is your status? Chen Chang'an retorted.
I am but a protector of the holy sect, and a practitioner of demonic cultivation, Su Laosan replied after a moment's consideration.
Then that settles it.
We are but demons of the demonic sect. The act of saving lives is not our concern. That is the prerogative of virtuous men, Chen Chang'an stated. He could have instructed Su Laosan to intervene and save Bai Ningbing, sparing her from suffering, but he chose not to.
This matter had nothing to do with their demonic sect. No matter how beautiful Bai Ningbing was, he would not involve himself further. After a considerable time, the ice dragon submerged into the cold pool, and the tremors of Tianshan ceased.
Chen Chang'an flew over, landing beside Bai Ningbing in surprise. She was still alive. How fortunate for you, young master, Bai Ningbing scoffed, her complexion pale and a trickle of crimson staining her lips.
Indeed, the paths of righteousness and evil diverge.
I dare not approach you, my lady, Chen Chang'an remarked.
Humph, then what brings you here?
Bai Ningbing retorted coldly. Had Chen Chang'an been willing to assist her earlier, she might have regarded him with some respect, but her impression of him now was far from favorable. I came to see if you had perished.
It appears you were still able to move, Chen Chang'an replied candidly. He had no need to placate a woman for mere physical desires. In this lifetime, it was women who pursued him, not the other way around. You!
Bai Ningbing's fury was palpable, her foot stamping in indignation.
Indeed.
Everyone of the demonic sect is wretched. My master was right, she thought to herself as she swallowed a healing pill.
My lady, what lies beneath the cold pool? Chen Chang'an inquired. I do not know. If you wish to find out, then descend and investigate for yourself.
Bai Ningbing shot back. Having witnessed his indifference to her plight, she was resolute in her refusal to share any secrets about the cold pool, even if he were to rescue her.
After all, it was a secret of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace.
Su Laosan, let this lady experience what it means to be a woman, Chen Chang'an commanded. With the other members of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace having departed on the Ice Phoenix, his only option was to deal with Bai Ningbing.
You dare? Bai Ningbing retorted fiercely. As the Holy Maiden, I represent the entire Ice Cloud Holy Palace. Should a single hair on my head be harmed, you will face the wrath of the entire palace. Do not think I speak idly, she warned, taking steps backward. Even without her injuries, she knew she could not contend with Su Laosan. Young master, are you here? Su Laosan approached, appearing conflicted.
It is cold here, and the visibility is vast.
It could be an open confrontation. What if outsiders intrude?
How you ravage is your own affair. I only seek results, Chen Chang'an declared, stepping forward to the edge of the Tianshan cold pool. He bent down and uprooted a snow lotus. Unfortunately, it was too young. The snow lotus was a rare spiritual herb, imbued with pure cold energy. Had it been a holy grade specimen, he would have had interest. But this one, merely over a decade old, was of no concern to him. My dear, speak up. I have no desire to invade your mind, Su Laosan stated. He had little interest in playing with women, particularly not with someone so young. Although Bai Ningbing was over 200 years old, compared to his several thousand years, she was but a child.
Senior, this concerns the secrets of my Ice Cloud Holy Palace, Bai Ningbing was reluctant to divulge.
What secrets of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace do I care for? If you refuse to speak, I shall be compelled to take drastic measures and invade your soul. You are aware of the consequences, Su Laosan warned, raising his hand as the sacred laws enveloped him in radiant light. Bai Ningbing's expression darkened. If he were to invade her mind forcibly, she would either die or be rendered a fool.
If I tell you, will you take me down to search for my master?
The Ice Cloud Holy Palace will surely reward you. Bai Ningbing shouted to Chen Changzhen. She levitated and landed at the edge of the cold pool. Speak, Chen Changzhen commanded tersely. Below lies the imperial medicine. Over 2,000 years ago, my master discovered it during its transformation. It has now matured. I implore you for assistance, Bai Ningbing pleaded.
By the way, my name is Bai Ningbing, she introduced herself.
With no other options, she had to seek Chen Changzhen's aid. She had originally hoped to delay until the people of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace returned to discuss matters, but it seemed they had likely already left Tianshan. Your people must have taken the items with them, Chen Changzhen remarked. The urgency with which the Ice Cloud Holy Palace departed suggested they had carried their possessions away. It was too late to learn now. They would not return.
It is possible they did not succeed.
You are aware of the might of the Ice Dragon. My master may be trapped below, but if you are willing to assist, Ningbing will repay you handsomely, Bai Ningbing said hurriedly. She was uncertain whether the elder, Lang Rushuang, had succeeded, but she could only use such words.
Your promised reward is laughable.
What, pray tell, do you have to offer? Your frail frame? Perhaps a pledge of your body? Absurd. If those attributes were of life-extending significance, I might consider sampling them, Chen Changzhen scoffed, his words ignited Bai Ningbing's anger, branding him a lecher in her heart.
Young master!
Should I descend to take a look? There is a faint aroma of medicine. Perhaps the item truly remains below, Su Laosan suggested. The allure of the imperial medicine was immense. Even the slightest possibility compelled him to investigate.
Can you contend with the Ice Dragon? Chen Changzhen questioned.
One alone cannot defeat it, but I can hold it at bay, allowing her to enter and investigate, Su Laosan replied earnestly. You truly are a fool, Chen Changzhen remarked with displeasure.
You propose to hold it while allowing Bai Ningbing to investigate?
That is utterly untrustworthy. What if that beautiful woman, Lun Bingyun, is indeed alive? If there are benefits, they would all fall to them. Young master, I am to blame, I am to blame.
At that moment, voices echoed from afar.
Two figures rushed toward the Tianshan cold pool, landing before Chen Changzhen, a pair of elders from the demonic sect, Wang Canlan and a woman.
Where have you been? Chen Changzhen inquired, surveying the disheveled duo.
Reporting to the young master, I was led astray with Elder Hua Bushi and fell into a treacherous formation before managing to escape, one said. Indeed, young master, we encountered a holy grade snow lotus and, intending to present it to you, unwittingly fell into a fearsome array, the two explained, hastily producing dozens of snow lotuses. They had gathered 17 in total, consisting of 15 divine grade, 1 semi-holy grade, and 1 holy grade. Their harvest was indeed considerable. Chen Changzhen glanced at them, then swept his hand to gather the holy grade snow lotus into his grasp. Put the rest away. Where are the others? He inquired. He had brought more than just these two guards. There were over 10 more, all either sacred beings or divine kings. Reporting to the young master, we got separated. This cursed place is rife with arrays and powerful snow demons. The white mist obstructs our divine sense. Wang Canlan trembled. They not only failed their reconnaissance mission but had also lost their way. He was genuinely fearful of punishment. The penalties in the demonic sect were severe.
You are an alchemist. What can you discern from this? Chen Changzhen unusually refrained from his typical biting remarks.
Reporting to the young master, I detected a faint scent of medicine here. There is likely a powerful herb, at least of holy grade or above, but the aroma is very faint. It may be submerged in the cold pool.
Chapter 33, Entering the cold pool in the ice cave. Are you certain the medicine is still here? Chen Changzhen inquired.
In such circumstances, the voice of an experienced alchemist often carries greater authority. Despite Wang Canlan's humble demeanor before the young master Chen Changzhen, his standing within the demon sect was formidable, only rivaled by a select few saint kings. The rest would lower their heads in his presence, such as the esteemed status of a saint-level alchemist. Young master, the fragrance of the medicine lingers persistently, indicating it is still being released. Though it may be subtle, it cannot escape the discerning nose of this saint-level alchemist. The great medicine is undoubtedly still here, Wang Canlan assured, thumping his chest confidently. While he might not excel in combat, this was indeed his forte. Upon hearing this, Chen Changzhen fell deep into contemplation. After a brief pause, he commanded, Hua Bushi, Su Laosan, you two hold off that ice dragon while Wang Canlan and I descend.
He had made up his mind.
If it truly was an imperial medicine, it would be a significant gain. Young master, should we not seek out those few stragglers and wait for them? The chances would be much greater, Hua Bushi suggested. Although she had not seen the ice dragon, the previous roars and its imposing presence made it clear that it was a formidable beast, especially in the cold pool where it held a distinct advantage. Proceed without hesitation, Chen Changzhen disregarded Hua Buxi's words. Waiting for those inept individuals to emerge from the illusions would only invite more trouble with other factions. It was better to act now. The clash of the Saint Kings would surely deter others from approaching.
Young master, the ice dragon cannot leave the cold pool.
The best course of action is for us to descend together. I shall shield you with the holy light, allowing you to delve deeper without being hindered by its oppressive aura, Su Laosan proposed.
Chen Changzhen nodded in agreement. Young master, might you assist me?
At that moment, Bai Ningbing could no longer contain herself and spoke up. It seemed as though the others had disregarded her presence in their discussions. As she had feared, even when she spoke, Chen Changzhen did not spare her a glance.
Young master, you promised me. Bai Ningbing reiterated. How audacious, spouting nonsense. When did my young master ever promise you anything? Be gone. Su Laosan bellowed. Bai Ningbing's face turned pale.
You all, she attempted to rebuke them, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the demon sect's minions were utterly untrustworthy. The seemingly ethereal youth proved to be so utterly untrustworthy. How infuriating. Chen Changzhen made his way toward the cold pool. Buzz, Su Laosan raised a hand, and a beam of holy light enveloped Chen Changzhen, after which the four of them plunged into the cold pool. The water was frigid, penetrating to the bone. Without the protection of the holy light, even with the extreme fire pill, Chen Changzhen would not have dared to descend. The deeper they ventured, the lower the visibility became, as if an unseen force severely restricted their spiritual senses.
Chen Changzhen frowned.
Wang Canlon, do you have a direction? He asked. Wang Canlon nodded, excitement coursing through him as he led the way deeper. As an alchemist, he was acutely sensitive to the scent of medicinal herbs. This aroma was undoubtedly imperial. Even if it were not, it was certainly a supreme-grade medicine. If he could acquire it, his achievements would be monumental. Young master, it is just below us.
Wang Canlon exclaimed.
A faint glow shimmered beneath them, causing Chen Changzhen and Su Laosan to exchange apprehensive glances. The ice dragon. The light emanated from the ice dragon as it lay in wait at the entrance of a cavern.
Engage.
Chen Changzhen swiftly retreated to the side. He was far too weak to confront the ice dragon directly. He needed Su Laosan and Hua Buxi to draw it away while he and Wang Canlon investigated further.
Prison Shadow, 100 Flowers Kill. Su Laosan and Hua Buxi launched their assault. In an instant, shadows engulfed the cold pool, and a flurry of petals transformed into swords, slashing towards the ice dragon. Boom, roar. The ice dragon roared in fury as its enormous body surged into motion.
It exhaled a chilling light, annihilating the encroaching shadows and locking onto Su Laosan, executing a powerful tail swipe with a tail spanning hundreds of feet. It struck down like a colossal ice sword, causing the cold pool to shake violently.
The two warriors fought while retreating, clearly not intent on entangling themselves with the ice dragon.
Vile creature, if you possess the courage, emerge from the pool and face me. Su Laosan shouted, a radiant halo manifesting behind him, filled with twinkling stars, resembling a shining river of constellations. That was his holy halo. As it flared to life, an overwhelming divine presence surged forth. Su Laosan clapped his hand, summoning an immense black hand that swept towards the ice dragon's tail. Bang! The collision reverberated through the cold pool, sending Su Laosan stumbling back thousands of meters. It was intentional. Only by doing so could he lure the ice dragon away. Hua Buxi, possessing lesser strength than merely at the Saint level, dared not engage directly, instead waiting for the opportune moment to strike from the shadows. The battle intensified. Roar, the ice dragon, incensed, glimmered brilliantly as its speed escalated, charging towards Su Laosan with the intent to rend him asunder. Seeing it distance itself, Chen Changzhen promptly followed Wang Canlon toward the cavern's entrance. The holy light shielded him from the biting cold. It was a vast ice cave, larger than the ice dragon itself. They felt as minuscule as a speck of dust upon entering.
Young master, something is amiss. It is surprisingly warm here.
Wang Canlon remarked, dispelling the holy light from Chen Changzhen that he truly sensed the peculiar warmth of the ice cave. Such a large ice cave, and yet the ice dragon had not ventured inside. Rather, it remained at the entrance. Was it guarding the great medicine? Chen Changzhen mused. Young master, there may be a legacy here. The bloodline of that ice dragon is pure. It surely possesses the ability to speak, yet it must be sealed, Wang Canlon stated. The two navigated swiftly through the ice cave, its depth far exceeding their expectations. After some time, Wang Canlon warned, young master, that girl seems to have followed us.
Does she dare descend into this cold pool? Chen Changzhen expressed his surprise.
This cold pool was no ordinary chill. A being of the celestial level would undoubtedly be affected. The techniques of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace are unique. She must have also consumed a pill and possesses protective artifacts, Wang Canlon explained.
Let her be.
If necessary, we shall eliminate her, Chen Changzhen stated, his curiosity about what lay within piqued. As they ventured deeper, the temperature within the ice cave grew increasingly warm, yet the ice remained intact. This was undeniably strange. The two scrutinized the surrounding runes, none of which were familiar to them, heightening their trepidation. Young master, these are likely ancient runes. Although I am not a formation master, I should not be unable to recognize a single rune.
There is indeed a legacy here. Wang Canlan whispered. A dignified saint, surrounded by walls inscribed with runes, how could he not recognize even one?
Do you sense that? There is a faint sound, Chen Changzhen inquired, vaguely aware of something akin to falling objects.
Young master. It is the fire lotus, it is undergoing a transformation.
Wang Canlan exclaimed with elation as he sniffed the air. He hastened his pace, only to realize he had lost sight of Chen Changzhen and quickly retraced his steps. Young master, I am at fault, he exclaimed, then accelerated once more with Chen Changzhen in tow.
As they delved deeper, the ice cave expanded, and they soon beheld a resplendent glow. Ah, there are people.
Voices echoed from within, startling Wang Canlan. Someone had gotten there ahead of them. It was Long Bingyun.
Upon hearing that cry, Chen Changzhen recognized it instantly. It was Long Bingyun, and she seemed to be in great distress. They rushed forward, only to be taken aback by the scene that lay before them. Chapter 34 of the New Mount, the Imperial Lotus Seed. Save me, save me.
The figure of Lang Bingyun hovered helplessly, ensnared by the fiery glow of a towering fire lotus that coiled around her like a blazing dragon, rendering her immobile. She beheld two individuals, her cries for help echoing in the air. This was the Imperial Lotus. It was undergoing transformation, intent on refining her essence to solidify its own corporeal form.
Transitioning into the human race, Wang Canlan was taken aback. The esteemed master of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, Long Bingyun, was actually ensnared by an Imperial Lotus here. Stop it! Chen Changzhen commanded.
Spiritual herbs are born to attain immortality, unbound by the constraints of lifespan, capable of endlessly absorbing the powers of heaven and earth to undergo metamorphosis. However, they are incapable of cultivation. This is the restriction imposed by the heavenly law, yet, there are rare herbs that self-destruct to facilitate transformation, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. The fire lotus before them was one such instance.
It sought to shed its herbal form, invading Lang Bingyun's body to evade the tribulations of heaven. Suppress it!
Wang Canlan exclaimed in alarm, summoning a medicinal cauldron. He would not simply stand by and watch. If this Imperial Fire Lotus succeeded, their expedition would be in vain. A flawed supreme artifact was utterly futile. A faint voice emanated from within the Fire Lotus. It had no means to counter the suppression, and thus was directly quelled. It called out to the Ice Dragon, yet the Ice Dragon did not return, hindered by its own struggles. Boom! Lang Bingyun fell to the ground, flames soaring into the heavens. An overwhelming wave of scorching heat enveloped them, causing Wang Canlan's expression to drastically change as he maneuvered the medicinal cauldron with utmost effort to suppress the heat.
Young master! It is burning its essence, threatening to annihilate everything.
Wang Canlan shouted. Chen Changzhen felt the searing heat. He glanced at the beautiful woman lying on the ground and rushed towards her. It was not a gallant rescue. Rather, the cold emanating from her body could counterbalance the terrifying temperature. As he embraced her, Chen Changzhen felt as though he were clutching a block of ice. It was chilling to the core. Meanwhile, Wang Canlan was enduring the torment of being engulfed in flames, resembling a piece of charred coal. Release me, and I shall grant you my essence, otherwise, we shall both perish. The Fire Lotus threatened. Disrupted by external interference, its transformation had failed, and its accompanying sacred beast had been unable to protect it. Impossible, at most, I shall leave you a seed. Wang Canlan, engulfed in darkness, refused to relent. His medicinal cauldron trembled violently, the supreme runes above it radiating brilliantly, forming a dazzling beam of light. Damn it, I'm all in. Buzz, a massive azure ring materialized behind Wang Canlan, his lifeblood igniting with fervor. The entire medicinal cauldron expanded, threatening to burst the icy cavern as it relentlessly suppressed the fire lotus. Just then, a radiant light flickered at the center of Chen Changzhen's brow, and a butterfly emerged. It was a golden butterfly, the Imperial Jade Butterfly. How is this possible? How could the young master possess such a thing? Wang Canlan gasped in astonishment. The Imperial Jade Butterfly, an ancient being, was the nemesis of all spiritual herbs. The moment it appeared, brilliant golden light surged forth, quelling the flames. The fire lotus, which had been ablaze, stilled in an instant, its breath quickly retracting. The Imperial Jade Butterfly danced gracefully, landing upon the fire lotus. I refuse to accept this, the fire lotus cried in despair. How could such a creature that specifically countered its kind still exist? Who was this young man? Gather! Chen Qiangying, still holding Lang Bingyun, formed a hand seal. In an instant, a terrifying suction force enveloped the Imperial Jade Butterfly, uprooting the entire Fire Lotus. With a swift motion, he conjured a box, directly enclosing the Fire Lotus within. Wang Canlan was rendered speechless. He gazed at the box, his expression one of disbelief, questioning the reality before his eyes. The World Treasure Box. Is this truly the World Treasure Box? Wang Canlan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. It was an unparalleled treasure, containing a realm of its own capable of harboring living beings. This was beyond the comparison of spatial rings.
Forget everything you have witnessed today, Chen Qiangying instructed the beautiful woman. You saw nothing. Ah, what was I here for again? To search for the great herb, but where has it gone? Wang Canlan muttered to himself, surveying his surroundings yet daring not to glance in Chen Qiangying's direction, fearful of uncovering further secrets. After securing the Imperial Jade Butterfly within the World Box, Chen Qiangying called out to Wang Canlan, "Come, examine why her body is so frigid." At this moment, Lang Bingyun had succumbed to unconsciousness, her coldness truly alarming. The Ice Cloud Sacred Heart Technique, and the treasure within her, likely the Ice Cloud Mirror of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. She has consumed a great herb, and within her resides a formidable force of extreme ice. Wang Canlan observed with growing trepidation. Young master, this may be the Twin Lotus, there should be another Ice Lotus that she has ingested. However, she is gravely injured and unable to refine it. At this moment, that immense energy is assaulting her delicate form, and the Ice Cloud Mirror is protecting her. Wang Canlan continued, taking stock of their surroundings. The Twin Imperial Lotus, this place is undoubtedly extraordinary. Chen Qiangying hesitated. This woman was not only beautiful but also powerful. Now that she had fallen into his hands, he contemplated how best to proceed. Should he indulge before eliminating her? That seemed rather indulgent for a fleeting moment, a reward for his subordinate. Yet, what benefit would that truly yield? Saving her seemed futile. Such a person who constantly denounced demonic sects would surely harbor deep disdain for demonic cultivators. To subjugate her would be a daunting task. Young master, I possess a pill that can control her, ensnaring her in obsession. At that moment, Wang Canlan produced two pills. One was for controlling individuals, while the other, once control was established, would render her compliant and obedient. Chen Qiangying cast a glance at them, lacking interest. Pills carry risks. Should she escape, it would be akin to carrying a bomb. He had little faith in controlling her through such means. Rest assured, young master, this is a holy pill. Given her current state, she cannot possibly escape its grasp unless she wishes for death. Wang Canlan insisted. Chen Qiangying shook his head. How could such an ethereal and pure woman fear death? Her virtue was likely more precious than her life. Young master, it must be done this way, otherwise, we can only kill her. What a pity that would be. Wang Canlan lamented, gazing at the voluptuous figure of the beautiful woman. Such a rare gem was indeed a loss. To indulge in her beauty before her demise would be regrettable. Techniques, humans and beasts should not differ too greatly. Chen Qiangying suddenly recalled the cultivation method he had practiced, the ancient beast mastery technique. He had originally obtained it from Bai Linglong, having even planted a slave mark upon her. Even if that little white tiger had returned to its clan, he could still sense her emotional fluctuations. Buzz, Chen Qiangying formed hand seals, rapidly condensing an enormous beast seal, which then swiftly shrank to the size of a palm. He gazed at the beautiful woman's flawless forehead, directly imbuing the beast seal within. Buzz, in an instant, a totem manifested upon Lang Bingyun's forehead, signifying his success. Chen Qiangying was astonished. It truly worked. I am indeed a genius. From this day forth, Lang Bingyun would become his beast slave, his mount. He admired her voluptuous form and stunning visage. Not bad, not bad. Chen Qiangying's spirits soared. However, at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the center of Lang Bingyun's brow, an exceptionally radiant chill surging forth. Boom, a lotus seed shattered through the icy cavern, soaring into the sky. The Imperial Lotus Seed, Chapter 35, A Convergence of Powerhouses. The Jiang clan strikes. The Imperial Lotus Seed soared into the heavens, as Chen Qiangying directly seized Lang Bingyun and thrust her into the World Treasure Box. He shot forth with great speed, intent on capturing the Imperial Lotus Seed. It radiated a resplendent glow, stirring the entire Tianshan mountain, rousing the roaring ice dragon engaged in battle. The Imperial Lotus Seed. Is that truly the Imperial Lotus Seed? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. As Chen Qiangying grasped the Imperial Lotus Seed, his hand shimmered with dazzling light, attempting to resist the terrifying chill emanating from it. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from the sky, aiming to snatch both Chen Qiangying and the Imperial Lotus Seed. Get lost! A pitch-black battle blade sliced through the air from a distance, forcing the giant hand to retreat.
All of you from the Jiang clan, be gone, declared an elder from the demon sect. Humph. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those with fate, a woman snorted coldly, her hand striking out, refusing to relinquish the imperial lotus seed.
Do not harm the young master, retreat at once. With a tremendous rumble, another elder from the demon sect charged forth.
A chaotic battle erupted, with the imperial lotus seed in hand. Chen Changgang made his way towards his chariot, trembling from the cold.
It's so frigid.
Despite channeling his divine power, he found himself unable to contend against the overwhelming chill, his hand rapidly succumbing to the fearsome frost. His fingers were encased in ice, the terrifying cold surged into his body, invading his meridians, attempting to freeze him solid. A radiant holy light manifested on Chen Changgang's forehead, shielding him from the extreme cold. Old Deng has activated his protective measures. The technique left by Chen Fan within his body had been triggered. In the distance, a young man was fixated on him, and in a flash, he appeared before Chen Changgang. Little brother, leave the object behind, and I shall let you go, the youth proclaimed arrogantly.
Get lost. Chen Changgang retorted coldly, flicking his finger, a brilliant light igniting at his fingertip.
How dare a mere ant of an emperor obstruct him, seeking death, yet, just as he made his move, a beam of cold light flared, shattering the divine energy he had conjured.
Where is my master?
Bai Ningbing charged in, demanding answers. She had exhausted all her means to follow Chen Changgang into the cold pool in the ice cave, yet there was no sign of Lang Bingyun. Upon reaching the cave's end, she found it had been breached by the ice lotus seed.
She's dead, Chen Changgang stated.
His right hand gathered golden light, and with a sudden punch, he unleashed the Heavenly Emperor fist. The strike surged forth, akin to the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor. The horrifying fist radiated power, compressing the very fabric of reality, causing the void to explode as the terrifying force reached its zenith.
Bai Ningbing's expression changed drastically.
What kind of technique is this? It contains such formidable might. As a deity, even when injured, she should not have felt such trepidation from this punch.
Frosty palm.
She quickly regained her composure and struck out with her palm.
Simultaneously, the youth also made his move. Void hand seal.
Boom, the two struck together against the fist imprint unleashed by Chen Changgang, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of power. Chen Changgang was forced back several dozen meters. How is this possible? The youth exclaimed, aghast. Though it seemed they had triumphed, he could not rejoice. An emperor and an apparently powerful woman had barely managed to repel a mere youth.
Old Huang, why aren't you making your appearance? Chen Changgang bellowed.
A figure materialized beside him. It was an old man, clad in coarse linen attire, with disheveled hair, resembling a beggar, devoid of any semblance of a powerful figure.
Both of you, stand down.
This is not a matter for you to interfere with. This object belongs to our demon sect. Old Huang spoke, his yellowed teeth drawing attention, causing the two to frown. This man, with such a guise, was either a beggar or a reclusive master.
Given the current circumstances, it was evidently the latter.
Ha! The revered old Huang, bullying a disciple of the Jiang clan, is truly unbecoming. At that moment, a voice echoed through the heavens, and a figure suddenly erupted forth, darting past.
Before Chen Changgang could comprehend, the individual had already appeared before the Jiang clan's youth.
9 ancestors, what brings you here? The youth gasped in astonishment upon seeing the newcomer.
Shang Jin pays his respects to the 9 ancestors. He quickly bowed.
If I hadn't come, the world would assume our Jiang clan had no capable fighters left, and would dare to ride upon our heads, the elder remarked, gesturing for Jiang Shengjin to step back.
Jiang Wanyan, it has been many years.
I thought you had perished in some corner of the world. Old Huang laughed heartily.
He was not intimidated by Jiang Wanyan. If you, Old Huang, have not perished, how could I?
Jiang Wanyan replied straightforwardly.
Now, tell me, how shall we deal with this lotus seed?
The imperial lotus seed was something the Jiang clan wished to seize as well.
Have you lost your mind or forgotten to take your medicine?
The imperial lotus seed is in the hands of our demon sect's young master, thus it rightfully belongs to us. What, does the Jiang clan wish to battle?
Old Huang retorted, raising his hand, an overwhelming force descending upon Chen Changgang, causing him to feel suddenly at ease.
The imperial lotus seed is sealed. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those with fate. It doesn't necessarily belong to you, after all, those who see it have a share, Jiang Wanyan asserted. If it were merely some sacred herbs, he would not intervene, but the imperial elixir was an entirely different matter. It was even more precious than supreme elixirs. Consuming it might not guarantee ascension to the rank of emperor, but it certainly provided a chance to attain supremacy. What a fair share for those who see it.
5,000 years ago, I even encountered your partner, may I not partake?
Old Huang laughed heartily, a yellowed umbrella appearing in his hand.
The yellow spring umbrella.
After all these years, old Huang remains as unrestrained as ever. I wonder if his power has grown, came a voice from the heavens, as a terrifying pressure enveloped the world. A figure materialized. Old Huang's expression instantly darkened. Another powerhouse from the Jiang clan had arrived.
Jiang Daoyi.
Old Huang's gaze locked onto a figure that materialized from the void. Hand over the Imperial Lotus Seed, and I shall allow you to leave today.
Otherwise, you shall face death. Jiang Daoyi proclaimed in a domineering manner, his terrifying divine sense descending upon Chen Changing, seeking to probe his body. Get lost.
Old Huang bellowed, unfurling the yellow spring umbrella to repel the overwhelming divine sense. He immediately transmitted a message to Chen Changing, instructing him to prepare to flee. This old man was a half-step to supremacy. A half-step to supremacy, such a being is among the top contenders in the entire ancient realm.
Chen Changing's expression was unusually grave.
The Jiang clan truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful ancient lineage. With such profound depth, clutching the lotus seed, he began to stow it away. Two figures floated beside him.
Mad Dragon.
Robbery of heavenly fortune, you two old fellows have taken on the role of bodyguards, this truly surprises me.
Is this the young man wielding the supreme demon eye? At that moment, Jiang Daoyi's murderous intent ignited.
The supreme demon eye was undoubtedly the most formidable prodigy of the demon sect. Should he be killed, the path for their Jiang clan's member would be considerably easier.
3 against 2 is rather uninteresting, Jiang Wannian remarked.
With all 3 great saints of the demon sect present, the lineup of protectors was somewhat unexpected for him, yet, this was not enough to instill fear. After all, they had a half-step to supremacy on their side.
If you wish to fight, I do not mind accompanying you.
However, I cannot guarantee that the boy will emerge unscathed, Old Huang stated. The 3 of them appeared evenly matched, yet, if one were to protect Chen Changdeng while the other 2 engaged, pursuing Jiang Shangzhen, they might very well emerge victorious.
Truly the demon sect, seeking to strike down a mere youth. How shameless of you! Jiang Daoyi mocked coldly.
When necessary, one must employ necessary means. This boy must be a direct descendant of the Jiang clan. Robbery of heavenly fortune's voice was icy.
Are the 3 old ancestors not a match for him? Chen Changing quietly inquired.
According to past conventions, these 3 old demons would not speak so politely. There was undoubtedly something amiss. And there is another. He has not revealed himself, but he is indeed present, perhaps the only supreme being of the Jiang clan.
Mad Dragon whispered.
What they feared was this presence. If that old man were not here, they would dare to engage, even if Jiang Daoyi was a half-step to supremacy.
How about this, let him battle with Shangzhen. Whoever wins shall claim the Imperial Lotus Seed, Jiang Daoyi proposed.
Jiang Wannian frowned. Chen Changing and the others were taken aback. That young man's aura was so subtle that even I could not discern it. Could Shangzhen truly be his match? Just moments ago, he struck a punch that could contend with both Shangzhen and that girl. Jiang Wannian transmitted a message, inquiring and explaining the situation. He was Jiang Shangzhen's protector and had clearly seen the Heavenly Emperor fist from earlier. Chapter 36, the Supreme Demon Lord appears. You must be mistaken, Jiang Dao exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Shangzhen is indeed a direct descendant of the Jiang family and possesses the Great Sun's sacred body. How could he possibly join forces with others to confront a mere youth, one who has yet to prove himself in battle? This young man appears to be significantly younger than Jiang Shangzhen. There is no mistake, the indomitable might contained within his punch is truly fearsome. The woman allied with Shangzhen is a disciple of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, likely the Saintess, a being of the heavenly god realm. Although she is gravely injured, subduing a true king monarch should pose no challenge, Jiang Wannian remarked. If that is the case, they are 2 monarchs pitted against a single youth. Jiang Dao's heart grew heavier with murderous intent upon hearing this. At such a tender age, to possess the ability to overpower 2 monarchs, such a prodigious existence, if not thwarted, will surely become a formidable force.
Young master, we may commence the battle. The old has arrived.
At that moment, Jie Tianyun conveyed a message to Chen Changzhen. Chen Changzhen was taken aback. The old, the very one who had cradled him as a child, he has actually emerged from the ancestral hall. You wish for me to engage him in combat? Very well. Chen Changzhen's confidence surged as he turned to Jiang Dao. The oldest arrival signifies that there exists someone within the Jiang family who can contend with their supreme being. There was naught for him to fear. Perhaps he could even decisively vanquish Jiang Shangzhen. Shangzhen is still young, his cultivation not yet sufficient. He is no match for you. Why not allow this old man to pressure the battlefield and fight you instead?
Jiang Dao suddenly changed his tone. He was not foolish, confronting Jiang Shangjin directly would only bring him disgrace. Jiang Dao, do you still retain any semblance of shame? To bully a junior, how could you even conceive such a notion? Old Huang roared in fury. An ancient being half buried in the earth, even if he were to exert pressure, a mere junior would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over him. They did not trust Jiang Dao either. This wretched creature is merely a half-step to supremacy. Should he suddenly unleash his full might to kill, they would find it challenging to intervene. Kid, deal with him. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Changzhen's ear. It was the old. Chen Changzhen furrowed his brow slightly. Very well, then you shall exert pressure. I will engage you in battle. Impossible. The moment Chen Changzhen's words fell, the three old men immediately interjected with vehement shouts of disapproval. Chen Changzhen stepped forth from among them, and as they prepared to obstruct him, their expressions shifted, and they fell silent. Clearly, they too had received the old's message. Indeed, brimming with youthful exuberance. Jiang Dao squinted his aged eyes, resembling a cunning old fox. His aura swiftly retracted. He was indeed exerting pressure. Jiang Dao, should you dare employ any tricks, I assure you, among the younger generation of the Jiang family, whoever steps outside shall meet their demise. Old Huang threatened. Young man, I have traversed the ancient realm for 5 millennia undefeated among my peers. Today, you are fortunate to engage with me. Strike. Jiang Dao disregarded old Huang and addressed Chen Changzhen. Chen Changzhen's lips twitched. Strike. This implies he intends to deliver a single blow. Heavenly Emperor Bloodline, activate. Primal Ancient Kidney Body, activate. In an instant, his aura surged, his entire being radiating golden light, thunder swirling around him. His presence left Jiang Dao astounded. Is this fellow truly of the true king realm? He could clearly see the power of the true king coursing over Chen Changzhen's form, yet the aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. He had already surpassed that of a monarch. This left him bewildered. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Chen Changzhen's figure flickered as boundless golden light coalesced into a fist, hurling towards Jiang Dao. The punch erupted as if the Heavenly Emperor had descended, the great Dao resonating incessantly, causing the entire realm to tremble violently. That vast aura seemed to crush all in its path. Fool. Merely possessing grandeur is insufficient. One must also wield power. A true king remains a true king. Great Void Hand, annihilate. Jiang Dao's countenance shifted abruptly, his aura surging violently out. He had changed his mind. As the Heavenly Emperor Fist descended, his massive hand grasped, distorting the endless void, creating a terrifying vortex intent on engulfing Chen Changzhen entirely. Damn you! Boom! Old Huang and the three others sprang into action at once, yet a figure materialized, blocking their path. The supreme being of the Jiang family had made his move. The moment he appeared, time and space seemed to freeze. The three men's expressions transformed dramatically. Old man, do you truly believe that I am but a withered bone? Can I not contend with you? A faint voice resonated, and the expression of the Jiang family as supreme being shifted dramatically, disbelief etched upon his face. Simultaneously, the void laws Jiang Dao had gathered began to unravel, his body immobilized by an overwhelming force. Chen Changzhen's fist crashed down, bang, golden light erupted as Jiang Dao's aged visage was struck by a colossal fist imprint, sending him sprawling. A figure appeared before Chen Changzhen. It was an old man, hunched over like a candle flickering in the wind, leaning upon a pitch-black cane. Yang Wujin, you have indeed arrived. An elderly woman gazed at the old, filled with trepidation. Old crone, after all these years, you remain unchanged. The old man has been here for quite some time, and yet you still fail to sense his presence. Should I say you are truly a waste? Yang Wujin's words were calm, yet deliberate. On the other side, Jiang Dao regained his stance, cold sweat pouring from him, afraid to take a breath. It was utterly terrifying. In that instant, he felt suffocated, as though he were staring death in the face. Truly, the Supreme Demon Lord is formidable. I am but a decrepit old soul nearing death. How could I ever compare to the might of the Supreme Demon Lord? The child beside you is not of the true king realm. It was he who broke the rules first, and Daoi followed suit. Speak, how shall we resolve this matter? The elderly woman stated, seeking to assert dominance. Disrupting the order is futile. We desire the imperial lotus seed. Your life, old man, is also something we wish to claim. As Yang Wujin spoke, a surge of black light emanated from his cane, with dark runes manifesting. You wish to commence a battle of supremacy? My Jiang family has several members en route. How many individuals from your demon sect dare to mobilize? Do not forget the righteous and demonic accord you established earlier. The elderly woman expressed a hint of fear. She believed Yang Wujin's words were no jest. This demon truly intended to strike against her.
Old ancestor, the righteous and demonic accord has already been violated by them. That wretched beast slaughtered the Shao family.
He killed my son.
At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the heavens, infused with boundless murderous intent. A beautiful woman rushed forth, her stunning eyes ablaze with intense hatred, locking onto Chen Changzhen.
Wretched beast! Why did you slay Yuner? Why did you annihilate the Shao family?
The moment the woman spoke, the Jiang family members frowned.
Annihilated an entire clan, Qing Yi. Are you implying that my cousin and the others were killed by him?
Jiang Shengzhen exclaimed in shock. The entire Shao family, numbering in the tens of thousands, had been left with no survivors, reduced to a scorched earth, all at the hands of a mere youth.
He possesses the aura of the ancient Emperor Jade of the Shao family.
Shao Huang once had me drip blood into it, and I sense it distinctly. I beseech the old ancestor to take action, aid me in exterminating this demon. Jiang Qingwan cried out, her aura surging, revealing her unambiguous divine king cultivation.
She had become a divine king. The elderly woman was taken aback.
Old ancestor, there is no need for concern, those from the celestial palace are already en route, the wretched beast must die. Jiang Qingwan's voice was frigid, her eyes, filled with murderous intent, never leaving Chen Changzhen. Yang Wujin stood beside him, his divine king perception unable to approach him. Wretched beast, to annihilate an entire clan at such a young age, you are truly remarkable. The elderly woman gazed at Chen Changzhen, her murderous intent palpable. This youth may very well become another Yang Wujin, perhaps even surpassing him. It would be prudent to eradicate him now. Yang the old demon, hand him over. Such a wicked soul, if allowed to grow, may pose a grave threat to the ancient realm.
Surely, you do not wish for your demon sect to become universally opposed?
The elderly woman threatened. The previous extermination campaign against demons had already caused many demonic forces to distance themselves from their sect.
She was eager to see if Yang Wujin would dare to protect him.
Do you see, in this era, truly, more and more fools abound? Yang Wujin spoke to Chen Changzhen with a gentle smile, seemingly dismissive of everyone present. Meanwhile, old Huang was frantically sending messages. He was summoning the demon sect's patrons and various affiliated forces to prepare for the impending arrival of the Celestial Palace.
Yang Wujin, do you truly intend to protect this wretched beast? Do you wish to stand against the entire ancient realm?
The elderly woman's aura was rising. She sensed that a formidable presence was traversing the void towards them. It must be from the Celestial Palace. That aura was too righteous, it could not belong to a stronghold of the demon sect. She continued to speak.
This wretched beast is marked for death today. You cannot protect him. Cannot protect him?
Today, I shall witness which old fool dares to touch Changzhen. Boom, voices echoed through the void, followed by an explosion. As a figure traversed the void towards them. The moment he appeared, the myriad paths resonated. Chen Changzhen looked on in surprise. Old Deng has actually arrived. Chapter 37 of the Great Completion of the Holy Body. Old Deng, the slayer of saints, who are you? Upon Chen Fan's arrival, the members of the Jiang family furrowed their brows. The aura he exuded was not that of a demonic cultivator, leading them to momentarily believe that a powerful figure from the Celestial Palace had come. Chen Fan, you may also refer to me as the bloodied-handed butcher.
Chen Fan gazed at the old crone, his entire being pulsating with vitality, an overwhelming aura overshadowing all present. This astonished Yang Wujie, this little wretch is your son. He murdered my partner and killed my son. What explanation do you owe me, and what do you owe the Jiang family? Jiang Qingwan barked. An explanation. Bang! Before Jiang Qingwan could finish her words, Chen Fan had already appeared beside her, delivering a devastating punch. The sheer force struck her head, obliterating it and causing her primordial spirit to emerge. Qingwan, Jiang Wanyan cried out. The members of the Jiang family were aghast. Such speed. What realm is this fellow in? The aged supreme being, the old crone, stared intently, attempting to discern Chen Fan's true depth. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Chen Fan inquired. Jiang Qingwan's shattered body lay in ruins, her primordial spirit revealing cracks, shielded by the old crone's supreme laws. Why you are the ancient holy body, the old crone stammered, her trembling finger pointing at Chen Fan. She realized it. Chen Fan was indeed the ancient holy body. What was even more terrifying was that his cultivation had already reached the great saint level, with a physical form comparable to or even surpassing that of a supreme being. It's you, you're still alive, Jiang Wanyan exclaimed in shock, having recognized Chen Fan. It seems you remember me well. 15 years ago, you shattered the protective array of my Chen clan. Today, I have come to seek justice. Chen Fan's gaze locked onto Jiang Wanyan. Though the ancient Jiang clan had little involvement in the annihilation of the Chen clan, those who did were formidable. It was Jiang Wanyan who had breached the Chen clan's protective formation. Old ancestor Huang, take Changgung away. Chen Fan commanded. As soon as he spoke, old ancestor Huang seized Chen Changgung and attempted to retreat from Tian Shan.
No one is permitted to leave, the old crone bellowed. If this young one were to escape, it would mean that the demonic sect harbored no fears. Are you trying to intimidate me? Boom! Yang Wujie stepped forward, causing the heavens to tremble. Though also an old supreme, his fearsome reputation far surpassed that of the old crone, and his strength exceeded hers. It is indeed surprising that you survived that strike and have grown to this extent. Since you have come, let us settle this once and for all, Jiang Wanyan shouted. He felt a twinge of dread. In the span of 15 years, Chen Fan had astonishingly advanced from a saint to a great saint. Such speed was unheard of. What was more alarming was that he remained the ancient holy body. If given a century, he would become unbeatable in the ancient realm. He needed to swiftly comprehend the enmity between them. Settle this. 15 years ago, I, as a saint, withstood your great saint's strike. What are you now? Boom! Chen Fan's aura surged, and a colossal ring appeared behind him, reminiscent of the countless stars in the sky, radiating brilliance. It was unimaginably vast, with a diameter of 100 feet, the holy ring. This was Chen Fan's holy ring. The holy rings of ordinary saint-level beings measure merely 1 foot in diameter, yet his spanned 100 feet. How could this be? Jiang Wanyan was taken aback. Attack! Chen Fan roared, as endless voids collapsed, and countless snow-capped peaks were obliterated by his terrifying aura, reducing them to dust. The heavens revealed an infinite void, as great stars were incinerated by his ferocious vitality, exploding rapidly. Boom! He stepped forward, delivering a punch aimed at Jiang Wanyan. In that instant, the members of the Jiang family sprang into action. The battle erupted. Chen Fan, he charged directly towards him, a show of force. Son of the rising sun, Jiang Wanyan raised his hand, and a sun evolved before him, hurling itself at the charging Chen Changgung. Chen Changgung's punch soared to the heavens, utterly unmatched. Boom! With a single strike, the terrifying force shattered the sun, an overwhelming power cascading down, illuminating the heavens with boundless golden light, enveloping Jiang Wanyan. Ah, how could this be? Jiang Wanyan was sent flying by a single punch, his body exploding and plummeting alongside the stars. His primordial spirit, filled with terror, fled in all directions. The great completion of the holy body. The perfect ancient holy body. How could this be? The starry battle raged on, as the old crone, engaged in combat with Yang Wujie, was drawn in by this spectacle. With this punch, she saw clearly the extent of Chen Fan's power. He had achieved the great completion of his holy body. Even Jiang Wanyan, at the same great saint level, could not withstand a single one of his punches. Old ancestor, save me! Jiang Wanyan's primordial spirit cried out as it fled into the starry expanse. Legends say that a fully realized ancient holy body can challenge an emperor. How could he, a mere great saint, be a match? You cannot escape. Boom! Chen Fan's figure flickered, appearing ahead, his foot upon a great star. As he unleashed a punch, of the stars exploded, the star river fractured, and the fleeing Jiang Wanyan was engulfed by the terrifying light of the punch. All hope for his survival was extinguished. No, the terrifying punch light consumed Jiang Wanyan, leaving behind only a desperate howl. Jiang Daoi's expression changed drastically. He had repelled Jie Tianyun and the mad dragon, and without hesitation, tore open the void to flee. Now you wish to escape, it's too late, Chen Fan thundered. His figure vanished into the starry sky, merging into the void, and unleashed a punch that shattered the boundless emptiness. Jiang Daoi's face paled as he had intended to flee. You truly have achieved the great completion. Even with the evidence before him, Jiang Daoi could hardly believe that a fully realized ancient holy body had emerged in the world. He was filled with dread, summoning a golden pagoda to suppress the advancing Chen Fan. Chen Fan, undaunted and resolute, charged towards the rapidly enlarging golden pagoda with a single punch. Boom! The supreme artifact, the golden Xuanta, erupted, and the terrifying fragments struck nearby great stars like meteors, causing many to plummet. Amidst the boundless brilliance, Chen Fan's figure darted forth, his speed and power far surpassing that of Jiang Daoi, who stood at half-step to supreme. 5 elements holy body, breakthrough punch. Bang! Jiang Daoi unleashed the power of his physique, hastily throwing a punch to counter. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Fan's terrifying punch came crashing down, obliterating his entire arm, the overwhelming force sending him flying. Pfft! Damn it! How could you have achieved the great completion? Jiang Daoi spat blood, his body a mangled mess, resembling a mass of flesh in turmoil that he found it hard to believe. Achieving the great completion at the great saint level, everything perfected to the point of near ascension to emperor with mere flesh, he, a half-step supreme, could not withstand even a single punch. You are too weak. Chen Fan stepped forward, traversing the star river in pursuit. His entire being was shrouded in holy light, his terrifying vitality enveloping countless universes, collapsing the star river beneath, as though the entirety of time and space was in upheaval. You cannot kill me, we of the Jiang family. Bang! Before Jiang Daoi could finish his protest, a colossal hand struck down, reducing him to mere dust. Jiang Daoi had fallen. Now it is your turn, old crone. Chen Fan turned his gaze to the battlefield beside him. The two combatants were astounded, unable to believe their eyes. It felt surreal. 2 great saints had been so effortlessly slaughtered, and Chen Fan was merely a great saint. He had simply broken through in his physical form ahead of time, the great completion of the holy body. Old woman, your time is up. Yang Wujie proclaimed, to challenge an emperor. Today, I shall see if this so-called completed holy body can truly measure up to an emperor. Boom, the ancient diagram of the emperor. Activate, Chapter 38 Unarmed assault on the emperor's weapon, slaying Jiang Shangzhen. The ancient imperial diagram of the Jiang family, crafted by the celestial emperor of Jiang, emerged in a dazzling display. The elderly woman summoned forth the ancient imperial diagram, unleashing an incomprehensibly vast aura that swept across the heavens and pressed down upon the universe. A colossal ancient map materialized in the boundless starry sky, rapidly expanding and emanating an incredibly terrifying chaos energy. The might of the emperor was overwhelming, and a figure emerged from within the grand ancient diagram, majestic and imposing, with the laws of the imperial path swirling around him. It was the figure of the celestial emperor. He had refined his projection within the ancient diagram, signifying his dominion over all realms. Countless stars shimmered from the diagram, transforming from ethereal to tangible, forming a new expanse of starry sky that descended to suppress all. Chen Fan and Yang Wujin furrowed their brows. This old wretch had actually brought forth an imperial weapon. Generally, imperial weapons do not leave their respective factions, as they require protection for their descendants. This old crone must have nefarious intentions for bringing the imperial weapon here. But what of the imperial weapon? I, Chen Fan, remain undaunted.
Embrace the mountain seal.
Chen Fan bellowed, forming a seal with his hands. A colossal celestial seal emerged, as if the ancient gods were wielding a massive mountain to strike against the approaching starry expanse. Boom, the stars surged forth, revealing a terrifying array of killing formations, with countless runes toppling the universe. The Embrace the Mountain seal was crushed, yet Chen Fan did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, his entire being shimmered with golden light, his Dharma body merging and expanding at a frightening pace, standing tall amidst the starry sky. Humph! What of the perfected holy body? With an imperial weapon like an emperor descending, you are but an insect. Watch as I obliterate you. The elderly woman formed her seal, and the imperial phantom alongside the myriad stars moved, raising a hand to strike at Chen Fan. Boom! Chen Fan unleashed a punch, his vast Dharma body shattering the starry universe, his invincible momentum rivaling that of the emperor himself, causing this expanse of stars to seem unable to contain him as it rapidly collapsed. Golden lightning erupted from his form as he hurled a fist towards the imperial phantom. In the fierce collision, Chen Fan's figure did not retreat as the elderly woman anticipated. Instead, it formed a balance of power. Terrifying laws surged forth, igniting the starry sky, causing it to explode continuously as if the very cosmos were on the verge of annihilation.
How is this possible? The elderly woman exclaimed in disbelief. Unarmed confrontation with the imperial weapon. Where did this freak come from? Is the ancient holy body truly this terrifying?
Yang Wujin observed without rushing to assist, instead focusing on two figures in the distance. The powerful beings from the celestial palace had arrived. They did not intervene but merely watched, increasingly astonished and doubtful of the unfolding scene. Such a formidable individual, to confront the Jiang family's ancient imperial diagram with bare hands. Tianshan. In contrast to the cosmic battle, Tianshan had grown tranquil, with everyone paying attention to the celestial conflict. Meanwhile, Su Laosan and others, aided by the power of the heavenly fortune, had also subdued the ice dragon.
Young master, should we imprint the slave seal? Su Laosan inquired. This creature is a semi-sentient beast, its bloodline exceedingly rare.
It would be a pity to kill it, Huang Laozu cautioned.
Very well, it wouldn't hurt to have one more.
Chen Changzhen responded, swiftly employing the ancient beast taming technique. Roar! The ice dragon roared in fury, attempting to struggle, yet it was utterly immobilized.
In despair, it was forced to accept the beast taming seal. Roar! A radiant light shone from its brow, the seal taking effect as it rose and hurled towards the sky. Chen Changzhen leaped onto its back. Glancing upward, he beheld the myriad stars descending, unable to discern the details of the battle. The swirling laws and emerging chains of order were too fearsome. Rest assured, young master, the sect leader is engaged in fierce combat and holds the advantage. Huang Laozu proclaimed.
A perfected holy body can contend with an emperor.
This is no exaggeration. Has the celestial palace arrived? Chen Changzhen inquired.
They are here, merely spectating. The sect leader stands guard, they dare not intervene, Jie Tianyun replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Changzhen lowered his gaze. With a sweep of his divine sense, a smirk graced his lips. Prepare to act, we shall eradicate the Jiang family. Chen Changzhen declared. Jiang Shangzhen had yet to depart and was also awaiting the outcome of the battle. He aimed to slay Jiang Shangzhen. Roar! The ice dragon soared into the sky, carrying Chen Changzhen as they weaved through the snow-capped peaks. Soon, Chen Changzhen locked onto a particular peak. Kill! He waved his hand, directing a multitude of figures towards the snow peak. There, a throng of figures awaited Jiang Shangzhen's guards and several followers. It's the demon sect, young master, flee quickly, you all hold these demons back, I will protect the young master, a woman cried out. She controlled a bronze war chariot to flee. Jiang Shangzhen stood atop the chariot, his brow furrowed. That little wretch who killed my cousin.
Shen Yi, why does that little wretch dare to act? Does he not fear the Celestial Palace's experts annihilating him?
Jiang Shangzhen exclaimed. Jiang Xian shook her head, activating all the formations of the bronze war chariot, especially the acceleration formation.
Young master, he is pursuing us. A chilling aura surged from behind, causing Jiang Xian's expression to change drastically. The ice dragon had indeed been subdued. Can you hold off the ice dragon, Xian Yi?
Jiang Shangzhen queried. He knew Jiang Xian was also a sage, but he had yet to witness her true combat prowess.
For a time, yes. The ice dragon's power significantly diminishes once it leaves the Tianshan frozen pool. If we were in the frozen pool, I wouldn't dare to make such claims, but here, it is feasible. Roar!
Just then, a terrifying dragon's roar resounded, and a brilliant icy light burst forth from the ice dragon's mouth. In an instant, a massive ice mountain obstructed their path ahead. Bang! The ice mountain rapidly expanded. The bronze war chariot collided with it, attempting to break through, but it was futile. The steed pulling the chariot was instantly encased in ice, transforming the entire bronze war chariot into an ice sculpture. Jiang Xian, along with Jiang Shangzhen, escaped, immediately fleeing into the distance, yet the ice dragon merely watched. Its colossal claws struck out, imbued with terrifying runes. This was the true dragon's secret technique, True Dragon's Claw.
Young master! Run!
She seized Jiang Shangzhen and hurled him away.
Damn it, do you aim to annihilate me?
Jiang Shangzhen bellowed in fury. He fled rapidly, but had not distanced himself much when a figure appeared before him. It was none other than Chen Changzhen. With Chen Changzhen's application of the great shift of the universe, pursuing a monarch-level opponent was effortlessly accomplished.
What exactly do you wish to do? Jiang Shangzhen clenched his fists, retreating step by step.
Swish, as shadows flickered, before Jiang Shangzhen could lock onto Chen Changzhen, the latter was already upon him. His eyes gleamed with black runes as the supreme demon eye opened and closed, releasing a beam of black light.
Whoosh! Ah!
Jiang Shangzhen's head exploded, his body plummeting, yet before he could fall, Chen Changzhen appeared beneath him, delivering a powerful flying kick. Bang! Jiang Shangzhen was utterly obliterated, dead beyond recovery.
Young master, you little wretch!
You are finished. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you shall endure the Jiang family's pursuit. Jiang Xian roared, only to be struck by the massive tail of the ice dragon, her body crashing into an ice mountain, followed by a dragon's breath descending, turning her delicate form into an ice sculpture. True Dragon's Tail, True Dragon's Breath, with both secret techniques of the True Dragon unleashed, she was completely sealed. Kill! Chen Changzhen commanded expressionlessly. Roar! The ice dragon howled, shattering the ice sculpture. Jiang Xian had fallen. You little wretch, you dare to kill Shangzhen! A roar echoed from the starry sky. It was the elderly woman, filled with rage, attempting to intervene, only to be blocked by Qin Fan. That hand, which sought to grasp the entirety of Tianshan, was obliterated by Qin Fan's punch. Chapter 39 The Northern Empress wins. How many explanations do you require? The battle among the stars raged with unparalleled intensity, the supreme blood of the old crone staining the cosmos, overwhelming the star rivers, igniting and obliterating the celestial realms, reducing them to mere dust across the myriad worlds. Boom! The imperial might erupted to its zenith, pressing down upon Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan relentlessly unleashed punches, forcefully forging a new sky. The blood of his sacred body surged and burned, incinerating the starry expanse, while his brilliant golden eyes shimmered with lightning dragons weaving through. A radiant golden light shone from his brow, splitting open like a rift. It was a vertically aligned golden eye, the Eye of Heaven. You have actually awakened the Eye of Heaven. The old crone gasped in horror. The conditions for awakening the Eye of Heaven are exceedingly stringent, independent of one's realm, relying solely on luck and innate talent. Its capabilities vary greatly. Some can accelerate time, others can pierce through illusions, some can amplify physical prowess, while others can evolve into supreme realms. As Chen Fan's Eye of Heaven opened and closed, the battlefield of the starry sky trembled violently, suddenly shooting forth two bolts of golden lightning, striking the phantom of the great emperor. Thunderous roars, the phantom of the great emperor swayed, and the horrifying force rebounded, sending the old crone's colossal form flying. The immortal king descends from the heavens. Chen Fan's body shimmered with golden radiance, an immense silhouette coalescing above him. This figure resembled him yet transcended the earthly realm, standing above all living beings, the figure of the immortal king, the divine ability of the ancient sacred body. At Chen Fan's level, this divine ability could merge with his essence, further amplifying his combat strength. Buzz, the two figures overlapped, and Chen Fan's aura grew increasingly fearsome. The reincarnation of 10,000 Paths fist, Chen Fan formed a fist imprint, striking towards the old crone. This punch could shatter myriad paths, extinguish countless laws, gathering boundless rays of light, unstoppable and invincible. The old crone spat blood repeatedly, her mind consumed by a singular thought of the great matriarch was summoning her, unstoppable. She had lost the strength to wield the ancient imperial map. Enough. Just as the punch was about to land, a voice resonated from the depths of the starry sky, imbued with supreme authority. In an instant, time and space froze, caught in a moment of eternity. A youthful figure materialized. Chen Fan's fist halted, restrained by the supreme order of the rules, preventing it from crashing into the old crone. This battle had reached its conclusion. The youth stepped through the void, his words carrying a formidable power that rendered the starry sky still. Chen Fan, radiating with golden light, felt the laws in his grasp coalesce and remain unbroken. Roll away, break, boom, he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying force of reincarnation, shattering the bonds of order, breaking the eternal moment, and directing a punch towards the realm where the old crone resided. The fearsome light of his punch tore through the starry domain, obliterating the myriad worlds like a dazzling firework display. The old crone's body exploded, her supreme blood raining down upon the ancient realm. Reckless, the youth roared, anger coursing through him, but he intervened. This audacious being dared to strike again, yet he was also astonished. The sacred body could indeed break free from his rules. What are you, to presume to lecture me? Chen Fan thundered, his law body loomed immense, spanning the starry sky. You remain calm. At that moment, Yang Wuji landed beside him, preventing him from taking further action. The agreement between the righteous and demonic factions was initiated by you, yet your people have now violated the rules. How should this be resolved? The youth inquired, directing his gaze at Yang Wuji. What violation of rules? This is but a contest of opportunities. They sought to lay claim to the imperial lotus seed of my sect, and death is merely a natural consequence. Yang Wuji replied with a smile, the arrival of this individual was somewhat unexpected. Is that so? But why have I heard that it was that young man below who annihilated the entire Shao family, prompting the Zhang family to intervene? As he spoke, the youth raised his hand, releasing a strand of law, causing the figure of Chen Changzhen to appear in the air simultaneously. The ancient imperial map radiated brilliance, vanishing into the boundless starry sky. It autonomously returned to the Zhang family, impossible to obstruct. At this moment, several other observing elders from the immortal palace also approached, standing behind the youth. Why, at such a tender age, do you resort to annihilating entire families? The youth questioned Chen Changzhen. His words were intimidating, imbued with terrifying rules that struck at Chen Changzhen's core. Chen Changzhen involuntarily recalled the moment of annihilation, including his thoughts at that time. Begone! At this moment, Chen Fan roared. He retracted his law body, shattering the youth's rules. To be a perfected sacred body under 200 years of age, I must confess you are indeed a genius. Your fortune is quite formidable. Do you know who I am? The youth, unperturbed by the shattering of the rules, inquired further. An ancient supreme waste. What, do you wish to act? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your secrets? Do you dare? Chen Fan derided, exposing the youth's identity. An ancient supreme, a being who severed themselves from the imperial realm and survived through unspeakable forbidden arts. Such entities are even more powerful than supremes, yet generally remain confined within forbidden zones. The individual before him was clearly not from a forbidden zone but rather from the immortal palace, come to support the Zhang family. However, Chen Fan remained unyielding. Truly, the perfected sacred body radiated confidence. The youth, having had his secrets revealed, showed no sign of anger. He continued, indeed, I do not dare to exert excessive power, or else I would not merely be offering verbal counsel. My presence here today is ultimately to prevent the continuation of this great conflict. It all originated from this young fellow. Let him provide an explanation, and there is no need for further battle. The youth turned his gaze towards Chen Changzhen, who raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, detection of the inexplicable revival of the ancient enemy, the Northern Empress, please proceed with vengeance. Rewarded Kunping's secret technique, immortal soil of all things. What nonsense, the inexplicable revival of an ancient enemy, the Northern Empress, an ancestor of the immortal palace, initiated the extermination of demons at the age of 50. By the age of 80, she had succumbed to darkness, her temperament drastically altered, slaughtering the immortal palace and slandering you, turning your beloved into your enemy. At the age of 500, you executed her, yet detection indicates she still exists, suspected of revival. Please continue with vengeance. Rewarded Kunping's secret technique, immortal soil of all things. By the heavens, Chen Changzhen was astounded. This was actually a major boss in the narrative, an explanation, a splendid explanation. 15 years ago, they annihilated my Chen family. Why did you not appear then? Why did you not demand an explanation from them? Chen Fan forcefully pulled Chen Changzhen behind him. Demand an explanation from his son, let us see if his fist is tougher than your head. What, lost for words, ashamed to respond, Chen Fan mocked. 15 years ago was the Immortal Palace's dereliction of duty. The Immortal Palace can only apologize for. However, to be fair, your son violated the agreement between the righteous and demonic factions first. He should provide an explanation. Go to hell. The words of the Northern Empress fell, and Chen Fan roared with fury. A vertical pupil manifested on his brow, and a bolt of golden lightning suddenly shot forth. Boom! The golden lightning, stretching for an unknown myriad of miles, pierced through the infinite starry sky, creating a terrifying rift. An explanation, I shall see what the Immortal Palace truly is. Boom! Chen Fan spat forth, and a magnificent golden tripedal cauldron materialized in the starry sky. The moment it appeared, an incredibly terrifying pale yellow gas surged through the cosmos, causing the entire starry expanse to explode at a fearsome speed. The Imperial might spread, utterly horrifying. An Imperial weapon, you too possess an Imperial weapon. The tripedal golden cauldron was surrounded by a terrifying pale yellow gas, akin to the source of all things, the Imperial patterns within it complete beyond the Northern Empress's imagination. Come, how many explanations do you desire? I shall provide them. Let us see whose head is harder, or the cauldron of the heavens. Chen Fan summoned the tripedal golden cauldron, exuding an unmatched aura. You, Yang Wuji, is this the stance of your demonic sect? Indeed, this is the stance of the demonic sect. He is now the master, representing the demonic sect, Yang Wuji stated bluntly, offering no face to the Northern Empress. An explanation has been provided to you, do you dare not accept it? Chen Fan pressed on. What of the ancient supreme? Is he not still a supreme? He felt no fear. Very well, this matter is indeed initiated by the Jiang family. The Immortal Palace bears responsibility, so let it end here. The Northern Empress's countenance grew increasingly turbulent, her voice cold. She had no choice but to relent. After all, the demonic sect also possessed an ancient supreme, which was why Yang Wuji could visit the Immortal Palace and return alive. He feared a clash between the two great forces. Now was not the time. Moreover, her current situation did not permit her to exert excessive power. She was simply no match for the perfected sacred body and the Imperial weapon. Who knows how terrifying the power of these two entities combined in one individual might be? Very well, I have provided you with my son's explanation. Now, it is your turn to provide an explanation to me. Chapter 40 of the Might and Dominance of Chen Fan. It is now your turn to provide an explanation. Chen Fan's words were imbued with an overwhelming authority, reminiscent of a threat that promised dire consequences for non-compliance. His proclamation caused Ji Ying to furrow her brow in displeasure. Indeed, it is time for you to account to our demon sect, Yang Wuji interjected. Account? What sort of explanation do you seek? Ji Ying retorted, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. As for the annihilation of the Chun clan, I can only express my regret. At that juncture, there was no so-called righteous and demonic accord. It was evident that Ji Ying was irked, for she had originally demanded accountability, only to find herself on the receiving end of a similar demand. The matter concerning the Chen clan shall be settled on my own terms. Today, however, we will discuss this incident at Mount Tian. Chen Fan declared, his demeanor exuding an unyielding resolve. You from the Celestial Palace and the Jiang family have conspired to bully my son, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. An explanation is warranted. As he spoke, the golden-hued Tian